Before the age of 11, she was the cherished and foolish young lady of the Ouyang family. But after turning 11, she transformed into a prodigious talent known throughout the realm of Delu. She was a paragon of beauty and intellect, a dazzling genius. She exuded an air of coldness, purity, and cunning. Upon her sudden reincarnation, she resolved to forget her hypocritical parents and malicious sister from her past life, choosing instead to live freely and boldly. Thus began the rise of a prodigy in Delu. Crafting weapons? A trivial matter, she could conjure countless with ease. Alchemy? What ist? She devoured elixirs as if they were mere candies, possessing jars and vials in abundance. Dare you flaunt your potions before me? What? You intend to ensnare me with formations? Such folly. Do you seek to provoke me, as if brandishing a sword before Guangong? You wish to bully the weak? I could summon a creature capable of easily vanquishing your entire entourage, not to mention my army of magical beasts. With effortless mastery over alchemy, weapon crafting, and formations, I invite any challenger to compete with Medhoff. I fear not your presence. I dread your absence. After the rain, the azure skies sparkled like a sapphire, freshly washed in clear water. The sun, blazing like fire, bathed the horizon in a glorious crimson dawn. Willows swayed gracefully, and the pond's surface shimmered with rippling waves. A breeze stirred, creating glimmers on the water and sending the girl's long, dark hair dancing wildly in the wind. Backlit, her eyes resembled crystalline lakes, clear and serene, while her violet irises seemed to hold frost that no warm breeze could melt away. Her petite nose and crimson lips were striking against her snow-like complexion, which, though beautiful, lacked the rosy hue of vitality, leaving her pallid and ethereal. Clad in flowing white garments, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her attire as pure as snow, transcending the mortal realm, reminiscent of a celestial being that evoked awe and reverence. Ouyang gazed at the lotus flowers in the pond, reminiscing about her past life. In her previous existence, she was an orphan, taken in by an organization at the tender age of 4, enduring hellish training that allowed her to rise above others and serve the organization with unwavering loyalty. Her resolve, her indifference, her ruthless demeanor elevated her to the status of a master assassin. At 15, she was taken in by foster parents, granting her the warmth of familial bonds-loving father, a gentle mother, and a charming younger sister. Though Mu Ninger maintained an icy demeanor, the slight curl of her lips betrayed her true emotions. Yet, this happiness was fleeting. At 20, during a mission, she stumbled upon a mysterious elixir encased within waves of azure, its colors intertwined and shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Thus began her tumultuous journey. Mu Ninger surrendered the elixir. A man with chiseled features and an angular face, strikingly handsome, yet exuding a sinister aura from his upturned eyes, brandished a firearm with a deadly gaze. Mu Ninger smirked, a seductive charm gracing her lips. Ah, the illustrious president of the Yi family, so fixated on this elixir. It must hold great significance, yes? To yield or not to yield. Such a dilemma. Ning, give it to me. The organization has provided for you. Do not be ungrateful. Ah yes, the organization where a 4-year-old girl was forged in the fires of hell, taught to be merciless, to kill, to place wealth above humanity, and to believe that self-preservation is paramount. Is that not what you instructed me, Commander Bell? Mu Ninger's lips curled into a tantalizing smile, laced with lethal allure. Bell found himself at a loss for words, turning his gaze away. Mu Ninger, look who's here. She followed the voice to find a shadow looming behind the Yi family president. It was her foster family. Sister, help me, please. Mu Ninger cried, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Yet, those present were cold-hearted killers, unmoved by her plight. Mu Ninger maintained her enchanting smile, though a fleeting shadow of concern flickered in her eyes before vanishing. But the perceptive souls around her caught the brief moment. Mu Ninger, I grant you 1 minute. For every minute, I will take a life. He raised his elegant firearm, pointing it threateningly at Mu Ninger's temple. Ah, sister, save me. I am your sister. You cannot abandon me. Indeed, Ninger, save your sister. What is a ring compared to your sister? After all these years, you cannot be ungrateful. Her foster mother implored, her usual gentleness replaced with sharpness and madness. Mu Ninger lowered her gaze, retrieving the box containing the elixir, caressing it momentarily before feigning to toss it away. A quick glance revealed her foster mother's face, twisted with a savage joy, while her foster father's usual kindness shattered, revealing madness and delight intertwined with hatred. In that instant, Mu Ninger comprehended everything. With a hoarse voice laden with sorrow, she laughed bitterly. "Ah, President Yi, what a clever scheme you weave. My whereabouts known only to my family. How ironic that I, the so-called master of psychological assassination, failed to see their true natures. Since you are aware, why not just hand over the ring? Your concealment of your identity as an assassin has brought us much trouble. Surrender the elixir as a token of gratitude, and we shall become one family. I assure you that Yi Ge will spare your life and grant you wealth and prosperity." Mu Linger pushed the gun away and clung to Yi Xian's arm, her voice sharp and insistent. "Ah, what a splendid Yi Xian! What a delightful Mu Linger! Marvelous, simply marvelous!" Mu Linger laughed with reckless abandon, her mirth tinged with desperation and sorrow. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the bitterness of her plight. "Very well. I shall relinquish the elixir as a gesture of gratitude for your occasional kindness over the years. Henceforth, I, Mu Linger, shall have no further ties with you." The sound of a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through her heart, crimson blood staining her pristine garments. "Mu Ning, the organization has treated you well. It is your everything. How can you betray your loyalty?" Bell remarked coldly as he blew away the smoke from his gun. Blood spurted forth, splattering onto the elixir. Mu Linger clutched her chest, gazing at the fray, sorrow flooding her enchanting visage. "President Yi, you must not hoard the elixir for yourself. This belongs to Yi Ge. Mu Linger intended to give it to me just moments ago. Bell, come and take it if you can." Amidst the chaos, none noticed the fleeting glimmer of red light emanating from the elixir. Mu Linger lunged to seize the fallen elixir, clutching it tightly as if to merge it with her very being, and swallowed it whole, mixing it with her blood. Her voice echoed with rage and resolve. "In my next life, I shall never trust others again." A surge of crimson light erupted. "Mu Linger, surrender." "No." Her voice faded into the distance, and she felt as though her body were engulfed in flames, consuming her flesh and incinerating her soul. Her parched throat could emit no sound. The world around her was awash in red, flames stretching infinitely. Suddenly, the fire extinguished, lightning flashed, and thunder roared thereafter. The sweet sounds of nature returned, the grass grew, and the birds sang. It was as if she had traversed the seasons, witnessing life blossoming and withering the journey of humanity from youth to old age, the innocent laughter fading into the echoes of final words, experiencing the myriad facets of life. Ultimately, she found herself in an endless universe, observing the celestial dance of stars colliding, merging, and fading into oblivion, neither joy nor sorrow, neither pain nor anguish, as if becoming one with the cosmos. Upon awakening, she felt enveloped in water, yet able to breathe. Suddenly, a powerful force pressed against her. Startled, Linger flailed her arms, attempting to grasp something, yet her efforts were in vain. "Lady Lusha, push through. We're almost there." "Ah, she's emerging. I can see the prince's head. Wah, what is this voice? Why have I become an infant? Hurry, let me see." A gentle voice resonated beside her, filled with bittersweet joy. "My daughter, my unfortunate daughter. It is I who have wronged you. I trusted Prince Garl, leading to your suffering and your father's demise. Now, he is imprisoned, and Prince Garl controls the court, leaving little hope for your survival. Woe is me. Lusha, we must hurry. Prince Garl approaches. We must get the princess to safety." A nearby maid urged, her expression tense. "Very well, my daughter. This ring was left for you by your father. I ask nothing of you but to live safely and healthily. Let us take the princess away." Mu Linger could only hear the sorrowful yet tender voice, yearning to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt heavy as if laden with lead. With great effort, she glimpsed a pair of vast, ice-blue eyes, resembling the sea, filled with infinite tenderness, serene, yet unforgettable. As Mu Linger observed the flourishing lotus flowers in the pond, a smile blossomed upon her face, reminiscent of a lotus, bringing a touch of coolness to the scorching summer. Chapter 2. The Rainfall Continent. Sister, you smiled. A gentle chuckle roused the memories of Linger. Following the sound, she beheld a young man clad in a light blue satin robe approaching her. His features were like a painting, his lips the hue of cherry blossoms, and his eyes, a pair of ethereal orbs, were dark and bright, devoid of any impurities, as clear as the depths of a tranquil lake. His complexion was as luminous as jade, and his deep blue hair danced in the breeze, shimmering with a subtle glow. Adorned in a light blue robe with white edges, a white silk sash with long tassels cinched his waist, securing a piece of sheep-fat jade, which swayed rhythmically with his stride. adding a touch of charm to his handsome visage. Xiao Feng, what brings you here? Ninger revealed a faint smile. Today is the day when elder brother returns. Mother sent me to summon you. Come, come, let us go and hear elder brother speak of the academy. Last time he came back, you sat there dazed in front of him, listening foolishly, he exclaimed. Realizing he had misspoken, and that their mother disapproved of others calling his sister foolish, Ouyang Jingfeng hurriedly covered his mouth, his black eyes glimmering playfully. Hee, sister, let us hurry. Mother is waiting, quickly now. With that, he flashed a mischievous grin, revealing his small tiger teeth, and tugged at Ninger's sleeve, eager to move forward. Ninger's porcelain-like face bore a hint of amusement, her expression a blend of exasperation and affection. She ruffled her younger brother's hair and followed him onward. For 11 years, she had been in turmoil. For 11 years, she had been deemed foolish. Others looked down upon her, spitting vitriol and scorn, regarding her as a disgrace to the Ouyang family. Yet, the members of the Ouyang clan had never held her in contempt. They respected her, often addressing her as the second Mississippi, especially this foolish younger brother, who would fiercely defend her against the Lin family's taunts, often returning with bruises and scrapes, yet would turn to her and say, Sister, let us go home. Sister, if only you weren't foolish, how much better it would be. Ouyang Jingfeng cheerfully spoke as he led the way, blissfully unaware that his sister had regained her senses. Ouyang Xianing's thoughts soared as she gazed at her brother's retreating figure, a warm tide swelling within her, enveloping her limbs. A gentle smile graced her jade-like visage. All of her past traumas faded like whispers in the wind. Upon awakening once more, Mu Ninger found herself reclined upon a bed, adorned with brocade silk bedding. The large bed, crafted from sandalwood and intricately carved, exuded a delicate fragrance. She noticed the gauzy curtains on either side, tied with pale golden tassels, swayed gracefully in the breeze, tracing golden arcs in the air. A melodious chime of wind bells resonated by the window, tinkling delightfully, ding, 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 so pleasing to the ear. Her eyelashes fluttered briefly before Mu Ninger opened her eyes, the purple glimmers of light fading away. She blinked her dry eyes, lying in bed, seizing the moment of solitude to gather her thoughts. In the realm of Tianyu continent, a world where the strong reign supreme, individuals possess the ability to cultivate spiritual energy. This energy is categorized into various levels: Ling2, first, second, third rank; Lingjia, first, second, third rank; Lingshir, first, second, third rank; Lingshir Master, first, second, third rank; Grand Lingshir Master, first, second, third rank; Xian Lingshir Master, first, second, third rank; Holy Lingshir Master, first, second, third rank; Wang, first, second, third rank; Huang, first, second, third rank; Zun, first, second, third rank; Zuanwang, first, second, third rank; Zuanhuang, first, second, third rank; and Shenjia, the highest existence in Tianyu continent, yet to be attained by anyone. Spiritual energy is further divided into elemental attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, darkness, and light, along with special derivatives like time, space, life, and power. The continent is home to 4 prominent families: the Ouyang, Lin, Nangong, and Wang clans. Currently, the protagonist is Ouyang Xianing, the second daughter of the Ouyang family. Ouyang Xianing is widely regarded as a simpleton, having been born with chaotic meridians and devoid of any spiritual energy, rendering her a remarkable failure in the Tianyu continent, who does not recognize the foolish Miss Ouyang. However, upon closer observation, it becomes evident that Ouyang Xianing is neither a fool nor a failure. Instead, she is a natural spiritual body, a prodigious talent. Even while in her mother's womb, she could cultivate and absorb spiritual energy. Yet, upon her birth, an unforeseen incident occurred. As a mere infant, she lacked the consciousness to control the energy, leading to chaotic absorption that disrupted her meridians and caused turmoil in her head, resulting in confusion and a lack of clear awareness, thus earning her the label of a simpleton. After 11 years of nurturing, her mental faculties have been revitalized, and she has awakened to clarity. Touching the ring upon her chest, Ouyang Xianing lowered her gaze, contemplating that without this ring, she might have believed everything to be merely a dream. Was that gentle woman with eyes as deep as the ocean truly her mother? And who was Jia? What was the reality behind it all? Though clouded at the time, she vividly remembers the words spoken by that woman. With a lowered gaze, she returned the ring to her attire. Rising to her feet, vibrant spiritual energy surged into her body, circulating before orderly settling into her dantian. The moment her feet touched the ground, A pattern illuminated beneath her, revealing concentric circles. Gradually, stars began to rise. 1, 2, 3, until the third star reached fullness and halted. This symbolized her ascent to the pinnacle of the third rank as a elixir. If the old-timers at the Academy were to witness this, they would undoubtedly exclaim her brilliance, not merely as a genius, but as a prodigy, perhaps even a monstrous talent, clamoring to take her as their disciple. Standing barefoot on the ground, Ouyang Xianing's eyes widened in astonishment at the glowing pattern. She stood there, entranced. "Miss, you are awake? Quickly, sit on the bed to avoid catching a chill, or else the lady and the lord will worry again. Xinger will help you dress." A little maid hurriedly rushed in, her face flushed like a ripe apple. She swiftly approached and led Xianing to sit by the bedside. The young maid picked up a pure white garment and assisted Ninger in putting it on. As she dressed her, she chattered incessantly. "Ah, miss, you are truly beautiful. If only you were in your right mind, you would undoubtedly be far more stunning than Lin Wu'er, the most beautiful woman in Tianyu continent. Not even a single strand of your hair could be compared." The maid continued her prattling for quite some time before reluctantly falling silent. "Miss, you must be hungry. I shall fetch Du Duxin for you." Before she could finish, she hurriedly scampered off, a flurry of movement as swift as her arrival. Ouyang Xianing, having donned her shoes and adjusted her attire, slowly rose and stepped outside to meet the wind. The warm breeze fluttered her long, lustrous black hair, causing it to sway gracefully. Colorful spiritual energy danced around her, enveloping her in a divine radiance. Chapter 3. The Ouyang family mother. "Mother, I have brought my sister," Ouyang Jingfeng exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Ouyang Xianing's sleeve with a beaming smile as he led the way. "Sister, hurry, let us read." Just as they approached the entrance, a gentle voice resonated. "Fenger, slow down, be careful with your sister. She has grown so big yet still hops about." Ouyang Jingfeng remained exuberant, though his pace slackened slightly. "Ninger is here," a magnetic yet resolute voice declared, instilling a profound sense of security. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a young man of approximately 15 years, approaching with a smile. Dressed in black, with a golden satin ribbon around his waist, he bore a strikingly chiseled visage. Sharp brows, a high nose, tightly pressed lips, and piercing eyes that occasionally glimmered with a hint of emerald. His tall, athletic frame was complemented by a healthy wheatish complexion, exuding vigor and strength, with an aura brimming with latent power. This young man was none other than Ouyang family's eldest son, Ouyang Jingxian. Before Ouyang Xianing could respond, Ouyang Jingfeng dashed forward, tugging at the sleeve of the young man. Elder brother, you've returned. Quickly tell us, did you win this time at the Academy competition? Who is mightier, you or Nangong? And where is second brother? You little rascal, your sister hasn't even entered yet, and here you are prattling on. Don't block her way. Step aside at once." The family patriarch, Ouyang Jing, could no longer contain his impatience. Hopping anxiously in place, he then turned towards Ouyang Xianing, donning a benevolent smile of a caring father. "Ninger, come in quickly. Come in." "Indeed, haha, my little brother is being mischievous again." Ouyang Jingxian brushed away Ouyang Jingfeng's hand and turned to approach me. "Ninger, please come in and sit. Don't linger at the doorway." He gently took her hand, guiding her into the hall. "Humph, elder brother only knows how to dote on his sister." Ouyang Jingfeng huffed, bounding forward in pursuit. He mumbled, yet his actions did not falter as he seized Ouyang Xianing's other hand. "Sister and I are the best of friends." Humph. He tugged Ouyang Xianing along with him. "Ha ha ha, these three siblings share a truly wonderful bond." The eldest elder, seated at the first seat on the right, stroked his long beard and laughed heartily, a sense of unspoken pride gleaming in his eyes. "Jingfeng, you must learn well from your elder brother. At such a young age, he is already an elite student in the Sacred Heaven Academy, a remarkable young talent. You still have a long way to go." Beside them, the second elder cast a playful glance towards Ouyang Jingfeng, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a youthful rascal. "Sister, take your seat here," Ouyang Jingfeng urged, guiding Qian Ning to the first seat on his left. In a sudden burst of energy, she sprang up like an agitated kitten, puffing out her cheeks like dumplings. "Humph, I shall surpass my elder brother in the future. Just you wait and see with that." She placed her hands on her hips, reveling in her own pride. "Very well, I shall await that moment. Ha ha ha." The second elder, unperturbed, merely chuckled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. A warm breeze swept through the grand hall, filled with the sounds of playful banter. The younger siblings' exuberance, the elder brother's warm smile, their mother's affectionate laughter, their father's exasperation, the first elder's contentment, and the second elder's playful encouragement all contributed to an atmosphere of extraordinary warmth. In such a large family, the ability to preserve the joy of familial bonds akin to that of an ordinary household was truly heartwarming, as everyone reveled in each other's company. Qianning felt a surge of happiness at being part of this vibrant gathering. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Her laughter, as melodious as silver bells, rang out unexpectedly, bringing the lively chatter to a sudden halt. Every gaze in the room turned towards Qianning, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Ouyang Jing blinked in disbelief. Ouyang Jingfeng stood dazed, while Ouyang Jingxian and Lan Yaqin were momentarily paralyzed. Even the hands of the first and second elders, which had been stroking their beards, came to a standstill, their eyes reflecting pure surprise and delight. Ouyang Jing was the first to regain his composure. Ninger, you, he stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence. Father, I am awake now. I am no longer foolish, Qianning declared, rising to face her father, whose face was alight with joy. Yes, yes, yes. Who said Ninger was foolish? Ouyang Jing exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Ninger has always been clever. Whoever said otherwise, tell father, and I shall teach them a lesson. He embraced Qianning, patting her back as he laughed heartily. Sister, you're back to normal. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Jingfeng bounded over to Qianning, brimming with enthusiasm about sister is no longer foolish, so she won't be bullied anymore. Ouyang Jing, with a swift motion, clapped his hand on Ouyang Jingfeng's shoulder, bringing him to a halt. Who dares to bully your sister? Anyone who dares to torment the daughter of Ouyang Jing will find themselves thoroughly dealt with. Yes, let us go teach that little scoundrel Lin Shangqian a lesson. Ouyang Jingfeng's eyes sparked with indignation as he recalled something, tugging at Ouyang Jing with fervor as they made their way towards the door. All right, both of you. Calm down and focus on your studies. You're acting like children, Lan Yaqin teased, casting a playful glare at Ouyang Jing. Indeed, Ninger waking up is a joyous occasion. Do not let that little brat from the Lin family dampen the mood. The first elder remarked, glancing between Qianning and Ouyang Jing with a chuckle. Yes, father, it is indeed a good thing that Ninger has awakened. Let us not allow an irrelevant person to spoil our spirits. We can deal with him later, Ouyang Jingxian interjected. Heh, rest assured, Jinger, if that little brat Lin Shangqian dares to bully Ninger again, Wind and I shall ensure he suffers a most severe beating, the second elder declared, ever the playful rogue, stepping forward to pledge his loyalty to Qianning. Humph, that lad is fortunate today. We shall spare him from punishment. Ouyang Jing awkwardly uttered, leaning closer to Ouyang Xianing, and with a chuckle said, Ninger, if that brat dares to bully you again, you must inform your father. I shall teach him a lesson. All right, father, I will certainly let you know, but I will handle him myself. I will not allow anyone to intimidate me. Rest assured, father. Observing the family's excited expressions as they encircled her, her once frigid heart gradually warmed, overflowing with happiness, and an involuntary smile graced her lips. Ah, my sister can now cultivate spiritual power. Ouyang Jingfeng exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent. Everyone snapped back to reality, and to their astonishment, they beheld her at the pinnacle of the third rank of spiritualists at merely 11 years of age. Rivaling the talents of the continent. Ha ha ha, our Ouyang family has gained another extraordinary genius, the second elder exclaimed, filled with exuberance. Indeed, my little sister has begun her cultivation. Ouyang Jingshuan's resolute visage was adorned with a broad smile. No doubt she is the daughter of Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing raised his large hand and patted her shoulder, beaming with pride and contentment. Indeed, Ninger has grown up. Splendid. Lan Yaqin wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes and said, Ninger must be hungry. Quickly, Uncle Lu, prepare dinner and make plenty of delicious dishes. Yes, madam. Uncle Lu beamed at the family and hurried off to the kitchen. Mother, I have returned to normal. You should be delighted. Observing Lan Yaqin in tears of joy, Ouyang Xianing quickly took her arm to comfort her. Yes, why are you crying, Exiner? Ouyang Jing embraced Lan Yaqin. Come, let us dine, proposed the eldest elder. Chapter 4. The chaotic spiritual ring. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. Willows swayed gracefully, and outside the window, the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms painted a picture of vitality. Inside the room, Ouyang Xianing stood in silence, her smooth forehead furrowed in concentration. Her delicate lips pressed tightly together as she clutched the ring. The ring, crafted from soft wood and lacquered, featured a white jade stone at its center, surrounded by vine-like engravings, exquisitely detailed and radiating a white luminescence, enveloping the ring in an aura of mystery. Ouyang Xianing endeavored to explore it with her mental energy, yet each time she approached the boundary, it would rebound against her. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, her mental power was substantial. Had it been anyone else, they might have fainted long ago. Previously, she had read about the concept of blood recognition in fantasy novels, and Ouyang Xianing mused, since the methods of this world were ineffective, she might as well give it a try. With that thought, she bit her finger, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon the jade stone, which seemed to come alive, absorbing the blood. A crisp sound resonated, akin to a celestial chant echoing from afar, penetrating her body and striking her soul. A small array pattern illuminated above the white jade, and a voice, as if from ancient times. Steeped in the vicissitudes of history, intoned, "I am chaos. Here I forge a covenant with my master." Subsequently, a 5-pointed star pattern flourished, gradually melding into her finger. The chaos ring autonomously fitted itself onto her index finger, resizing to a perfect fit. A magnificent dragon of jade flickered past. Upon closer inspection, it appeared indistinct, as if veiled by a thin gauze, enticing curiosity. The surface of the ring was shrouded in a layer of mist, exuding an air of mystery and sanctity. Ouyang Xianing slowly opened her eyes, and the furrow in her brow gradually relaxed. After the initial surprise, a wave of joy crept upon her brow. To her astonishment, it had indeed come to pass. She focused her mental energy, merging it into the chaotic ring. "Master, Master, you have finally arrived. I have waited for you for hundreds of billions of years, boo-hoo." Ouyang Xianing glanced left and right, yet saw no trace of any figure. She pouted, gazing at the barren land in silent gloom. Here, Master. I am beneath you." A weight pressed against her leg, and as she followed the sound downward, she beheld a child smaller than an ordinary infant. No, it was a plump baby clad in open-crotch pants, its chubby, fair little feet dancing upon the ground. It seemed eager to leap up, but due to its stature, it could only cling to her leg, desperately wrapping its hands and feet around her thigh. Ouyang Xianing shook her leg, but the child clung on as tenaciously as an octopus, and with a resigned twitch of her lips, she accepted her fate. The baby turned crimson, pouting defiantly, refusing to let go while muttering, "It's all your fault for taking so long to return. I've shrunk. Humph. Now that you're here, I can finally grow again. Just think of how handsome and dashing I was back in the day." Captivating countless maidens, a drool-like substance trickled from the corner of its mouth, and its silly demeanor was rather endearing. Suddenly, it perked up, raising a tiny paw to wipe its face. It produced a mirror from who knows where, admiring its reflection, and with another paw, it playfully tousled its 3 strands of hair. Yet, mere seconds later, it tumbled to the ground, legs in the air. Ouyang Xianing couldn't help but twitch her lips and eyes before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you, a baby, are still calling yourself handsome. Ha ha ha." The baby, displeased, shot her a sidelong glance and slowly crawled back up. "Master, I speak the truth. It's all your fault for arriving so late. Otherwise, you would have seen my graceful figure." "Ha ha ha." It patted its exposed little bottom, adding, "Just look at your 3 strands of hair." As if stung by the remark, the baby jumped up, exclaiming, "Humph! It's all your fault, Master, for saying I have only 3 strands." Its lips pursed, clearly miffed. All right, I won't mention it again. Can you tell me where this place is?" Ouyang Xianing quickly changed the subject. "Humph, this is, of course, the Chaos Spirit Ring. How could you not know now that you've entered? Master, so foolish." Ouyang Xianing pressed her fingers against her temple, suppressing her irritation, and continued, "I meant to ask why you are here, and what about those withered remnants that were once plants? This realm was created by the former master. It cannot be compared to an ordinary illusionary ring," the baby replied, puffing out its little cheeks with a proud smile. Ouyang Xianing acknowledged, then turned her attention to observe her surroundings. Noticing that she had ceased her inquiries, the baby followed eagerly, standing before her with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, ask me more." Ouyang Xianing glanced at it before sidestepping and continuing her journey. The baby fell silent, its face drooping in apparent defeat, trailing behind her with its head lowered. "Master, don't you have anything to ask?" I have nothing to inquire about." Ouyang Xianing turned her face away, lowering her gaze to stifle a smile. Master, do you not wish to know who the previous master was? Or how it is possible to cultivate things in this realm?" The little doll pressed on eagerly. Ouyang Xianing shook her head and lifted her foot, intending to move forward. In a flurry, the little doll leaped in front of her, exclaiming, My previous master was the most magnificent creator deity. If it weren't for that insidious old scoundrel, the god of light, my master would never have left me. This is a realm, a world that exists within the universe. As Ouyang Qianing listened to the little doll's soliloquy, she gleaned a certain amount of information. This chaotic spiritual ring was indeed a remarkable world, capable of growing plants, raising spiritual beasts, and housing the living. It could also manipulate the flow of time. Where 1 year inside equated to mere seconds outside, it was truly an indispensable treasure for home, travel, and even thievery. Xiaobai, why then is the grass so yellow here? Ouyang Qianing pondered, noticing no one responded to her, and called out a few more times, Xiaobai, Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Who are you calling Xiaobai? I am called Yin. The little doll shot her a disdainful glance. Oh, seeing how fair and tender you are. I simply named you so, Ouyang Qianing replied, rubbing her nose in embarrassment. Humph, I am Yin, Yin master. Remember that, the little doll declared haughtily. All right, Ouyang Qianing replied helplessly. And this is not withered grass. It is yellow Jew grass. A type of spiritual herb. It is a rare find, Yin added. You lack even basic knowledge. Humph, master, you must learn to identify herbs properly. Ouyang Qianing gasped in surprise. Spiritual herbs could fetch several hundred gold coins on the continent. How valuable, she hadn't realized. With a pout, she mused, you must still go and check the books left by the previous master. They are detailed accounts of ancient spiritual medicines and contemporary weeds alike. Yin chuckled triumphantly. A few black lines appeared on Ouyang Qianing's forehead as she replied. All right, so where are these books? She asked casually. Master, follow me, Yin declared with a proud air as she strode ahead. Upon reaching a small bamboo house, Yin flung the door open before immediately retreating, attempting to close it again. But Ouyang Qianing, casting a casual glance inside, beheld a chaotic scene. Books lay scattered on the table. Some stood on shelves and others dangled from chairs. Ouyang Qianing's forehead was lined with black threads. The study was a perfect embodiment of chaos. Heh, Yin chuckled awkwardly. Miss, the head of the family is looking for you. A series of knocks echoed from outside. Rest assured, master, I will certainly tidy everything up, Yin said with a nervous laugh. Ouyang Qianing shot Yin a glance, deciding to let her off the hook for the moment. Chapter 5. Preparing for the great competition. Father, you called for me. Ouyang Qianing entered the living room at a measured pace, her gaze landing on Ouyang Jing. He bore a look of mixed joy and gravity. Qinger, do you know about the great competition of the 4 great families? Ouyang Jing inquired, stepping forward with his hands clasped behind his back. I do, father. You wish for me to participate? Ouyang Qianing replied with an arched brow and a calm demeanor. Ah, my dear. It is time for me to share certain truths with you now that you have grown, Ouyang Jing remarked, gently stroking Ouyang Qianing's hair. In truth, this rainy continent is but a small world, merely half of the misty star, with the Liyue continent lying to the north. The misty star itself is akin to cosmic dust in the vastness of the universe. The cosmos is immense, and it beckons you to explore. Ouyang Jing gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with yearning and nostalgia. Of course, if you desire a simple and untroubled life, I can assure you of a life free from strife. He then turned his head, his gaze softening with fondness. Ouyang Qianing looked deeply into his eyes and declared with unwavering resolve, I, Ouyang Qianing, have never contemplated living as a weakling. I aspire to become strong. Strong enough that none dare harm those around me. Strong enough that all take pride in my existence. Strong enough to stand tall at the pinnacle of the universe. Her words resonated with dominance, confidence, and the unmistakable aura of a ruler. Very well, Ouyang Jing exclaimed, patting her shoulder with a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with pride, admiration, and a fleeting hint of nostalgia. Then prepare yourself for the grand competition a month hence. The great contest of the 4 families will serve as your first step into the cosmos. Indeed, father, Ouyang Qianing replied, her expression stoic, yet her words conveyed an unyielding determination. Now, if you will excuse me, I must take my leave. Very well. Lan Yashin emerged from the back hall, watching Ouyang Qianing's retreating figure with concern. But she is still just a child. Sheener, she must face these challenges. The sooner she matures, the more advantageous it will be for her, Ouyang Jing solemnly stated. The Ouyang family needs her, her 3rd brother requires her. Indeed, Lan Yashin replied, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, forcing a smile. Upon returning to her room, Ouyang Qianing was greeted by her maid. Ah, miss, you are finally awake. Honestly, yesterday Xinger was speaking to you. Yet you ignored her entirely. Her tender heart has shattered into countless pieces. She feigned a heartbroken expression, pouting exaggeratedly. Xinger, you chattered on, leaving me no chance to interject. Ouyang Xianing confessed, her voice tinged with awkwardness and helplessness. Oh, so that was the case. Hee, I apologize, Mississippi, it was entirely my fault. I misjudged you, Xinger said, sheepishly touching her head. Ha ha. Ouyang Xianing chuckled at Xinger's endearing demeanor. Now, Xinger, please ensure that I am not disturbed for a while. She strode directly into her chamber. Yes, miss, I promise to fulfill the task, Xinger exclaimed joyfully as she bounced out, gently closing the door behind her. Ouyang Xianing extended her right hand, caressing the ring on her index finger. Deep in contemplative thought, with a flicker of intent, she entered the chaotic ring. Master, you have returned, came the eager voice of the chubby infant Yin, who promptly clung to her leg. Ouyang Xianing playfully kicked her leg, discovering the weight still lingered, and sighed. Yin, please come down. Oh. Yin pouted, displaying a hint of despondency. Alas. Ouyang Xianing sighed again, affectionately ruffling his hair. Yin, let us go and see the bamboo house. Instantly, Yin's demeanor shifted, and he bounced with excitement. Beaming, Master, I have tidied everything up. Come see, it is all very clean and organized. It seems that my charming companion, Yin, is indeed an excellent household assistant. As she continued her self-admiration, Ouyang Xianing could not help but smirk, casting a fleeting glance at Yin before turning her head away in feigned indifference. She navigated around Yin towards the bamboo house, pushed the door open, and was pleasantly surprised by the noticeable cleanliness. Grabbing a book titled Ancient Botany, she found the collection to be quite comprehensive. Each compartment contained text from various eras, including tomes on alchemy, artifact forging, and array formations. Master, what do you think? Is it tidy enough? Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed intently at her. It's clean, and you've done well, Yin. From now on, you must assist your master more frequently, Ouyang Xianing remarked with a sly smile. However, I noticed that the yellow calamus in the field outside has grown rather unruly. Could you assist in tidying it up? Ah, master. Before Yin could finish, Ouyang Xianing interjected. Those who are capable must bear more responsibilities. Besides, don't you wish to be a wonderful household assistant? The moment to prove yourself has arrived. She patted his shoulder in encouragement. Yin's eyes lit up, and with a burst of energy, he scampered outside at lightning speed. His cheerful voice echoed from afar. Master, rest assured, for I, Yin, am indeed a handsome lad. The remainder of his exuberant proclamation faded with the wind. Watching Yan's retreating figure, Ouyang Xianing shook her head, pondering how such a delightful child could be so self-absorbed, wondering where he had acquired such vanity. Approaching the table, she picked up a book related to medicinal pills and began to read. Life in the martial world is fraught with peril. Survival is paramount. Reflecting on her past as an assassin, she realized that her knowledge of medicine had been the key to her success, enabling her to become the foremost killer. This was precisely what occupied her thoughts now. Master, I've organized everything. Come and see, Yin called from outside. All right, I'm coming, Ouyang Xianing replied reluctantly, setting aside her engrossing study to step outside. To her delight, the yellow calamus had indeed been neatly gathered in one plot, leaving the surrounding areas sparsely populated. Yin, are there no other herbs? Why is it only the yellow calamus? Yin paused, taken aback by her inquiry, then sheepishly scratched his head. Well, after my previous master departed, no one tended to these herbs. The spiritual energy within the spiritual ring was insufficient to sustain their growth, so aside from the yellow calamus, which can survive in low spiritual energy, the others have withered away. If you hadn't returned, even the yellow calamus would have perished, and I would have fallen into a dormant state as well. Yin lamented, his face reflecting sorrow. Seeing him this way was quite unfamiliar to Ouyang Xianing. She gently patted Yan's head in consolation, saying, It's all right, that is all in the past. Now that I am here, I will take good care of you all. Yes, I adore my master, Yin exclaimed, clutching her hand and nuzzling against it. With a light chuckle, Ouyang Xianing noticed his renewed vigor, and a smile graced her face. By the way, Yin, do we have an alchemy furnace? I would like to try my hand at pill concocting. Indeed, master. Although no herbs can grow on the ground now, there are still some left behind by the previous master for you to experiment with. With a playful skip, he led the way ahead. Master, follow me, all right. Ouyang Xianing smiled as she followed. Having spent 2 months here, she gazed intently at the alchemical furnace before her. Previously, she had attempted to refine elixirs using methods learned from her predecessors, but each time she reached the final step, failure ensued. Upon investigating the cause, she discovered it was a matter of controlling her spiritual energy. Now, after making adjustments, she enveloped the furnace with her spiritual energy, allowing it to flow slowly and control the entire condensation process. Watching the furnace emit wisps of white smoke that spiraled into a vortex, she felt a surge of accomplishment. With a resounding pop, the elixir materialized, and the fluidity of her movements as she bottled it resembled that of a master alchemist. Who would have guessed this was her first successful refinement? Splendid. It's a top-quality primary second-grade elixir. The blood condensation pill, Ouyang mused, nodding with satisfaction. She continued to refine several more bottles. If anyone were to witness her, they would surely exclaim, "Goodness! How has this person cultivated such formidable spiritual prowess?" It's extraordinary. After carefully storing the bottles, Ouyang pondered for a moment. It was time to venture out for some practical experience. Chapter 6. A glimpse of transcendence in the Tianyu continent, mountains interlinked and trees seamlessly merged, with forests stretching endlessly. Almost every town was separated by vast expanses of woodland, with the plains being a rare sight. Only the Tianxian Plain and the Fire Domain to the south stood out as unique locales, providing excellent grounds for spiritual practitioners to hone their skills. The streets buzzed with the sounds of vendors hawking wares, spiritual herbs, magical beasts, and more, amidst a cacophony of eager buyers. Suddenly, all activity ceased in an instant. As people stood frozen, wide-eyed, their gazes locked onto a singular point. Following their line of sight, Wang Luohan too was struck dumb with astonishment. There stood a figure clad in a flowing white robe, a delicate ornament swaying at his waist. One's eyes traveled upwards. They beheld skin as translucent as jade, a well-proportioned forehead, and beneath long eyelashes, eyes that were both clear and profound, seemingly capable of seeing into one's soul. A petite, exquisite nose and a rosy mouth adorned with an elegant yet aloof smile completed the visage. Even the sunlight seemed to yield to his presence. He descended like a vision from the clouds. And though still youthful, it was evident he would grow into a stunning figure. Indeed, this was Ouyang, venturing forth for experience. Wang Luohan glanced at those nearby, mirroring his own astonishment. He nudged Nangong Qian, who paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure, gazing at the receding figure and murmuring, "I wonder which young master possesses such allure." "Who knows?" Wang Luohan replied, continuing his stride. "Hey, wait for me," Nangong Qian exclaimed, springing into action to catch up Dadomai, whose young master is so strikingly handsome. "Brothers, come quickly to see." Ouyang raised an eyebrow as a group approached, led by a man clad in black. However, the delicate features between his brows marred what was otherwise an attractive face. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Lin Xiangqian, the very individual she had yet to confront regarding past grievances, now seemingly presenting himself on a silver platter. Observing his flawless complexion, reminiscent of a woman's, she smirked. Just as he reached for her chin, a hand suddenly emerged from the side and forcefully swatted Lin Xiangqian's hand away. "Oh, young Master Lin, it seems you truly cannot change your ways. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time?" Before taking even 2 steps, Nangong Qian heard a commotion and turned back, only to witness a rather unsavory character and his entourage taunting an exquisitely handsome young man. "Oh, so it's young Master Nangong. Perhaps it would be best to mind one's own business," Lin Xiangqian remarked, retracting his hand and casting a provocative glance at Nangong Qian. "Young Master Lin's proclivities are well known. Do you truly fear that I might reveal them?" Nangong Qian retorted, his arm draped casually over Wang Luohan's shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. We shall see if young Master Nangong can still speak after this." Lin Xiangqian shot back, his expression darkening as he waved his hand. "Go on, make him eat dirt, and let's see if he dares to utter another word." Well, I wonder who will end up on the receiving end." Nangong Qian replied with a sly smile. With a flicker beneath his feet, a surge of first-tier spiritual pressure emanated from Nangong Qian. The group ahead froze momentarily. "Charge!" With Lin Xiangqian's rallying cry, the throng surged forward. Buoyed by their numbers, the grim reality soon proved that sheer numbers could not prevail against one. The pitiful cries echoed. Ouyang, who had remained silent on the sidelines, rolled her eyes. Clearly, she, the one being harassed, had yet to utter a word while the battle raged on. She shrugged her sleeves, deciding to spare Lin Xiangqian this time, and stepped forward. Lin Xiangqian turned to see the beautiful youth preparing to leave, a gesture he could not abide. After all, he had entangled himself with Nangong Qian for this beauty and would undoubtedly face his father's wrath upon returning. He quickly stepped in front of Ouyang Xianing, blocking her path. Ouyang Xianing frowned slightly. Lin Xiangqian was indeed persistent. "Little beauty, why are you trying to leave? I haven't given you permission yet," he said. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he reached out to halt her progress. "Oh, since when did this path belong to you, young Master Lin? Must I seek your approval to walk here?" A voice as melodious and smooth as pearls falling onto a jade plate rang out. Lin Xiangqian was taken aback. Indeed, he had deluded himself into thinking he was someone of significance. It wasn't until Nangong Qian's voice broke through his reverie that he realized the situation. Turning to look, he was met with a gruesome sight. Bodies sprawled on the ground, their faces marred with bruises, a truly pitiful sight, with a string of expletives escaping their lips. Lin Xiangqian, now unnerved, stammered, You, struggling to articulate further. "Wang Shi, go," he commanded, his frustration palpable. Wang Luohan, who had returned alongside Nangong Qian, flashed a glint of coldness in his eyes. Wang Shi, also a first-tier spiritual master, soon found himself embroiled in a fierce skirmish with Nangong Qian. Initially, the two were evenly matched. Lin Xiangqian glanced at the scuffle before turning back to Ouyang Xianing. "My beauty, come along with me. I assure you a life of luxury and comfort." Noticing her lack of response, he assumed fear had gripped her, and with a lewd smile, he wiped his mouth and raised his hand, ready to place it upon her shoulder. "Oh no! Another beautiful youth is about to be defiled." The onlookers gasped, covering their eyes, unable to bear the sight. A mournful cry pierced the air, only to be abruptly silenced, presumably due to a fainting spell. How familiar that sound seems, the crowd pondered in their hearts. Could it be that the beautiful youth was the one who cried out? Such a tragic sound must surely be the result of the wicked hands of that scoundrel, Master Lin. The onlookers set aside their tasks, preparing to accept the grim reality. Yet, what they beheld next left them utterly astounded. Master Lin lay sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, his hands clutching his lower body, appearing to have lost consciousness. In stark contrast, the beautiful youth remained unscathed, not a single hair out of place. It was truly astonishing. One could hardly fathom how that robust figure of Lin Xiangqian could be so easily bested by the slender frame of the youth. The collective astonishment of the crowd was palpable. Nangong Qian and Wang Luohan were equally taken aback. While others had not witnessed the event clearly, they had seen everything unfold in vivid detail. The youth extended his delicate, porcelain-like hand and effortlessly lifted Lin Xiangqian's elbow, as if it were a mere feather. Then, with a swift kick to the man's most vulnerable spot, Lin Xiangqian was sent flying, only to come to a halt after crashing into a large tree. The fluidity of the movements was impeccable, prompting spontaneous applause from the onlookers. Who would have thought that beneath the youth's fragile exterior lay such fierce strength? At this thought, Nangong Qian could not help but shed a tear of sympathy for Lin Xiangqian, thinking, "Brother, you have suffered." Yet, they did not bring back the young master. The crowd, still in shock, finally regained their senses. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, startled by the spectacle, rushed to Lin Xiangqian's side and lifted him up, not forgetting to utter a phrase reminiscent of the character Grey Wolf. "You wait, I will not let this go. I shall return." His expression was one of fierce determination, as if he had been personally wronged. Could it be that there was some romantic entanglement between him and Lin Xiangqian? Ouyang Xianing mused with a sly grin, then straightened up, reading the atmosphere with mock seriousness. "I shall await your return." The group, limping but swift, fled the scene as if pursued by hounds. Nangong Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled at this display of courage from the young master. "Ah, thank you for the compliment," Ouyang Xianing replied, making her way through the crowd. "Hey, wait for me," Nangong Qian called out as he hastily followed her, without a moment's hesitation. Wang Luohan shook his head in resignation before joining them. Your Highness, a figure clad in black, knelt before the person opposite him, lifting his gaze to catch a glimpse of a delicately chiseled chin. The true visage of this individual was beginning to reveal itself. The previously taut lips curved slightly, a deadly allure spreading throughout the room. His eyes followed the receding silhouette, a smirk escaping him. Well, it seems there is indeed something remarkable." The black-clad figure was taken aback. The master was actually smiling. Chapter 7. The forest of forgotten memories before them lay a dense thicket, lush and verdant, with towering trees casting dappled shadows that evoked the essence of a primordial forest. Standing at the periphery, one could almost tangibly sense the suffocating aura of death. Truly, this was the forest of forgotten memories, the most perilous locale for practitioners outside of the four great dangers. Here, Ouyang Xianing felt an unprecedented sense of familiarity welling up within her eye in the past. It was here that she learned the means of survival. Her first encounter with raw flesh, her inaugural act of taking a life, and her initial struggle against a ferocious beast at it was through these myriad firsts that she earned the title of the foremost assassin of the 21st century. Those vivid scenes lingered in her memory. Closing her eyes and inhaling deeply, Ouyang Xianing cast a glance at the trees ahead before resolutely stepping forward. Suddenly, two breathless figures appeared where Ouyang Xianing had just stood. "Hey, Han, how is it that this kid is so incredibly fast? We've exerted every ounce of strength, yet we can't seem to catch up to him," Nangong Qian gasped. "Well, don't assume I'm like you," Wang Luohan replied, stabilizing his breath to indicate that he was still in good shape. "At least better than Nangong Qian." "Heh, I was merely pointing out that the kid possesses superhuman speed," he added, playfully draping an arm over Wang Luohan's shoulder. All right. What do you suppose he is doing here? Even if we wouldn't dare to venture in alone, why is he, a mere boy, so boldly striding in without a hint of fear?" Nangong Qian looked at Wang Luohan's impassive face, puzzled. "How would I know?" Wang Luohan shot him an exasperated glance before continuing forward. "Hey, Han, wait for me." As he watched Wang Luohan's swift retreating figure, Nangong Qian muttered to himself, "Why is Han so much more eager than I am? If I don't hurry, I'll surely lose sight of that kid." Wang Luohan's chilling voice echoed in his ears. Right? With a slap on his thigh, Nangong Qian suddenly realized and quickened his pace to catch up. The deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, with towering trees blocking out the sun, leaving only dappled shadows of light. Suddenly, a crimson glow illuminated the path ahead, the stifling air tinged with an intense heat that quickened their breaths. As the ground trembled closer, a fiery figure emerged, twice the size of an earthly dog, with blazing eyes, sharp claws, and surrounded by a veil of flames. Upon spotting Ouyang Xianing, the creature lunged forward as if it had found its prey. Claws digging into the earth, its eyes burning with fury and excitement, poised to charge at any moment. This was a third-tier fire spirit beast, the Flame Hound, a creature of the fire element. Perfect. After perusing the texts left by her predecessors, Ouyang Xianing had longed to test the differences between the spirit beasts of the Tianyu continent and the ferocious beasts of Earth. She awaited the hound's advance, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Observing this diminutive human, frail and seemingly fragile, she thought, "Let it come. Once this human charges, I will bring it down, and then I can boast to the old wolf eye in her mind." She reveled in the thought of surpassing it in the count of defeated foes. When Nangong Qian and the others arrived, they were met with a striking tableau. A dashing young man in flowing white garments locked in an intense stare-off with the formidable third-tier Flame Hound, neither willing to yield. "Hey, Han, do you think we should lend a hand to that young master? He looks so feeble. I wonder if he has even enough to fill the hound's teeth." Nangong Qian expressed his concern. Wang Luohan shot him a look that clearly conveyed, "Are you an idiot?" As Nangong Qian conversed with Wang Luohan, a fierce battle commenced on the Tianyu continent, led by Ouyang Xianing. However, it was remarkably brief. Why was this fellow so utterly motionless? Could it be that he was paralyzed by fear? Alas, how I long to embody the majestic and dashing beast that I am. What a predicament this is. Contemplating this, I raised my paw to tousle the vibrant, crimson tuft of fur atop my head, displaying a rather disgruntled demeanor. Why has the Flame Hound remained so still for such an extended period? Should it not have lunged forward immediately to consume any intruder in its territory? Could it be that the texts were mistaken, suggesting that the Flame Hound was not fierce but rather amiable? Welcoming my presence? Ouyang Xianing whimsically mused. She then shook her head, casting aside this bizarre notion, and resumed her vigilant stance. "Sigh, perhaps it is best if I, the venerable Qi, take the initiative and teach this young one a lesson, lest he recklessly wander about and lose his life. What a pity it would be for that handsome visage. After all, I, too, am a benevolent creature." Just as I finished this internal monologue, the Flame Hound suddenly raised its paw and pounced forward. Its immense form stirred a tempestuous gale, and the searing heat bore down upon me. The leaves nearby ignited, curling up before disintegrating into ash. Such was the ferocity of the flames. Excellent, Ouyang Xianing thought as she charged forward. Conjuring a sphere of fire, it was during her alchemical pursuits that she discovered her affinity for fire elemental energy. The flames were pure white, elegant and sacred, mysterious yet radiating warmth. Yen had named this her innate flame, the white lotus blazing fire. With a swift leap, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the flame hound's side in an instant. A woo, ooh, ooh, ooh. The hound's growls diminished in strength. Nan Gongqian, witnessing this spectacle, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Raising a hand to lift his chin, he turned to Wang Luohan and exclaimed, "Can you fathom what I just witnessed? This cannot be real. It simply cannot be." Nan Gongqian was on the brink of a breakdown. How could he not be? Just look at that frail little figure, scarcely enough to fill the gaps between a spirit beast's teeth. And now observe the feat he had just accomplished. With a mere lift of his hand, he struck the back of the flame hound's head. The once lustrous fur erupted in a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a charred, tawny hue. The once formidable flame hound now appeared as docile as a puppy, a testament to the sheer power behind that single slap. Wang Luohan was equally astonished by the scene. However, his expression remained as stoic as ever, revealing little of his thoughts. He acknowledged Nan Gongqian's terror with a subtle nod. Indeed, it was utterly terrifying that such a bestial act was perpetrated by this striking young man. Even he could not help but remark, "Truly, this is beyond the nature of beasts." Yet, the unfolding events did not pause to accommodate their astonishment. They were about to experience another bizarre scenario, one that defied all expectations. Amidst their expressions of horror, an ascending aura of advancement shimmered beneath the feet of the flame hound and the young noble. The flame hound was evolving into a high-level spirit beast, while the young noble's advancement insignia flickered and vanished in an instant, too swift to be glimpsed before it disappeared into the ground. Chapter 8. Taming the Crimson Serpent. My master, had I known that forming a contract with you would lead to such advancement, I would have refrained from attacking. I would have eagerly followed you from the very start, the flame hound exclaimed with delight. Ouyang Xianing merely gazed at it with a faint smile, astonished to find that the beast training technique left by her predecessor was indeed effective. Ha ha ha, I am now a high-ranking spiritual beast. Let us see if that old wolf dares to challenge me. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she felt. Had it not been for her master's presence, she would have bolted towards the old wolf for a one-on-one confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Nan Gongqian and his companion were utterly flabbergasted. Having grown up as young masters of a prominent family, they fancied themselves worldly, yet they had never witnessed such a shocking spectacle. A mere 11 or 12-year-old child had effortlessly defeated a high-tier spiritual beast with a single move. Moreover, such high-ranking spiritual beasts could articulate speech. Most astonishingly, this spiritual beast had formed a contract without undergoing the taming process. What on earth was happening? Their minds remained in disarray. Do you have a name? Ouyang Xianing suddenly lifted her head as if struck by inspiration. How about calling you Little Dada? My name is Qilian, master. Isn't it a beautiful name? I came up with it myself. Ha ha ha. Before Ouyang Xianing could finish her sentence, Qilian leaped up, eager to interject. This foolish dog was blissfully unaware of the fortune it had. Soon enough, it would be grateful for the name it had chosen. Master, do you still need assistance? I know that Old Wolf possesses considerable strength. I can lead you to him. Before he could finish speaking, he impatiently turned and scampered deeper into the forest, his heart brimming with bravado. Old Wolf, I am now a high-ranking spiritual beast. Let us see if you dare to wield your status against me. Once my master has subdued you, you shall be my subordinate, and you will follow my every command without hesitation. When I instruct you to chase after the chick, you won't dare to pursue the moonlight rabbit. That chick is truly delectable. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. Smacking his lips, he continued forward. Ouyang Xianing shook her head. Qilian's thoughts were written all over his face. She pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. It seemed imperative to educate him thoroughly. How could her spiritual beast be so naively simplistic? Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she resolved to follow him. A sudden chill swept across the back of Qilian's neck. Causing him to shiver violently, he turned to survey his surroundings, eyes wide, but found no one besides his master. Shaking off the unease, he pressed onward. Poor Qilian, his mind consumed with thoughts of food, remained blissfully unaware that this foreshadowed a long and arduous journey of education at the hands of Ouyang Xianing. Keep up, they are leaving. Wang Luohan glanced at Nan Gongqian, who was still lost in his own world, before leaping up a large tree and disappearing into the depths of the forest. Nan Gongqian, jolted back to reality, sighed inwardly, what a freak. He then followed suit. Master, the two little rascals who were spying on us have caught up. Should I devour them? Qilian bared his teeth, revealing his beastly instincts, ready to pounce at Ouyang Xianing's command. No need. Just shake them off. Ouyang Xianing had already recognized the two as the ones they had encountered on the street. since there was no sense of danger. She allowed them to follow. However, it would be best if their subsequent actions went unnoticed. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was prudent to lose them first. Casting a fleeting glance at Qilian, I promptly accelerated deeper into the jungle. My massive form quivered suddenly, acknowledging my esteemed master. Qilian, still haunted by the earlier encounter with Ouyang, let out a bark and pursued her direction. "Hurry up, Luo Han!" Nangong Qian exclaimed, swiftly trailing the luminous figure ahead, occasionally glancing back with a grin, as if to boast about his lead despite a late start. His expression was one of irrepressible mischief. Wang Luohan shot him an exasperated glare, thinking it rather trivial to flaunt his speed, which was merely a result of cultivating wind-based spiritual energy. With renewed determination, I surged forward. "Ha! You can't catch me? You can't catch me!" Nangong Qian darted ahead, unable to contain his delight, completely oblivious to the fact that he was in pursuit. Meanwhile, Ouyang, intent on distancing herself from them, subtly quickened her pace, leading to the inevitable outcome. "Luohan, where is he? Which direction did that young master go?" Nangong Qian halted atop a colossal tree, scanning left and right, yet failing to catch sight of the elusive figure. "Enough shouting. He has long since departed. We ought to return, lest we forget that this time it was the family summoning you back." "Preparations must be made for that matter," Wang Luohan remarked, observing his brother's erratic antics with growing concern. Such foolishness hardly befits a scion of a prestigious family. Only within the Nangong clan could one live so recklessly. In other families, he might find himself ensnared, leaving not a bone to pick. Reflecting on the Wang family, Wang Luohan's gaze darkened momentarily. "Yes, my father has been incessantly urging me. I almost forgot. Quickly now, we must return, or else my father will surely be displeased with me again. Last time, he chased me for several streets, barely escaping with my skin intact. Hurry, hurry, hurry." With a slap of his thigh, Nangong Qian abruptly shifted direction, racing back towards the outskirts of the Forgotten Woods. Sighing, Wang Luohan shook his head in resignation, following closely behind. Meanwhile, on another front, Ouyang accompanied Qilian to the territory of the Dark Moon Howling Wolves, where trees grew thickly and vines entwined, presenting a unique charm. Though somewhat eerie, this part of the Forgotten Woods served as a rather splendid encampment. Old wolf, come out. Your old friend Qilian has returned. Do not delay in welcoming your esteemed elder." Qilian called out to the shadowy thicket, his joy evident as his grin stretched almost to the back of his head. Qilian, why have you returned? Do not presume that having ascended to a higher rank among spiritual beasts means you can defeat me. Perhaps you should train for a few more years," came a deep, resonant voice, exuding strength and calmness, far surpassing Qilian's own. Observing the grand spectacle of several hundred wolves following behind, one could indeed sense a certain mastery. Qilian's tone resembled that of an eager subordinate, while the wolf's voice commanded the presence of an elder brother. In a wonder over the years, Qilian had consistently fallen short against this adversary, not solely due to a difference in rank, but also owing to their contrasting temperaments. "Cease your trivial prattle. Do not presume, my brother, that I have not considered your well-being. I have ascended to the rank of a high-level spirit beast. Thanks to my master, it has been several centuries since you last advanced, and I have specifically summoned my master to assist you." Qilian, in his folly, still harbors thoughts of having the old wolf as a subordinate, utterly disregarding the fact that even if the old wolf were bound by a contract, it would still be enslaved. Upon reflecting on this, he could not help but lament, "How I regret my choices. Human, you dare to acknowledge another human as your master, and yet you have the audacity to appear here." The two wolves glared fiercely at Qilian, their burning fury palpable. After fixing their gaze on Qilian, they turned their attention to Ouyang. This glance ignited yet another wave of anger. How could he accept such a young lad as his master? Just look at him. He might still be weaning. How could he be so blind? Previously, I thought Qilian merely lacked common sense, but now it appears he is devoid of wisdom as well. With a resentful glare towards Qilian, I pondered how he could be so shameless, for my master is truly formidable. Qilian cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang. Despite her seemingly frail appearance, one gust of wind away from toppling over, she was indeed powerful. I had been deceived by that facade. I raised my paw to touch the back of my neck, still faintly aching. "Oh, you believe I am insufficiently qualified?" Ouyang raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming increasingly radiant as she fixed her gaze upon the leading wolf. Those familiar with her understood the brilliance of her smile indicated the imminent danger. Upon hearing this, Qi Lian hastily ceased his display, instinctively shifting sideways. The sight of his master's smile sent a chill down his spine. It was evident that she was concocting a scheme for retribution, an almost invisible threat, perhaps the legendary cunning of one who plays the game of shadows. Human, depart from this place at once. Perhaps I shall spare your life. The old wolf growled menacingly at Ouyang Qianning, fully embodying the dignity and ferocity of the wolf clan. The howls of the pack echoed, harmonizing with the old wolf, showcasing the advantages of their social nature. Chapter 9. The Great Battle Against the Wolves. Oh, spare me my life. Humph. Ouyang Qianning expressed her dissatisfaction with the old wolf's demeanor. Although he appeared far more agreeable than Qi Lian, he still required a thorough lesson. His disdainful gaze towards others was sufficient grounds for reflection. Historically, the strong have ruled while the weak have been scorned. I possess strength. What if I have encroached upon your den of wolves? Ouyang Qianning maintained a calm expression, eager to ascertain her own capabilities in this new world and to discover her limits. Testing herself against this pack of wolves seemed most fitting. Humph, human, do not be so ungrateful. Do not blame me for being merciless when I bring you to tears. Do not come crawling back to me later. The old wolf warned, brandishing his claws in preparation for battle. Ouyang Qianning glanced around, wondering why only one wolf was approaching. Would that not lead to a swift conclusion? Aren't wolves social creatures? Shouldn't they unite against an intruder? She pursed her lips and waved her hand, preparing to urge them. You should all charge together. Human, do not be so arrogant. The old wolf, on the brink of fury, glared at her, his eyes blazing with fire as he gritted his teeth. The wolves behind him growled in agitation, restlessly kicking at the ground. Human, do not be so presumptuous. This lad is far too arrogant. Teach him a lesson, indeed. Alas, Ouyang Qianning cannot comprehend their words. However, Qi Lian understands well. While the master may easily vanquish the old wolf, the wolf pack remains an unpredictable force. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And the Dark Moon Howling Wolf clan excels in group combat, their combined assaults proving extraordinarily powerful. No, dear master, you must exercise caution. With such thoughts, Qi Lian's anxious gaze repeatedly darted towards Ouyang Qianning. Upon receiving Qi Lian's worried look, Ouyang Qianning could not help but twitch her lips, turning her head away and pouting. This dog is certainly acting up again. Fortunately, Qi Lian is unaware of her thoughts, or he would lament, I am merely concerned for my master. How has it come to this? Of course, Ouyang Qianning remains oblivious to his musings, just as he is ignorant of her perceptions of him, resulting in a persistent disconnect between the human and the canine. As Qi Lian observed Ouyang Qianning turning away, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He shook his body and focused ahead, altering his attitude. How could he allow another's ambition to extinguish his own spirit? No, such a mindset is detrimental. The master shall prevail. Go forth, master. Alas, it seems this dog is once again in a fit. Come at me all together. Ouyang Qianning called out to the agitated wolf pack. If I say all together, then it shall be all together. Enough of your incessant chatter. Very well, human, do not regret this later. The old wolf, having intended to spare this human, found himself compelled to act due to both his own kin's ire and the human's lack of appreciation. With a commanding growl, the old wolf rallied the pack to attack. Perhaps due to his innate bloodlust, Qi Lian's eyes became suffused with a crimson hue. Glowing with fervor, he sharpened his claws, preparing to join the fray. Feeling a surge of long-lost excitement, Qi Lian, do not intervene. The abrupt admonition from his master extinguished the flames of his fervor and desire. But master, I said do not intervene. No, but... Qi Lian shrank his head, responding weakly. His entire demeanor, oh no, even the dog appeared deflated. One must heed the master's words. Surprisingly, Qi Lian's obedience was quite remarkable. The old wolf cast a surprised glance at him, then turned to Ouyang Qianning. It seemed this human possessed some skill after all. Having given Qi Lian his instructions, Ouyang Qianning boldly approached the wolf pack. With a leap, she plunged into their midst. A chorus of howls erupted. Ow-woo, 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 woo-woo. The lamentations rose and fell, prompting Qi Lian to cover his eyes with his paw. The scene was truly harrowing. It dawned on him that the master had indeed shown mercy. Recalling the charred heap of fur from before, he glanced at the now littered ground strewn with Dark Moon Howling wolves. Observing one particularly unfortunate wolf, its leg grotesquely bent outward. It was surely maimed. Then, he noticed another lying beneath a great tree, its posture alarming. Limbs splayed, a charred wound marring its white belly, blood flowing freely. the skin peeling outward. Sprawled upon the ground, it resembled a sheet of paper pressed flat against the earth. It seemed unlikely to survive, if it still had half a life left. Alas, the sight was truly unbearable. Through the gaps of his claws, Qilian peered with bright, glistening eyes, gazing outward. He resolutely refused to acknowledge his delight in others' misfortunes, adamantly denying it. While a certain dog chuckled shamelessly, it appears that I, Qilian, have not chosen the wrong master. Just look at that white figure in the wolf pack, swift as lightning, with an agile stance and fierce movements, navigating through the pack as if traversing uncharted territory, effortlessly weaving in and out. As still as a maiden, as swift as a startled hare. Each motion flowed like water. Every strike lethal. It is astonishing to see such martial prowess in one so young. Even without spiritual techniques, he could vanquish his foes with ease. The old wolf, surveying the corpses strewn about, felt fury igniting in his eyes, utterly incensed. He had not anticipated that such a frail frame could possess such explosive power. No wonder that stubborn and violent little rascal had chosen him as his master. To think that after a lifetime of valor, the old wolf would ultimately be bested by this boy. Sighing in lament, he noticed that Ouyang had already dispatched the last wolf with a forceful kick and was now racing towards him. Once she dealt with her underlings, it would soon be his turn as the elder brother. Observing Ouyang, clad in pure white yet now merely dusted with a bit of grime, the old wolf scoffed. He had not expected that the once invincible dark moon howling wolves, which even the mightiest of warriors would shy away from, could be so effortlessly subdued by this young one. As Ouyang approached, the old wolf straightened, his expression growing solemn. It seemed wise not to underestimate this child. He fixated on her every movement. Ouyang, too, assumed a proper stance, her face serious as she regarded the old wolf. It appeared that this was also a mutated spirit beast, possibly a high-level one capable of human speech. Today, she had encountered all two of the rare mutated spirit beasts among the countless ones she had faced. Qilian was merely a low-level spirit beast, easily defeated, while the wolf pack had triumphed solely by exploiting their overconfidence. Now, this high-level second-tier spirit beast before her was indeed formidable. To triumph over him would require considerable effort. Ouyang surged forward, and upon reaching the old wolf, she ignited flames in her right hand and aimed to strike at him. The old wolf, sensing the intense heat emanating from the fire, realized that if he were to be struck, he would not escape unscathed. Swiftly, he maneuvered his massive body to the side. This was precisely within Ouyang's calculations. She raised her left leg and propelled herself forward with great force. The old wolf, unable to evade in time, received a fierce kick. While this kick was inconsequential to his tough hide, it nonetheless marked a setback for him. In this exchange, Ouyang emerged slightly victorious. They both retreated, preparing for another bout. The wind stirred, carrying with it a flurry of dust and a few drifting leaves. The old wolf initiated the attack first, opening his large maw like a basin, unleashing an icicle towards Ouyang. Her gaze sharpened. Had he discerned her lack of proficiency in long-range attacks? She deftly dodged several ice projectiles, relying on her past experiences to close the distance with the old wolf. He remained steadfast, continuing to launch icicles. Human, stop dodging side to side and unleash your spiritual techniques. Ouyang's expression darkened. She had indeed never learned any spiritual techniques. She had merely hidden in the chaos spirit ring to refine medicine over the past few days, hastily embarking on her journey without informing her parents, and no one had mentioned spiritual techniques to her. However, she was confident that her combat skills from her past life would suffice to defeat the old wolf. With a whoosh, an ice shard grazed her arm, leaving several wounds in its wake. However, this is of little consequence. The injury sustained during the mission in my past life is but a minor one. It appears that mastering these so-called spiritual techniques is essential. Otherwise, one may suffer greatly. As I faced the oncoming ice shards, I seized upon the momentary lapse of the old wolf, clenched my fist, and summoned flames to strike down upon its head. With a resounding thud, the old wolf's massive body collided with several trees before finally coming to a halt. Its fur bore several burn marks, the once lustrous black coat now dull and lifeless. I had not anticipated that this human, even while injured, could exhibit such agility. It was indeed a miscalculation. The old wolf, gasping for breath, lowered its gaze and spoke. Human, you have triumphed. You may do as you please. Will you submit to me? After a moment's contemplation, the old wolf recognized the potential within this young one, who was so merciless even towards himself. Rather than languish here in despair, It would be wiser to place its trust in him and take a gamble. Very well, I am willing. Chapter 10. The first encounter with the old man. Sizzle, 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 thud, thud, thud. The meat roasted swiftly over the charcoal, the dripping fat producing a tantalizing crackle. Qi Lian gazed intently at the sizzling meat, its eyes following every movement, saliva pooling at the corners of its mouth. Ah, I did not anticipate that my master possessed such culinary skills. I am truly fortunate I in the future. Qi Lian mused happily that of course, the old wolf's thoughts diverged entirely. My master, at such a tender age, can produce such fragrant meat. It is evident that he has cooked many times before. Why, poor little master, learning to survive independently at such a young age. Who would have thought the old wolf harbored paternal instincts? Ever since forming a pact with Qian Ning and discovering that this young one was, in fact, a girl, it had shed its previously harsh demeanor, frequently inquiring after Qian Ning's well-being and expressing concern at every turn. Fearful that she might incur some injury, it believed that a girl should be cherished. The guilt from having caused Qian Ning's injury lingered in its mind, and it incessantly murmured apologies. Had it not witnessed her consume the blood coagulation pill and heal, it would still be nagging her. Meanwhile, Qian Ning remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet, her hands moved with remarkable dexterity, deftly rotating the meat skewers with dazzling speed, applying various seasonings along the way. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, enticing even from a distance. Suddenly, Qian Ning made a swift motion. Before she could even rise, the skewer of meat vanished without a trace. Qi Lian and the old wolf sprang to their feet, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while Qian Ning's gaze remained fixed on a nearby tree. Thud, and a bone tumbled down from the tree, accompanied by a voice of sheer delight. This is exquisite. In all my years, I have never tasted such delectable roasted meat. Rubbing his snow-white beard, he unwittingly smeared grease upon it. His scruffy beard mingled haphazardly on his face, leaving only a pair of bright, gleaming eyes visible. Clad in a tattered dark brown robe, speckled with remnants of mud, he truly resembled a disheveled old man. Little girl, could you prepare another skewer for this old man? He exclaimed, appearing before Qian Ning with a twinkle in his eye, his face clearly betraying his hunger. Upon hearing these words, Qi Lian became indignant. The master had painstakingly prepared the meat and had been gazing at it for quite some time without indulging in a single bite. How could it be that this old man not only snatched the meat away but also demanded the master to roast it anew? Even if the master were to prepare it again, it ought to rightfully belong to him first. With this thought, Qi Lian's anger flared. Baring his teeth, he let out a fierce growl, glaring menacingly at the audacious old man. Ouyang Qian Ning raised an eyebrow. Having noticed the old man's silent and sudden appearance by her side at it, was only when he made a move to seize the meat that her instincts, honed from a previous life, prompted her to dodge aside. Fixing him with a cold, piercing gaze, she felt an inscrutable depth about him. It seemed she had encountered a formidable opponent. Esteemed elder, it is not a commendable habit to take without asking, Ouyang Qian Ning remarked. The old man's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he soon regained his composure. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. This young girl was not to be trifled with. It is merely that your roasted meat is too delectable and I, unable to resist, succumbed to temptation. He replied with a chuckled, oh, since you have partaken of my roasted meat, might I request a fitting recompense? Ouyang Qian Ning observed him closely. Despite his disheveled appearance, he exuded an aura of depth, suggesting he possessed valuable items. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Upon hearing this, the old man realized that this young girl was also quite cunning. Her icy demeanor had led him to believe she was a person of integrity, yet even he, an old man, had been deceived. With a disgruntled expression, he reluctantly extracted a dagger from his spatial ring, lamenting the sacrifice he must make for the sake of his own indulgence. Ouyang Qian Ning's eyes lit up upon seeing the dagger. It sparkled brilliantly under the moonlight, emanating a chilling aura. Even before touching it, she could feel its frostiness, sharp and agile, capable of killing without a trace of blood. After a moment of contemplation over the dagger, she realized it was indeed a fine weapon. Very well, in light of this exquisite dagger, I shall roast once more for you, Ouyang Qian Ning said cheerfully. Just once? The old man exclaimed, his heart aching at the notion. This earthly-grade spirit weapon hardly seems a fair trade for merely one roast. He hesitated. Even my apprentice desires it, and I am loath to part with it for just a single meal. I suppose I must find another for my apprentice. He continued, dear girl, let us negotiate further. We must discuss this more. The old man circled around Ouyang Xianning, ingratiating himself with her. Qi Lian scoffed from the sidelines. This old man has even less shame than I do. Where is the grandeur of a master? He is nothing more than a shameless old rogue. With a disdainful glance, Qi Lian flicked his tail and leisurely followed Ouyang Xianning back. As long as I get my share, I shall generously allow you to enjoy an additional bite. Old man. The old wolf had been watching the old man since he jumped down from the tree, scrutinizing him thoroughly from head to toe, inside and out. Only after confirming that he posed no threat to his master did he divert his gaze. Observing the old man's retreating figure, he mused, he seems to hold some value. It appears the dagger he gifted is quite to the master's liking. He barely qualifies, but I shall permit him to prance about in my master's presence. Of course, he may also receive a portion of the roasted meat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Gudong, gudong, gudong. Fixated intently on the skewers of grilled meat, the mouth watered in anticipation, eyes following the tantalizing movement. However, this time, an additional pair of eyes was present. The old man squinted, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his gaze, surprised by the young girl's impressive culinary skills. One glance revealed her proficiency. Clearly, she had roasted meat many times before, displaying remarkable finesse. Gudong. Another swallow escaped his throat. Earlier, he had hastily devoured his portion, unable to savor the flavors before it disappeared. Smacking his lips, he still tasted the delightful essence of grilled meat. Indeed, quite remarkable. It seemed that the dagger he had traded was well worth it. This grilled meat was a worthy offering to his gastronomic desires. Once more, he fixated on the meat, his eyes unblinking. A leaf fluttered by as Ouyang Xianning completed the final step of her preparation, only to discover that her skewer had vanished. Turning her head, she noticed that the old man had already begun to feast. She had come fully prepared this time, yet the old man had managed to outpace her once again. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. It became evident that her abilities were still lacking. Ouyang Xianning clenched her fist. In this foreign realm, she needed to grow stronger and strive with greater zeal. If anyone were to overhear her thoughts at that moment, they would undoubtedly scold her. You little oddball, not strong enough? How do you expect the others to survive? Just under a month of training had propelled her from an uninitiated state to the first tier of a spirit master. What of those who had toiled for over a decade without even touching the threshold? Yet, clearly, no one could fathom Ouyang Xianning's contemplations, for a chase was currently unfolding. Old man, share some with me. You've already had your fill. This was prepared by our master for us, and you cannot hoard it all, you old coot. Stop right there. You big dog, what are you barking about? You follow that little girl around all day. When the time comes, you can easily get your share. Let this old man enjoy a taste first. You old rascal, just now I showed mercy and didn't hold it against you, and yet you shamelessly linger. Stop right there, I said. Stop. Watching them chase each other, the old wolf scoffed. What a disgrace. Is it really worth it to scramble for grilled meat? Turning away, he once again witnessed Ouyang Xianning skillfully pick up another piece of meat and begin roasting it. Her movements fluid and graceful, a sight pleasing to behold. Our master is truly wonderful. Just look at her poise, and then her actions. The disparity between people is indeed vast. Yet it seems a hardship for our master. See how delicate those little hands are, toiling over the grill. What a pity. The old wolf continued to grumble. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. The old man waved his hand, halting all activity. What now? Asked the big dog, curious. The old man produced a stone, muttering to it before grimacing and stuffing it back into his pocket. Turning to Ouyang Xianning, he said, Little girl, take care of yourself. This old man has matters to attend to. Humph, big dog, consider yourself fortunate. I have business to attend to, so I won't compete with you. His voice faded with his retreating figure. Humph, good riddance. Now there is no one to vie with me for the grilled meat. The delicious skewers prepared by the master remain untouched by me thus far. The big dog curled his lip, wagging his tail as he returned to the fire. Master, master, please hurry and grill more. As she spoke, a stream of crystalline saliva trickled from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 11. The Misfortunate Lin Shangqian. Bang, bang, bang. After effortlessly dispatching 3 high-level spirit beasts, Ouyang Xianning finally ceased her actions. Gazing at the flames swirling in her right hand, she let out a deep sigh, having finally mastered this spiritual technique. The most fundamental, yet easily memorized, technique left by her predecessor was proving to be incredibly challenging. Even with years of experience from her past life, she struggled to unleash its full power. Could it be that I am truly this dull-witted? Ouyang tilted her head in quiet lament. Meanwhile, Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation within the chaotic spirit ring. The techniques bequeathed by the founding deity were at least of heavenly tier. It took others decades to grasp their intricacies. Yet here she was, managing to comprehend a mere 10% in just a few days, and still lamenting her perceived lack of intelligence. What would that imply for those who took far longer? Oh dear! Ouyang clapped her hands and brushed off the invisible dust from her attire, preparing to return home. Qilian, old wolf, let us head back, she called out, striding towards the edge of the forest. Although she had only ventured into a portion of the forgotten woods, her harvest was plentiful. Over 100 varieties of spiritual herbs and medicines had been gathered. Though not particularly rare, they were nonetheless exceedingly precious. As for spirit beasts, that was another matter entirely. Qilian, Old Wolf, and a cadre of Old Wolf's younger companions. Alas, was it not said that spirit masters could only contract 1 or 2 spirit beasts? Such ignorance. There was nothing she could not achieve. Who among ordinary folk could compare to this little prodigy? This was merely the tip of her iceberg. Qilian trotted along happily behind her, while Old Wolf maintained his fatherly demeanor, guarding her side. The trio, 1 person and 2 beasts, walked quietly along the main thoroughfare. One might wonder why it was so tranquil, as the forest was supposedly teeming with spirit beasts. Qilian rolled his eyes. Isn't it obvious? The master is quite the anomaly. Spirit beasts that fall into her hands are rendered weak. Each time they encountered her, they were merely practice dummies. Losing a limb was the least of their worries. Sometimes they lost half their lives. More terrifying was the moment they thought they had escaped, only to have her shove a medicinal pill into their mouths, instantly restoring them to pristine condition, and then, well, you can imagine the rest. Who would dare obstruct her path? Thus, whenever Ouyang appeared, all beasts would scatter in a frenzy, some even relocating with their entire families. Who would have the audacity to provoke this little matriarch? To be beaten by others was one thing. To face her was a recipe for madness. In the bustling market, voices clamored, and street vendors set up stalls one after another, while Ouyang wandered among them, hoping to unearth some treasures. The spiritual herbs and medicines she had acquired from the forest were of high quality, but she had yet to refine them into pills. Thus, she sought to purchase some instead. As she meandered through the streets, her eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of a pharmacy named Baichao Garden, standing prominently to her right, concealed amidst numerous buildings. The din of the market did not affect it in the slightest. The boisterous vendors remained a distance away, highlighting its esteemed position among the chaos. True to its name, Baichao Garden boasted an extensive array of herbs, from the most basic to the most advanced. Alongside alchemical furnaces and pills, the shelves were brimming with an abundance of items rarely seen in the outside world. The entire edifice is constructed from precious azure and crimson ores, adorned with low-grade magical core crystals that emit a soft, ethereal glow. One cannot help but be tempted to stealthily pilfer a fragment. Do not underestimate this small piece, for it could fetch several gold coins, enough to sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. Naturally, no one dares to act so recklessly. What? You inquire as to why? Is that not tantamount to courting death? To provoke the Apothecary Association is to invite ruin. While you may not value your life, your family certainly does in any case. The Apothecary Association holds immense prestige, a formidable reputation, and profound heritage. If one lacks the strength, it is best not to provoke them. To incite their wrath is akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. For there are countless spiritual practitioners who have benefited from the apothecary's grace, and they could easily drown you in a sea of disdain. Gazing upon the multitude of herbs, Ouyang felt her spirits lift. Enthusiastically, she began to select the spiritual medicines. Esteemed young sir, may I inquire what you require? A young man, who bore more resemblance to a gentleman than an attendant, approached with a polite smile. I shall take a look first, she replied. This young attendant, though still in his youth, possessed an elegant demeanor, clad in a light azure robe with a white undergarment, a golden braided belt at his waist, and a translucent jade pendant hanging gracefully. He exuded a rare refinement, akin to a gentle youth. Ouyang quietly scoffed. She harbored no particular disdain for such individuals and merely responded politely, very well, feel free to browse, and do not hesitate to call upon me should you need assistance. Ah, thank you, Ouyang replied appreciatively. With so many spiritual herbs to peruse, she was unsure how long it would take, so having someone to guide her was indeed fortuitous. She smiled in return. However, amidst this delightful scene, an unwelcome presence intruded. Ah, little beauty, we meet again. Let us see how you escape my grasp this time. Lin Shangqian sneered. The last encounter had left him bewildered. He had no idea who had kicked him where it hurt. Had it not been for his elder brother's timely return with a remedy, he would have been left in a dire state. During their previous encounter, Ouyang Xianing had acted swiftly, and Lin Shangqian had scarcely seen who had struck him before he was sent sprawling. To this day, he believed someone had aided Ouyang Xianing, for how could such a slender figure have overpowered him? Thus, upon spotting her again, he thought to himself that this time, surely no one would come to her aid. Ouyang Xianing frowned. It seemed her previous kick had not been sufficient, as Lin Shangqian had swiftly returned. She began, but before she could finish, his gaze shifted to another direction. That direction was none other than the modest gentleman who had earlier offered to introduce her to the medicinal herbs. Ah, so there is another little beauty, Lin Shangqian leered, his eyes gleaming with a nefarious light. The gentleman's brow furrowed in distaste as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shangqian before turning away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Whether it was a matter of scorn or fear remained unclear. Seeing him turn his back, Lin Shangqian mistook it for submission. With a cunning thought, he surmised that this gentleman was more enticing than the previous beauty. I shall take him back. There is potential here, he mused, stepping forward with malicious intent. Came another anguished cry. Lin Shangqian was desperately clutching his lower body. However, this time he did not faint. It seems that after the last kick, his resilience in that area has significantly improved. You? Yes, you? Lin Shangqian covered his vital parts with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. Hopping down the street, it was you. Last time it was you, and I will make you pay for this. If it's about me looking good, then you must have the capability to do so as well. Alas, what a pity, young Master Lin. I wonder if you can still keep your precious parts intact this time. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. They had not anticipated that the domineering young Master Lin would have such a day. It appeared that the last incident was indeed instigated by this young noble. Truly remarkable, showing such audacity. The onlookers mentally gave him a thumbs up. Young master, you are truly impressive. Who would have thought that this cold and aloof young master had such a sharp tongue? It seems wise not to provoke him. Even the amiable young master could not maintain his gentle smile, the corners of his mouth twitching as he mentally set a warning for himself. Chapter 12. The grand competition begins. Just wait for me. Lin Shangqian hastily called to a group of his followers, leaving behind a threatening remark before rushing towards the Lin residence, presumably to tend to his injuries. Thank you, young master, for coming to my rescue. May I know your esteemed name? You need not trouble yourself. I am confident you can handle it. Ouyang Qining shot him a glance. How audacious. I am called Ouyang Ning, she said, striding towards another counter. Ouyang Ning? I have never heard of such a talented young master from the Ouyang family, someone muttered from behind. I am Lan Mingxuan. Just call me Sun from now on. Lan Mingxuan pondered for a moment, then hurried after Ouyang Qining to introduce himself. He then took on the role of a commentator. The actual attendant nearby sighed, surprised that the young master exhibited such enthusiasm today. Since returning from the Forgotten Forest, Ouyang Qining felt her bottleneck at the first level of Spirit Master was subtly loosening, and she prepared to break through to the second level in her room. Sister, the grand competition of the 4 great families has begun. Hurry and come out. Ouyang Jingfeng knocked loudly on the door, his voice filled with excitement. Sister, are you there? After knocking for a while without a response, Ouyang Jingfeng leaned against the door, straining to listen for any sound. To his dismay, there was not even a whisper. It seemed she was not there. Perhaps he would come back later. Where could she have gone? With his head hanging low, Ouyang Jingfeng walked away, his earlier joy evaporating. Just as his footsteps faded, a brilliant light flashed in the room. The laws of heaven and earth manifested, dazzling radiance filling the room. At last, she had broken through. Ouyang Qining sighed deeply. Master, your brother just came by, urging you to participate in the grand competition. Yan's voice echoed in her mind. So, 3 days had passed so quickly. Ouyang Qining glanced out the window and stepped outside. You're the foolish one. Your whole family is foolish. Just as she reached the edge of the competition arena, she heard Ouyang Jingfeng shouting loudly, Isn't it just your silly sister? Who in the entire Tianyu continent doesn't know of the Ouyang family's foolish young lady? What a waste of such a beautiful face, however. That appearance is truly exquisite, with skin so tender and dewy. I wonder what it feels like to the touch. As I drew closer, I beheld a rather unsavory individual stroking his chin, his face a mask of lasciviousness. Who else could this be but Lin Shangqian? You must not insult my sister in such a manner. Ouyang Jingfeng's face flushed crimson with indignation, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to confront him. Do not act impulsively, a delicate, translucent hand interjected. Sister, is that you? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ouyang Jingfeng's expression brightened immediately. His sister had finally emerged, and he hoped she hadn't become ill from being cooped up in the room. He pondered, somewhat perturbed, why she hadn't responded to him earlier, sneaking a glance at Ouyang Xianing, who pouted her rosy lips, seemingly engulfed in endless sorrow. Lin Xiaoye's vital essence has been preserved. I wonder if he will still be able to carry on the family line. Ouyang Xianing remarked lightly, her gaze darting toward Lin Xiangqian's lower abdomen, the implication unmistakable. Though he appeared unscathed, the true condition within remained uncertain. I am perfectly fine, Lin Xiangqian retorted, his face flushed with irritation. Who would find amusement in jesting about their own attributes? To his astonishment, this foolish young lady had indeed returned to normal. Previously, he thought Ouyang Jingfeng was merely exaggerating, but now, she seemed even more irksome than before. In the past, she had been unable to articulate her thoughts. Now, her words were infuriatingly unrestrained. With an exasperated flick of his wrist, Lin Xiangqian stormed toward the arena. Sister, you've finally come out. Heh, it's truly remarkable how you can provoke Lin Xiangqian so effortlessly. Sister, do you genuinely believe that Lin Xiangqian's condition is irreparable? Heh, I can't wait to see that insufferable brat regret ever speaking ill of you. Ha ha ha. The innocent younger brother fell into an endless stream of chatter. Ouyang Xianing shot him a glance, opting to refrain from interjecting, then turned to make her way toward the venue. Hey, sister, wait for me. The four prominent families certainly possessed considerable wealth. The venue was impressively vast. With a circular platform at its center, surrounded by rows of seating, to the right of the outer circle lay the designated areas for the four great families, the Ouyang, Nangong, Lin, and Wang families. Directly ahead was the VIP section, occupied by the patriarchs of the four families and other significant figures from the Tianyu continent. The arena itself was constructed from the most resilient black crystal ore, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a shimmering barrier enveloping the platform, rippling gently in the breeze, indicative of a protective formation. Such formations are exceedingly rare on the Tianyu continent, typically found in treasure vaults safeguarding invaluable items, such as precious spiritual herbs, elixirs, and weapons, reserved for only the most treasured possessions. It was unexpected to witness such a formation on the martial arts platform of the four families, particularly a defensive formation of this caliber. A testament to their profound heritage. Ninger, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. As she stepped into the venue, Ouyang Jingxian called out to her. The surrounding individuals turned their heads in unison. Who could this Ouyang family's eldest son be so warm toward? Naturally, excluding those from the Ouyang family, as everyone knew who held a special place in the family. Cherished by their father, pampered by the young master, and cared for by the young heir, there was no one but the third young lady. Thus, the man, driven by curiosity, and the woman, filled with jealousy, turned to see who this extraordinary person could be. Clad in a flowing white garment that stood out amidst the crowd, she possessed violet eyes that seemed to encapsulate frost. Impervious to the warm breeze, her petite, delicate nose and crimson lips, vibrant as if painted, complemented her skin, which resembled fine jade, surpassing even the purity of snow. Her visage was strikingly beautiful, her white attire billowing in the wind, and her long hair cascading down like a waterfall. She appeared ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, evoking a sense of reverence that made it difficult to gaze upon her directly. An indescribable elegance and sanctity enveloped her, exuding a beauty that seemed untouched by the mortal realm. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, reminiscent of a pristine white lotus emerging from the earth, captivating yet untouchable. Who is this? So breathtakingly beautiful. She surpasses even the continent's most renowned beauty by leaps and bounds. It seems the title of the first beauty is due for a change. This is indeed the most exceptional person in the Ouyang family, living up to her reputation. No wonder even the esteemed Ouyang heir regards her with such admiration. She is simply stunning. Waves of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Sister, look, this woman has stolen your spotlight. Judging by her appearance, I wonder how shameless she must be. A voice from the corner sneered. It turned out to be the Lin sisters, including Lin Wuer, who was known as the most beautiful woman of Tianyu continent. Enough, enough. Don't pay her any mind. She is just a fool, came the dismissive reply. I've seen the Ouyang family's foolish third miss once. Lin Wuer, upon hearing her sister's derision, remained unfazed, thinking, what is she? Just a simpleton. How could she compete with me? Humph, my family's master is unparalleled in beauty. I won't compare myself to that arrogant peacock. Indeed, the master is the best. She even grills delicious meat. Yes, The master is truly beautiful. Upon hearing the two proud peacocks speak, the three spirits of the Ouyang family's Ling Ring immediately retorted in indignation, expressing their support for their master. Though their master was rather unscrupulous, tossing them into the Ling Ring upon returning to the city, they still held her in the highest regard. Even if she had flaws, it was not for those two ugly creatures to criticize. To them, only their master was the most beautiful. Ouyang Qianing naturally heard them but chose to ignore their comments. After all, should one retaliate against a dog that bites? Chapter 13. Confrontation with the Wang family brother. Ouyang Qianing smiled, her lips curling as she approached Ouyang Jingxian. She seemed oblivious to the scorn, envy, admiration, or astonishment in the eyes of those around her. This is indeed Jingshuan's beloved little sister. She is truly a celestial beauty, a graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. Before the thought could fully form, Ouyang Jingxian playfully slapped his shoulder, warning, "Do not lay your eyes on my sister. Be careful or my father will deal with you." "Hee, I wouldn't dare. I truly cannot bear your father's wrath." "I was merely jesting," replied a man beside them, whose face was as handsome as a jade mask, his features sharp and defined, with bright, expressive eyes. Clearly, he was Nangong Ju, the heir of the Nangong family and a friend of the elder brother. He pouted, chuckling helplessly. Jingxian truly dotes on his precious sister. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the center. "Look, the grand competition is about to begin." Ouyang Jingxian ruffled Qianing's hair and pulled her towards their seats. "Let us sit down quickly, Danamim." "All right," Ouyang Qianing replied softly. Yes, sister, let us hurry and take our seats," echoed Ouyang Jingfeng from the side. The grand competition among the four prominent families is intended to select the elite among them. Anyone possessing capability, potential, and strength, who can stand out from the fierce contest, will earn the honor of representing our southern continent in the intercontinental competition a year hence. This will not only bring glory but also bestow abundant cultivation resources upon their family. The voice of the venerable elder, a white-bearded gentleman with hair and beard both silvered yet spirited, resonated from the stage, his eyes glimmering with intelligence, unmistakably indicating his extraordinary stature. He continued, "Moreover, there are rewards established to encourage our disciples. The third place will receive a earth-grade breaking pill. The second place, an earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Starlight Infinite Sword. In the first place, a heavenly-grade spiritual herb, the seven-colored ice heart lotus." With a beaming smile, he elaborated, and thus the grand competition among the four families commenced. Master, what splendid medicinal materials! Our realm is still lacking in heavenly-grade spiritual herbs. This seven-colored ice heart lotus is perfect for refining the ice heart pill, far surpassing the efficacy of the detoxification pill. No poison shall be feared henceforth. Moreover, it allows for the purification of essence, a rare spiritual herb for you, master. Upon sighting the seven-colored ice lotus, Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, clamoring within the chaos spirit ring. Ouyang Qianing glanced at the elder with the white beard, realizing that avoiding the spotlight was no longer an option. With a thunderous bang echoing through the sky, the commencement of the competition was heralded. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and the first match began, with the disciples of the four families called to the stage to draw lots. Those who drew the same number would face each other as opponents. Upon drawing a lot and inspecting it, Ouyang Qianing found it to be 3, a rather auspicious number. Sister, what did you draw?" her younger brother inquired eagerly. "Since the eldest brother and the others are not participating, all eyes are on you to defeat them soundly." Ouyang Jingfeng sat in his seat, rubbing his fists together, as though he himself were about to engage in battle. Ouyang Qianing pondered why Ouyang Jingxian and Ouyang Jingfeng were abstaining from participation but refrained from voicing her thoughts, assuming they had their own plans. Casting a glance at her brother, she turned her attention back to the arena, where the match had already commenced. Wang Shangyun and Ouyang Qing stood on opposing sides, their gazes fiercely locked onto one another. "Ouyang Qing, you might as well withdraw. Otherwise, you shall surely face a humiliating defeat," Wang Shangyun taunted, revealing an apparent grudge between them, suggesting this match would be nothing short of exhilarating. "Ouyang Qing, do not become overly confident. Despite our level difference, it does not necessarily mean I shall be outmatched," Ouyang Qing retorted, swiftly producing an ordinary-grade spiritual weapon from who knows where, her eyes ablaze with determination as she stared down Wang Shangyun. "Humph, we shall see if you can indeed claim victory." With a flourish, Wang Shangyun unleashed her spiritual energy towards Ouyang Qing, embodying a fierce resolve for a fight to the finish. "Very well, keep your eyes wide open and behold," Ouyang Qing replied, steeling herself for the confrontation. "Sister, do you see? Surely our Ouyang family will prevail." They have been battling for quite some time now, and that one named Wang Shangyun has remained in an aggressive stance. Showing no concern for exhausting her spiritual energy, Ouyang Jingfeng scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Wang Shangyun. What utter foolishness! Ouyang Xianing gazed at the stage and gently replied, "Indeed, this Ouyang Qing is quite clever. Adept at gradually depleting the opponent's spiritual power while biding their time for a suitable opportunity to retaliate. With proper guidance, this individual could truly flourish." She nodded in agreement, observing her younger brother, who did not appear overly foolish after all. Initially, she had thought him too impulsive, which might hinder his future growth, but it seemed he possessed a modicum of intelligence. Ouyang Xianing stole a glance, feeling a sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child reach maturity. If Ouyang Jingfeng were to overhear this, he would undoubtedly express his indignation. Who was I doing this for? If not for you, how could my sister remain oblivious to my heartfelt efforts? Bang! As Ouyang Xianing had anticipated, Ouyang Qing seized the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent the unsuspecting Wang Shangyun tumbling off the stage just as she was about to unleash her spiritual technique. The force of that kick was truly remarkable. Wang Shangyun found herself face down, posterior raised, with all limbs sprawled against the ground. She was likely grievously injured, if not dead, and her visage would undoubtedly be beyond recognition. Alas, what immense animosity must one harbor to act thus? The onlookers covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. Another bout concluded, and soon it was Ouyang Xianing's turn. The third match commenced, as the signal sounded. Lin Wu'er gracefully descended onto the stage, resembling a vibrant butterfly, captivating the audience's attention. In contrast, Ouyang Xianing approached the stage at a leisurely pace. "Sister, go for it. Make that butterfly search for her teeth." Ouyang Jingfeng, witnessing Ouyang Xianing's ascent, was instantly invigorated, bouncing up and down in his seat like an exuberant monkey. "Jingfeng, sit down. Don't embarrass your sister." Ouyang Jingxian observed his younger brother's antics, his eyes twitching as he raised a hand to his face in exasperation. Yao shook her head, lamenting, "What a disgrace! Truly, what a disgrace!" Ouyang Xianing could no longer maintain her composure at the sight of her brother's antics, a line of dark frustration forming on her forehead as her lips twitched. It seemed her younger brother required some guidance. Such behavior was unbefitting of a young master from a prominent family. Meanwhile, Lin Wu'er's expression was far from pleasant. "What is this fool doing? This is hardly a fair contest." Lin Wu'er expressed her disdain. "Ouyang Xianing, you imbecile, if you do not step down, are you seeking death?" "Oh, so it turns out to be the foolish young lady of the Ouyang family," came the remark, and the crowd finally understood that the leisurely figure ascending the stage was indeed the third miss of the Ouyang clan. "You are the fool. Your entire family is foolish." Before Ouyang Xianing could react, Ouyang Jingfeng was already on his feet, ready to confront. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to argue. However, with a mere glance from Ouyang Xianing, he came to a sudden halt, turning back to his seat with a pout. "Sister is no longer foolish. She can handle this herself." Chapter 14. The Falling Goose on a Tranquil Sand. Enough with the trivialities. Let us commence. Ouyang Xianing, uninterested in idle chatter, preferred to resolve matters through strength. This woman's incessant prattle was truly vexing. "You?" Lin Wu'er stammered, her expression shifting. "Very well, but do not claim I am bullying a fool." With a cry, "Dance of the butterflies!" Lin Wu'er summoned a multitude of butterflies that swirled and fluttered chaotically, all converging upon Ouyang Xianing. Ouyang Xianing cast a nonchalant glance, noting that this flower butterfly was indeed a flower butterfly. Even her spiritual technique resembled one. She pursed her lips, expressing her disapproval of such aesthetic choices. Unbeknownst to Lin Wu'er, Ouyang Xianing's thoughts remained shrouded in mystery. Yet, what could she possibly be contemplating? It was evident, inscribed upon her very countenance. Observe that face, once a delicate visage akin to a blooming flower, now grotesquely contorted. Her nostrils appeared to be pointing towards the heavens. Was she not clearly reveling in the misfortune of Ouyang Xianing? "Humph, you foolish girl, daring to challenge me. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Your beauty is your only asset, yet you presume to compete with me? Watch as I mar that pretty face of yours. What will you have left to contest with?" Ouyang Xianing felt a twitch in her eye. This fluttering butterfly truly overestimated her own significance. Who would compete with her? This was a contest of skill, not a beauty pageant. "Well done, sister. Swiftly bring her down. Over yonder." Lin Shangqian clapped his hands in approval for Lin Wu'er, his excitement palpable. "Look at that Ouyang Xianing still daring to mock me. This matter of life and death is hardly glorious. It would be best to incapacitate her and see if she dares to speak out of turn again. Ouyang Jingxian felt a twitch in his eye. It was apparent that Lin Xiangqian and Lin Wu'er were indeed cut from the same cloth. What foolishness had led him to believe that Xianing would face defeat? Her demeanor exuded tranquility, and her disdainful gaze was unmistakably clear. Alas! It seems ignorance is indeed hereditary, as they have truly become a family of fools. As the ethereal silhouette of the butterfly drew ever closer, Ouyang Xianing remained composed, seemingly oblivious to its approach. This spirit technique was merely a facade, lacking any semblance of genuine power. It was unlikely to even harm the weakest of moonlight rabbits, yet here it was, paraded forth in an embarrassing display. With a shake of her head, she raised her hand and effortlessly nullified the technique. Ouyang Xianing could no longer contain her frustration. How long would this farce continue? With such sluggish execution, how could one hope to achieve victory? It appeared she would have to take matters into her own hands for a swift resolution. She had no desire to stand idly by. Treated like a mere spectacle, if that flower butterfly wished to perform tricks, she would not indulge her. Had Lin Wu'er heard such thoughts, she would surely have spat blood in disbelief. Was she not merely granting this foolish girl a chance at survival? Had she known, she would not have approached so carelessly. If this escalated to a matter of life and death, would the Ouyang family not seek her out for vengeance? Yet, she had failed to consider that if Ouyang Xianing were truly a waste of potential, this spirit technique could still inflict harm. At the very least, it could sever a hand, or perhaps even mar Ouyang Xianing's face. Ouyang Xianing, are you not a waste of talent? Lin Wu'er's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this waste of space suddenly prove so formidable, effortlessly dispelling her technique with a mere flick of her hand? Where could she hide her face now? To think she could not even best such a so-called waste. However, a thought flickered in her mind. This waste had only been cultivating for a few days, surely still far inferior to her. Her earlier overconfidence had allowed this waste to withstand her strike. Lin Wu'er's gaze shifted, now regarding Ouyang Xianing with newfound respect. Yet, it was clear that one could not judge Ouyang Xianing with ordinary standards. While others might still be at the threshold of their training after a month, who was Ouyang Xianing? Setting aside her previous life experiences, in this lifetime, she was a prodigy. She had begun cultivating while still in her mother's womb. Although she encountered difficulties at birth, that did not hinder her extraordinary talent. Awakening as a peak third-tier spirit master, she had ascended to realms that others could only dream of reaching through relentless effort in less than a month since entering the forest of forgetfulness. She ascended to the rank of spirit master, and after merely 3 days at home, she broke through to the first level of spirit mastery, officially stepping into the second level. Such speed is truly unprecedented. The term genius scarcely suffices to describe her. She is nothing short of a prodigy, or rather, an anomaly. Ouyang Xianing, do not presume that your newfound ability to cultivate spiritual energy grants you immunity from consequences. Witness how I shall teach you a lesson. Lin Wu'er's voice rang out, accompanied by her spirit technique. A tempest of swirling winds intertwined with ethereal butterfly apparitions surged forth, its power magnified several-fold compared to before. It swept through the air, a harbinger of her wrath. Ouyang Xianing, I had considered sparing your life, but your lack of discernment has sealed your fate. Humph. Seemingly pleased with the spirit technique she unleashed, Lin Wu'er reveled in the thought of Ouyang Xianing lying defeated, her limbs broken. A smirk crept across her lips as she burst into laughter. Ouyang Xianing glanced over, recognizing this moment as a true contest. The earlier encounter had been nothing more than child's play. Now she was eager to witness the true essence of spirit techniques. Having observed it, she deemed it time to conclude the skirmish. With a swift turn, Ouyang Xianing evaded the colossal spirit technique, which then careened aimlessly until it collided with a defensive array, dissipating without leaving a trace. Lin Wu'er, taken aback by this unexpected turn, froze mid-laughter, her mouth agape in disbelief, resembling someone who had just swallowed a fly, unable to close it nor open it fully. How could Ouyang Xianing have evaded her attack? Before she could formulate a response, Ouyang Xianing suddenly appeared beside her. Before Lin Wu'er could react, a sharp pain struck her abdomen, sending her body careening backward. Lin Xiangqian, in a fluster, rushed forward to catch Lin Wu'er. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiangqian inadvertently grasped Lin Wu'er's feet, and whether it was due to Ouyang Xianing's excessive force or the inertia from Lin Xiangqian's movement, Lin Wu'er was flipped over, landing face down, back up. Tragedy loomed as she fell to the ground, sliding several meters forward. What a sight it was, akin to a fallen wild goose. Alas, what a pity for her exquisite visage, likely to be more disfigured than that of Wang Shangyun. Ouyang Jingfeng twitched his lips, realizing that it could indeed be that disastrous. Lin Wu'er, raising a hand to her face, felt the warmth of blood. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Sister, sister. Lin Xiangqian hurriedly scrambled to help Lin Wu'er, calling her name in distress. Lin Meyer rushed forward as well, echoing the calls. This was utterly tragic. It seemed that the title of the first beauty would no longer be contested. Laughter erupted from the audience, some reveling in misfortune while others sighed in exasperation, momentarily forgetting the true architect of this calamity, Ouyang Xianing. She surveyed the scene, nodding her head in satisfaction at the outcome. It was time to return and show it to Master Li that moment. The elder of the Lin family spoke up, clearly a man of experience. With a fierce glare, Lin Laozi swiftly devised a remedy, ordering that Lin Wu'er be taken away for treatment of her injuries. One still hopes to leverage this visage for greater gains. How could it be so easily destroyed? Alas. It seems that Lin Wu'er is fated to be a tragedy. Indeed, indeed. The two Lin family youths beside her clumsily lifted Lin Wu'er and began to carry her away from the periphery. As for Lin Meyer and Lin Xiangqian, they naturally remained behind to prepare for the competition. Although Lin Wu'er held significant importance, participating in the contest was of greater consequence. Such is the nature of the scions of prominent families. When it comes to their own interests, even their own sisters can be forsaken. Chapter 15. Whining like a woman on a scorching summer day, the oppressive heat rendered the ground beneath everyone's feet unbearably hot, while the competition unfolded with fervor. The next match featured Nangong Ju against Wang Tianlu. Hey, buddy, it's my turn now, but this is going to be a tough battle. Why did my father insist I compete in the family contest when the Academy's competition is far grander? The family slots are few, and yet I have to contend for one. Wouldn't it suffice to have my younger brothers do it? Nangong Ju remarked with a sigh, patting Ouyang Jingxian on the shoulder. His tone was tinged with resignation, yet the excitement gleamed unmistakably in his eyes, clearly yearning for a good fight. Seated nearby, Nangong Qian cast a disapproving glance at his elder brother, who, despite being a battle fanatic, insisted on pretending to be a refined gentleman. When it came to combat, he transformed into a frenzied warrior, swinging his arms and charging forward without regard for whether his opponent was male or female, intent on incapacitating them first. Alas, he had faced numerous reprimands from their mother for such behavior. Ju, I think you should head up first, lest the young master of the Wang family grows impatient. After spending so many years together, did Ouyang Jingxian not know his brother's temperament? This fellow was undoubtedly riling himself up internally, thinking, just wait and see how I flatten you. He was still miffed from being called back by their father, who incessantly nagged in his ear. Acting swiftly, he interrupted, lest the annoyance escalate. Meanwhile, the crowd below, noticing Nangong Ju's delay, began to murmur about why the eldest son of the Nangong family had yet to appear. The patriarch of the Nangong family, seated at the main table, could no longer remain composed. Casting a glance at his son, he shot him a sharp look and commanded, "Get up there." This insufferable boy was driving him to distraction. How could he be so oblivious? Did he not see that the audience was discussing him? It mattered little if he lost face for himself. Losing the family's honor was another matter entirely, leaving the patriarch with nowhere to hide his aged visage. The elderly Lin family patriarch was still reveling in his misfortune. One could tell from the narrowing of his eyes that he was mocking him internally. What was there to boast about, having merely feasted a few more years than him? Nangong Hong curled his lip and turned away, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, the thunderous voice of his father startled Nangong Ju. Causing him to flinch, he immediately sprang up and made his way to the stage, realizing that if he delayed any longer, he would be subjected to another round of scolding from his father. Winning against the opponent on stage took precedence. As for his father, he shook off the thought. After all, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Resolving to himself, he ignited with fervor, spinning around with confidence, and stood tall upon the stage. Nangong brother, do not be vexed. I trust that your son will not disappoint you. Ouyang Jingxian smiled reassuringly, addressing Nangong Hong. Ouyang, you cannot possibly fathom the antics of my troublesome son. Each one more unruly than the last, alas. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Wang Tianlu, indeed a prodigious talent among the youth. Today, I shall have the pleasure of witnessing his prowess firsthand. The voice of Nangong Ju echoed from the stage, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he regarded his opponent, akin to a predator eyeing its prey, in stark contrast. Wang Tianlu remained composed, his expression as frigid as ever. Impervious to the provocations, without hesitation, he lunged forward, his sword aimed at his adversary. Nangong Ju, taken aback by the sudden assault, sidestepped just in time. "Wow, here it comes. I wasn't even prepared," he exclaimed. "You really ought to." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tianlu struck again, offering no respite for idle chatter. "Wang Tianlu, must you always interrupt?" Nangong Ju dodged several strikes before finally coming to a halt. "You see, I hadn't even articulated my thoughts before you commenced your onslaught. You are even more unreasonable than this battle-crazed maniac. Enough with the prattle. Stop flapping your gums like a woman," Wang Tianlu retorted. This provoked Nangong Ju's ire. How dare he dismiss his intentions of being courteous, suggesting a gentlemanly approach before unleashing his fury? It was an affront to his dignity. "Fine, since you insist on such insolence, I shall not hold back. I shall make you weep for mercy, and you will know me as Nangong Ju." With a firm stance, he unleashed the pressure of a second-rank spirit master, summoning the ferocious might of the dominating sky fist. A colossal phantom of a lion materialized, its gaping maw poised to devour its foe. Ouyang Qian's eyes narrowed with intrigue. It seemed Nangong Ju possessed considerable skill, and facing him would undoubtedly pose a challenge. To suggest that Nangong Ju was merely competent would be to invite disbelief. The disparity between a second-rank spirit master and a second-rank grand spirit master was vast, and few would wager on her victory. The audience's reaction spoke volumes. The name of the young master of the Nangong family, renowned for his genius, was indeed well-deserved. "Nangong, you are truly formidable. I have heard tales of the heavenly-level spirit technique, the dominating sky fist, and it certainly lives up to its reputation. Nangong, you are exceptional. If he were to cast a glance my way, it would be worth my very existence," mused a certain infatuated admirer. The atmosphere was charged with admiration for Nangong Ju's displayed prowess. "Nangong, indeed, a tiger begets no dogs. Ju has made remarkable progress over the years." "Not at all, your son is incomparable. Jingxian is the foremost genius of the Sacred Sky Academy, perhaps even the greatest in the southern continent," Nangong Hong replied, though inwardly he reveled in pride, recognizing that Ju's time at the Sacred Sky Academy had not been in vain. His cultivation was surging impressively. That troublesome boy truly brought honor to his father. Yet, while it seemed that Nangong Ju's strength had significantly increased, it was clear that Wang Tianlu was no ordinary adversary. The sight of that old man stirred Nangong Hong's disdain. How tiresome it was to be perpetually belittled by someone who clung to their age, he scoffed, feeling the enthusiasm that had briefly ignited within him extinguish at once. "You impudent brat, swiftly bring that Wang family's boy to his knees and see if this old codger dares to be so arrogant again. Just a moment ago, someone was singing praises of their son, and I was basking in that glory when you suddenly utter such a remark. It feels like a slap to my face." Turning my head away, I clenched my fists tightly, avoiding eye contact with this old man, fearing that I might lose control and strike him. Old Master Lin, I am honored by your regard, but Luer is certainly not on par with young Master Nangong." Observing the discord, the head of the Wang family hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. He certainly could not afford to offend the Nangong family, especially since Nangong Hong was notorious for his volatile temper. Only his wife could rein him in when he flew into a rage. It was no trifling matter. Looking back at the stage, Wang Tianlu regarded the massive lion charging toward him with a grave expression. It was evident that Nangong Ju was not to be underestimated. He raised his sword, gathering his spiritual energy, and unleashed the sword of the heavens. A colossal sword materialized from the air, cleaving towards the lion. The two forces of spiritual energy clashed violently, emitting a hissing sound. At the point of intersection between the lion and the sword, sparks erupted, dazzling and bright. After a prolonged struggle, the sword's brilliance began to fade, prompting Wang Tianlu to hastily channel his spiritual energy into the giant sword. Indeed, the Nangong family's spiritual techniques were immensely powerful. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Ju thought to himself, "Now you realize my might, don't you? Let us see if you dare to call me a coward again." It appeared that young Master Nangong harbored quite the grudge. Chapter 16. The elder brother is remarkable as Nangong Ju observed Wang Tianlu pouring his spiritual energy into the giant sword. The sword and the lion began to establish a balance of power, and he refrained from being overconfident. With a wave of his hand, he too channeled energy towards the lion to sustain its offensive. With a resounding bang, their energies collided, intertwining and dissipating, with residual energy surging outward, striking both Nangong Ju and Wang Tianlu. Wang Tianlu staggered backward several paces before finally halting, while Nangong Ju only retreated 3 steps before firmly planting himself in place. The difference in their prowess was unmistakable. "Well done, my son." Nangong Hong bellowed with laughter, not forgetting to cast a provocative glance at that old man from the Lin family. Did you see that? That Wang boy is no match for my son. You old fool, your eyesight must be failing you. What kind of gaze is that? The elderly ought to stay home and enjoy their twilight years rather than embarrass themselves in public. Humph. Lin Bohai seethed with anger at Nangong Hong's taunting gaze, his nostrils flaring in indignation. So what if you have the upper hand? Is it necessary to be so jubilant? How dare you provoke me? You uncouth brat. Do you even understand the meaning of respecting your elders? He pressed his hands against the armrest of his seat, veins bulging. With their energies extinguished, the two retreated to opposite sides of the arena. Gazing at each other from a distance, one was clad in flowing azure, exuding an air of carefree elegance, while the other donned dark attire, his demeanor cold and composed. Both were paragons of their generation, distinguished in appearance, status, and strength. The contest between these two was a spectacle for the audience below. Young Master Nangong is truly formidable, living up to his reputation as a genius of the Tianyu continent. The young master of the Wang family is not to be underestimated either. Surely, in a few years, he too will reach young Master Nangong's level. The spectators below were abuzz with discussion, some expressing admiration, others astonishment, a few infatuated, and some disdainful. Yet, none of this detracted from the fierce competition unfolding on the stage. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Wang Tianlu's lips, suggesting that the injuries within him were far more severe than his outward calmness indicated. However, his expression remained inscrutable, bearing an icy demeanor that seemed to ward off any who might approach. Elder brother. Wang Luohan called out in a panic, attempting to rise but was firmly restrained by Nangong Qian. It's all right, my brother Wuden Ti strikes so severely, and besides, that old witch is present. Nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Wang Luohan's movements abruptly ceased, and a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes as he resumed his previous pose, embodying the image of a young master devoid of any tumult. Ouyang Xianing's gaze shifted, recognizing the two individuals from the Forgotten Woods who had followed her last time, Nangong Qian and Wang Luohan. It became evident that Wang Luohan and Wang Tianlu were indeed brothers, both exhibiting the same frigid demeanor, wearing expressions as though they were owed a substantial debt. Ouyang grimaced slightly and turned her head away. I concede, Wang Tianlu declared, pressing his left hand against his chest, a subdued tone escaping his lips. Without lingering, he turned and descended from the stage. You're not continuing? Nangong Ju lamented as he watched Wang Tianlu's retreating figure, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. He had yet to fully engage in the fight, and now it was abruptly halted. Had he known this would happen, he would not have exerted himself so vigorously. Now, having injured the other party, he was left with no recourse but to hang his head and descend from the stage like a defeated rooster, leaving onlookers to assume he had lost. Observing Nangong Ju's dejected descent, Ouyang Jingxian offered consolation. There, it's no great loss. I can always spar with you. No, I refuse to compete with a monster like you. The last time we fought, my waist has yet to fully recover from the pain. Nangong Ju immediately waved his hands in protest at the suggestion. Competing with this prodigy would only be a path to further suffering. The scene of their first encounter remained vividly etched in his memory, not due to its splendor, but rather the unrelenting torment he endured. Reflecting on the moment he was overwhelmed, Nangong Ju shuddered, lamenting his reckless behavior. Why was I so impulsive to challenge such a demon? Is your elder brother truly that formidable? Ouyang Xianing's voice queried with curiosity. No, your elder brother is not merely formidable. He is an utter prodigy, Nangong Ju interjected through gritted teeth. In truth, I was deceived by his appearance. He seems refined and gentle, yet when he strikes, it's anything but die. In just a few exchanges, I found myself flat on the ground. Oh, my poor back, it still aches to this day. Indeed, it seems your elder brother is exceptionally skilled. I must face him in a competition, Ouyang Xianing declared with spirited enthusiasm. Very well, whatever my little sister wishes shall be. Ouyang Jingxian chuckled lightly, affectionately ruffling Ouyang Xianing's hair, signifying his unconditional agreement to her desires. Alas, you cannot be serious? Nangong Ju's gaze shot toward them in disbelief. This was a recipe for disaster. Although she was cherished by Jingxian, who could say whether he would show mercy in a fight simply because she was his sister? Of course I am serious, Ouyang Xianing retorted with a reproachful glance. Do you doubt my sincerity? It appears that this individual has been rendered foolish by his own elder brother. Ouyang Xianing stroked her chin, pondering how such a ridiculous question could even be posed. It is indeed a malady that requires remedy. Alas, you do not know. Before the words could escape her lips, she was silenced by the penetrating gaze of Ouyang Jingxian. Nangong Ju made a dismissive gesture, conceding, "Very well, this is a matter for your Ouyang family. I shall not interfere." Humph. Turning her head away, she resumed watching the competition. The matches, after the initial few gripping rounds, became utterly lackluster and devoid of excitement. Those contenders were either kicked off the stage by Ouyang Xianing or sent sprawling by a punch from Nangong Ju. The onlookers scarcely had time to react before their opponents found themselves tumbling off the contest platform. Even Lin Xiangqian was unceremoniously dispatched by a kick from Ouyang Xianing, landing on the ground in a state of wretched lamentation. Initially, the audience was taken aback by the simplicity and efficiency of Ouyang Xianing's movements. But as the spectacle continued, they grew desensitized. There's nothing remarkable about it. Even the inept can cultivate, so why shouldn't she easily dispatch her opponents? They reassured themselves. Ouyang, my dear brother, it seems that Xianing possesses extraordinary talent. Indeed, every member of the Ouyang family is impressive. Nangong Hong sighed from above, lamenting, why are the Ouyang family members so extraordinarily gifted? They only recently arrived on the Tianyu continent, and with the formidable tactics of Ouyang Jing, the family has transformed the 3 prominent clans into 4, even hinting at surpassing them. The Ouyang clan members are all exceptionally capable. Apart from the 3rd young lady, Ouyang Xianing, who cannot cultivate, the other direct descendants exhibit remarkable talents, each one striving to become formidable practitioners. In comparison, the collateral branches are somewhat less impressive, though they still stand as minor prodigies among other families. Now, even Ouyang Xianing displays extraordinary combat prowess, having sent opponents off the stage without revealing any spiritual techniques. Her strength is indeed formidable. Ha ha, brother Nangong, you flatter us. The Ouyang family merely practices diligently. Ouyang Jing responded earnestly, maintaining his dignified presence as the head of the family, as long as he was not in Ouyang Xianing's presence. Nangong Hong's face twitched in response. Are we not diligent in our cultivation? Have our children not worked hard? Despite my own strenuous training, I have yet to catch up to your pace. He remained unable to gauge Ouyang Jing's true strength. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Chapter 17. Nangong versus Nangong. All disciples are exceptionally talented. I trust that you will be able to assess your own strengths through this competition. The final 2 matches of the contest were about to commence. The 4 participants drew lots, and the victors would advance to the finals. The contestants, Nangong Ju, Ouyang Xianing, Nangong Qian, and Lin Xiangqing, were called to the stage. At the elder's command, the crowd erupted in excitement. Who would have thought that Ouyang Xianing could make it to the end? Previously, watching her effortlessly dispatch opponents with a kick, one could only wonder how the final match would unfold. Humph, Ouyang Xianing is participating. What is the meaning of this? The few individuals who had just entered the arena were still bewildered. Wasn't Ouyang Xianing supposed to be worthless? How could she possibly have made it to the finals? Surely, the competitors she faced previously couldn't all have been inferior to her. It was improbable that every match she encountered was against a weakling. One would expect her to have crossed paths with at least a skilled practitioner. Upon overhearing, those nearby turned to gaze at him. What's the matter? Am I mistaken? Certainly not, came the reply. Miss Ouyang is no longer the inept individual she once was. In fact, she has become quite formidable. Previously, she had sent the renowned beauty of Tianyu continent, Lin Wu'er, sprawling on the ground with a single kick, and later, she had dispatched her opponents from the competition platform without even utilizing her spiritual powers. To this day, she had yet to reveal her spiritual power level, leaving everyone in suspense regarding her true capabilities. The woman achieving such heights undoubtedly qualifies as a powerhouse. I have made my decision. From now on, she shall be my utmost idol. Ha ha ha. Whatever the standing of the continent's first beauty, Lin Wu'er, she pales in comparison to even a toe of my goddess. This individual had completely succumbed to madness. Another bystander scoffed, it's better to see for oneself. How can one accept that a person deemed useless for so many years has suddenly transformed into a powerhouse? Upon drawing her lot, Ouyang Xianing was immediately approached by Nangong Qian, who inquired, what number did you draw? He hoped fervently not to face her. Winning against a woman would hardly be a point of pride. Besides, this woman had the protection of Jingxian, making victory or defeat equally undesirable. Ouyang Xianing regarded him with surprise, replying, Number 2. Number 2. Excellent. My opponent is not you. Nangong Qian laughed heartily. Relieved that fate had spared him, he bounded towards his seat, filled with exuberance. Impudent brat, your opponent is me. Before he could reach his seat, his elder brother's voice thundered from behind. His jubilant demeanor instantly diminished, and his feet seemed glued to the ground. How could it be my own brother? How am I supposed to endure this? It appears I shall not make it to the finals. Sighing, he pondered. Is this the legendary brotherly duel? Is this truly happening? The next match was announced. Nangong Ju versus Nangong Qian. Reality confirmed the truth of his fears. Oh no, he cried, but no one heard his inner lament. Wang Luohan caught sight of his dismayed expression, deriving immense pleasure from it. Even his typically stoic face bore a hint of amusement before he quickly reverted to his usual demeanor, deeming it immoral to relish in his brother's misfortune. Nangong Ju was indifferent to his younger brother's sentiments. Seizing him by the scruff of his neck, he propelled him toward the stage. Having observed his brother's languid demeanor in the audience, he felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson, fulfilling his duties as an elder brother. If Nangong Qian had heard this, he would surely have erupted in protest. If you're itching for a fight, just say so. Why the need for pretenses about brotherly duty? You've never once fulfilled such a role, brother. I implore you to show mercy. Nangong Qian was thoroughly unwilling, fearing that this battle-hungry madman might not recognize him as his younger brother once the fighting commenced. He contemplated surrendering now, believing it preferable to facing a brutal defeat later. He glanced up at his elder brother's fiery gaze, feeling utterly dejected, then turned to meet their father's teasing eyes. Alas, it seems this contest must proceed. Otherwise, I shall return home to endure another lecture from father. Raising his head and puffing out his chest, he faced his elder brother, exuding an air reminiscent of the melancholic verse, "The wind howls desolately over the icy waters. A valiant warrior departs, never to return." With a decisive snap, he dismissed such thoughts, deciding instead to contemplate how to gracefully exit the stage without losing face. The competition commenced. "You must give it your all, little brother. Do not let me down," he admonished, his tone reminiscent of a mentor, yet veiled with thinly disguised threats. "Fight well, so I may revel in an exhilarating contest. Otherwise, I shall ensure you face the consequences upon our return home." Nangong Qian replied in a hesitant murmur, pondering how one might fight well. The more earnest his efforts, the more fervently it would incite his brother's competitive spirit, leading to an even grimmer fate for himself. As he envisioned his impending misfortune, his expression darkened, shadowed by a sense of foreboding. "Ha ha ha, the two young scions of the Nangong family are pitted against each other. I wonder which one will prevail." A voice interjected, steeped in sarcasm. "Ah, does this not imply that at least one of the Nangong heirs might reach the finals? I dare say your grandson's prospects appear bleak. Facing Ouyang's niece, who knows if he will advance or not?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of that old curmudgeon, Nangong Hong immediately retorted, "Humph, let us instead observe the battle of your esteemed son." Lin Bohai shot him a glare and turned his attention back to the contest. "At last, I managed to retort," Nangong Hong thought, a smirk gracing his lips as he shifted his gaze to his son's duel. Indeed, Qian has shown some improvement. Though he may not rival his elder brother, he still stands out among the disciples of other families. Of course, this comparison excluded the Ouyang clan, where every member was extraordinarily gifted. How could one even compete? With a resounding shout of bati and fist, the bout officially began. However, as the match progressed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Behold, Nangong Qian was sprinting away with astonishing speed, surpassing even the swiftness of a gale. Behind him, Nangong Ju pursued with an exuberant gleam in his eyes, raising his fist to deliver occasional blows. This was no mere contest. It resembled a beating, devoid of any spiritual energy, relying solely on brute strength. Ouyang Xiangning turned her gaze away, mortified by the spectacle. Fortunately, she was not well acquainted with them. Yet, her brother Ouyang Jingxian seemed rather familiar with Nangong Ju. Catching sight of Ouyang Xiangning's disapproving look, he felt a surge of embarrassment and turned his face away. Though he too was not particularly close to them, on stage, Nangong Hong could no longer maintain his composure. "You two rascals dare to engage in such tomfoolery? Just wait until we return home. You shall face my wrath," he thought, deliberately ignoring the sidelong glances from Lin Bohai. Seated there, he fumed inwardly, contemplating how he would chastise his rebellious sons upon their return. Brother, stop chasing. I concede. Realizing how the situation would unfold, he lamented that he should have surrendered the moment he stepped onto the stage. It seemed he would surely be chased for several blocks by his father. "Concede? You dare to give up now? I have yet to finish my fun." Nangong Hong swung his arm, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Nangong Qian hastily leapt off the stage to demonstrate his surrender through action. "You brat, come back here," Nangong Ju shouted. Only then realizing that they were still on the platform. With a hesitant glance, I dropped my hands and cast a furtive look towards my father. Upon witnessing the furious expression on his face, I felt a wave of dread wash over me. Quickly averting my gaze, I turned around only to meet the anxious eyes of my younger brother, who seemed to be pleading for mercy. Raising my arm, I was about to strike again when Nan Gongqian shot me a glare, reminding me that I was still on stage. Embarrassed, Nan Gongju lowered his hand, adopting the demeanor of a graceful young gentleman as he nonchalantly proceeded towards the audience, internally insisting that the earlier chaotic chase after my younger brother was not attributable to him. Who would be foolish enough to create such a spectacle? How utterly humiliating. Chapter 18. Beware of your heart in the next match. Ouyang Xianning faced Lin Xiangcheng. Look, brother, it's time for sisters competition. Ouyang Jingfeng, who had been lost in a dream, drooling slightly, immediately perked up at the mention of Ouyang Xianning's name, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, completely shedding the drowsiness of just waking up. Nan Gongqian observed and noted that this was indeed a formidable opponent, giving a thumbs up in approval. As Ouyang Xianning and Lin Xiangcheng regarded one another. An unmistakable hostility flickered in their eyes. Brother, don't waste your breath. Make her cry for her mother. Oh, hiss, that woman is ruthless. Lin Xiangqian exclaimed, covering his face, baring his teeth as he shouted from the sidelines. This young Master Lin clearly had no regard for the delicate nature of a lady. How could he unleash his wrath upon such a fragile beauty? Upon hearing Lin Xiangqian's outburst, the onlookers grew restless. Is this even a man? His heart is as petty as a woman's. They murmured, is it truly worth such relentless grievance just because he was injured during the competition? It was rather embarrassing for him to seek his elder brother's intervention. Why didn't he defend himself? Such disgrace to their masculine pride. Not that he lacked empathy for the fairer sex, but rather, his affections lay with men. Were a male version of Ouyang Xianning to stand before him, he would undoubtedly let him off the hook, perhaps even inviting a few more kicks, for to strike is to show affection. Lin Xiangqian, you scoundrel. Always relying on your elder brother to fight your battles. Why don't you step up yourself? Ouyang Jingfeng, incensed by Lin Xiangqian's remarks, activated his fury mode and retaliated. What a fine lad you are, defending your sister so fiercely. You have a bright future ahead. There will be meat for dinner tonight. Ouyang Jing, upon hearing such words spoken about his daughter from the high platform, felt a surge of anger. He had never dared to speak harshly to his own daughter, yet here was Lin Xiangqian, brazenly challenging him. However, mindful of the gathering, he refrained from expressing his ire openly, secretly reveling in the sight of his son boldly standing up for his sister. Casting a glance towards Ouyang Jingfeng, he silently commended, well done, my boy, continue to speak your mind. Should there be any trouble, your father will gladly take the heat. Receiving his father's approving gaze, Ouyang Jingfeng prepared to escalate his retorts. Ouyang Xianning, do you not feel even a shred of remorse for injuring my brother and sister? Lin Xiangqing gazed at Ouyang Xianning, who appeared as serene as a gentle breeze and drifting clouds, as if she were not speaking about him at all. His already sullen face grew even more morose, as though it could drip with melancholy. Ouyang Xianning cast a disdainful glance at him. This was a competition, not a sparring match, and did he expect them to be dismissed? Moreover, even if it were merely practice, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. They struck with such ferocity. Could she merely stand by and let them assault her? Was it folly on your part or mine? What do you mean by this? Lin Xiangqian, observing the contempt in Ouyang Xianning's eyes, furrowed his brow and inquired. Before she could respond, someone else interjected, Lin Xiangqing, have you lost your mind? They are attacking so viciously. Do you expect my sister to just stand there and let them hit her? Is it your ignorance that forbids others from being clever? I maintain that my sister fought valiantly. That she did not leave him grievously injured is merely his good fortune. Ouyang Jingfeng rose, indignantly asserting his stance, adhering to their father's cherished principle of doting on daughters. You dot very well, then I suppose it is perfectly normal for me to injure your sister now. Lin Xiangqing glared fiercely at Ouyang Jingfeng, then turned his attention back to Ouyang Xianning, as though he intended to devour her whole. You despicable wretch. Upon hearing that scoundrel intended to bully his sister, Ouyang Jingfeng immediately protested. What if something were to happen to her? He leapt up, ready to charge forward. Enough, enough, don't create further chaos. Ouyang Jingxian swiftly restrained his younger brother. Can't you see how composed Ninger is? She surely has her own strategies. That Lin Xiangqing might not even be her match. Hearing his elder brother's words, Ouyang Jingfeng glanced at him, then skeptically scrutinized his sister standing on the stage, who still wore an air of tranquility. The corners of her mouth lifted in a subtle arc. a faint smile gracing her lips, suggesting that, indeed, she was wholly unfazed. He examined her intently before ultimately choosing to trust his sister. With a huff, he muttered and sat back down. "Very well, let us commence," Ouyang Xianing declared as her younger brother settled back into his seat. If this incessant noise continued, when would it ever end? She would soon be treated like a spectacle. How tiresome. Truly, they were siblings, both adept at dragging others into their antics. Humph, just remember not to seek my help later. Lin Xiangqing's eyes glinted with malice. Ouyang Xianing smirked slightly. They were indeed siblings, even their speech bore striking resemblance. Without further ado, she summoned her spiritual energy and launched an attack towards Lin Xiangqing. It was undeniable that although Lin Xiangqing was a cad, his prowess was not to be underestimated. To triumph over him would certainly require considerable effort. As she advanced, Lin Xiangqing snorted dismissively and gathered his own spiritual energy to counter her. The two exchanged blows. Within mere seconds, they had already executed over 100 moves. Ouyang Xianing feigned a strike. Aiming for Lin Xiangqing's right cheek. In reflex, he dodged to the left, and seizing the opportunity, Ouyang Xianing narrowed her eyes and lifted her right leg to deliver a kick, bang, right at his knee. He staggered back, struggling to regain his balance, while Ouyang Xianing stood firm, establishing a distance between them. Clearly, in this initial encounter, Ouyang Xianing held the upper hand. "Well done, sister." Ouyang Jingfeng observed Lin Xiangqing's disheveled retreat with a sense of elation, bouncing with joy as he finally released a pent-up frustration. Gazing at Lin Xiangqing's haughty demeanor, with his nose held high, he bore a striking resemblance to his sister, Lin Wu'er, as if they were cast from the same mold. Truly a male version of a flamboyant peacock. Witnessing him being pushed back by a single kick from his sister was a delightful spectacle. Indeed. Humph, Ouyang Xianing, you still possess a modicum of skill. Stepping back a few paces, she lifted her gaze to meet Ouyang Xianing's eyes. Regarding her with solemnity, it seemed the title of waste had been thoroughly shed, and treating her lightly would make it difficult to secure a victory. Her sinister eyes narrowed, as if attempting to penetrate the very essence of her soul. Meanwhile, Ouyang Xianing maintained her composed demeanor, observing her opponent with an air of indifference. The patriarch of the Lin family, perched upon the high platform, also narrowed his eyes, casting a fierce glare at Ouyang Xianing. It appeared that none of the Ouyang clan members were to be underestimated. Initially, he had presumed that without Ouyang Jingshuan's participation, the Ouyang family would pose no significant threat. However, it seemed he had miscalculated. This so-called waste had transformed into a genius overnight. Who could say whether a true prodigy might emerge in the future? It seemed prudent to remain vigilant against the Ouyang clan. In truth, what I wish to convey is this. Lin family patriarch, you are aware of but one aspect and not the other. Whether the Ouyang family will produce a true anomaly in the future remains uncertain, but what stands before you now is indeed a peculiar entity, one even more extraordinary than the ordinary. Take heed of your fragile heart. Do not let it be startled into disarray, for you are already teetering on the brink of the grave. Exercise caution in your observations. Chapter 19. The emergence of Qilian. This competition promises to be quite exhilarating. Nangong Hong watched the two individuals on the stage exchanging blows, unable to conceal the smile spreading across his face. Ouyang Xianing truly was a master of disguise. Her previous appearance of foolishness had now revealed itself as a clever ruse. Akin to a pig masquerading as a tiger, he then cast a wary glance at Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing, too, wore a grin, his face radiating pride and contentment, tinged with nostalgia, but this fleeting moment vanished as swiftly as an illusion. It seemed he was oblivious to the truth. However, the more he observed this child, the more she endeared herself to him. He could hardly wish for her to be his own daughter. Behold her graceful and poised smile, her carefree and unrestrained movements, the fluidity of her techniques. This was not merely a contest, but rather an exquisite art form. The sight was a true feast for the eyes. Lin Xiangqing recognized that Ouyang Xianing was no ordinary adversary. It would be prudent to summon his spirit beast for a swift resolution, for the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. The contract array summoned forth a fiery bird onto the stage. Its crimson wings unfurled, and its sharp beak appeared poised to pierce through flesh. With lantern-sized eyes glaring fiercely at Ouyang Xianing, it radiated hostility, mirroring the temperament of its master. Ouyang Xianing looked at the fiery bird as if recalling something amusing, breaking into a broad smile on stage. Yet, this was merely a fad. In truth, the moment the fiery bird emerged, the chaotic spirit ring within was aware that an opportunity to showcase its prowess had finally arrived. My esteemed master, Oh, how beautiful, kind, and generous you are. Please, allow me to be released from this confinement, for it has been far too long since I last ventured outside. Grant me this opportunity, and I shall surely bring that foul bird to its knees, teaching it not to glare at a benevolent master such as yourself. I, Qi Lian, am rolling about in desperation to be set free, resembling a modern-day lapdog in my antics. The old wolf, unable to bear the sight any longer, delivered a swift kick, toppling me over. This creature is truly tiresome, constantly fawning and behaving like a child before the master, bringing disgrace to our kind as mutated spirit beasts. I shall turn away and ignore him. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet upon hearing of a potential scuffle, Yin eagerly rushed forward, his tiny feet pattering with excitement. One rolled forward, while the other pressed ahead. The outcome was all too predictable. With a resounding thud, a little paw print landed squarely on the dog's face. Oh, how splendidly entertaining Qi Lian's expression became, shifting from red to white, then to green. Though the fluffy canine visage could hardly convey the truth, the implications were clear. Ouyang Xianning could not help but chuckle at Qi Lian's antics on stage. However, she quickly regained her composure, deciding that since Qi Lian was making such an effort to amuse her, she might as well grant him a chance to emerge. She softly recited the incantation for the summoning array. Behold, what a magnificent creature, a flame dog. It bore the regal appearance of a high-level spirit beast, its fiery mane exuding an air of grandeur. Whose contracted spirit beast could this be, exhibiting such strength and vigor? Young Master Lin had already summoned his contracted spirit beast, making it impossible for him to summon another. Thus, this formidable flame dog must belong to Miss Ouyang. It was evident that their previous perception of the third miss as a mere waste had shifted, as she was now recognized as Miss Ouyang, her image gradually taking root in their minds. Qi Lian's grand entrance had certainly captured everyone's attention, overshadowing the flaming bird completely. The whispers among the audience praised the flame dog's prowess and formidable nature. The old wolf rolled his eyes in the spirit ring, knowing they were unaware of Qi Lian's true nature. Should they learn of it, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Listening to the crowd extol his valiant form, Qi Lian arrogantly raised a paw to groom his fiery mane, proclaiming, "Behold my splendor, bow before my magnificence." Ouyang Jingfeng twitched his lips, finding the spirit beast too anthropomorphic in its arrogance. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that this spirit beast was indeed provocatively challenging the fiery bird, he realized the latter could no longer tolerate the affront. As a fellow contracted spirit beast, why should it allow such arrogance? It was clear that Qi Lian was seeking a confrontation, with flames of fury igniting in its eyes. The fiery bird resolved to teach Qi Lian a lesson, regardless of its master's commands. Ouyang Xianning, one could only wonder from which corner of the world this spirit beast had been acquired, exhibiting such arrogance. I wonder if it can withstand a beating. She promptly commanded the fiery bird to charge at the flame dog, intent on resolving this matter before anything else. Meanwhile, she herself engaged Ouyang Xianning in combat, leaning forward as her fist flew out. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed once more, amidst a flurry of sparks, as Lin Xiangcheng drew his sword, aiming it directly at Ouyang Xianning. Ouyang Xianning was indeed unprepared for Lin Xiangcheng's despicable behavior in such a public setting. With a swift turn, she landed on the edge of the competition stage. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiangcheng advanced relentlessly, showing no signs of mercy. Observing his underhanded tactics, Ouyang Xianning shed her reluctance and drew a dagger, retaliating against him. Taken aback, Lin Xiangcheng stumbled back a few steps. Ouyang Xianning, intent on punishing the fallen, launched an attack aimed directly at his face, gripping her dagger tightly and stabbing fiercely. Lin Xiangcheng, caught off guard, suffered a gash across his cheek, crimson blood dripping down. The two distanced themselves once more. At that moment, a loud bang resonated from the other side of the competition stage. As the dust settled, one could see Qi Lian scratching his head and shaking off the debris, strutting out triumphantly, a lewd grin plastered across his face. One could only imagine that the giant pit contained the fiery bird. Alas, what a shame for such a magnificent spirit beast to be reduced to this state. It resembled nothing more than a plucked chicken. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting the madness of this world where even high-grade spirit beasts were subjected to such humiliation. If their own contracted spirit beasts were to face such treatment, they would undoubtedly be left in tatters. Contemplating their own small and frail spirit beasts, they glanced at the imposing figure strutting about. Realizing the disparity was insurmountable, it was clear that provoking Ouyang Xianning would be unwise. Otherwise, if that fiery hound were to unleash a single claw, their lives would be forfeit. Lin Xiangqing, witnessing the pitiful state of his spirit beast, felt his rage surge, deeming it intolerable. Raising the Qingtian jade pillar, he unleashed a spirit technique, indifferent to the consequences, prioritizing the release of his pent-up fury. Ouyang Xianing, too, was unreserved, seizing the opportunity to test the elder's spirit technique. As she uttered the incantation for the thousand echoes dance and skyfall slash, a darkened sky bore down with a slightly arched line, seemingly small yet undeniably potent to the discerning eye. What level of spirit technique could evoke a resonance with the heavens? Nangong Hong murmured from the high platform, a look of horror crossing his face as he pondered a terrifying realization. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing regarded Ouyang Xianing with a probing gaze, pondering what trials his daughter had faced over the past month, sensing an enigmatic allure surrounding her. Whether it was fortuitous or ominous remained uncertain. Lin Xiangqing, utterly unprepared for Ouyang Xianing's counter, stood dumbfounded as the arc of light devoured his spirit technique and surged towards him. The rapid progression of events left him no time to react. Just as the technique was about to collide with him, a flash of white light erupted, isolating the arc, which then gradually diminished and vanished. Chapter 20. A heroic rescue master. It is he. The man beside him frowned, realizing the reach of that individual's minions had indeed extended to this place. Master, shall we? The previously speaking figure in black inquired, in no need. It seems that young woman possesses a means of her own. A magnetic, captivating voice echoed. Upon noticing the pure white figure on the stage, a glimmer of intrigue ignited in his eyes. Gazing at the subtle curve of her lips, he effortlessly discerned that she possessed a solution. And miraculously, he believed in her ability to resolve the matter. However, the subordinates nearby were utterly perplexed. What had come over their master? Previously, he had always exuded an aura of icy aloofness, distancing himself from others. Yet in recent days, he appeared to be smiling. Truly, it was a remarkable spectacle, one he felt compelled to share with his comrades upon returning. He thought with excitement, as brothers, they should share both fortune and adversity. Even if their master were to learn of it, he would not punish him alone. Lin Xiangqing observed the white light emanating from him, neutralizing the lethal strike. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his previously vacant expression transformed into one of relief and cunning, distorting his face, which had been relatively presentable in an instant. He lunged toward Ouyang Xianing once more. With the protective white light surrounding him, she could not harm him, thus he could unleash his spiritual techniques without concern. Ouyang Xianing, perceiving the dire situation, realized it was indeed unfavorable. The white light enveloping him acted like a shield, leaving her with no choice but to defend rather than attack. If this stalemate continued, she would inevitably suffer hidden losses. Moreover, such passivity was not her style. She needed to contemplate a strategy. After narrowly evading Lin Xiangqing's onslaught of fire-based techniques, a burst of flames soared through the air, singeing a few strands of her hair. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Xianing, where will you hide now? Lin Xiangqing chuckled wickedly, reveling in the sight of her frantic dodging, relishing in her earlier arrogance. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jingfeng felt a surge of urgency. What exactly was that white light? If it could not be dispelled, it would pose a significant threat to his sister. Watching her hair catch fire, he clenched his fists, suppressing the impulse to charge forward. Beside him, Ouyang Jingxian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Lin Xiangqing. After evading yet another fiery assault, Ouyang Xianing frowned, pondering how to rectify this predicament. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the chaos spirit ring, followed by the voice of Yan, urging her to use the white lotus blaze. Trusting Yan's wisdom, she stood her ground against the incoming flames, a slight smile gracing her lips as if she were gathering strength rather than fearing the fire. Ouyang Xianing, I knew you would cower. If you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I might spare your life. Lin Xiangqing taunted, interpreting her stillness as fear and adopting an air of magnanimity. But who was Ouyang Xianing? Even with the sky crumbling, she maintained her composure, unperturbed by mere flames. With a scoff, she regarded Lin Xiangqing's arrogant demeanor, her smile growing ever wider. Lin Xiangqing felt a chill run down his spine at her laughter. Something was amiss. Where was this unsettling breeze coming from? He glanced behind him, finding nothing amiss, then shrugged it off and resumed his assault on Ouyang Xianing. After receiving Yan's guidance, Ouyang Xianing had been amassing her strength, for the spiritual technique left by her predecessor consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Even with her abundant reserves, casting that technique would deplete more than half of her power. Ouyang Xianing's hands ignited with a blaze of light. The ominous clouds above began to gather in increasing density, with thunder rolling ominously, as if the very sky were about to be cleaved asunder. The luminous halo of the clouds brimmed with boundless energy, seemingly poised to surge forth and break free from the oppressive gloom. What is this? Could it be that rain is imminent? One spectator, observing the peculiar turn of events, noted the sudden transformation of the sky from a serene expanse to a tumultuous display of dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. What is the meaning of this? Should I rush home to retrieve the laundry? You foolish one. Another chimed in. This uproar is undoubtedly the doing of Miss Ouyang. Her spiritual technique was capable of altering the very essence of the winds and clouds. Perhaps this is merely a prelude to a grander display. Clearly, Lin Xiangqing's unorthodox methods stand no chance against her prowess. Humph. Look at his arrogant demeanor. He is irksome to behold and dares to think he could triumph over my goddess with his underhanded tricks. He has no hope, not even a sliver of opportunity. Another audience member, filled with indignation, cast an admiring glance at Ouyang Xianing while regarding Lin Xiangqing with disdain. In a heartbeat, his allegiance shifted from Lin Xiangqing to the embrace of Ouyang Xianing. The thousand sounds dance, severing through the air. Ouyang Xianing's crystalline voice resonated as the infinite power contained within the dark clouds surged toward Lin Xiangqing. Where the light traversed, fierce winds arose, sweeping up dust and stones, all hurtling toward Lin Xiangqing. Devouring the spiritual technique unleashed by Lin Xiangqing, it forged a path through adversity, embodying an unstoppable force akin to a divine being slaying demons, relentlessly advancing toward its target. Lin Xiangqing, witnessing the radiant onslaught approaching, felt a veil of darkness descend upon his vision, causing him to falter and collapse to the ground. He did not hesitate to accept that this time he was indeed facing an unavoidable calamity, destined for destruction if not grievous injury. No. Ouyang Xianing, please cease, implored the elder Lin from the elevated platform, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. With such might, this strike could very well obliterate any remnants of his grandson. Before he could finish his plea, the radiant light engulfed Lin Xiangqing entirely, leaving no trace of resistance in its wake. Lin Bohai gazed at the luminous spectacle, his eyes reddened with despair, akin to one mourning a lost grandchild. For indeed, the loss was nearly akin to that. Ouyang child, return my grandson's life. He cast aside any semblance of decorum, retaliating against Ouyang Xianing with a forceful strike. Had this occurred during Ouyang Xianing's peak, she might have evaded it. However, at this moment, Ouyang Jingfeng and Ouyang Jingxian in the audience were equally taken aback by the elder's shamelessness, rendered helpless to intervene from such a distance. Their efforts futile, as the strike bore down upon her. Ouyang Xianing closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending impact. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfurled. A gust of wind surged forth, neutralizing the attack, and Ouyang Xianing found herself transported to the opposite side of the competition platform. While the scene appeared harmonious, a single arm across her waist marred the beauty of the moment. Ouyang Xianing lifted her gaze to behold a figure with a smooth jawline radiating allure and sensuality, obscured by a mask that concealed his true visage. His dark, deep-set eyes shimmered with an enchanting luster beyond the mask, and his floor-length purple attire exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Yet, none of this mattered to her. What concerned her was why he had yet to release her. With a furrowed brow, Ouyang Xianing regarded him, and the man, seemingly amused by her expression, erupted into a low, resonant laughter that echoed from his chest. On one side, a valiant hero is rescuing a damsel in distress, while on the other, old Master Ouyang is beside himself with frustration. You see, he had finally seized an opportunity to impress his daughter, only to have this young man beat him to the punch and cling to her obstinately. What a predicament! Ha ha ha! Once he finished laughing, Ouyang Xianing did not wait for him to speak, and directly commanded him to let go. Chapter 21. Waiting for you to grow up well, what if I refuse to release you? The young man, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, gazed intently at Ouyang Xianing, his voice resonating with a magnetic charm. Beside them, a subordinate stood agape, jaw-dropping in disbelief at their master, whose previously icy demeanor had melted into an unexpected fit of laughter. What on earth was happening? Was the world turning upside down? He looked up at the sky, pondering the absurdity of it all. Ouyang Xianing observed this man, who stubbornly refused to relinquish his hold on her, his laughter brazen and audacious, leaving her momentarily speechless. What was the matter with this person? Release my daughter. Before she could continue, Ouyang Jing's thunderous voice erupted, nearly ready to drag the young man away and toss him off the stage. The man turned his head, deciding to grant his future father-in-law some face. Otherwise, the path to winning his beloved would be exceedingly arduous. He then flashed a smile at Ouyang Xianing and gradually withdrew his arms. Ouyang Xianing pouted, acknowledging her father's authority. Meanwhile, Ouyang Jing shot a glance at the young man, silently commending him for his perceptiveness. Observing this back and forth, a certain subordinate felt an itch of confusion. What was going on? Was this truly their master? Surely he must have been swapped out for someone else. Yes, that had to be it, he reassured himself. However, the next words shattered his self-delusion, pulling him back to reality. Shadow, act swiftly. The voice was still as cold as ice, and the gaze remained piercingly captivating. It appeared that this was indeed the original master. Master, after all these years of following you, though I may not have made great contributions, I have endured hardships. Why do you still present me with that frosty demeanor? Could you not show me a hint of warmth? At the very least, don't change your expression so abruptly. The subordinate lamented inwardly. The man in purple glanced over, causing the subordinate to freeze momentarily, before hastily appearing before him. He quickly retrieved an object resembling a disc from his spatial ring and directed it towards the source of the light. A beam of white light shot forth from the orb, swiftly ensnared within, thrashing momentarily before settling into stillness. Watching this bizarre spectacle, Ouyang Xianing narrowed her eyes. If she was not mistaken, this white light must belong to Lin Xiangqing. How could this be? When she turned back, she found that the white light had vanished, leaving Lin Xiangqing sprawled on the stage, bloodied and barely alive, on the brink of death. Casting a perplexed glance at the young man, she realized he was not there to save Lin Xiangqing. What, then, was his connection to him? Noticing the confusion in Ouyang Xianing's eyes, the young man could not help but chuckle softly, swiftly returning to her side in a manner so rapid it was almost unfathomable. I have no relationship with him, so there is no need for you to speculate, ha ha ha, and I will wait for you to grow up. He reached out to gently pat her head before turning to depart with his subordinates. Vanishing from sight, Ouyang Xianing stood rooted in place, observing the man who had just been beside her, now gone without a trace in the blink of an eye, truly arriving without a shadow and leaving without a sound. Not even a whisper of his presence remained. It seemed wise to maintain a distance from him. He was indeed a perilous character. Ouyang Xianing, you are truly remarkable. Hmph. Lin Bohai's cold snort interrupted her reverie. Among the numerous descendants, his favorite was Lin Xiangqing, not only for his exceptional talent but also for his striking resemblance to himself. Now, alas, he lay half-conscious on the competition stage, igniting Lin Bohai's fury. Old Master Lin, this is your oversight. Your granddaughter defeated your grandson through her own prowess. Victory and defeat are common in battle, and casualties are but a part of it. Can you not bear to lose? Old Master Lin? Nangong Hong retorted, seizing the opportunity to mock the old man. You? Lin Bohai's anger caused his beard to bristle, his eyes widening in disbelief, leaving him speechless. Observing Lin Bohai's discomposure brought Nangong Hong great delight. He even kindly reminded him, your grandson is still lying on the ground. If you do not attend to him now, who knows if he can be saved? Upon hearing this, Lin Bohai's face stiffened, turning an ominous shade of pale, and he hastily summoned his men to carry Lin Xiangqing to seek the physician, disregarding the larger situation as he followed closely behind. Patriarch, why must you leave? With a ferocious glare, he retorted, why would I stay? Am I to remain here to be the subject of ridicule? Especially with the Nangong family. Those two brats have been stifling their laughter, clearly mirroring their father's demeanor. Watching Lin Bohai storm away in a fit of rage, Nangong Hong resumed his role as the head of his clan, gesturing for silence with a smile, and declared cheerfully, everyone, please settle down, if that is the case. Let the next contest proceed. Isn't this unfair? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Ouyang Xianing had just finished her match, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Nangong Ju had been energetically competing with his brother on stage, showing no signs of fatigue. Clearly, Ouyang Xianing was at a disadvantage. The spectators below voiced their discontent on her behalf, casting puzzled glances between her and Nangong Ju. This is the rule. Rules must be adhered to. Since the beginning of the tournament, such regulations have been in place. Every cultivator faces moments of crisis. Should your adversary strike, do you expect to call for a pause and request a timeout? The elder with the white beard proclaimed with righteous authority. Gradually, the unrest among the audience subsided. Their eyes sparkled with realization. After all, if a sworn enemy sought to strike you down, fairness would be the least of your concerns. They would seize the opportunity to take your life. With this thought, they refrained from further objections, though they lamented silently that had it not been for this predicament, Miss Ouyang would have undoubtedly claimed victory. Nonetheless, Ouyang Xianning's reputation as a genius would forever be etched in their memories and widely spoken of. Now, let us take a brief intermission of 15 minutes to clear the competition stage. We shall resume with the final contest thereafter. The elder with the white beard cast a glance at Ouyang Xianning, his eyes reflecting kindness and admiration. It was evident he sought to assist her, albeit constrained by the rules, yet he had done all he could. Regardless, Ouyang Xianning, in response to his affection, cast him a glance of gratitude. The old man with the white beard stroked his beard, his eyes twinkling with mirth, repeatedly nodding his head. This young girl possesses great potential. She understands the human heart, knows when to advance and retreat, remains humble and composed, and does not flaunt her talents, a true exemplar of genius from the southern continent. Well then, the quarter hour has elapsed. The next match will feature Ouyang Xianning against Nangong Ju. As the announcement echoed, Ouyang Xianning, who had been seated, rose gracefully and strode towards the stage. To an observer, she appeared much the same as before, save for a slight pallor on her face. Her lips still curled into a smile. In contrast, Nangong Ju wore a familiar smile, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a hint of resignation. After all, she was the young lady of the Ouyang family, the cherished younger sister of Ouyang Jingxian, making it difficult for him to exert his full strength. Setting aside her identity, she was still the top genius of the southern continent, having previously bested Lin Xiangqing, who was renowned for his own brilliance, leaving him battered and bruised, not to mention the formidable spiritual techniques that even instilled fear in him. Who could say if she possessed even more powerful techniques up her sleeve? If she were to unleash them, he would surely suffer a fate worse than Lin Xiangqing. The mere thought of such a scenario, drenched in blood, sent shivers down his spine. How terrifying! It would be wise to avoid self-inflicted torment. Most crucially, based on her combat prowess, even a full effort from him might not be enough to secure victory. Thus, a curious scene unfolded. As the two took their positions on the stage, Nangong Ju promptly bowed deeply, 10 degrees forward. Rising, he declared, "I concede." Chapter 22. I concede. The words "I concede" gradually resonated across the vast arena. Ouyang Xianning paused momentarily, while the spectators, who were eagerly awaiting the contest, shifted in their seats. What? Concede? They rubbed their ears, incredulous. Had they misheard? A collective gasp of astonishment reverberated among the audience as they stared at Nangong Ju on the stage. What kind of international jest was this? They had gathered here in anticipation, discussing the final match, only to be met with such an unexpected declaration. How could they, filled with enthusiasm, come to terms with this? Where should their hopes now reside? I concede, Nangong Ju repeated, fearing that Ouyang Xianning had not heard him. Only then did she come to her senses. He had indeed uttered those words. Was this a jest? Could it be that young Master Nangong had developed a sense of compassion? The crowd scratched their heads in confusion, their eyes filled with disbelief. It was inconceivable. They had heard tales of a graceful beauty from the Holy Sky Academy who, during a previous competition, had pleaded for mercy from him, casting a flirtatious glance his way. Yet, young Master Nangong had interpreted that gaze as a provocation, leading to a predictable outcome. The enchanting beauty had been returned home in a state unrecognizable. Her pride shattered, and she had not stepped outside for days thereafter, too ashamed to meet anyone's gaze. Little did they expect that Nangong Ju was indeed a combat fanatic, capable of inflicting such severity even upon women. Ouyang Xianning smirked, silently mourning for that unfortunate woman. But why had he conceded this time? It seemed implausible. Could it be that even a battle maniac could succumb to exhaustion? Ouyang Xianning regarded him with a puzzled expression. Nangong Ju, overhearing the murmurs from the crowd, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and rubbed his nose. He truly had mistaken that woman-esque glance for a challenge. With a decisive fist, he struck out, daring anyone to provoke him, as if inviting a confrontation. The moniker of battle maniac was not merely for show. He sent her tumbling off the stage, though he did not reduce her to a pitiable state. Shaking his head, he realized that rumors were often misleading. However, when he caught sight of the look in Ouyang Xianning's eyes, he felt a surge of frustration. Even Ouyang's younger sister regarded him with such disdain. Was it that his reputation as a battle maniac had become ingrained in the minds of all, regardless of gender? Running his fingers through his hair in agitation, he conceded defeat in his thoughts. He could not allow himself to think that Ouyang's sister, like her brother, was merely playing a role to deceive others, for should a confrontation occur, the outcome would surely be more disastrous than he could imagine. Thus, he resolved to maintain the image of a dashing gentleman, a notion he could only entertain in silence, for voicing such thoughts would surely elicit a scornful glance from Nangong Qian, who would remind him that, in the eyes of many, he was nothing less than a true combat lunatic. Nangong Ju shook his head, concocting a grandiloquent excuse to voice aloud, Ouyang's younger sister possesses extraordinary beauty and remarkable spiritual prowess. Effortlessly prevailing in battles beyond her level, I must admit, with some shame, that I find myself outmatched. Therefore, he opted for an early concession to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. He then flashed a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. In that moment, he indeed resembled a charming gentleman. I am not as formidable as my elder brother Nangong claims. Let us settle this in a more practical manner. Ouyang Xianing, unimpressed, pouted and drew forth a dagger, intent on charging forward to spar before any further discussion. No, there's no need for that. I recognize my inferiority. I concede. Upon uttering those words, Nangong Ju seemed to witness something terrifying and, like a gust of wind, leapt off the stage. His gentlemanly facade vanished in an instant. Ouyang Xianing stood bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't he always rushed forward at the sight of a duel? Why was he now retreating? The onlookers shared her confusion, watching the once renowned battle maniac, Nangong Ju, flee in a manner that seemed utterly uncharacteristic. One spectator pinched their thigh, exclaiming at the pain, confirming that this was indeed real. But what was the reason behind it? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the crowd. What is wrong with brother Nangong? Why isn't he fighting with his sister? Ouyang Jingfeng inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Ruffling his younger brother's hair, Ouyang Jingxian expressed understanding. It appeared this lad possessed some foresight. The previous lesson had not been in vain. Observing his sister, though her complexion was pale, she stood tall and moved with strength, suggesting her spiritual energy was nearly restored. Should she employ the same technique as before, Nangong Ju would be left in a dire state. Unlike Lin Xiangqing, he lacked any protective aura. Nangong Hong contemplated. Recognizing that this young man had shown signs of growth, he no longer charged blindly into conflict as he once did. Understanding when to retreat was indeed progress, yet his descent from the stage resembled a hasty retreat. A stark contrast to the dashing image of Nangong Hong himself. It seemed a thorough lesson would be necessary upon their return. Narrowing his eyes, he resolved to determine the unfortunate path that lay ahead for Nangong Ju. As Nangong Ju fled the stage, the elder white-bearded gentleman bestowed upon him a look of approval, recognizing that this young man was not entirely lacking in self-awareness, certainly an improvement over Lin Xiangqing. Upon contemplating Lin Xiangqing, he furrowed his brow, recalling the enigmatic figure clad in purple and the radiant white light. It appears that the southern continent is on the brink of upheaval once more. The competition among the 4 prominent families has reached its conclusion, with the first place awarded to Ouyang Xianing, the second to Nangong Ju, and the third position remaining contentious. Given the circumstances, it is estimated that Lin Xiangqing is no longer capable of competing. We shall reconvene to discuss this further and notify accordingly. Now, I invite the participating disciples to come forth and collect their prizes. Miss Ouyang, splendidly done. Merely standing there is enough to intimidate opponents. I have made my decision. I shall designate Miss Ouyang as my goddess. The audience below, more fervent than the competitors themselves, erupted with continuous admiration and respect. Truly, she embodies the essence of the Ouyang family. Members of the collateral branches gazed at Ouyang Xianing with starry-eyed awe. Sister, let me see if this celestial tier spiritual herb is as exquisite as it seems. Ouyang Jingfeng leaned forward eagerly, expressing curiosity about the prize won by his sister. With a smile, Ouyang Xianing lifted the jade box and opened it to reveal the ethereal beauty within. A radiant, 7-colored heart lotus, surrounded by white frost and delicate white lotus leaves, a rare sight indeed. Closing the jade box, Ouyang Xianing turned to stride towards the Ouyang residence. Suddenly, her gaze shifted. Eldest brother, you and the others may return. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for Ouyang Jingshuan's response, she soared away in a certain direction. Sister, where are you going? Ouyang Jingfeng's voice lingered in the air. Ouyang Jingxian, observing the direction in which Ouyang Xianing had departed, fell into contemplation. However, upon reflection, it seemed prudent to return and discuss the issue of the white light with their father, as the man in purple also posed a significant threat. Let us return. Ninger will know how to handle it, Ouyang Jingxian said to Jingfeng, before hastily making his way back to the Ouyang family. Moments later, Ouyang Xianing had returned to the Ouyang residence and promptly declared her seclusion. With the acquisition of the 7-colored ice heart lotus, it was time for her alchemical prowess to ascend. Chapter 23. The Twilight Forest at the esteemed St. Tian Academy on the Tianyu continent. Individuals of all statuses, whether noble or humble, are treated with equal regard. Any prodigious spirit practitioner, distinguished by their exceptional talent and diligent effort, may become a member. This illustrious institution is situated near one of the continent's 3 treacherous regions, the Twilight Forest, providing an advantageous training ground for its students. The other perilous locales include the Fire Domain and the Deep Blue Sea, alongside the mysterious Tianxian Plain. The Tianyu continent is characterized by its interwoven mountains and trees, with forests stretching endlessly between towns. Vast expanses of plain are a rarity, with only the Tianxian Plain and the Southern Fire Domain being notable exceptions. These areas serve as prime venues for practitioners of spiritual cultivation to hone their skills. Currently, Ouyang stands at the periphery of the Twilight Forest. The last time she had ventured into the Ouyang estate, she had abruptly changed course and pursued an unexpected path, leading her to encounter a scruffy old man within the Forgotten Woods. This old man had presented her with a delicate purple flower and inquired if she desired it. With a dismissive roll of her eyes, she declined, aware that there are no free lunches in this world. The condition was that she must participate in the St. Tian Academy's instructor assessment and succeed, subsequently assisting him in training students for the Academy's competition and guiding them onto the battlefield of the southern and northern continents. Afterward, the old man tossed her a crystal-clear token before vanishing without a trace. The delicate Zidingson is even rarer than the 7-colored ice heart lotus. It also belongs to the category of celestial spirit herbs, essential for refining even higher-tier elixirs. However, its scarcity is remarkable. It is exceedingly rare even throughout the vast universe, making its appearance here truly fortuitous. Ouyang, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by, for what she currently lacks most are spirit herbs. The previous 7-colored ice heart lotus has already begun to flourish within the chaos spirit ring, and she believes it will soon yield an abundant harvest. If she could obtain this delicate Zidingson, she would be able to cultivate many more at that time. She would no longer need to worry about a shortage of spirit herbs. Following her recent retreat, she has attained the ability to refine advanced 3rd-grade elixirs, a remarkable improvement indeed. Yet, she remains hindered by the lack of spirit herbs, preventing her from breaking through to the refinement of advanced mundane elixirs. After agreeing to the old man's conditions, she bid farewell to her family and set off alone towards the Holy Sky Academy. The Dark Forest is a dense expanse of woodland, significantly larger than the Forgotten Forest, and is home to even more formidable spirit beasts. It is rumored that celestial spirit beasts also dwell within. To reach the Holy Sky Academy, one must traverse this dark forest. Surrounding her are various mercenary groups. In this perilous realm, danger and opportunity coexist. A moment's carelessness could be fatal, leading to the formation of small groups, which gradually evolved into the mercenary bands of today. Have you heard? The Holy Sky Academy is recruiting instructors. We should join in the excitement. Upon hearing this, Ouyang turned to see a handsome young man speaking to another ruggedly handsome fellow. What excitement are you hoping to join? You might not even measure up to the talents of their elite class. The rugged man chuckled. With such a playful attitude, how could he possibly be considered for an instructor? I doubt the Holy Sky Academy would even cast a glance in his direction. If you truly wish to go, you might as well arrive a few days early. At your age, it would be better to remain a student, though I wonder which instructor could possibly keep you in line. Indeed, perhaps we should aim for a leadership role in the elite class. The handsome young man seemed to have an epiphany. What of my age? Ouyang Miss is merely 11, yet she stands as a paragon of genius in the southern continent. If she were to become an instructor, it would be entirely feasible. Although her spiritual power may be somewhat lacking, her prowess in battling across tiers is formidable. The Holy Sky Academy values strength above all else, regardless of age. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Ouyang raised an eyebrow and touched her nose, realizing her fame had indeed spread. Disguising herself as a male had proven to be a wise decision. Otherwise, she might have been recognized amidst the audience that witnessed the competition. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to continue on her way. However, just as she took a few steps, a voice called out from behind, "Wait!" Ling Zifeng, the handsome young man from earlier, exclaimed loudly, "Young master." Wait! He had noticed the young master earlier. With delicate skin and a tender appearance, it was evident he hailed from a prominent family. Yet, he found it curious that the young master stood alone. Now that he was about to enter the dark forest, Ling Zifeng could not help but speak up, fearing that the delicate young master might be frightened to tears upon encountering a high-grade spirit beast. Ouyang halted, turning her head in puzzlement, wondering why this person had called out to her. He rushed towards us, his face contorted with urgency, coming to an abrupt halt. In his mind, he pondered whether directly inquiring would cause the young master to shed tears in an instant. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to adopt a different approach. Young master, the sky is nearly dark. Let us depart together. Ouyang Xianing glanced at the blazing sun overhead and then at Ling Zifeng, who stood before her without so much as a blink, but a wave of confusion washed over her. It seemed one could indeed lie without batting an eye or scribbling a draft. Murong Yuan, who had followed closely behind, caught this exchange and, with a twitch of his lips, promptly added, "What my brother means is that the dark forest becomes perilous after sunset. It would be more convenient and safer for us to travel together." Ouyang Xianing was well aware of their good intentions, but she felt little concern for her own safety, especially with Qi Lian and the others nearby. Ever since she had sealed him within the chaotic spiritual ring after the last competition, he had been clamoring to be released. "Let us go," she suggested. Before she could utter another word, Ling Zifeng tugged at his sleeve and began to walk ahead. A glance at the approaching Murong Yuan revealed an apologetic look, followed by a resigned shake of the head as he trailed behind. Ouyang Xianing, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to follow suit. She could always let Qi Lian take on his alternate form when necessary. "Yuan, did your father send you out this time to obtain the heavenly spirit fruit?" Ling Zifeng remarked nonchalantly, heedless of the presence of an outsider. Upon hearing heavenly spirit fruit, Ouyang Xianing's eyes sparkled. This fruit, a grade spirit fruit, could be consumed directly without the need for an alchemist, providing an elevation of one tier without any adverse effects for those below the king level. It was precisely what she lacked. Having recently reached the pinnacle of the third tier as a spirit master, the heavenly spirit fruit would allow her to ascend directly to a grand spirit master. Murong Yuan sighed inwardly, bemused by Ling Zifeng's inability to temper his boisterous nature. However, observing the young master's demeanor, he surmised that he was not the type to engage in petty theft. If they were fortunate enough to find multiple heavenly spirit fruits, he might consider sharing one. And indeed, "My father has specifically tasked me with procuring the heavenly spirit fruit. I wonder who the Overlord Mercenary Corps has dispatched." "Do not fret. They are simply a band of inconsequential individuals, relying solely on the reputation of the Second Mercenary Corps to indulge in petty thievery and disgraceful acts." Thus, the trio, Ouyang Xianing, Ling Zifeng, and Murong Yuan, wandered around the periphery of the dark forest. Chapter 24. Arrival at the Mercenary Corps. Young Master, you have arrived. Murong Yuan led Ouyang Xianing and the others to their encampment, where a robust man with bright eyes called out joyfully from outside the camp. Upon seeing Murong Yuan, he dashed over, exclaiming, "Young master, you are finally here." The brothers have been waiting for quite some time. The heavenly spirit fruit is nearly ripe, and more people are gathering around. If you delay any longer, they may take matters into their own hands. He scratched his head sheepishly. "All right, Lao Li, I have indeed come," Murong Yuan replied with a chuckle. Although Lao Li appeared simple-minded, he had spent over a decade navigating the treacherous dark forest as a mercenary. He was hardly foolish. Upon hearing this, Lao Li understood that the young master must have been occupied with important matters and refrained from asking further questions. "Ah, by the way, this is my young companion whom I met on the road, Ouyang Ning." Murong Yuan introduced him to Ouyang Xianing. For the other one. "I need not introduce him, right?" The moment Old Li laid eyes on Ouyang Xianing, his gaze faltered. What a handsome young gentleman. His appearance is simply more striking than that of the vice-regiment leader's daughter. Yet, with such a frail and delicate demeanor, one cannot help but wonder if he could survive in the dark forest. The instant Ling Zifeng caught Old Li's expression, he understood his thoughts. He smirked, recalling how he had been deceived by her appearance when he first encountered her in the dark forest. It was only after spending the past few days together that he realized she was a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Just a few days prior, during a wave of spirit beasts, he and Yuan had toiled hard at the front, while she sauntered leisurely to the side. When he saw a stray beast charging towards her, his heart skipped a beat, and he was already contemplating how to handle her aftermath. To his astonishment, she swiftly drew a dagger from her bosom and plunged it into the earth bare, rendering it motionless. As it gradually toppled over, they discovered a gaping wound in its throat. He stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Then, he watched as she raised her hand, gripping the dagger, and plunged into the throng of spirit beasts. With swift and decisive strikes, she dispatched them with ease, as though slicing through melons. That moment, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How fierce she was, even more so than the spirit beasts themselves. What had he been worried about? Until Ouyang Xianing spoke up, asking why he was still dawdling, as if he meant to feed the spirit beasts. He was taken aback, hastily picking up his sword to charge in. He could not afford to lag behind, nor be outdone by this young lad. With one strike to the left and another to the right, he found, to his dismay, that despite exerting all his strength, he could not match the number of beasts she had felled, leaving him quite vexed. "Ouyang, my young friend, greetings. Since you are a friend of the young master, you are certainly a friend of mine as well. Please, do not stand on ceremony with me." Oldly beamed at Ouyang Xianing, striving to present his most amiable demeanor, fearing he might frighten the delicate young gentleman. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, come in quickly. Don't just stand there." Noticing Ouyang Xianing standing outside, his garments fluttering in the wind, it appeared as if a stronger gust could whisk him away. Panic surged within him, and he waved his hand, urging him to enter. Standing outside any longer might indeed result in him being blown away. Ling Zifeng observed Old Li's demeanor, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Ouyang Ning had truly mastered the art of playing the fool. Casting a glance at Ouyang Xianing's face, he noticed her awkwardly turning away upon meeting his gaze. How unjust! She had not intended to feign anything. She was simply standing there, having neither provoked nor offended anyone. Why, then, did they assume she was putting on an act? Besides, what was wrong with her appearance? It was a gift from her parents, unalterable. She was quite satisfied with her current self. Ling Zifeng watched her turn away. He mistakenly believed she was filled with remorse. He nodded sagely, feeling quite pleased with himself, as if he had a profound understanding of the situation. It seemed there was still hope for her. She simply needed some guidance. This young gentleman likely lacked proper upbringing, given that his parents were not around, which meant he would have to exert extra effort. After all, this brother was not to be underestimated. He grasped Ouyang Xianing's sleeve and strode into the tent, presenting himself as a doting elder brother, oblivious to the fact that he too was merely a child yet to mature, perhaps even possessing a psychological age smaller than Ouyang Xianing's outward appearance. Old Li observed this scene, scratching the back of his head. Realizing that this young master was quite familiar with young Master Ling, he then cast a glance at his own young master, followed by a furtive look at the two individuals striding ahead. What was the situation? Could it be that young Master Ling had befriended him, and in turn, he had come to know the young master? Morong Yuan, watching Old Li's conflicted expression, shook his head in resignation. The two individuals ahead, one physically immature, the other psychologically so, left him at a loss for how to communicate with Old Li. Observing Old Li's foolish demeanor, he felt a pang of empathy. After all, this was the uncle who had watched him grow up. After some contemplation, he decided against saying anything, allowing Old Li to ponder the matter on his own. Perhaps if he spoke up, Old Li would remain unconvinced, for Ouyang Ning's appearance was indeed quite persuasive. "Young Master Ling, wait, slow down," Old Li anxiously cautioned, fearing that Ouyang Xianing might trip. Ling Zifeng, upon hearing this, stumbled momentarily, nearly falling flat on his face. It was evident that Old Li had been thoroughly deceived by Ouyang Ning's appearance. Ouyang Xianing awkwardly turned her neck, genuinely unsure of what to say. Young master, the young master has arrived." As they walked, the members of the mercenary group greeted Morong Yuan with laughter and cheer, and he reciprocated with friendly banter, showing no airs of superiority. It was apparent that this young master was well loved among the mercenaries, enjoying high esteem within their ranks. Ouyang Xianing couldn't help but chuckle. The straightforward nature of the mercenaries resonated with her, devoid of any pretentiousness or deceit. Living here seemed quite pleasant. If given the opportunity, she would cherish the chance to stay a while longer. Observing Morong Yuan smile warmly at the group, she imagined he held a genuine fondness for these mercenaries. "Wow, Ouyang Ning, at last, I see you smiling. I always thought that while your lips curled up, it wasn't a true smile. You ought to smile more. It looks splendid on you, just like your brother," Ling Zifeng teased, playfully draping his arm over her shoulder. Ouyang Xianing quickly evaded his touch, pouting in disdain, indicating her annoyance at his self-serving compliment. "All right, we've arrived. Ouyang Xiao brother, you shall reside in this very tent. Though small, it is adequately furnished. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek Uncle Li." Morong Yuan, having just concluded a greeting with someone, turned to Ouyang Xianing and said, "As for Zifeng, he shall share a tent with me, just beside yours." "Very well, brother Morong. You may attend to your matters. I will manage just fine on my own," Ouyang Xianing replied. Morong Yuan's forthright nature and generous care for friends rendered him an admirable older brother. Just for addressing her as Ouyang Xiao brother, she felt compelled to call him brother. All right. Morong Yuan patted Ouyang Xianing's shoulder before making his way outside, seemingly to discuss matters regarding the Tianling fruit. "Rest well, Ouyang Xiao brother," Old Li expressed with concern, casting a lingering glance at Ouyang Xianing as if reluctant to leave, before ultimately turning to chase after Murong Yuan. Ouyang Xianing twitched her lips, pondering just how much concern she could evoke in others. Was she truly so fragile? No, not at all. As if seeing through her thoughts, Ling Zifeng replied, "Of course not. You little fox are merely worried about your potential to harm others." With that, he darted towards the tent like a gust of wind. Chapter 25. The eyes of the plump at the edge of a precipice stood a vibrant red fruit tree, its branches reaching out in defiance, exuding a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the air with the gentle breeze. Just the scent alone invigorated the spirit and enhanced one's cultivation. From below, one could vaguely discern the presence of 4 or 5 figures. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with determination. She was resolutely intent on acquiring the Tianling fruit. Gazing at the throngs of people around her, all craning their necks in anticipation of the Tianling fruit's ripening, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over the crowd. However, this gathering paled in comparison to previous frenzied scrambles for spiritual treasures. Although the Tianling fruit promised advancement, the perilous dark forest teemed with dangers, and it was not uncommon for prominent families to possess alternative spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs. Thus, as word spread, members of esteemed families largely refrained from attending. Instead, the crowd was filled with mercenaries who risked their lives, as well as students and adventurers seeking experience. "Goodness! Why are there so many people?" Ling Zifeng exclaimed, observing the multitude of colorful heads, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The sheer number was overwhelming, and the vibrant hues were nearly blinding. If they were to snatch the Tianling fruit, would they not drown him in a deluge of saliva? Ah, is that not the young Master Murong? Just as Ling Zifeng's thoughts spiraled, a particularly effeminate voice interrupted. He turned to see none other than this dainty figure, causing him to shudder as he instinctively shrank behind Murong Yuan. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow. It seemed even Ling Zifeng had someone he feared. Turning her gaze towards the source of the voice, she was curious about the individual who could intimidate Ling Zifeng to such an extent. Lao Li seemed to have heard as well. He cast a discreet glance at Ouyang Xianing and positioned himself protectively in front of her. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Evidently, this was a figure of considerable danger, as the crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment, disdain, and wariness. They beheld a rotund figure waddling toward them, truly resembling a plump ball. It was difficult to discern any eyes, and perhaps due to an overly ample neck, the head seemed to meld seamlessly with the body. Clad in a dusty yellow robe, this figure appeared even more spherical. It was astonishing that a person could attain such girth. She was certainly gaining new insights. "Oh dear, young Master Murong truly must be a person of great import," the rotund figure lamented. "I have visited the Extreme Heaven Mercenary Corps on numerous occasions to see you. Yet you were always absent, which has left me quite heartbroken." A pudgy hand extended. It became apparent that the figure sported a rather flamboyant gesture. Upon closer inspection, it was a relief to see that the eyes still retained a sliver of visibility, allowing for a glimpse of the path ahead. Otherwise, she would have been genuinely concerned that the individual might stumble blindly and meet with a mishap due to excessive plumpness. Even with the most placid temperament, Murong Yuan could not help but frown at the sight of that rotund swine. How unfortunate that it had returned, especially with Ouyang and Zifeng in tow. If this corpulent creature were to lay eyes on Ouyang Ning, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. What to do? Before he could devise a plan, he noticed the pig's beady eyes suddenly igniting with mischief. He placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. Alas, it was too late. Casting a glance at Ouyang Xianing, he silently wished her good fortune. Ouyang Xianing, receiving Murong Yuan's look, felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that this pig would concoct some scheme? She surveyed the scene, glancing left and right, up and down, marveling at the absurdity of this creature. To have grown so rotund, it would surely secure a place in the modern Guinness World Records, undoubtedly a celebrity in its own right. What peculiar antics might such an eccentric individual undertake? Ouyang Xianing pondered, tilting her head. Given the expressions on Murong Yuan and Ling Zifeng's faces, it seemed prudent to remain a mere observer for the time being. Ah, another charming beauty has arrived. The melodious, effeminate voice sent shivers down Ouyang Xianing's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt across her skin. Truly insufferable. Was this creature akin to Lin Xiangqian? The answer was revealed in the next moment. Indeed. It was "My little beauty, how come I've never seen you before? Come into your brother's embrace. I promise to indulge you with the finest delicacies, and you shall roam the dark woods with ease." The moment the pig spoke, it became clear what manner of being it was. The tone and the address confirmed it was of the same ilk as Lin Xiangqian. Nay, Even more loathsome, at least Lin Xiangqian possessed a semblance of handsomeness, deserving of an audience's attention. But this pig, it was a sight that could dissuade anyone from purchasing pork altogether. Why is that? Ouyang Xianing inquired with a smile. Meanwhile, Ling Zifeng, feeling a chill run down his neck, observed Ouyang Xianing's increasingly radiant smile with trepidation, sensing an ominous undercurrent. He instinctively shifted back, deciding it wise to distance himself from danger. It seemed that Ouyang Ning was far more formidable than that pig. Do you know what has become of the last person who spoke such words to me? Ouyang Xianing asked with a light laugh, her gaze fixed on the rotund creature. Ling Zifeng and Murong Yuan. Her words carried an ominous weight. Evidently, the last individual had met a dire fate. They silently mourned for him, wondering whether he had lost an arm or a leg. Meanwhile, to Old Li, her words sounded like a lament. Alas, poor child, so young to be bullied. This was not the first occurrence, and he could only wonder what had become of that unfortunate soul, cursing him to be childless and without descendants, as fate would have it. His curse had indeed come to pass, albeit before he uttered it. What has become of him? Humph! Which wretch dares to speak such words to this young master? He must be weary of life. The pig, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed. If the little beauty were to be snatched away, he would be left with nothing. That simply could not be. He intended to keep her by his side. Little beauty, do not heed the nonsensical ramblings of that foolish brat. How could he possibly compare to this young master? I am the heir of the renowned Overlord Mercenary Corps, the second most formidable mercenary group on the continent. I possess all that one could desire. Who could rival my stature? Ouyang Xianing glanced at the gluttonous fool, saliva almost dripping from his lips as he prattled on with a furrowed brow. She thought to herself how tiresome his incessant chatter was. It would be best to resolve this swiftly. Before the fool could finish his words, Ouyang Xianing leapt forward, delivering a swift kick to his nether region. The fate of the last unfortunate soul must have been keenly felt by the Overlord's heir. No sooner had Ouyang Xianing spoken than a piercing scream echoed from a distance. It hurts, you brat, just wait. After hearing this, Ouyang Xianing shrugged, as if that kick had not been delivered by her. Resuming her nonchalant demeanor, she turned to beckon Ling Zifeng and the others to descend towards the cliff's base. Upon seeing this, Ling Zifeng's eyes widened, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Ouyang Xianing, puzzled, wondered what had come over him. Had he gone mad again? She then turned to Murong Yuan. Brother Murong, shall we proceed? Murong Yuan, too, hurriedly retreated a few steps, awkwardly replying, yes, yes. Ouyang Xianing pouted, bemused by their peculiar behavior. All right, let us move along. She was disinterested in pondering their oddities. Attending to the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Lin Zifeng and Murong Yuan exchanged glances, promptly following suit, realizing it was wise to comply to preserve their own well-being. Meanwhile, Old Li had been rendered speechless ever since Ouyang Xianing's kick. How could this seemingly frail young master possess such formidable strength? His mind was a whirlwind of questions, and he shook his head, deciding it was best not to dwell on it, for his intellect could hardly unravel such mysteries. Chapter 26. The Contest for the Spirit Fruit. Young master, look! The celestial spirit fruit is on the verge of ripening, exclaimed a slender woman clad in a peach-colored robe, her voice brimming with excitement. Murong Yuan replied, lifting his gaze toward the cliff's summit. Upon hearing the commotion, Ouyang Xianing immediately directed her attention to the celestial spirit fruit, her eyes wide and unblinking as she observed it closely, vigilantly monitoring the surrounding movements. Suddenly, an unusual sensation rippled through the air. Amidst the clear sky, fleeting streaks of lightning flickered, vanishing almost as quickly as they appeared. Had she not activated her mental acuity, she might have missed it entirely. Ouyang Xianing narrowed her eyes. It appeared that this contest for the celestial spirit fruit would not unfold as simply as anticipated. A smile crept upon her lips, for the more complex the situation, the easier it would be to navigate the murky waters. Her smile grew broader, yet her mental focus remained unyielding as she intently observed her surroundings. Ling Zifeng, ever watchful of Ouyang Xianing, felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing her radiant smile. It seemed someone was destined to fall prey to her schemes, though he could only speculate who the unfortunate soul might be. The aroma in the air thickened, and the crowd below could hardly contain their restlessness. Each individual fixated on the celestial spirit fruit atop the cliff, resembling ravenous hounds eyeing a bone, poised to snatch it the moment it ripened. A radiant beam of light streaked across the sky, and the fragrance in the air erupted instantaneously, intensifying several-fold compared to before. The fiery glow was dazzling and captivating, illuminating the faces of everyone present. Yet in the blink of an eye, it vanished, as if it had been retracted back into the celestial fruit. Upon closer inspection, the celestial fruit merely emitted a faint, ethereal luminescence, appearing delicate and ripe in the air. The long-anticipated celestial fruit had finally reached maturity. The faces of those below flushed crimson, their eyes wide and fixed upon the celestial fruit. However, none dared to take the first step forward. Most among them had navigated the treacherous waters of life and death, well aware that the most coveted treasures often bore the greatest dangers. Just as various spiritual fruits and elixirs were guarded by spirit beasts, this celestial fruit, being a heavenly creation, would undoubtedly have its own guardian spirit beast. The air became tense for a few seconds, yet it was soon shattered. Who says that those who roam the dark forest are all wise? Perhaps a few mindless individuals would emerge, just as there are always a few rogues even among elite troops. Indeed, a handful of those beguiled by obsession rushed forth. The celestial fruit is mine. A scrappy little figure with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks sprinted from the crowd, climbing towards the cliff. His eyes were glazed, and drool dribbled from the corners of his mouth. Wasn't he that just the glistening drool of foolishness? With his mouth agape, he laughed maniacally. This person is truly beyond redemption. Ouyang shook her head, finding his lack of decorum appalling. It was one thing to look unpresentable, but to dare to leap forth and frighten others was a grave error. Such individuals would inevitably face retribution. With a loud thud, a charred lump appeared on the ground, as if to affirm Ouyang's thoughts. That lump of charred remains was none other than the unfortunate soul who had dared to scare others. See, retribution has arrived. Struck by lightning no less point, one can only imagine the gruesome fate that awaits him, reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Ouyang smirked, for it was not her fault. This fool had brought it upon himself by carelessly stepping forward. Ah! The crowd gasped as they turned to behold the direction in which the charred remains had fallen, revealing an enormous spirit beast. A colossal cunning soared through the air, its white feathers gleaming with a brilliant sheen. Trailing strands of lightning from its tail, it was evident that the scorched figure had been the result of its wrath. With a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned a tempest that sent the crowd tumbling, perfectly illustrating the age-old adage. The cunning is so vast, one cannot fathom its thousands of miles. Transforming into a bird, it is named Pung. The back of the Pung, one cannot fathom its thousands of miles. When enraged, its wings resemble clouds descending from the heavens. Goodness gracious, is this a cunning or a thunderous cunning? How are we to survive this? Ouyang lamented, realizing that the celestial fruit would be exceedingly difficult to obtain. With someone like you, it's utterly impossible. It takes someone of my caliber to even consider competing for it. With that proclamation, he indeed charged ahead, for as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Perhaps he would stumble upon a stroke of luck. He chuckled wickedly to himself. With another resounding thud, yet another charred body joined the ground. See, even a grand figure like me ended up as nothing more than a charred lump in the end. I'm still alive, unlike the rest. Those nearby watched as the man rushed forward, only to witness him transform into yet another pile of ash, their minds unable to contain their glee. Thank goodness I didn't go up there. It's been proven that this is a matter of reason. With a flick of his hair, Lu Hai strode confidently towards the periphery. For those who understand the situation tend to live longer. Ha ha ha. Ouyang observed the unfolding scenario, her eyes narrowing. It seemed that seizing the tianling fruit this time would pose considerable difficulty. The cunning excelled in aerial combat, and to pluck the tianling fruit, one would have to traverse its domain. Moreover, being of the lightning element, guarding the spiritual fruit and vanquishing those who would dare to take it was akin to adding wings to a tiger for the cunning. Ouyang's mind raced, her eyes glimmering as she pondered the best course of action. Young master, what should we do? This cunning is entirely beyond our expectations. It seems the tianling fruit will be quite the challenge to obtain, voiced Oldly anxiously from the side. Yuan extended his hand, choosing to observe the developments. Several mercenary groups were already engaged in combat with the cunning, yet as their numbers dwindled, those remaining above became increasingly isolated. Just moments ago, a group had ascended, only to plummet down in disarray, leaving behind only a solitary figure. Young master, while they are preoccupied, let us stealthily ascend and seize the tianling fruit, suggested a boisterous member of a nearby mercenary group, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he approached Yuan. Excellent idea, chimed in Ling Zifeng, unable to contain his excitement as he rushed over to join in. However, we may not even reach the halfway point before being discovered. That would leave us vulnerable to attacks from both sides. He added, despite his eagerness. Though he thrived on excitement, he possessed a keen intellect and could grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Zifeng makes a valid point, Ouyang responded thoughtfully. That is true, remarked the mercenary, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. Upon hearing this, Ouyang stroked her chin, realizing that this method could be feasible. Although it posed a significant challenge for others, who, lacking the ability to fly until they reached the ranks of kings, would inevitably be detected while climbing. Speed was her forte. If she faltered in that regard, what merit would she have in the realm of assassins? In an instant, Ouyang's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 27. It is my Tianling fruit hey. Where has Ouyang gone? As this voice rang out, the mercenaries turned their gazes. Oldly, what is happening? Ouyang furrowed his brow, glancing around, confirming that Ouyang was indeed absent. I do not know. I just saw him standing there a moment ago. How could he disappear so suddenly? Old Li's tone was laced with panic. How could such a slender little gentleman vanish in the blink of an eye? If he were to be spotted by any spirit beast, he would be reduced to mere bones. What to do? What to do? It appeared that Ouyang's frail appearance had left a lasting impression. Despite having just showcased her strength by sending that spherical object flying, others still perceived her as delicate and fragile. Ling Zifeng scoffed. What trouble could that oddball possibly encounter? They ought to be more concerned about whether others might face peril. It seemed that Ouyang might very well be scheming against others. He grinned mischievously, revealing his prominent front teeth. Casting a sidelong glance at Old Li, who was muttering away, he pondered how Old Li had never noticed his potential as a caretaker. How could such a robust man end up in such a state? Ouyang, that scoundrel, truly brings trouble to others. Ling Zifeng pretentiously shook his head, deciding against voicing his thoughts, allowing them to stew in their anxiety. All right, Old Li, young brother Ouyang will be just fine, oh not fret. Just look at that kick he executed earlier. It's clear he possesses the ability to safeguard himself. Ouyang could no longer bear to watch. Old Li was rather single-minded. If he did not disclose the truth, he would indeed become entangled in his own worries, dragging everyone else down with him. The scene shifted, and we now turn our attention to Ouyang. What is she up to at this moment? That stealthy figure lurking behind a group of brawny men is none other than the very subject of their discussion, young brother Ouyang. Lin Zifeng's deduction was indeed correct. She is scheming against others. Observing her as she deftly sends her adversary flying towards Kunpeng, one would hardly perceive the frailty Old Li imagined. If she were truly weak, then who among them would not be considered so? In her current demeanor, she exudes an aura of unparalleled ferocity. That little rascal dares to kick my backside. Who dares to show themselves? After creating chaos, Ouyang seized the moment, dusting off her hands and slipping away amidst the turmoil. Kunpeng, having noticed the commotion, cared not for its instigator, but was incensed that these individuals dared to disrupt the peace of its territory and attempt to pilfer its spirit fruit. It would not let them off lightly. In an instant, a tempest arose, and the colossal figure of Kunpeng surged toward them. Run! It's coming this way! A burly man, upon realizing the situation, widened his eyes in terror and shouted for a hasty retreat. Well, brothers, escape as best as you can. May fortune favor you. At worst, I shall rise again as a formidable man in 10 years. Meanwhile, Ouyang laughed shamelessly beside him, remarking, perhaps you are a woman in disguise. As chaos ensued, the attention of the crowd was drawn to the unfolding scene, providing Ouyang with the perfect opportunity to ascend toward the cliff. Of course, a few others shared her intent. For instance, Ling Zifeng and Ouyang, seizing the moment, declared, let's go. All right, you all wait for me here. Ouyang instructed several mercenaries, wary of their safety should they venture forth recklessly. But, young master, they voiced their concerns as they watched Ouyang ascend on his own. Fear not, I shall exercise caution. Zifeng, let us move. Yes. With Ouyang's reassurances, their worries dissipated. It was best for them to remain behind and not complicate matters for the young master. Ouyang climbed with remarkable speed, her hands deftly grasping the jutting rocks of the cliff, pushing off with her feet as she quickly ascended. Of those below, she appeared as a fleeting shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving them questioning their own vision. Ling Zifeng and the others were not slow in their pursuit either. Though not as swift as Ouyang, they followed closely behind. Master, hurry, someone is catching up, Old Wolf alerted. Yes, I am aware. Ouyang's mental acuity activated. She recognized that the pursuers were Ling Zifeng and Ouyang. Along with a few unfamiliar faces, likely mercenaries dispatched to contest for the spirit fruit. Her brow furrowed as she quickened her pace once more. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the side, climbing ahead with a speed surpassing that of Ouyang. Her eyes widened as she beheld this unexpected intruder. This simply would not do. She could not allow herself to be the one to benefit another. Such an unprofitable transaction was intolerable for someone like Ouyang. If it came to it, she would rather perish alongside him than let him enjoy the spoils alone. With a swift flick of her eyes, she unleashed a powerful strike towards the high cliff. A resounding boom echoed as a hole the size of a basin appeared on the precipice. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, darkness suddenly enveloped the area. What was happening? Was it about to rain? Why had the sky turned so suddenly dark? They scratched their heads, baffled by the turn of events. Then, with a thunderous crash, a shadow emerged near the Tianling fruit, and only then did they realize that Kuanpeng had returned. Observing the figure materializing at the cliff's edge, Ouyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ha! Look at you, old man, daring to compete with me. This is my hard-earned reward, and you think you can simply reap the benefits? Anyone who covets what belongs to her would do well to reconsider. She smirked, regaining her composure, appearing as nonchalant as a gentle breeze. Oh, so it turns out this old scoundrel seeks to pilfer the Tianling fruit. How utterly shameless. The crowd collectively spat in disdain, wishing fervently to drown him in their contempt. The shadow revealed itself to be a stout young man, his skin as dark as that of the legendary Guangong, yet his face was etched with greed and his eyes glinted with malice. Lacking the righteousness possessed by Guangong, he cast a glance in Ouyang's direction, evidently aware of her involvement. However, Kuanpeng, not one to be trifled with, was incensed at the audacity of someone daring to steal from him, especially the Tianling fruit he guarded. He surged forward with all his might, determined to teach the impudent thief a lesson, threatening to turn him into nothing more than a charred remnant. As she watched the fierce battle unfold between the man and Kuanpeng, Ouyang felt a rush of exhilaration. She was eager to see if he dared to attempt another theft of her hard-won prize. She shot a provocative glance at the shadow, silently challenging him to make his move. The thief, incensed by her gaze, stumbled slightly, almost caught in Kuanpeng's wrath. With a huff, he unleashed a spirit technique, charging towards Kuanpeng while making a beeline for the Tianling fruit. His speed was astonishing, and Ouyang realized too late that she could not intervene in time. She watched helplessly as he grasped the Tianling fruit in his hand. Angered, she could only stare in disbelief. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind arose. Upon seeing the fruit being stolen, Kuanpeng flapped his wings, conjuring a tempest. The shadow wobbled, and the Tianling fruit slipped from his grasp. My Tianling fruit. Ouyang gazed in astonishment as the fruit fell, landing perfectly in her hands. The unexpected turn of fortune left her momentarily dumbfounded. But her innate resilience quickly brought her back to her senses. When luck strikes, it cannot be thwarted. With the precious fruit now firmly in her possession, she had no intention of letting it slip away. She swiftly stowed the Tianling fruit away and turned to flee, casting one last triumphant glance at the shadow, as if to say, my charm is simply irresistible. The Tianling fruit is drawn to me. It is indeed my Tianling fruit. Chapter 28. From joy to sorrow upon receiving the celestial spirit fruit, Ouyang promptly retraced her steps. However, as fate would have it, calamity often strikes when one least expects it, and even the protagonist of this tale is not immune to such misfortunes. Just as Ouyang finished relishing her good fortune, she abruptly turned, only to find a gaping chasm had appeared behind her. As she inadvertently stepped into the abyss, she quickly grasped the jagged edges of the hole. With one hand firmly clutching a protruding rock, she dangled precariously, swaying for a moment before managing to stabilize herself. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she patted her chest in relief. Thank goodness she had reacted swiftly. Anyone else might have faltered. Her reflexes were indeed commendable. Ling Zifeng and Murong Yuan, who had been observing the situation, were equally startled. Their intentions to assist came to an abrupt halt as they witnessed the perilous scene unfold, letting out a collective sigh of relief that she had acted in time. Otherwise, she would have plummeted into the depths below. Ha ha ha. Look at you, still daring to act so arrogantly. The shadowy figure, seeing Ouyang clinging to the edge, pointed a finger at her and burst into laughter, slapping his thigh in amusement. Ouyang shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him. Turning her attention back to her precarious situation, she pouted in frustration at her ill fate. With determination, she exerted strength in her right hand, attempting to pull herself up. Just as she was a mere step away from victory, an unexpected force yanked her back, preventing her ascent. Her expression soured. Must it be so? This treacherous pit. She felt a tumult of emotions, nearly howling at the heavens in despair. What's wrong? Ling Zifeng inquired from a distance. Noticing Ouyang Xianing's unusual predicament, his curiosity piqued. Why hasn't she climbed up yet? Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to respond. She certainly couldn't divulge that this bizarre hole was inexplicably pulling her down, refusing to allow her to ascend. Who would believe such a tale? Quickly, hand over the celestial spirit fruit. The shadow, seizing a moment when Kunpeng was distracted, darted towards Ouyang Xianing, intent on seizing the precious fruit. Kunpeng, initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the chasm, cast a human-like gaze at Ouyang Xianing. Cold sweat trickled down her spine as she wondered if he had set his sights on her. Just as she braced herself for an impending attack, Kunpeng turned his attention to the shadow, clearly irked by the repeated provocations. Did they truly think him an easy target? With a powerful flap of his wings, he conjured a sphere of lightning, darkening the skies above. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the shadow hastily gathered his energy, preparing to withstand the onslaught. The thunderous booms echoed as the tempestuous lightning struck, shattering the protective shell the shadow had formed, unleashing a torrent of electric fury upon him. With a resounding crash, the shadow was transformed into charred remains, crashing against the cliffside and creating a substantial crater. Oh dear. How tragic. Ouyang Xianing covered her face, unable to bear the sight. Shaking her head, she lamented, how unfortunate. Alas, it seems when misfortune strikes, even a sip of water can become a hindrance. This thought lingered in Ouyang Xianing's mind as she teetered on the brink of falling. The remaining gust of wind swept directly towards Ouyang Xianing, causing the stone she held to shatter into powder, scattering into the breeze. As for Ouyang Xianing, what could she do? Naturally, she plummeted downwards. Ouyang Ning and Ling Zifeng, witnessing this, hastily reached out in an attempt to grasp her, but upon extending their hands, they encountered something solid and unyielding. The moment they touched it, they realized it was not a hand. Bringing it before their eyes, they discovered it to be a jade box. Exchanging glances, they quickly tucked it away. The two pairs of eyes stared blankly at the abyss, the echoes of Ouyang Xianing's words, I will be fine, don't worry, reverberating in their ears. Wiping away their tears, they turned resolutely towards the cliff's edge. Brother, we will remember you. Go forth without concern. Were Ouyang Xianing to hear this, she would surely be infuriated, for she was far from dead. Kunpeng observed as the shadow finally transformed into mere charcoal, and with a satisfied nod of his head, he disregarded those present and took flight, indifferent to where he might go. As long as he did not attack them, he could wander wherever he pleased. Meanwhile, the only two individuals besides Ouyang Xianing who had gained anything, Morong Yuan and Ling Zifeng, were making their way towards the most honest and motionless mercenary team. Oldly, noticing their return, craned his neck to peer behind them, anxiously scrutinizing their rear. Once they had come to a halt, he finally discerned that indeed, no one followed them. His face fell. Where was Ouyang's young brother? Morong Yuan's expression twitched. Oldly was genuinely concerned for Ouyang's young brother, even disregarding his own status as the young master. Shaking his head, he placed a reassuring hand on Oldly's shoulder. Oldly, Ouyang's young brother is fine. He merely had to leave for a while. Though these words were spoken, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Ouyang Ning, oh Ouyang Ning, how you have led him astray. His previously steadfast reputation for honesty had crumbled today. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of sincerity. Enduring Oldly's scrutinizing gaze, he allowed himself to be examined. That moment, Oldly's internal monologue was as follows. Observing the young master's earnest demeanor, it seemed he was not lying. Yet, how could such a frail individual like Ouyang's young brother escape from such a perilous battlefield? His mind was a flurry of questions. Ultimately, he decided to trust the young master. Oh, I see, he mumbled, though a sense of discontent lingered in his heart. Morong Yuan's expression stiffened. How could he, as the young master, endure this? Oldly's thoughts were plainly written across his face, revealing that their years of camaraderie paled in comparison to the newly met Ouyang's young brother. Alas! The uncle felt as if he were searching for a needle in the ocean. Turning to Ouyang Xianing, she now gazed at the tender green moss adorning the walls of the cavern. Leisurely descending, it must be said, this cave was indeed profound. She had fallen for quite some time without reaching its bottom. Upon noticing Kunpeng's contemplative gaze, she understood that this cavern was no ordinary place, and his lack of hostility towards her indicated that whatever lay within would not harm her. Since there was no danger, why should she be coy? Seizing the opportunity, she continued her descent. This approach not only diverts the attention of those seeking the spiritual fruit, but also allows for a closer investigation. Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Master, exercise caution. The flames within this cavern are no ordinary flames. Yin suddenly interjected, adding a note of warning. Ouyang Xianing's gaze hardened. It appeared prudent to remain vigilant, for encountering misfortune in a seemingly mundane situation is no trifling matter. The sound of the wind around her grew increasingly faint, indicating that she was nearing the bottom. She positioned herself, preparing for descent. Chapter 29. Where did that little chubby child come from? It is indeed quite sweltering here. The old wolf, an ice-type spirit beast, could no longer endure the heat, panting with its tongue lolling out, murmuring discontentedly, "Ha, you old wolf, it seems you've reached your limit. I, Qilian, am still capable of withstanding the heat. Able to accompany the master through fire and water, perhaps it's best you return to rest." Qilian cast a disdainful glance at the old wolf, wearing a smug expression. "Master, I shall take my leave first." Though the old wolf harbored a dislike for Qilian, it could not deny the truth that the latter was ill-suited to remain in such conditions. "Very well, you may return." In an instant, a flash of light enveloped the old wolf, causing it to vanish from sight. Ouyang Xianing descended leisurely. The duration of her fall seemed interminable, leading her to release the old wolf and Qilian for companionship during the descent, which proved to be a pleasant diversion. Now that she had reached the ground, there was no need to keep them with her any longer. "Qilian, you may also return." Master in the midst of his self-satisfaction. He was taken aback by her words, his expression freezing in disbelief. He then turned to Ouyang Xianing with a pleading look. "Master, I beseech you, consider this. I, old Qi, am robust and capable of apprehending thieves and confronting ruffians. How could someone as exquisite as you be without a protector like me? Please allow me to stay." Having just mocked the old wolf for being sent away, he now found himself in the same predicament, leaving him utterly dismayed. Before he could fully ponder his plight, Ouyang Xianing kicked him back into the chaos spirit ring. "I shall return." Ouyang Xianing pouted slightly, refocusing her attention as she meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Glancing upward, she noted that the passage from which she had fallen had vanished without a trace. Surveying the area revealed an expanse, dominated by a small volcano occupying her field of vision. Sparks erupted in arcs, landing on the ground with a hissing sound, as if the volcano might erupt at any moment. Yet, it was these very sparks that illuminated the cavern's interior. Ouyang Xianing scrutinized the small volcano before her. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the sparks contained a hint of black, indicating the unusual nature of this fire. Her senses heightened, she scanned her surroundings warily. Suddenly, the concentration of fire elements in the air surged dramatically. Crackling sounds echoed as sparks erupted, scorching the earth. Nearby stones suffered the consequences, engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes within moments, becoming one with the air, leaving no trace behind. Ouyang Xianing's vigilance intensified. This cavern was indeed extraordinary, and one must remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. It seemed that to acquire valuable treasures, one must be prepared to pay a price. The molten fire of the volcano gradually overflowed, scorching everything in its path, and in the blink of an eye, the land surrounding the volcano transformed into a sea of flames. Ouyang Xianing gazed at this scene, swallowing hard in a state of stiffness, shaking her head as she dreaded the thought of becoming a roasted pig. Suddenly, the volcano convulsed violently, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Ouyang Xianing swayed a few times before gradually regaining her balance. When she lifted her gaze once more, she beheld a bulge within the volcano, as the surrounding flames began to recede from the object, as if something were about to burst forth from the fire. Ouyang Xianing fixated on the protruding entity. Although it appeared to be merely a fireball, her intuition told her that it was far from ordinary. The sea of flames continued to spread until it halted about a meter away from Ouyang Xianing, surging forward like a tide before abruptly retreating. With a sigh of relief, Ouyang Xianing felt a sense of ease as the fiery expanse ceased its advance. For her, if the flames truly engulfed her, given her current strength, she would not be able to withstand for long, even with the White Lotus fire at her disposal. She raised her head again, redirecting her attention to the heart of the volcano. As the flames around the object gradually diminished, its shape slowly became discernible. Once the fiery encirclement dissipated, a brilliant red egg emerged before Ouyang Xianing's eyes. 3 black lines slid down her forehead. It turned out to be merely an egg. After all this commotion, she had expected something far more significant. Nevertheless, upon closer inspection, this egg was no ordinary one. Crack, crack. Just as Ouyang Xianing was pondering, the egg began to fracture. Instantly, she lifted her gaze, fixated on the egg, eager to discover what might emerge from within. Bang, bang, bang. The crack widened with each sound, the shattered shell peeling away outward. Finally, the shell could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, revealing a tiny, snow-white arm. Ouyang Xianing was taken aback. How could an arm appear? Was there a person inside? The little arm wriggled a few times before retreating, resuming its vigorous endeavor to break free from the shell. Bang, bang, bang. With great effort, the shell finally split into 4 pieces, and a chubby little infant crawled out. Dressed in a bright red apron, 2 small braids adorned her head, and her little eyes darted around curiously. With a puffing sound, she crawled out of the shell, plopping down on her bottom with a soft thud, then extending her plump, delicate hands to grasp a piece of eggshell. Crunch, crunch. Watching the chubby infant munching on the eggshell with delight, Ouyang Xianing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. How could she gnaw on that? Yet, it sounded quite crisp. Crunch, crunch. Aside from the sound of the eggshell being bitten, the cavern was enveloped in a profound silence. At last, the crunching ceased, and Ouyang Xianing, who had previously been in a state of astonishment, regained her composure, intending to scrutinize the scene closely. However, just as she lifted her head, she locked eyes with a pair of glistening, grape-like orbs. Ouyang Xianing froze momentarily, stepping back a few paces. The chubby infant also crawled forward a few steps, her tiny mouth slightly agape, a smile adorning her face. Looking down, she noticed that the little creature was still clutching a piece of eggshell. And with a gesture forward, she offered, "Mama, you should eat too." "Mother, mother," the words echoed incessantly in her ears. Ouyang Xianing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. What on earth was happening? "Hee, mother, you should eat too." The chubby little child, seeing her mother in a daze, showed no signs of annoyance and continued to stretch out her tiny hands, pushing the eggshell towards Ouyang Xianing, urging, "Mother, you eat." Upon hearing yet another call of mother, Ouyang Xianing's scattered thoughts finally coalesced. She widened her eyes, confirming that the little chubby child was indeed addressing her. Observing the drool trickling from the child's mouth, her eyelids twitched, and with a hint of embarrassment, she raised her hand to push the eggshell back, saying, "I won't eat, you have it." The chubby child gazed at Ouyang Xianing with her big, glistening eyes, then glanced at the eggshell in her hand. With a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, she promptly stuffed the eggshell back into her mouth, crunching away contentedly. Chapter 30. Ascending to the Spirit Master. Mother, mother. After finishing the eggshell, the little one blinked her eyes at Ouyang Xianing, her adorably silly expression making one feel an irresistible urge to pinch her chubby cheeks, which appeared delightfully soft. With such thoughts, Ouyang Xianing couldn't resist. She smiled wickedly, extending her hands to pinch the child's face. It was as soft and smooth as she had imagined, even better. Ouyang Xianing couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Mother." The chubby child beamed at Ouyang Xianing, her face lighting up with a silly grin. Unfortunately, her face was being playfully pinched by Ouyang Xianing, which only made her expression more contorted. Unable to continue her playful assault, Ouyang Xianing looked at the child's goofy demeanor with a hint of reluctance. Pursing her lips awkwardly as she withdrew her hands, she managed a warm smile, saying, "Little one, I am not your mother. Oh, you are my mother, my mother." Before Ouyang Xianing could finish her sentence, the chubby child's smile vanished, tears welling up in her eyes and swirling around in her orbs as she earnestly declared to Ouyang Xianing, her little face exuding an endearing charm. Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brows, pondering how to resolve this predicament. To acknowledge her or not, it was a conundrum. Although she had witnessed many tragic events in her past life as an assassin, her heart was not as unyielding as stone, especially after arriving in this foreign world. Surrounded by a gentle mother, a kind father, a caring younger brother, and a protective older brother, along with companions like Yin, Qilian, and Old Wolf, she had gradually transformed, becoming more human, experiencing emotions, and understanding the complexities of life. Typically, when spirit beasts are born, they call the first person they see mother. It seems the master has encountered a stroke of good fortune. Yin was muttering to himself, sharing in Ouyang Xianing's good luck, as she had gained another ally, enhancing her strength against future adversaries. Yin attentively observed the newly born chubby child, realizing that this spirit beast could transform into human form immediately upon birth. Indicating a noble lineage, he found it intriguing that he could not discern her true nature, suggesting she possessed unique qualities that would later reveal extraordinary abilities. Ouyang Xianing exclaimed in realization, "No wonder. It appears that she has indeed stumbled upon a great bargain. Could this seemingly unremarkable chubby doll truly be some rare species? Her eyes sparkled with delight, pondering if she had unearthed a treasure. She reached out to embrace the chubby doll, declaring, "Very well, from now on, I shall be your mother." "Mama, Mama!" The chubby doll beamed with joy, wrapping its arms around Ouyang Xianning's neck and laughing heartily, leaving a drool-soaked imprint on her cheek. Ouyang Xianning's lips twitched, and she raised her hand to wipe her face, exclaiming, "Alas! My face is drenched in drool." The challenges of motherhood were indeed formidable. How was she to care for this chubby doll? She had never nurtured anything before, not even a pet. Her thoughts spiraled. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her hand. Turning to investigate, she found the chubby doll biting her finger with its underdeveloped teeth. "Ouch! What are you doing, little one?" Before she could finish her sentence, a warm wave of energy enveloped her heart, and her brows raised in realization. An advancement was imminent. Before she could brace herself, a radiant aura surged from beneath her feet, and a pentagram ascended. The final star of the pentagram swelled with brilliance, gradually emitting a dazzling light as it broke through to the pinnacle of the third tier of Spirit Master. Leaping into the realm of Great Spirit Master, a smile of joy graced Ouyang Xianning's face. It seemed she would not require the celestial spirit fruit after all. Just when she believed her advancement had concluded, an even more potent force surged forth. Great Spirit Master Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and finally, the pinnacle of Tier 3. Ouyang Xianning's heart tightened. She could not ascend further and hastily restrained the energy. Settling at the peak of Great Spirit Master Tier 3, she promptly seated herself to meditate, intending to solidify her cultivation. The chubby doll, noticing the radiant aura at her feet, crawled over with curiosity, tilting its head as it observed Ouyang Xianning, seemingly pondering some profound question, its mouth still glistening with drool. Ouyang Xianning closed her eyes, meticulously examining the pearl enveloped in white mist within her dantian. Furrowing her brow, she wondered about the nature of this entity. Just as she attempted to gain a clearer understanding, a flash of white light jolted her consciousness back to the external world. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the chubby doll still tilting its head, drooling, in a contemplative pose. "What thoughts occupy your mind?" Ouyang Xianning chuckled softly, reaching out to pat the little one's head. "Mama, Mama!" The chubby doll gazed at her, a look of confusion etched upon its face. Sensing something, Ouyang Xianning closed her eyes once more, concentrating intently. Why is it not a life bond contract? How could the bloodline of this chubby doll not be a life bond? The master has already established a life bond, Yin, the spirit of her divine artifact, interjected. "Yin, what is the meaning of this?" "Master, I am uncertain. It appears that before you contracted with me, there was already a life bond in place. The specifics elude me, but I only realized this when you formed the contract with the chubby child," Yin replied, wearing a perplexed expression that reflected its genuine ignorance. "Oh, even you, the divine spirit of creation, are unaware. What could this possibly be?" Ouyang Xianning's words carried a hint of playful mockery. "Humph, this young master has been secluded for several millennia. How could I possibly be aware of the happenings beyond?" Yin, with an air of haughtiness, tossed his head and bounded towards the small bamboo house, still incredulous that the spirit he had created as a deity of creation could be oblivious to such matters. Ouyang Xianning observed Yin leaping towards the pile of books, then turned her attention elsewhere, realizing that her fated contractor was indeed shrouded in mystery. "Little chubby one, I shall consolidate my cultivation here. You may amuse yourself for a while. Mama, Mama, I am going to sleep now." She blinked her eyes and with a swift whoosh, disappeared from the spot. Ouyang Xianning watched her return to the spirit beast space and settled down to meditate. Reinforcing her strength in the blink of an eye, time slipped by and 3 days had passed. Ouyang Xianning slowly opened her eyes, rose to her feet, and shook her body, her joints crackling like firecrackers. Suddenly, a halo of light rose beneath her feet, signifying her official advancement to the rank of Xinling Master. Had anyone been nearby, their jaw would have surely dropped in disbelief. Within just a few short days, she had leaped from the pinnacle of third-rank Spirit Master to Xinling Master, a truly astonishing feat, leaving those who had toiled for decades in dismay. She gazed up at the volcano before her, noting that most of the fire elements had been absorbed, and the cave now appeared less luminous. Exhibiting a slightly darker tone, it seemed that it was time to depart. Chapter 31. I, who Hansen, have returned huff, at last. She had climbed to the top. Ouyang Xianning leaned against the wall with one hand, the other on her hip, gasping for breath. This cave was exceedingly difficult to ascend. Even after consolidating her cultivation and advancing to Xinling Master with the remaining energy, she had sought an exit but found none. Attempting to summon the little chubby doll, she realized that it had fallen into a deep slumber. She knew she could not rely on this plump creature any longer. The cave was entirely sealed, and she would have to forge her own path. Subsequently, Yin had uttered a remark that led to her current disheveled appearance, covered in dust, resembling a mottled cat. Spitting out the lingering dust in her mouth, she wiped her face with her sleeve, finally emerging from the cave. Alas, her previously cold and aloof demeanor had vanished without a trace. Master, remain calm, Yin chuckled softly to himself. Observing his master in such a state brought him great delight. She had always exuded an air of indifference, which created a sense of distance, but this current version of her was far more delightful. Ouyang Xianing rolled her eyes, retorting, easier said than done, if it were you digging. Would you feel the same? After all, she had fallen for quite some time, indicating the cave's considerable depth. Yet, she had not anticipated it to be this profound. It had taken her 3 entire days to reach the exit, even longer than her advancement to Xinling Master. How had Ouyang Xianing toiled to attain such a disheveled state? The backstory unfolds as follows. When Ouyang Xianing could not find her way, she heard Yan's remark and, remaining calm, replied, all right. With a casual wave of her sleeve, a powerful gust of wind surged towards the wall, bang. The wall shattered in response, but only a slight dent appeared. Ouyang Xianing observed the wall, noting little change, and increased her force to strike again. With a resounding crash, Ouyang Xianing gazed ahead, where dust swirled in the air, pondering whether a considerable distance had indeed been traversed. Yet, as the dust settled and she turned her head to inspect the situation, she found herself utterly bewildered. The opening was scarcely larger than before, and there was even evidence of restoration. Master, this wall possesses a peculiar quality. It has the ability to self-repair. Only by persistently attacking can you prevent its regeneration. Yin reminded her. Ouyang Xianing mused, considering her abundant spiritual energy. Having just ascended to the rank of a profound spirit master, it was a perfect opportunity to test this newfound power. Thus, she decisively unleashed her spiritual force upon the wall with vigor. However, gradually, she found herself exhausted. Her arms ached from the relentless assault on the wall, and she could not fathom when this ordeal would come to an end. Yin, is there no other way? She questioned, contemplating how long this would continue, especially since she remained unaware of the wall's true thickness. No, came the reply, shattering Ouyang Xianing's thoughts. Resigned, she concentrated her spiritual energy and struck the wall once more with fervor. Determined to forge ahead as she labored, she sensed a breeze from outside, prompting her ears to perk up. Suddenly invigorated, she raised her spiritual technique and struck the wall again. A thunderous boom echoed, and at last, the barrier before her gave way. Beholding the expansive blue sky and fluffy white clouds, alongside the carnivorous flower forest nearby, she even regarded the menacing black rock python ahead with a newfound sense of familiarity. Overcome with joy, she yearned to exclaim, I, Han San, have returned, completely disregarding the ravenous python that loomed before her. However, as Ouyang Xianing regained her composure and focused on the formidable black python ahead, her expression stiffened. Just as she emerged from the cave, she found herself on the verge of falling into the jaws of the serpent. How unfortunate! Truly, I am plagued by misfortune, she lamented, observing the python's gaping maw, its venomous fangs glistening ominously as she pondered how to deal with the enormous creature. A sudden gust of wind swept through the sky, heralding the arrival of something momentous. Ouyang Xianing tilted her head in contemplation, recognizing this entrance as eerily familiar. A shadow descended, enveloping the earth, and when she looked up, she realized it was the Kunpeng she had encountered while seizing the heavenly spirit fruit. Her expression hardened. This was not a trivial matter. Given her current predicament, she could manage a black rock python, but the addition of a Kunpeng made the situation precarious. Just as Ouyang Xianing deliberated on her escape, a fierce battle erupted before her eyes. The Kunpeng unleashed a barrage of strikes against the black rock python, creating a cacophony of sounds. Ouyang Xianing was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Shouldn't it be attacking her? After all, she had pilfered the heavenly spirit fruit that it guarded. A flurry of questions swirled in her mind. What could possibly be the reason for this? Observing the unfolding scene, she saw the Kunpeng relentlessly pursuing the python, which, in a desperate bid for survival, collided with several trees before collapsing to the ground in a roll. How bold of you, Kuenpeng, to attack me, a mere human. Ouyang Xianing thought, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Kuenpeng did not utter a word, relentlessly pursuing and striking as if he had encountered the nemesis of his father, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated upon his target, seizing every opportunity to strike fiercely. The scene was drenched in brutality and violence, almost unbearable to behold. Ouyang Xianing stared in bewilderment at the unfolding chaos, questioning the nature of this affair, particularly as she, the protagonist, remained standing amidst it all. Upon reflection, Ouyang Xianing realized that such occurrences seemed to have transpired before. Her thoughts drifted away, bang, bang. Following the sounds, silence enveloped the surroundings. Ouyang Xianing regained her senses, only to behold a charred python lying upon the ground, resembling a block of coal, devoid of its former intimidating and cunning demeanor. Kuenpeng gazed at the defeated black-rock python, finally vanquished, casting a disdainful glance at the ashen remains. He then soared toward Ouyang Xianing's direction. Startled, she finally acknowledged her role as the protagonist, hastily retreating a few steps to steady herself, adopting a stance in anticipation of an imminent onslaught, embodying the spirit of a warrior bracing for a tempest. Yet, a gust of wind swept through. Still, there was no movement. Ouyang Xianing found it peculiar that he had yet to strike. Did he wish to witness her panic? Surely, Kuenpeng could not be so twisted. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in her mind. A colossal bird relentlessly pursuing the python on the ground, unleashing thunder and wielding its wings with fervor, employing every means at its disposal, shaking off her stupor. She collected her thoughts. Indeed, this could very well be a manifestation of abnormality. Ouyang Xianing scrutinized Kuenpeng, who gazed at her with an expression of earnest sincerity. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, and thought, this must be a misperception. That Kuenpeng refrained from immediately attacking her was fortunate enough. Why would he regard her with such genuine eyes? However, upon rubbing her eyes once more, she still beheld the same sight. Those once menacing eyes now brimming with sincerity, standing before her motionless, resembling an innocent child awaiting an answer. Master, this Kuenpeng wishes to acknowledge you as its sovereign. The voice of the old wolf echoed in Ouyang Xianing's ears. Chapter 32. The Contract with Kuenpeng. Ouyang Xianing furtively cast a glance at Kuenpeng, and it seemed as though there was some unspoken understanding. Yet, could it be that this spirit beast had lost its wits, approaching her with intentions of allegiance? Typically, other spirit beasts would not even regard her as a meal. The notion of them recognizing her as their master was utterly absurd. Kuenpeng observed Ouyang Xianing's demeanor with growing anxiety. What to do? What to do? The master does not acknowledge him. Howl, howl. Yet, he could not articulate his thoughts. Was he left to silently pray within his heart? No, he must take tangible actions to demonstrate his genuine intentions as Kuenpeng. But what would those actions entail? He flapped his massive wings and staggered toward her, lifting his colossal head to nuzzle against Ouyang Xianing, striving to convey his friendliness. However, to her, it appeared as if he had grown impatient after waiting for her response. She quickly retreated, wishing to distance herself, fearing he might suddenly go berserk, leading to her own tragic fate. Kuenpeng gazed at Ouyang Xianing as she retreated, instantly frozen, as if he were aware that his actions had startled his future master. He hastily paused, shifting his colossal form backward, causing the very ground to tremble. Feeling a pang of embarrassment, he attempted to scratch the back of his head with his immense wings, but alas, those vast appendages proved too unwieldy to reach, forcing him to abandon the effort. Observing his clumsy demeanor, Ouyang Xianing chose not to tease him further. You wish to forge a contract with me. A gust of wind swept through, and Kuenpeng's enormous head bobbed with delight, his eyes sparkling with joy, causing the surrounding breeze to quicken. Very well. Ouyang Xianing chuckled softly, stepping forward to extend her right hand. In response, Kuenpeng obediently lowered his head, standing still as her hand rested upon Kuenpeng's head. She activated the Beast Master technique, and in mere moments, glowing runes illuminated the ground beneath them. Today, I and you shall establish a covenant, bound in life and death. Do you consent? I do. With those words, the contract was sealed. In an instant, a surge of warmth flowed towards her dantian. Ouyang Xianing smiled, realizing she was on the verge of another breakthrough. This ascent seemed remarkably effortless. However, such a sentiment was unique to her. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely erupted in exasperation. How could it be easy? For others, decades of arduous cultivation yielded only the status of a mere great spirit master. Turning her gaze back upon herself, she recognized her own peculiarity. Within less than 3 months, she had leapt from a complete novice to a mystic spirit master, and now, astonishingly, she was poised to ascend once more. How could they possibly accept this? It left them devoid of motivation to continue their own pursuits. Truly, she was an anomaly, a profound one at that. In truth, the process of advancement was not so simple. Ouyang had exerted every ounce of her spiritual energy over the past 3 days, tirelessly forging her path without a moment's respite. Her energy had been in a constant cycle of depletion and replenishment, leading to a significant increase in power. Coupled with her covenant with Kunpeng, her energy surged dramatically, allowing her to leap forward without the need for consolidation. As the radiance enveloped her feet, Ouyang, having undergone the celestial ascension, ascended directly from the first to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of mystic spirit master. Subsequently, Qilian and the Old Wolf emerged from the Chaos Spirit Ring, both experiencing their own breakthroughs. Qilian advanced from a high spirit beast to a 2nd-tier earth spirit beast, while the Old Wolf progressed from a high spirit beast to the peak of a 3rd-tier earth spirit beast. Several beams of light also entered the Chaos Spirit Ring, directed towards the wolf pack. Most astonishing of all was Kunpeng. Originally an earth spirit beast, he broke through to the celestial tier, reaching the 3rd tier before halting. "Thank you for your benevolence, Master," Kunpeng exclaimed after his advancement, transforming into a semblance of a swan, shrinking to a size akin to an ordinary bird as he addressed Ouyang. Ouyang furrowed her brows, perplexed. What was this? Kunpeng was already an earth spirit beast. Why could he not speak human words? "This is a curse," the omniscient little tome, Yin, interjected. Previously unaware of the little chubby fellow's true form, he had been mocked by the master. And to salvage his image, he resolved to speak up, striving to cultivate a favorable impression in the master's heart. Ouyang chose not to pursue the matter further. Such complexities were beyond her current understanding. Yet one day, she, Ouyang, will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the world, strong enough that none would dare to harm her companions or bully her loved ones. "Xiaolei, let us depart." "Master, did you call for me?" Kunpeng inquired, peering at Ouyang. "Yes, Master. Is this the name you have bestowed upon me? But I am so tall and robust. How can I be called Xiao?" Kunpeng expressed his bewilderment, finding the name rather absurd. Seeing how adept you are at thundering and striking, Xiaolei seems quite fitting, does it not?" "Very well, it is settled. However, Master. Kunpeng, no, Xiaolei, chased after Ouyang, earnestly hoping she might reconsider and grant him a new name. Qilian, observing Kunpeng's retreating figure, covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "The name bestowed by the master is splendid. Xiaolei truly is quite thunderous. Heh. Fortunately, I had the foresight to choose a name for myself. Otherwise, I shudder to think what the master might have named me." The Old Wolf, watching Qilian's expression of relief, curled his lip in disdain, noting that she was reveling in someone else's misfortune. Hearing the name Xiaolei, he pouted, wondering why the master had not named him as well. Ouyang strode ahead, feeling vexed, completely indifferent to the entreaties of Xiaolei trailing behind her. She glanced around, realizing she needed to find a suitable place to clean herself up. At this moment, Ouyang had entirely forgotten about the existence of the Chaos Spirit Ring. "Hurry, let us proceed ahead," Ouyang urged. Noticing Qilian lagging behind, she could not help but exclaim, for she abhorred being dirty. Amidst the clamor, while Ouyang was urging Qilian forward, a cacophony of battle sounds reached her ears. "Surrender the murderer who harmed my son, and my Bewang mercenary group will not hold it against you." A treacherous voice infiltrated her mind just as she was stretching her spiritual sense in search of a water source. "You shall not escape. Ouyang, my young brother, was merely acting in self-defense. It is absurd for you, the leader of the 2nd mercenary group, to resort to treachery." The subsequent words became inaudible. Ouyang had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, but upon hearing her name mentioned, she felt compelled to intervene. It seemed to involve Brother Morong. Thus, she could not stand idly by. "Qilian, Old Wolf, you two stay here and explore. Take your time that I shall proceed with Kunpeng." With that, she mounted Kunpeng and boldly advanced towards the tumult of battle. Chapter 33. The true and false Ouyang young brother Morong Yuan, surrender the one who injured my son. I shall spare your life for your father's sake. Team leader Qianren, your son is the one who overstepped. Ouyang young brother was merely acting in self-defense. His predicament is of his own making. It is impossible for us to hand over Ouyang young brother, Morong Yuan declared with righteous indignation. When Ouyang arrived, she overheard these words. Her heart warmed. Despite their brief acquaintance, Brother Ouyang was so fiercely protective of her in her past life. Those she held dear had betrayed her for their own gain. In pursuit of a life of opulence, she spared no effort in revealing her whereabouts to secure her own interests, disregarding her very existence. Yet now, faced with a looming threat, Brother Ouyang stood resolutely for her. His demeanor stern, indifferent to his own peril. Such a bond of friendship is indeed rare and precious. Ouyang Xianing felt her eyes welling with emotion, instantly yearning to rush out and fight alongside them. However, upon a moment's reflection, she restrained herself. How brazen you are, old rogue, even more shameless than your son, resorting to a sneak attack, despite being the leader of the 2nd Mercenary Corps. Ouyang, I shall not surrender you to him. Abandon any hope of that. Ling Zifeng, unable to contain his impatience, joined the fray. It appears this lad possesses a sense of loyalty. Indeed, Ouyang Xianing mused, this boy is quite commendable, and it seems I must treat him kindly in the future, for scaring him is no longer an option, though a bit of fright can be invigorating. Very well, if you refuse to yield, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. When the time comes, do not be surprised if I take your lives. Ling Zifeng rolled his eyes, remarking, when have you ever been courteous? Spare me the chatter. If a fight is to be had, let us engage without delay. Observing his son's effeminate demeanor, he now saw it as a clear inheritance from him. With a disdainful glance, he noted the absurdity of their situation. Aren't mercenaries supposed to be forthright and gallant? This fellow is truly an anomaly in the mercenary world. You, Qian Ren appeared as if he had been struck on a tender spot, his face flushing crimson as he shouted at Ling Zifeng. Humph, you insolent brat, even when death is imminent you remain arrogant. I shall ensure you are rendered speechless. Ouyang Xianing, observing from the side, could not help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, it seemed this young man had honed his eloquence. She had never realized he possessed such a gift for oratory. Well said, young lad, she thought, silently giving him a thumbs up in admiration. The air was thick with tension, the scent of gunpowder palpable. As it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Let us now turn our attention to the scene. On one side stood the leader of the tyrant mercenary corps, flanked by a cadre of shifty-eyed, towering lackeys, all of whom were fixated on the opposing team. As for the other side, the very team under scrutiny, they appear to be a motley crew of the aged, the frail, and the wounded. Aside from Morong Yuan and Ling Zifeng, the rest were clearly weak, emaciated, diminutive, and youthful. The once brawny and robust men now bore expressions of distress, their faces pale, as if forcing themselves to maintain composure. Just one glance was enough for Ouyang Xianing to deduce what had transpired. It was evident that the tyrant mercenary corps had resorted to some despicable and underhanded tactics to reduce them to such a state. Judging by their demeanor, it was reasonable to conclude that poisoning was involved. Turning her gaze to the opposite side, she recognized Qian Ren, the mercenary leader, wearing a sinister grin, unmistakably a villain. His gaze was sharp, fierce, and merciless as he surveyed the opposing group. Following his line of sight, Ouyang Xianing spotted two unfamiliar faces among Morong Yuan's team. One was a striking young man, eyes brimming with tears, biting his lower lip in a pitiful manner, seemingly enduring a sense of injustice while defiantly staring ahead. The other was a fiery figure, clad in crimson, with blazing red hair, glaring furiously at Qian Ren. Ouyang Xianing observed the unfolding situation, her brows furrowing slightly. Could it be that Qian Ren had mistaken the identity of this young man, confusing him for her? How audacious of you, Qian Ren, to proclaim yourself the leader of the 2nd Mercenary Corps, the overlord mercenary group, when my brother and I have never wronged you. Why on earth would you harm my brother? The red-haired youth shouted indignantly. Humph, the one who harmed my son dares to quibble. Brothers, charge forth and avenge your young leader. It soon proved that Ouyang Xianing's suspicions were indeed correct. She pondered, could it be that she resembled this young man so closely? Once again, she cast her gaze upon him, scrutinizing every detail. Ultimately, her conclusion was, no, they bore no resemblance whatsoever. Although they both donned white garments and shared the same raven-black hair, their faces, their expressions, their very countenances were worlds apart. She was nowhere near as pitiable as this young man. Just look at those sorrowful eyes, and those tender, crimson lips nearly bleeding from biting. In what way did they resemble each other? Ouyang Xianing's mind was flooded with exasperation, an overwhelming urge to curse at the absurdity of it all. What kind of eyesight did Qian Ren possess to make such a grave error? Brothers, forward! Oh, splendid! A gaggle of shifty-eyed ruffians cracked their knuckles, grinning with malicious delight as they surged forward. You lot stay where you are. Zifeng, we shall advance. Murong Yuan assessed the situation, realizing there was no escaping this confrontation. He steeled himself. He could not abandon his brothers, for he was the young master of the first mercenary corps, the elite of the elite. Very well. Ling Zifeng exchanged a swift glance with the crowd behind him, hastening to follow in Murong Yuan's footsteps. To arms. Ah! Despite Murong Yuan's exceptional spiritual prowess among his peers, he found himself at a disadvantage here. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Before long, a blade grazed his arm, blood gushing forth in torrents. Young master, Murong, brother. Seeing the perilous turn of events, Ouyang Xianing knew it was time for her to make her entrance. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept through the sky, toppling several of the overlord mercenary group's thugs to the ground. What on earth? Where did this strange wind come from? The onlookers craned their necks, searching the heavens for the source of the tempest. The fight nearby also came to a halt. Xiaolei, you deal with those small fry. This old hag is mine to handle, a clear voice rang out, sounding like a beacon of hope to Murong Yuan and his companions. Ouyang, little brother. Its Ouyang, little brother. Old Li's booming voice echoed, and the mercenaries all looked on in eager anticipation, for Ouyang, little brother, had arrived. Meanwhile, the fiery red-clad youth mused about Ouyang, little brother's long-awaited appearance. He was curious to see what manner of person would dare to strike so boldly at another's vital essence. However, when he turned to follow the sound, what he beheld left him utterly astonished. Chapter 34. Overcoming the few with the many, the red-clad youth, upon hearing the voice, turned to its source, where a figure stood majestically atop a kuanpeng, silhouetted against the sun, gazing down upon the earth below. The sunlight illuminated the figure, radiating brilliance akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, evoking a sense of reverence and admiration in all who beheld it. However, upon landing, that majestic image was utterly shattered. The reality was almost too painful to witness, a stark contrast to the divine savior one had envisioned. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if his very pupils had shattered. Scattering across the ground, trembling, he attempted to reinsert his dislodged gaze, then began a desperate self-hypnosis, convincing himself that what he had seen was merely an illusion, a figment of his imagination. How could this beggar-like figure possibly be the prophesied savior? The individual before him donned a once white garment, now soiled and grayed that its original hue was indiscernible. Glancing at the hair, it was a disheveled mess, clumped together and dust-laden, resembling a bird's nest. And as for the face, it bore smudges of dirt here and there, complemented by a few errant wisps of stubble. Truly, it was akin to a large, mottled cat. What was this but a mere vagrant? Before he could fully comprehend the absurdity, a clear voice rang out, "Xiaolei, up!" The red-clad youth rubbed his eyes and looked again, realizing that the sound indeed emanated from this peculiar figure. Impossible! He raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously, resolutely refusing to accept this reality. Yet, when he raised his gaze once more, he was instantly rendered speechless, transforming into a mere wooden post. What scene had caused such a transformation? A recollection of events flashed through his mind. Behold, that beggar-like person had just sent the burly man, who had wounded Murong Yuan, sprawling with a single kick. Following that, a spinning kick sent another dark-skinned man crashing to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, she dispatched one, kicked another 2 away, and swept a group off their feet. In that moment, Ouyang Qianning's image soared in his heart, her silhouette now grand and impressive. What a striking figure! What a magnificent kick! His eyes sparkled with wonder, evolving from disbelief to astonishment, and finally to adoration. Ouyang, be cautious. Though Qianren seemed unimpressive, he was, after all, a bona fide third-tier spirit master. Murong Yuan cautioned as he watched Ouyang Qianning advance toward Qianren. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qianning felt a rush of clarity. It appeared he had underestimated Qianren, and a serious approach was warranted. Ouyang, could it possibly be that Ouyang? Qianren murmured to himself, pondering whether he had misidentified the person earlier. Casting a dubious glance at the oddly styled, beggar-like figure, he couldn't help but wonder if his son's taste had indeed declined. Observing Qianren's demeanor, Ouyang Qianning informed Ling Zifeng, "Brother Murong, I leave the small fry to you. Xiaolei, lend a hand," he added, then dashed toward Qianren. It was the perfect opportunity for advancement. He would use this encounter to hone his skills. Were Qianren to discover that he and the wall served identical purposes, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spewing blood. Upon receiving Ouyang Qianning's command, Xiaolei felt liberated to unleash his might. Spotting the dark-skinned man, who bore a striking resemblance to the one attempting to pilfer his tianling fruit. He was filled with disdain and promptly sent him flying with a powerful flap of his wing, disregarding any consequences. After all, his master had not granted him a name change. His mood was already sour, and he had no qualms about delivering a harsh blow to anyone who irked him. With one wing raised on this side and a thunderous strike on the other, the entire mercenary group was thrown into disarray, their former bravado utterly dissipated. Ling Zifeng and Murong Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. This was no longer their affair. The confrontation was solely between one individual and a colossal Kuanpeng. Exchanging glances, they decided it would be prudent to retreat to a more tranquil spot. Qianren regarded the approaching young beggar with disdain, scoffing at the thought that such a ragged urchin could pose any threat. Even if Murong Yuan were to face him, he would scarcely endure more than a few exchanges before being bested. How could this beggar hope to withstand even a single blow? His contempt was palpable as he cast a scornful glance at Ouyang Xianing. Ouyang Xianing, catching the derisive look from Qianren, smirked, her confidence unwavering. Soon enough, he would learn just how many moves she could withstand. As Qianren nonchalantly hefted his large blade, preparing to strike, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Observing his haughty demeanor alongside her own disheveled appearance, a filthy ragged cloth atop her head, infuriated her further. Being somewhat of a neat freak, the thought of engaging in battle while looking so unkempt was unbearable. Glaring at the source of her ire, her temper flared. How audacious of him to take her lightly! If she didn't teach him a lesson, she would cease to be Ouyang Xianing. With full resolve, she lunged at Qianren with a dagger aimed directly at his heavy blade. The sound of the blade's protest rang out as Qianren stumbled back a few paces, but being a saint spirit master, he quickly regained his composure, suffering no significant harm. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, realizing that Qianren possessed more skill than she had initially thought. However, Qianren's thoughts were far from her own. He now recognized that this beggar was not to be underestimated. His previous arrogance was swiftly replaced with a ferocious intent. Ouyang Xianing, undeterred, met his gaze with equal intensity, invoking her spirit technique, Heaven's Fall Slash. She sought to ascertain her limits through this confrontation. Qianren, observing her unleashed technique, felt a flicker of concern. Perhaps this beggar had some merit after all, yet he remained confident, believing she fell short of his prowess. As the dust settled, Ouyang Xianing retreated 3 steps, while Qianren stood firm. "Boy, I suggest you concede. I might consider sparing you," he taunted. Ouyang Xianing, unable to conceal her disdain at his insufferable arrogance, retorted coldly. Undeterred, she unleashed a series of spirit techniques, Heaven's Fall Slash followed by Void Slash, determined to prove her worth against him. "You really ought to save your breath," Qianren jeered, though inwardly he was anxious. The sheer expenditure of her spirit power was astounding. How could she waste it so recklessly? As she continued her barrage of techniques, he feared that if this persisted, defeat would be inevitable. Ouyang Xianing frowned, preparing to respond, when Murong Yuan interjected, "Qianren, what kind of hero takes advantage of the weak? Hemph, I prevail by virtue of my size. If you possess the capability, dare to bully someone yourself." Upon hearing Murong Yuan's remark, Qianren couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What if he didn't resort to such tactics? However, the spectacle was short-lived. "Master, master, where are you?" A voice echoed from outside. Ouyang Xianing turned her head to listen, recognizing it as that foolish Qi Lian, yet this time, the timing was rather fortuitous. She then turned back to Qianren and declared, "Very well, if you bully the weak with your strength, I shall retaliate by overwhelming you with numbers. You had better not regret it," Qianren scoffed, dismissing her bravado. "Humph, where will you find your allies?" Just as he finished his derision, a clear voice rang out, "Qi Lian, old wolf, take good care of this old fellow." Chapter 35. The old monster. "Ah, master, you finally have a use for me, old Qi." Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket. A voice, youthful yet mischievous, pierced the air, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. This voice referred to itself as old. Could it be that an old monster was attempting to masquerade as young? The crowd's attention shifted towards Ouyang Xianing, wondering where she had found this old monster. Ouyang Xianing felt the weight of their curious stares upon her, her brow twitching in irritation. This Qi Lian truly needed a good lesson. In contrast, Qianren appeared somewhat uncertain, pondering where this little beggar had procured such assistance. The voice sounded like that of a child, yet it could also belong to an old monster pretending to be young. Poor Qi Lian, even before making an entrance, was already labeled as an old monster. Were he to know, he would undoubtedly point an accusatory finger at them, exclaiming, "You are the old monster. Your entire family comprises old monsters." Qi Lian was still a delicate flower of the homeland. How could they speak of him so? Such words severely traumatized his fragile little heart. Of course, Qi Lian was oblivious to the crowd's thoughts. He was currently reveling in his own exuberance. "Master, who dares to bully my beautiful master? I, old Qi, shall make them unrecognizable even to their own mother," as his arrogant proclamation echoed. Even Xiao Lei, who was embroiled in a scuffle nearby, glanced over. After effortlessly swatting a few minions aside with his wing, he turned his head away, clearly unimpressed by this foolish character. He returned to dealing with the group of thuggish ruffians. Meanwhile, the rustling in the bushes grew louder, and amidst the cacophony, the onlookers finally beheld the true visage of the so-called old monster. A gigantic dog, adorned with a tuft of fiery red fur upon its forehead, leapt forth from the underbrush. Its long, dark coat gleamed like satin, flowing smoothly against its robust frame. With graceful agility, it soared into the air, its form reminiscent of a sleek, streamlined figure. Just by appearance alone, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this spirit beast. Of course, this was prior to it uttering a word. "Master, your dear old Qi has arrived. Where is the scoundrel who dares to bully you?" The moment it spoke, its previously admirable image evaporated entirely. The crowd, who had moments ago been in awe, now found their jaws dropped in disbelief, their mouths twitching as they realized that this was the infamous old monster. Ouyang Xianing gazed at Qi Lian's demeanor, letting out a sigh as she approached him, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to his head, the sound echoing with a resounding smack. The onlookers were taken aback, for after all, he was a high-level spiritual beast. How could one treat him in such a manner without fearing a retaliatory bite? They had merely overlooked the fact that it was the master of the large dog who had shouted. It was understandable, as Ouyang Xianing had arrived with a kuenpeng, leading many to assume that it was her contracted spiritual beast. In the Tianyu continent, possessing strong mental fortitude was exceedingly rare, and no one had anticipated that someone could contract several spiritual beasts simultaneously. However, their concerns were unfounded. The large dog shook its head, its eyes filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Ouyang Xianing, as if to say, "My dearest master, I, the old Qi, am most sincere." A torrent of words spilled forth like beans tumbling from a sack. Ouyang Xianing could no longer contain herself. "Stop." Qi Lian immediately fell silent, casting a furtive glance at Ouyang Xianing. Noticing her expression remained largely unchanged, he felt a slight sense of relief. Let us attend to more pressing matters first. It was time to give this old rascal a sound thrashing. Ouyang Xianing looked at Qi Lian with a fleeting pang of irritation, wishing she could deliver a forceful slap to rid him of his embarrassing display. Yet, in the presence of others, it was essential to maintain a semblance of dignity. Public reprimands were not ideal, especially for her own beast. Regardless of the embarrassment, she could not discipline him in front of others, lest she become the subject of ridicule. "Yes, master." Qi Lian took the cue, eagerly rubbing his fists together, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the crowd ahead. He relished the thought of engaging in a scuffle. "Master, that old wolf," he mused, eyeing the stout figure of the rotund fat winter melon ahead. "Let us teach him a lesson. He had the audacity to bully the small just moments ago. Now, I shall show him what true bullying looks like. Let us join forces and thoroughly trounce him." Ouyang Xianing was incensed. She was in a hurry to take a bath, and this fat winter melon was delaying her plans. If only she could deal with him swiftly, she could then proceed to her much-desired bath. "Yes, master." The old wolf, ever obedient, displayed a commendable dedication to his role as a loyal enforcer. Upon hearing Ouyang Xianing's command, he promptly responded with utmost respect, immediately setting out to execute the order. Indeed, this obedient old wolf had garnered many favorable impressions among the crowd. As the spectators observed, they began to realize the true nature of a high-level spiritual beast. The gracefulness of its movements and the poise it exhibited were indicative of such a status. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the two spiritual beasts referred to Ouyang Xianing as their master. Unbeknownst to them, the young man in red and Murong Yuan were keenly focused on Ouyang Xianing. Clearly hearing the term master at that moment, they were struck with astonishment. This Ouyang young brother was truly extraordinary. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, remaining unperturbed beneath the pressure of a Holy Spirit master, but he also forced his opponent to retreat in succession. Moreover, even when unleashing formidable spiritual techniques, he maintained his composure, as if entirely unaffected by the chaos around him, present. She has managed to earn the allegiance of 2 high-ranking spirit beasts, and even the Earth-tier spirit beast Cunning obeys her commands. One cannot help but marvel at her formidable prowess. This is, of course, from the perspective of Ouyang and his companions. If they were to discover that Ouyang has already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of Xinling masters, it would surely send their hearts racing with shock. Not to mention that Cunning is already a heavenly tier spirit beast. She simply prefers not to attract too much attention, which is why she has dispatched Cunning to deal with the minor nuisances. Were Cunning to confront Qianren, that rotund fellow would have met his demise quite swiftly. However, unbeknownst to her, she is already quite conspicuous, with everyone internally dubbing her the little anomaly. Now, let us observe what this little anomaly is currently engaged in. Ouyang is presently embroiled in a fierce battle alongside her 2 spirit companions. With the addition of Qilian and Lao Lang, their offensive has become significantly more effective. Both are Earth-tier spirit beasts with formidable combat prowess, capable of contending with spirit masters of a higher tier. Thus, the combined strength of Qilian and Lao Lang is equivalent to that of a Xinling master. With 3 Xinling masters fighting together, there is little doubt they could prevail against a Saint Spirit Master, especially with an additional little anomaly in their ranks. Despite Ouyang suppressing her strength and aura, she could swiftly overpower that corpulent adversary. Qianren, witnessing the seamless coordination between the trio of combatants, finds himself besieged. One moment, a spirit technique is unleashed, and the next, a wolf's claw strikes from the side, while a shameless dog attacks his vulnerable spots. Seemingly emulating its master's tactics, he is utterly overwhelmed, and in mere moments, he finds himself sprawled on the ground. At this juncture, Qilian revels in the opportunity, taunting the hefty Qianren for daring to bully her master, and subsequently delivers 2 claw strikes upon his posterior. Realizing he is outmatched, Qianren promptly makes his escape. Qilian, of course, cannot allow him to succeed and hastily pursues, delivering a few more swipes. However, it is too late. A seasoned survivor of the Darkwood Forest for many years possesses a few tricks for evading danger. Moreover, as the leader of the 2nd mercenary group, preserving his life is paramount, for without it, what purpose would he serve? In a flash of white light, he vanishes from sight. Humph! What a cowardly wretch, abandoning even his subordinates. Qilian casts a sympathetic glance at the minions still suffering under the onslaught of Xiaolei. Chapter 36. Turning the Tide Master. How shall we deal with these individuals? Xiaolei finally finishes dispatching the group of minor thugs. Transforming into his mimicry form, he flutters his wings towards Ouyang. Eager to make a favorable impression upon his master, hoping for a name change, Xiaolei delights in the thought of his future renaming endeavor. Alas, the poor creature is still toiling over the matter of changing his name. Ouyang, having taken notice, hears Xiaolei's message and turns to Ouyang, saying, "Brother Ouyang, I leave these individuals in your capable hands." At that moment, Ouyang, still basking in the glory of Ouyang's impressive prowess, suddenly realizes with this statement that their crisis has been averted, and astonishingly, this motley crew of theirs has emerged victorious against the brawny adversaries. They have turned the tide in their favor, all thanks to the remarkable young brother before them. Ouyang stood in astonished silence, gazing at Ouyang, until after a considerable pause, he finally lifted his eyes to glance at the group of ruffians. This fleeting look, however, startled him anew. The sight of the bodies sprawled haphazardly on the ground was nothing short of horrifying. Their tattered garments starkly contrasted with the imposing demeanor they had displayed moments ago. Behold, one unfortunate soul had lost half of his hair, and with the blood smeared across his face, he appeared grotesquely terrifying, drawing shallow breaths that hinted at his impending demise. Then there was the sight of a man dangling from a tree branch, feet upwards and head downwards, his arms swaying limply, clearly severed. Yet, what captivated attention most was the man's attire. He was left with scant remnants of fabric clinging to him, with only a pair of large shorts remaining. As Ouyang surveyed the multitude of bodies strewn across the ground, each one barely clothed, their rags resembling tattered rags, he felt a twitch in his eye and cast a sidelong glance at Xiaolei. What deep-seated enmity could there possibly be towards clothing? Receiving Ouyang's gaze, Xiaolei pouted, his eyes filled with lament. It was not that he harbored a vendetta against clothing. Rather, it was the master who bore such a grudge against them. In truth, Ouyang had unjustly accused Xiaolei, for it was indeed Ouyang's command that had led to this. Ouyang's rationale was simple. What right did these roadblocks have to flaunt their finery before her, clearly mocking her tattered attire? If her clothing was in disarray, then she would ensure theirs was even worse. This moment, Ouyang Xianing was utterly unreasonable. Her mild obsession with cleanliness clashed with her current state of dishevelment, naturally leaving her in a foul mood. The outcome of her displeasure was a determination to make others suffer even more than she did. Clearing his throat, Murong Yuan observed Ouyang Xianing's disheveled appearance, unable to discern her expression beneath the grime. Feeling somewhat awkward, he clenched his fist against his mouth and cleared his throat a few times. I believe this group has learned their lesson. We should let them go. After all, they are merely minions following orders. However, he mused, leaving them to their fate would likely spell disaster for them. Looking around at the scene, he reflected that in their current condition, escape was implausible. Remaining there would lead only to their demise. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and it was only a matter of time before some spirit beasts were drawn to the area, at which point escape would be futile. With a sigh, he stole another glance at Ouyang Xianing, silently urging her not to provoke this little eccentric, lest they meet a grim fate. All right, I shall heed Brother Murong's counsel, Ouyang Xianing replied, feigning ignorance to his gaze, her agreement coming swiftly. At that moment, her foremost desire was to take a refreshing bath and enjoy a rejuvenating slumber. A delightful prospect indeed. Sensing that matters were nearly resolved, she hastily bid farewell to Murong Yuan. Brother Murong, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now and rejoin you shortly. With that, she vanished in a swift motion. Master, wait for me, the three beasts called out in unison, promptly following suit and disappearing from sight. Murong Yuan raised his hand in an attempt to halt the proceedings. This young lad truly came and went in a flash. Observing the vanishing silhouette, he reluctantly lowered his hand and shook his head, lamenting that the boy had not even afforded him the chance to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, the youth clad in red, witnessing Ouyang Xianing's abrupt departure, stamped his feet in frustration. He had yet to approach her for a greeting, yet she had already left. Murong Yuan turned around and, noticing the boy's distressed demeanor, spoke, "Young brothers, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused earlier. If you do not mind, would you care to accompany us?" The boy in red regarded Murong Yuan's demeanor, recalling that he had refrained from turning him and his companion over to the others, leading him to believe that he was indeed a person of integrity. He promptly replied, "It is of no consequence. There is no need for concern. That rotund fellow simply mistook us for someone else. I must also extend my thanks to this elder brother for not betraying the two of us." Indeed, indeed, chimed in the timid youth who had been hiding behind the boy in red. He stepped forward, expressing his gratitude. That rotund fellow's fierce visage truly terrified me. Thankfully, this kind elder brother did not hand us over. That is splendid. Let us proceed together, interjected Ling Zifeng. Agreed, came the chorus of affirmations. Seeing Ling Zifeng's words met with unanimous consent, Murong Yuan stated, "Brothers, bear with me a moment. We must depart from this place. The stench of blood is too overwhelming and may attract other spiritual beasts." "Very well, we shall heed the young master's counsel," replied Oldley, who had just emerged from the shock of Ouyang's peculiar behavior. He was the first to respond, expressing his support for the young master. The others nodded in agreement. Having narrowly escaped death, they had no desire to return so soon. Despite their fatigue, they supported one another as they made their way toward the outskirts. After they had risen, Murong Yuan turned to Ling Zifeng and instructed, "Zifeng, you shall bring up the rear." He then proceeded to the front to clear the path. "Understood," replied Ling Zifeng, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor before addressing the two youths in red. "You should join the group. I will cover the rear." "Very well." Meanwhile, Ouyang Xianing, having received a prompt from Yin, swiftly entered the Chaos Spirit Ring, intending to indulge in a refreshing bath and a good night's sleep before seeking out Murong and the others. The time ratio within the Chaos Spirit Ring differed from that of the outside world, and soon Ouyang Xianing emerged, invigorated. She observed that the mercenary group led by Murong Yuan had vanished from their previous location, leaving behind only heaps of corpses lamenting in the distance. Gazing at the grim scene, she shivered slightly, awkwardly wiping her nose, questioning whether her actions had been a touch excessive. Chapter 37. Reunion with Murong Yuan after departing from her original spot. Ouyang Xianing soon spotted the mercenary squad stationed at the edge of the dark forest. Oldley was the first to hear the commotion. His eyes instantly sparkled with life, and he appeared anything but weak as he turned towards the source of the sound. Beaming with a broad smile and a voice as robust as a lion's roar, he joyfully exclaimed, "Ouyang, little brother, over here, over here." He waved his hand vigorously, striving to capture Ouyang Xianing's attention. "Ha ha ha." Ouyang Xianing let out a gentle laugh, remarking on how genuinely warm-hearted Oldley truly was. "Uncle Li, I heard you." She lifted her leg and gracefully strolled towards Oldly. Not far off, Ouyang, who was returning with 2 young chickens in hand, also caught wind of this exchange. He quickened his pace, laughing heartily as he approached. Ouyang, you have finally arrived. It seems you come and go in a whirlwind, causing me quite a bit of worry. Indeed, indeed. It has been a source of concern for us, Oldly chimed in, as if struck by a sudden thought. Ouyang, my young brother, you haven't sustained any injuries, have you? He scrutinized Ouyang closely, examining her from every angle until her very presence made him uneasy, only to be halted by Ouyang. All right, Oldly, given that Ouyang stands here, it is evident that there are no serious injuries. Ouyang was left speechless. What trouble could this little eccentric possibly be in? Those truly in peril would have long since collapsed to the ground point. One could only wonder if she had been mistaken for prey by other ferocious beasts, or was already devoured by a spirit creature. Yes, Oldly, I'm perfectly fine. I suspect it is you who might be in trouble. Ouyang observed Oldly's faltering steps and the pallor of his face, which bore hints of a bluish hue, indicating he had been poisoned. A glance around revealed numerous curious eyes fixed upon them. Their symptoms mirroring those of old Lit became clear why those robust men had been rendered defenseless moments ago. Hee. Oldly scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin appearing as he confessed, it is all that fat winter melon's doing. He poisoned us. Just look at that rotund fellow. He brought twice as many men as us and still chose to resort to such underhanded tactics. How despicable. Fortunately, the young master and young master Ling possessed the antidote. Otherwise, we would have been utterly powerless, at the mercy of that fat winter melon and this poison. Fear not, my young brother Ouyang, Oldly reassured her. The young master has already informed the commander. He will soon arrive with an alchemist. Before Ouyang could utter a word, Oldly continued to comfort her. Touched by Oldly's eager concern, Ouyang felt a warmth in her heart. He truly cared for her, despite knowing she was far from the fragile figure she appeared to be. Not wanting to see Oldly endure any further agony, she raised her hand and, with a flick of her wrist, conjured a jade-like porcelain vial into her palm. Pouring a pill into her hand, she extended it to Oldly. This is an antidote pill. Please take it. She then presented the entire vial to Ouyang. Brother Ouyang, please administer this vial of antidote pills to the brothers. It seems they have all suffered as well, and it may be some time before your alchemist arrives. Ouyang, my brother, this is too much, Oldly exclaimed, astonished and delighted at Ouyang's generosity as she casually offered them a whole vial of pills. Upon receiving it, he expected it to be a mere basic antidote, but to his surprise, he noticed the 3 layers of aura surrounding the pills. This was no ordinary antidote. He had not only seen pigs run but had also witnessed the splendor of high-grade antidote pills. He quickly declined, insisting that such precious pills should not be carelessly consumed by rough men such as themselves. Besides, their poison could be remedied with a simple 3rd-grade antidote. There is nothing to be concerned about. Uncle Lee is overthinking. This elixir, once refined, serves merely as an antidote, devoid of any notions of rarity or preciousness. Moreover, who could claim that a single pill holds more value than a life itself? Ouyang remarked with a chuckle, observing the amusing expression on Oldly's face. However, Oldly was about to voice his thoughts when he was interrupted by Ouyang. Very well, Uncle Lee, since young Master Ouyang has presented this elixir, it is clear that he does not lack such things. You should accept it. Just remember the kindness of young Master Ouyang in the future. Ouyang, being a perceptive individual, immediately discerned that Ouyang hailed from a prominent family undertaking practical training. Although these advanced elixirs are indeed precious, they may not hold the same significance for him. In truth, he was only partially correct. The advanced 1st-grade elixirs were concocted by Ouyang during her refining practice, and she still possessed a considerable stash within her chaos ring. To her, they were hardly valuable. If she desired more, it would be but a simple matter to acquire them in abundance. Very well then. I shall accept it for now. If in the future I encounter any fortuitous events, I will certainly invite young Master Ouyang to join me, Oldly declared with unwavering determination. He then wiped his hands on his clothing and solemnly ingested the elixir. He. Ouyang couldn't help but be amused by Oldly's antics. She then turned to Ouyang and suggested, Brother Ouyang, let us first distribute these elixirs among our companions. Indeed, very well. Ouyang replied without hesitation, promptly turning to distribute the elixirs. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young Master Ouyang. The mercenaries expressed their gratitude in a chorus, their demeanor towards Ouyang growing increasingly amicable. It is worth noting that their affliction had stemmed from Ouyang actions that rendered Money Ren's son incapacitated, which had nearly cost them their lives. To assert that they bore no resentment towards Ouyang Xianing would be disingenuous. However, witnessing her remarkable prowess in saving them had somewhat alleviated their grievances. And now, with her offering advanced elixirs as an antidote, their resentment dissipated entirely. To continue harboring ill will would be rather petty. As mercenaries, they were inherently generous and magnanimous, and this trivial matter soon faded into oblivion. "Ah, I'm cured," a brawny man exclaimed, leaping up joyously mere moments after swallowing the elixir. Truly, it was an advanced elixir, yielding immediate results. He exuberantly expressed his gratitude to Ouyang Xianing, saying, "Young Master Ouyang, I cannot thank you enough. The effects of this advanced elixir are remarkable. I feel invigorated, even more so than before the poison. Young Master Ouyang, do stay with us today. Let me prepare some roasted chicken for you. My tender chicken is simply delectable. Just wait and see." Before Ouyang Xianing could respond, he dashed off, presumably to procure the tender chicken. He, indeed. Oldly chimed in with hearty laughter. "Tonight, we shall feast splendidly, brothers. Let us go hunting and prepare a grand welcome for young Master Ouyang." Yes, yes. As soon as Oldly spoke, a chorus of enthusiastic responses followed, each face glowing with excitement and ready for action. Chapter 38. The leader of the Extreme Sky Mercenary Corps, Morong Bo. What is happening here? Captain? Look, there's a group of individuals outside the team stationed at Morong Yuan, each one robust and imposing, clearly a band of mercenaries. The one who just spoke is a young man, appearing more refined than the average mercenary, yet his exuberance and boldness are unmistakable. Upon hearing his voice, the burly men turned their attention, following the direction of his finger. "Ouyang, my young brother, come, taste the roasted chick I prepared." The large man boomed with laughter, extending the freshly cooked chick towards Ouyang Qianning. "Ouyang, come, have a drink," he continued, laughter resonating in the air. "Ha ha ha, Ouyang, you must indulge in a hearty feast this time." Morong Yuan bellowed joyfully as he approached to offer a toast. Indeed, drink up, Ling Zifeng chimed in, grinning and joining the revelry. Observing this lively scene, the group of burly men was collectively bewildered. Were we not informed that they were all poisoned, completely drained of strength, barely able to wield a weapon? Yet here they are, devouring meat and drinking heartily, making such raucous noise. And who is that exuberantly dancing and shouting? As they gazed upon this throng of spirited, animated mercenaries, the captain's anger flared. These rascals dared to claim they were poisoned, yet here they were, feasting and celebrating. It was absurd, especially considering he had rushed here in a state of panic upon receiving news from his son, abandoning his duties to bring the entire troop in haste, fearing for their safety, and now, this group of scoundrels was audaciously indulging in merriment, inciting frustration in those weary travelers who had not even had a meal. "Morong, do you recognize that team over there?" Ouyang Qianning, still retaining her vigilance from her previous life, inquired. She had sensed something amiss as the group approached, but upon detecting no malice among them, she had dismissed her concerns. Now, observing them standing idly without any intention of moving, she pondered whether they sought something from their side. Morong Yuan murmured in confusion. He had not sensed anything unusual. But Ouyang's perceptiveness was indeed commendable. As he silently marveled at her acuity, he turned to follow her gaze. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to see his father standing in the shadows with a contingent of men. His expression dark as thunder, eyes blazing with fury as he glared in their direction. This was serious. The first thought that crossed Morong Yuan's mind was the gravity of the situation, recognizing that his father's wrath was not to be trifled with. Earlier, when Ouyang had produced a high-grade detoxification elixir and Oldly had shouted about celebrating, he had completely forgotten that his father was hastening this way. Meanwhile, Oldly, having overheard Ouyang Qianning's words, followed her gaze and spotted their captain standing there with his band of brothers. Oblivious to the current predicament, he cheerfully waved, Captain, over here." Upon hearing this address, Ouyang Qian's brows arched in intrigue, for it was none other than Morong Bo, the leader of the esteemed 1st Mercenary Corps, and the father of Morong Yuan. Observing Oldly's elated demeanor, she could not help but smirk. "Oldly, oh Oldly, how utterly oblivious you are to the nuances of expression. With Morong's countenance shrouded in ominous clouds, how dare you wave at him with such merriment? It is akin to adding fuel to the flames." As anticipated, Morong Bo's thunderous roar echoed through the air. "You bunch of rascals! Are you not afflicted by venom? Are you not utterly feeble? Can you not even contend with a lowly spirit beast? And yet, here you are, indulging in feasting and revelry? Are you toying with me? Oldly was instantly taken aback by the resounding bellow, his previously raised hand now drooping limply. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he touched his own heart. Ouyang Bo's rage was indeed formidable. Thankfully, his fortitude prevailed, and he was not utterly cowed. The surrounding individuals fell silent, their actions stilled in an instant. Father, you have arrived. Come, take a seat over here. Hearing his father's thunderous outburst, Ouyang Yuan's heart raced, and he hurried over to grasp his father's arm, keen to prevent any further ire. Humph, you rascal. Explain to me what in the world is happening here. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Bo's keen perception as a leader was not to be underestimated. He was well aware of his son's character and would not be easily misled by mere fabrications. Yes, dear father, please, have a seat, Ouyang Yuan urged, guiding his father toward the warmth of the fire. Come, Uncle Zhao, join us as well. Ha, my boy. You had best clarify matters, lest your father take issue with you. The burly man squinted with a playful glint in his eye, observing Ouyang Yuan with a teasing expression. The weight of Zhao's gaze bore down on Ouyang Yuan, and he felt an immense pressure. If his father were to discover that he had momentarily forgotten him in his glee, he might very well deliver a resounding slap. Sighing inwardly, he resigned himself to the challenge of explaining things to his father. Father, please take a seat, Ouyang Yuan insisted, gently pressing his father down into a chair before beginning his explanation. You see, we were ensnared by that scoundrel Qian Ran and fell victim to his poison. However, young brother Ouyang arrived just in time. He not only saved us but also provided us with a high-grade antidote, which is why we are now full of life and vigor. After Ouyang Yuan's detailed account, Ouyang Bo's expression finally softened. He turned his attention to the young man his son had mentioned. Ouyang. There sat a figure clad in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal presence, his fair complexion shining brilliantly in the firelight. His demeanor was serene, neither pleased nor angry, with a slight smile that seemed to keep others at a distance. One glance at his bearing revealed a man of considerable depth and hidden prowess. Ouyang Bo nodded approvingly. His son's discerning taste in companions was commendable, though this striking young man appeared to be a sheltered scion of nobility. His composure and tranquil aura suggested that he was far more complex than he seemed at first glance. Ouyang Yuan observed the expression of his father returning to normal, and with a pat on his chest, he let out a sigh of relief. His father could be quite fearsome when angered. Ouyang Xianing, noticing the gaze that Ouyang cast her way, turned her head and smiled in return. Captain Ouyang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Ha, indeed. This young friend, I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance. Ouyang laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with admiration as he regarded Ouyang Xianing. Otherwise, this bunch of rascals would have surely faced utter annihilation. Captain Ouyang, you need not be so formal. I am merely a friend of Ouyang, and it is only natural for me to lend a hand, especially since this predicament arose due to my involvement. Chapter 39. A joyful exchange. Ha, young Ouyang, you truly possess remarkable spirit. Much more so than my own troublesome son. As Ouyang and Ouyang Xianing conversed, their rapport deepened, leading him to affectionately clap her on the shoulder, referring to her as a brother, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was merely an 11-year-old child. Even younger than his own son. Ouyang Yuan, listening from the sidelines, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down from his forehead to his pointed chin. Alas, if my father truly regards young Ouyang as a brother, where does that leave my position? After all, young Ouyang still calls him Gu. Am I to address her as uncle? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Ouyang Yuan shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic notion. Captain Ouyang, you flatter me. I am nowhere near the caliber of Ouyang Gu. Ouyang Xianing replied humbly, acknowledging that her temperament was far less amiable than Ouyang Yuan's. My disposition is hardly endearing. It is individuals like Ouyang Gu, with their magnanimity and charisma, who truly command respect. Ha, young Ouyang, you are far too modest. I hold great admiration for your character. Besides, I am well aware of what capabilities that lad, Yuan, possesses, Ouyang remarked, observing the youthful prodigy before him, whose modesty was striking and sincere, further enhancing his favorable impression of her. Captain Ouyang, is it truly appropriate for you to speak so? The surrounding mercenaries looked on in astonishment as the two engaged in a lively exchange. Was this truly their captain? They had never seen him so amiable before. The previous captain, while generous, had never been one to converse so freely with someone he had just met, let alone laugh so heartily and appear so familiar throughout the conversation. Captain, do not get too carried away with your banter. Come, join the brothers for a drink. We have traveled all day without a proper meal. One of the men, who had previously been silent, addressed the two increasingly jovial figures. Old Zhao, cannot you see that I am enjoying a delightful conversation with young Ouyang? Mu Rongbua shot back, his eyes widening in feigned indignation at the interruption. Hee, while you may not be hungry, young Ouyang certainly is. Old Zhao was unperturbed, promptly offering a piece of chicken to Ouyang Xianing. Young Ouyang, do eat. Do not mind this boorish fellow, who seems entirely oblivious to the needs of others. Hee, thank you. Ouyang Xianing accepted the roasted meat with a smile, intrigued by the dynamic between the two men. Their captain bore no semblance of authority, revealing himself to be a genuinely amiable and loyal individual. No wonder so many people are convinced and follow you, leading to your current position as the foremost mercenary leader. Captain Morong, you should partake as well. Ouyang Xianing observed the indignant expression on Morong Bo's face and couldn't help but chuckle. The captain truly had a childlike demeanor. She then handed him the roasted meat, saying, Here, try this. The meat is exceptionally fragrant. Captain Morong, after a long day of travel, you must be famished. Indeed, Ouyang, you are quite considerate. Morong Bo responded with a smile, accepting the roasted meat from Ouyang Xianing. He then cast a disapproving glance at the man nearby, remarking, Hmph, look at you as captain. You don't even know to show some filial respect to your leader. Haha, come, let's drink. Old Zhao interjected, calling out to the mercenary brothers without acknowledging the previous comment. Yes, let us drink. Morong Yuan quickly chimed in, fearing his father might act out of turn and create a scene, which would spell disaster. Hmph. Morong Bo observed their antics with a grunt, choosing to disregard them. He turned back to Ouyang Xianing and said, In any case, my dear friend Ouyang, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, this group of rascals would have faced dire consequences. Qian Ren is our sworn enemy, and had we seized the opportunity, they would have been thoroughly dealt with. I shan't say more. In the future, when I venture through fire and water, I expect these little rascals to accompany you. Do not hesitate to call upon them. Indeed. Just say the word, and my brothers will certainly comply. Old Li chimed in, having longed for the chance to voice his agreement. Ouyang brother, do not hold back when the time comes. Whoever declines shall be deemed a coward. Yes. A chorus of affirmations followed. Each burly man laughed heartily, their camaraderie genuine and unpretentious. This was precisely what Ouyang Xianing admired most about them. Very well, I shall certainly include you all when the time comes, she replied without pretense. Excellent. Morong Bo was delighted to see her respond so readily. Such straightforwardness was refreshing, far better than those who feign refusal while secretly seeking assistance. Come, let us drink. Ouyang, my young friend, this toast is for you. Morong Bo raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. Captain Morong has quite the capacity for alcohol, Ling Zifeng remarked, nudging Morong Yuan and teasing, Yuan, do you think Ouyang might be your father's illegitimate child? Otherwise, why would your father be so warm towards him? Stop with the nonsense. How could my father possibly father such a fair-skinned and delicate young man? Morong Yuan retorted with a laugh, adding jokingly, but he could certainly produce a mischievous monkey like you. Yuan, what are you two discussing over there? Hurry over. Yes, we're coming, Morong Yuan replied, chuckling as he raised his voice. Come along with us, my dear brothers. He turned to address the two young gentlemen who had joined him on the journey. Is that truly permissible? Exclaimed the boy clad in crimson, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he fixated on Morong Yuan. Of course it is, Morong Yuan replied, observing the two's bashful demeanor with a bemused smile. Though they appeared slightly older than Ouyang's younger brother, their temperaments were remarkably different. Very well, let us hasten our steps. Morong Go, the youth in red chuckled heartily, tugging at Morong Yuan's sleeve and heading towards Ouyang Qianning. Yes, let us make haste. The boy in white chimed in, tiptoeing and grasping Morong Yuan's other sleeve to follow suit. Slow down, Morong Yuan remarked with a sigh, bemused by the antics of these two lively souls. Ling Zifeng watched the trio's playful commotion with a puzzled expression, wondering what warranted such exuberance. And with a slight pout, he joined them. Chapter 40. A meeting at the Sacred Heaven Academy. Father, these are the two young gentlemen I encountered on the road, Morong Yuan introduced, gesturing towards his companions. Oh, you've made the acquaintance of two young brothers, have you? Let me take a closer look, Morong Bo exclaimed. His heart lifted at the prospect of his son meeting capable individuals akin to Ouyang's younger brother. He quickly followed his son's gesture. Ouyang Qianning also turned her gaze, recognizing the two distinctive faces, one in red and the other in white, from the crowd they had navigated through previously. Greetings, Captain Morong, the boy in red said shyly. Greetings, Captain Morong, The boy in white stammered. His face flushed crimson as he caught Morong Bo's gaze. "Ah, you are indeed the two young brothers my son befriended on his travels. Truly, you are prodigies," Morong Bo remarked, noting their apparent youth, around 12 or 13 years, yet already possessing the cultivation of a third-tier spirit master. Aside from Ouyang's discrete capabilities, he had yet to encounter anyone with talents surpassing those of Ling Zifeng and his son. However, these two seemed somewhat unrefined, akin to fledglings newly emerged from their nests, lacking the worldly wisdom possessed by Ouyang's younger brother. Nevertheless, they appeared genuine and worthy of friendship. "Hee," the boy in red blushed at the compliment, bashfully ruffling his hair. Meanwhile, the boy in white was nearly radiating warmth from his flushed cheeks. Morong Bo found their shyness utterly delightful, laughing heartily. "Might I inquire what brings you two to this dark forest? It can be perilous for two young souls to venture alone. You are here to enroll at the Sacred Heaven Academy." The boy in red stuttered, his expression turning vexed. They had initially intended to skirt the outskirts, but fate had led them to encounter Qian Ran and his gang, resulting in an inevitable flight into the depths of the forest. "Oh, is that so? Then you should accompany us," Ling Zifeng proposed eagerly, as he was also planning to explore the Sacred Heaven Academy. "Indeed, you should join us," Morong Yuan added. "Very well, that would be splendid," the boys agreed. The youth clad in red immediately responded with delight, expressing that having company was certainly preferable to setting out alone. "Very well, let us embark together," he declared. "The daughter of the Zhao family will be there as well. It would be beneficial for you to enlist her assistance." Morong Bo was perplexed by his son's newfound interest in the Holy Sky Academy, yet as it was his son's decision, he, as a father, naturally offered his support. Without hesitation, he firmly resolved this matter. "My daughter is continually lamenting her boredom. You must make good use of her assistance to alleviate her complaints." Old Zhao readily agreed, his spirits lifted. "Will Ouyang be joining us?" the youth in red asked nervously, eager to ascertain whether such an impressive individual would accompany them. "Indeed, Ouyang, young brother, do you intend to attend the Holy Sky Academy?" Morong Yuan inquired. "As well as I will go, but I fear I cannot accompany brother Morong," Ouyang Qianning replied with notable regret, "for I have matters to attend to here that will delay my departure." She lamented her current lack of strength to venture forth to the Holy Sky. "Oh, very well. We shall await you at the Holy Sky Academy," Morong Yuan remarked, seemingly perceiving Ouyang Qianning's disappointment, as he gently patted her shoulder with a soft chuckle. "Indeed, we will be waiting for you there," the two youths affirmed resolutely, determined to await her arrival. "Then we shall meet again at the Holy Sky Academy," Ouyang Qianning responded with a smile, taken by the earnestness of their expressions. "You truly are two charming individuals. Let us meet at the Holy Sky Academy," the group chorused in unison. After parting ways with them, Ouyang Qianning set off on her own journey. For her, the aspiration to become a mentor at the Holy Sky Academy seemed a distant dream given her current capabilities. During the upcoming selection of mentors, the Academy's esteemed reputation would undoubtedly attract formidable talents. And without the cultivation of a Holy Spirit Master, she would find it exceedingly difficult to advance. This was also the reason she chose not to travel alongside Morong Yuan and the others. She needed to seek an opportunity for breakthrough within this shadowy forest. Having reached the pinnacle of the third tier as a mystic spirit master, she only needed to discover that fleeting opportunity to ascend to the rank of Holy Spirit Master. "Old wolf, could you refrain from your incessant rambling? The master is no longer a child, and your nagging is more tiresome than even her fatheress," Qi Lian exclaimed in exasperation, unable to tolerate the sight of a wolf chattering away like a human, and even more so than a person could. "Have you been mute before, and now you cannot stop chattering?" "Humph." Just as Old Wolf was about to retort, a tremor erupted in the distance, shaking the very ground beneath them. Ouyang Qianning's expression hardened, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart as she scrutinized the horizon. Before them, dust billowed as if a colossal entity was treading upon the earth, stirring up a tempest of sand and causing trees to topple in its wake. "Master," Old Wolf intently gazed ahead, his countenance serious as he called out, eager to discern Ouyang Qianning's thoughts. This time, Qi Lian did not act foolishly. He too regarded the situation with a grave expression. It was evident that this was no ordinary surge of spirit beasts. It was more expansive and numerous than usual, as if all the spirit beasts within the shadowy forest had emerged in unison. "Master, what shall we do?" Xiao Lei transformed into a guardian-like figure, perching upon Ouyang Qianning's shoulder. Observing the unfolding events, he first retreated into the chaos spirit ring. Such a large-scale surge of spirit beasts could not be trivial. It was evident that they were not targeting her. However, it was prudent to avoid their wrath, for even a mere step from one of those creatures could reduce her frail form to nothing but dust. As soon as she finished her thought, a human and 3 beasts vanished from sight. The rumbling sound grew closer, as trees fell at a visible rate. The very spot where Ouyang Xianing had stood was now devoid of any vegetation, leaving not even a remnant behind. The surrounding trees, once standing tall, were now trampled into oblivion, with only a few scraps of bark remaining, likely to be swept into the atmosphere as mere particles of dust. Upon emerging from the chaos spirit ring, Ouyang Xianing was greeted by this desolate scene. A landscape marred with craters, as far as the eye could see, it was more barren than a place ravaged by bandits. This was akin to digging 3 feet into the ground. A chill breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Fortunately, her swift escape had spared her from becoming another casualty. Yet, what calamity had befallen the dark forest to incite such a frenzy among the spirit beasts? Glancing at the desolate surroundings, a weight settled in her heart. It was clear that the situation was far from simple. As she gazed toward the horizon, where a tumultuous horde of spirit beasts kicked up clouds of dust, she pondered briefly. Ultimately, her curiosity outweighed her caution, compelling her to follow and uncover the cause behind this near-universal uprising of spirit beasts in the dark forest. Chapter 41. Humanoid spirit beasts roar. Roar, roar. Even before Ouyang Xianing arrived, the air was filled with thunderous roars. Qilian, you all return. Xiao Lei will accompany me. A grave expression crossed Ouyang Xianing's face. Who was committing such a massacre in the notorious dark forest? Known for its treacherous nature, this was no jest. With a larger group, the target would become more prominent. Thus, caution was paramount. After issuing her command, she pressed onward. Roar, roar, roar. You despicable scoundrels, drive them out of the dark forest. The furious roars mingled with curses, suggesting the presence of ordinary tier spirit beasts. Yet, they seemed outmatched. Had they encountered an even more formidable force? With her current strength, she would not dare engage in such blatant slaughter. After all, this was not merely a small cluster of spirit beasts, but an entire horde emerging from the dark forest. This legion of spirit beasts could crush any foe beneath their feet. How could they act so brazenly? The sounds of battle continued to echo, indicating that this group was formidable indeed, possessing strength beyond the ordinary. It was wise to remain cautious. Should she be discovered, the consequences could be dire. Death or severe injury awaited her, perhaps even the loss of her very life. The stench of blood thickened in the air, nauseating in its intensity. The roars persisted, growing increasingly fierce, sending chills down her spine. Ouyang Xianing's desire to uncover the truth of the unfolding chaos intensified, and her pace quickened. Despicable humans, leave the dark forest. Upon her arrival, this was the furious cry that met her ears. She was taken aback, pondering what deed had provoked the wrath of the entire dark forest's spirit beasts. To incite such fury among these creatures, they must possess remarkable talents. Heh, a bunch of oblivious beings. If we deign to regard your spirit cores, consider yourselves fortunate. Yet you dare to be so audacious and ungrateful. It seems you are refusing a toast and instead are inviting punishment. Before her stood a figure clad in black, donning a dark cloak, with only a pair of greedy eyes visible, obscuring any discernible features. This individual was of diminutive stature, and his voice was hoarse, betraying his age. Scattered among the spirit beasts were several others similarly cloaked, and it appeared that this speaker was the leader of the group, as he exuded the most formidable pressure. Ouyang Xianing cautiously concealed her presence. These individuals were not easily trifled with, and detection would spell trouble. She sensed a more terrifying pressure emanating from them than that of the disheveled old man she had encountered in the forgotten forest. Ouyang Xianing contemplated. A chaotic battle erupted below. Roars of "kill them" and curses melded into a cacophony. The cloaked figures, like harbingers of death, wielded their blades with precision, mercilessly reaping the lives of the spirit beasts, extracting their cores to stow away in spatial rings. Ouyang Xianing gazed upon the scene, akin to a hellish purgatory. The severed limbs of spirit beasts lay scattered, trampled into a pulp by the combatants and beasts alike, leaving only a pool of crimson blood, mottled and chilling. The spirit beasts surged forth in relentless waves, while the cloaked figures tirelessly harvested the cores. Witnessing this spectacle, Ouyang Xianing was convinced of the formidable strength of these individuals, likely having reached the peak of power in the southern continent, or perhaps even beyond. Yet, where had they originated? One thing was certain. They were not from the southern continent. As she pondered this, the marauders seemed to have detected something, casting glances in Ouyang Xianing's direction. Before she could react, One of them swiftly approached her. Startled, Ouyang Xianing looked up. Her eyes widened in astonishment at the figure before her, watching as a gnarled hand reached out. She instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the withered hand grasped her delicate neck. "What a little darling we have here," the hoarse voice of the cloaked figure echoed. "Heh heh heh. How dare such a fair child linger in this dark forest? Tell me, who sent you here?" "No one sent me. I merely ventured out to hone my skills," Ouyang Xianing replied, maintaining an air of composure, though her darting eyes betrayed her inner thoughts. Yet, she managed to appear quite natural. If one were to scrutinize her closely, they might remain oblivious to her true feelings. Had anyone known what was swirling in her mind at that moment, they would surely be astonished, exclaiming in admiration, "This person is a genius of the performing arts. I cannot discern a hint of her true intentions. Ah, what a talent you possess, child. Come with me. I shall nurture you well." The man clad in black chuckled sinisterly, fixating his gaze upon the delicate youth whose throat he had ensnared, pondering to himself. This lad possesses remarkable talent, a rarity even in their continent, let alone in this realm of scarce spiritual energy. At such a tender age, he has already reached the pinnacle of a third-tier mystic spirit master. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become his greatest asset. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Ouyang Xianing's eyes momentarily flickered with disdain as she beheld the bloodied hand gripping her neck. "How filthy," she mused. "It seems a thorough cleansing is in order." Before she could utter a word, a chorus of synchronized roars erupted from the ground. Raising her gaze, she beheld a figure clad in garments as white as snow, soaring towards her. His attire, hair, and brows were all white, even his eyes gleamed with an ethereal whiteness. It was evident that he was a manifestation of a spiritual beast. This must be the master of the Darkwood Forest. The forest proved to be even more enigmatic than she had imagined, with legendary shape-shifting spiritual beasts making an appearance. Typically, spiritual beasts can only articulate human speech upon reaching the mortal tier, yet aberrant beings like the Crimson Flame Old Wolf can communicate at advanced levels. However, a spiritual beast capable of transforming into human form must be a formidable entity of at least the sovereign ranked. It appears that the Darkwood Forest indeed holds its reputation as one of the 3 perilous lands, even housing humanoid spiritual beasts. Ouyang Xianing's expression darkened. It was clear that her exposure to such matters was still far too limited, and the pinnacle of the world remained a distant aspiration. With a fleeting shadow in her gaze, she acknowledged her many inadequacies and resolved to strive harder. "Old Bai, wait for me," she called out, noticing that a companion followed the figure in white, dressed in black with emerald eyes and flowing green hair. He exuded an unstoppable aura. Another humanoid spiritual beast, it seemed. The depth of the Darkwood Forest's mysteries was indeed formidable, as even sovereign beasts traverse together. Chapter 42. The King in the Blink of an Eye. The man in white arrived at the battlefield of carnage, where remnants of spiritual beasts lay scattered amidst the pervasive stench of blood and the chaotic aftermath of battle. His casual glance around revealed a slight furrow in his brow. Who dared to act so brazenly within the confines of the Darkwood Forest? The cloaked figure gripping Ouyang Xianing's throat trembled slightly, tightening his grip. His voice, raspy and somber, resonated with a newfound weight as he spoke. "I did not anticipate such a presence in this humble Darkwood Forest. However, your spirit core must be worth more than millions of spiritual beasts. Heh heh." His gaze was greedily fixated upon the man in white, his smile sinister and arrogant, as if he believed the man were merely a prize to be claimed. "Humph, you audacious old wretch, dare to speak so brazenly in my domain." The black-cloaked man, hearing the insolent laughter, felt his expression darken. Who was this audacious individual, daring to wreak havoc in the Darkwood Forest? He, Old Bai's friend, would not stand for it. The white-clad man cast a fleeting glance at him, pondering when the Darkwood Forest had become his territory. Humph. The black-cloaked figure bristled at being called an old monster. Although these 2 spiritual beasts were indeed formidable, even beyond his comprehension, such insults were intolerable. It was a blow to his pride. How could he maintain his standing before his subordinates after such a slight? The myriad spirit beasts beheld the arrival of their king with a collective halt in their skirmishes, offering a respectful call towards the figures clad in white and black. The man in the dark cloak ceased his movements as well, directing his gaze towards the diminutive elder who held Ouyang Xianing. The elder returned a glance, signaling for patience. "You are no match for them. Disperse," the man in white proclaimed with a dismissive wave of his hand, indicating his comprehension of the situation, his words icy and devoid of any inflection. Ouyang Xianing was taken aback by the indifference of the spirit beasts, who remained eerily calm despite witnessing the slaughter of their numerous supporters. Yet, the spirit beasts harbored a deep-seated resentment, their eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on the assembly of cloaked figures. The man in white raised his hand once more, interrupting their murmurs. "Withdraw," he commanded. The spirit beasts, though seething with rage, dared not defy him and slowly retreated. Leaving an open space in their wake, however, they did not disperse entirely. Maintaining their vigilant watch around the perimeter, their eyes glinting with the intent to pounce upon the cloaked figures at the slightest opportunity, as if they wished to rend them to pieces. Ouyang Xianing frowned, realizing she too was ensnared within this circle. A conflict would surely jeopardize her safety. Should she be mistaken for an ally of the black-clad individuals, it would be an egregious misfortune. A bead of perspiration trickled down her forehead, and she lamented her curiosity that had led her into this predicament, only to be discovered by that ancient creature, culminating in her current plight. She twisted her neck, irritated by the grip that restrained her, but regretting any further action was futile now that she was in the clutches of the elder. Zhang Lao and the other dark-clad individuals, observing the spirit beasts retreating to the outskirts, gathered respectfully beside the elder, addressing him with deference. "Let us wait a little longer," he stated, releasing Ouyang Xianing and placing her behind him. "This girl may yet prove useful. We shall see. If she refuses later, we can dispose of her then. After all, given her capabilities, she poses no significant threat." Little did he realize that this seemingly inconsequential girl would ultimately become the architect of their impending failure. "Stay put, young one. Otherwise, I cannot assure your safety," he warned ominously. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had not anticipated being released by the elder. With a slight pout, she took a few steps back. Unwilling to involve herself in their affairs, she had merely come to witness the chaos. Yet, the unpredictable nature of the situation unfolded as the man in black seemed to take notice of her presence. When Ouyang Xianing met his mocking gaze, she felt no fear. The man in black appeared intrigued, recalling that he had seen the elder gripping someone upon his arrival, but only now did he take a closer look. "What a delicate little thing," he mused. "Old Bai, look at this adorable child. She shows no fear in the face of this turmoil. Such remarkable bravery." His gaze lingered on Ouyang Xianing with evident fascination. The man in white shot a glance at the black-clad figure, then at Ouyang Xianing, before returning his gaze to the cloaked individuals, maintaining his cold demeanor. Ouyang Xianing's lips quivered slightly. Now it was clear that all eyes were on her. She could no longer assume the role of a mere bystander. The old monster observed the black-clad man fixated on Ouyang Xianing, as if something precious had been stolen from him, a flicker of brutality igniting in his gaze. These two humanoid spirit beasts were undoubtedly of far superior quality compared to the ordinary rabble. Upon the old monster's command, the surrounding figures cloaked in black surged forth, intent on subduing the two beasts ahead. "This is splendid, ha ha ha. Old Bai, leave these trifles to me. The old monster is yours." The black-clad man laughed maniacally as he charged forward. Instantly, the air was filled with the sounds of a tumultuous battle. "Humph!" The old monster snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeves with a flourish as he pressed forward. Ouyang Xianing stood behind him, her brow furrowed in concern. What scheme was the old monster concocting? It was evident that the cultivation of these humanoid spirit beasts surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. A cunning and treacherous character like him surely wouldn't recklessly charge ahead. Moreover, what had he scattered from his sleeves moments ago? From her vantage point, she had clearly observed the white powder he had released. What could that white powder be? Could it possibly be some form of poison? Upon further reflection, it indeed could be, which would explain the old monster's audacity in rushing into a confrontation he knew he could not win. Her expression darkened. This was troubling. If the two humanoid beasts were to falter, she would find herself in peril as well, for the old monster would inevitably shift his attention towards her. After a prolonged wait, the combatants in the air were already entangled in fierce conflict. Initially, the two beasts had the upper hand, rendering the old monster bloodied on several occasions. However, as the battle progressed, the tide gradually turned, leading to their current disadvantage. Glancing at the black-clad man engaged in combat at a slight distance, he had initially dispatched several of the cloaked figures with ease. Yet, against a multitude, even a formidable fighter like him could not vanquish them all in one fell swoop. A momentary lapse in caution resulted in a deep gash on his arm, crimson blood gushing forth. The humanoid beasts and their adversaries were locked in relentless struggle. As the saying goes, even a swarm of ants can be lethal. Although the black-clad man was powerful, he was now facing a horde of equally formidable foes, and fatigue began to set in. Damn it, you despicable humans. How dare you resort to poison? Chapter 43. The Contracted One. Hee. The old monster, engaged in combat with the white-clad man, sneered maliciously. Fighting you without deceit would be sheer folly. As the battle intensified, the old monster grew more fervent, launching a spirit technique with abandon. The white-clad man trembled. Weakened by the effects of the drug, he had barely evaded the old monster's palm, but was powerless to escape the incoming spirit technique. As he beheld the technique hurtling towards him, he could not muster a reaction. Its ferocity was overwhelming. Should it strike, it would surely lead to severe injury or death, even for a master of his caliber. Ouyang, witnessing the imminent peril of the spirit technique, felt a chill of foreboding. Old Bai, the black-clad man, surrounded and embroiled in combat with a dozen cloaked figures, gasped in alarm at the perilous scene unfolding before him. He swiftly pivoted, summoning every ounce of strength to collide with the nearest foe. The figure clad in black beside him was startled by his sudden collision, momentarily forgetting to react, and crashed directly into the man in white. The man in white deftly sidestepped the impact, successfully evading the range of the spiritual technique's attack. However, "Kid, move aside." The old monster, witnessing the man in white's evasive maneuver, felt a pang of anxiety, almost a sigh of regret, lamenting the loss of such a promising talent. "You little brat." The black-clad man was equally alarmed, realizing the potential loss of such a gifted child, especially since it was his own collision that had caused it. The man in white, momentarily taken aback, a flicker of urgency crossing his eyes, seemed to come to a realization, calming himself as he chose to observe from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the sudden turn of events startled Ouyang, her lips twitching as she acknowledged the accuracy of her instincts. Her body instinctively sought to shift aside, but the oppressive pressure of the formidable presence rendered her immobile. As she gazed at the increasingly blinding light, she shut her eyes. Alas! It appeared that curiosity had indeed led her to peril. Regretting now was futile, and she could only wonder if she would have the chance to reincarnate after this demise. Should that opportunity arise, she vowed to torment that old monster 100 times over to vent her pent-up resentment. Setting aside the fact that she had been choked for an eternity by those bloodied hands and treated like an object, now she faced the impending assault of the old monster's spiritual technique. She was utterly despondent, merely an innocent bystander. What had she done to deserve this? Ouyang seethed inwardly as the crimson light enveloped the white figure. It vanished in an instant, leaving only a searing red that burned intensely, refusing to extinguish for what seemed an eternity. "You two are doing splendidly. I just found such a promising talent, and now she's gone, I shall see you both buried alongside her." The old monster, witnessing the slender figure dissolve into the crimson glow, felt his eyes redden with fury, launching an attack upon the man in white as if he had lost a wife or a child. Appearing utterly distraught, however, had Ouyang seen this display, she would have rolled her eyes, recognizing that his sorrow was likely a mere reflection of his lament for the bright future now extinguished. "Humph," the man in black scoffed, pondering how this cold-hearted old monster could exhibit grief. It seemed it was merely prompted by the child's extraordinary talent. Nonetheless, this child was indeed remarkable, having already reached the pinnacle of the third stage as a mysterious spiritual master at such a tender age. If she were to continue on this path for several decades, ascending to divinity would surely not pose a significant challenge. Sighing once more at the vanishing crimson glow, he lamented the loss of such a prodigious child. Before he could finish his musings, a group of a dozen black-cloaked figures ensnared him once more, continuing their assault of many against one. He cast a hurried glance at the dissipating red light, bewildered that it had yet to extinguish, but promptly dismissed it as he resumed evading their attacks. Meanwhile, the red glow was undergoing a phenomenal transformation, unnoticed by all. Howl. Wanged at a multitude of spirit beasts wailed in despair, as the crimson stains on the white-clad man's garments grew increasingly pronounced. Having narrowly evaded the spirit technique moments ago, the ancient fiend refrained from unleashing further mystical assaults, opting instead for straightforward strikes. However, for the poisoned and increasingly agile white-clad man, the blows remained quite perilous. Old Bai, the black-clad man, dodged while casting worried glances in that direction, bewildered by the state of old Bai in the past. He had been shrouded in mystery, his strength inscrutable, allowing only a few exchanges under his command. Yet now, how could it be that even in his poisoned state, he appeared weaker? Jia. The ancient fiend observed the white-clad man's disheveled figure, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Let us see how much longer you can endure with that." He unleashed a powerful palm strike. Pooh! The blow landed squarely on the white-clad man's chest, causing him to stagger and crash to the ground, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. Wang, old bai, I'm fine, do not come over, the white-clad man implored, attempting to deter the approaching spirit beasts. He understood that their arrival would only result in further casualties. It seemed he was not devoid of compassion. He had merely grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. The ancient fiend approached the white-clad man, laughing maniacally. Did I wonder where you think you can escape to half reclined on the ground? The white-clad man regarded the advancing ancient fiend with an unflinching gaze, his eyes betraying nothing but an endless indifference and tranquility, as if the situation bore no relevance to him. Humph, let us see how long you can maintain that deadpan expression. Soon, you shall become a true corpse. Noticing the lack of any other expression on the man's face, the ancient fiend felt a surge of irritation, and in a fit of rage, he drew a blade, intent on delivering a swift death to alleviate his annoyance. The blade's gleam flashed before the eyes of the white-clad man, yet he remained composed, his expression icy. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. Wang! The spirit beasts could no longer contain themselves. Witnessing the blade poised to descend, they surged forward en masse. Old bai, the black-clad man exclaimed in alarm. Just as the blade was about to strike, a brilliant red light erupted, blinding all present. The ancient fiend instinctively shut his eyes. The crimson radiance intensified, illuminating the entire realm, before gradually dimming. As everyone opened their eyes to behold the source of the red glow, a figure emerged. Could it be that the boy had survived? Who has injured my contractee? A commanding and arrogant voice resonated, exuding an oppressive pressure that bore down on all present, both human and beast alike. Awu. The spirit beasts bowed their heads in reverence towards the voice, and even the black-clad and white-clad men were no exceptions. Chapter 44. The Emperor of Kings. The composed yet authoritative voice lingered in the ears of all, followed by the resounding roars of beasts. As everything transformed in an instant, the ancient fiend, momentarily dazed by the crimson brilliance, regained his senses only to find the white-clad man at a distance, bowing respectfully towards the source of the red light. Following his gaze, the ancient fiend's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the figure illuminated by the crimson glow. This boy truly possessed extraordinary fortune. However, before he could finish reveling in his fortune, a commanding voice resonated, instantly altering his expression and stiffening his demeanor. Neither a smile nor a frown sufficed. In that moment, the old monster's visage contorted. Regrettably, the imposing cloak obscured him from view, for otherwise, one might have found it laughable that this old creature was reduced to such a state. It is you. The figure enveloped in crimson light seemed to have also taken notice of the commotion, casting a fleeting glance before locking eyes with the old monster. The old monster felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him. He pondered in confusion. Previously, he had encountered two beast kings whose strengths were unclear, and now appeared another enigmatic master whose appearance remained hidden, yet whose voice alone evoked immense pressure. Wasn't Misty Star the lowest-tier planet? How could it harbor such formidable beings, and why did he have to encounter them? The old monster inwardly cursed, truly a stroke of misfortune. You have harmed my contractee. The voice resounded once more, laced with authority and fury, a fierce pressure sweeping across the land anew. Just as the crowd and the beast horde had regained their composure, they crumpled back to the ground with a thud. King, the man in white murmured, his eyes filled with joy and nostalgia, staring intently at the silhouette bathed in crimson light. He had never felt so irrational before. Even when a blade was presented before him, he remained unperturbed, yet now, simply by virtue of an indistinct figure, he found himself overwhelmed with emotion. It seemed this individual held great significance for him. The man in black observed from the sidelines, keenly noting the white-clad man's every reaction. What could possibly have caused such a display of disarray? He turned, thoughtfully regarding the figure cloaked in red light. No, it is not me. May I inquire, esteemed one, who is your contractee? The old monster replied nervously, adopting a posture of utmost deference, completely unrecognizable from the treacherous persona he had just displayed. In contrast, he now resembled a harmless little kitten. The group of cloaked figures behind him also dutifully lay prostrate, not daring to move, fearful of inciting the wrath of this significant individual, lest their lives be forfeit. The man in black, witnessing this transformation, stifled a chuckle, reveling in the old monster's predicament. Look at him now, let us see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Indeed, it would be best to eliminate him, the man in black mused, inexplicably exhilarated, as he concealed himself behind the man in white, gesturing animatedly and cursing the old monster to meet an early demise. How is it that even my contractee is unknown to you? Yet you dare to act against him? Do you think life has been too easy for you? The figure in crimson spoke again. While such words might sound ludicrous coming from another's lips, they carried formidable weight when uttered by him. One merely needed to glance at the old monster trembling on the ground to comprehend the gravity of the situation. No, I am unaware of this esteemed one's contractee. I had no intention of harming your contractee. The old monster, thoroughly terrified, hastily replied, Oh, then who was it that unleashed the spiritual technique, daring to strike my contractee? It was, the old monster faltered. Unable to articulate a coherent response, he found himself in a predicament, for indeed, that spiritual technique had been executed by him, albeit not intended to assault that young man. Humph, do you still dare to claim it isn't you? The person enveloped in red light seemed to bristle with anger, their expression darkening. This individual truly posed a nuisance. If it is so, then admit it, and if not, then deny it. What is the meaning of dragging this out for so long? Before I could await the ancient creature's response, a slender beam of red light shot forth directly at it. There was a sudden sound, and the menacing figure of the ancient creature vanished from sight, likely reduced to mere dust in the world. Humph! How dare this person deceive him? He had distinctly sensed the creature's aura from that spiritual technique, yet it stubbornly refused to acknowledge the truth. Was this not a jest at his expense? As a mighty sovereign, he was not someone to be trifled with or misled. If the ancient creature were to hear his thoughts, it would surely be enraged enough to claw its way back from the depths of hell. Indeed, he had no knowledge of who his contractor was. Even if he eventually deduced it, he could never confess. Such an admission would be akin to courting death. No one could utter such a truth, not even under duress. He was no fool, my lord, my esteemed lord. Your contractor was not harmed by us, the group of cloaked figures pleaded, their leader having turned to dust without uttering a sound. Fearing the wrath of this ancestor, they hastily knelt in supplication, begging for mercy. Humph! With a cold snort, the cloaked figures vanished one by one, likely joining the ancient creature in its eternal abode. The individual shrouded in red glanced disdainfully, turning away. The white-clad man was ablaze with excitement. Regaining his composure only after the cloaked figures had disappeared with fervor, he called softly towards the direction of the red light. The figure in red took note of his utterance. Turning to meet the gaze of the white-clad man, is it truly you, my king? The white-clad man appeared even more animated, fixated on the red light as if attempting to pierce through to the essence of its occupant. Jew, what troubles you? A clear voice resounded. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the red light, none other than the previously vanished Ouyang Xianning. Xianning, you have awakened. How do you feel? The commanding tone seemed to soften considerably, eliciting astonishment among the surviving beasts. Such a formidable presence could exhibit gentleness as well. I feel splendid. Ouyang Xianning rolled her eyes. How could I not? This time, I underwent a thorough transformation, ascending from the pinnacle of a third-tier mystic spirit master to a first-tier monarch, surmounting the most arduous challenges faced by spirit practitioners, achieving a level that many spirit masters can only dream of. All of this was thanks to the one before me, my destined contractor. The King of Kings, Jew, Chapter 45. The emergence of the divine artifact. Look. What is that? A bright white light flickered ahead, prompting the crowd to hurriedly glance in the indicated direction. It is a divine artifact. It has emerged from the earth. Yes, indeed. Ouyang, my young brother, do you believe this is truly a divine artifact that has surfaced? A resonant and hearty voice rang in Ouyang Xianning's ears. It appears to be a spiritual item surfacing. Whether it is a divine artifact remains uncertain, Ouyang Xianning replied, thoughtfully stroking the black bracelet on her wrist as she gazed at the radiant white light in a fit of rage. After vanquishing the old monster and his accomplices amidst the heavens and earth, the man in white excitedly approached Ju. Respectfully calling him King, Ju seemed to recognize him, gazing at him with a sense of nostalgia and acknowledging him with a nod. The two then engaged in a rapid exchange of conversation, after which the man in white insisted on recognizing her as his master, proclaiming his desire to remain by the king's side, accompanying Ju as he once again traversed the cosmos to confront his foes. Ouyang Xianning, observing his fervent demeanor and listening to his reasoning, which revolved around his bond with his fated partner, Ju, found herself devoid of any rationale to refuse. Embracing the spirit of altruism, she promptly agreed to accept him, thinking to herself that a free aid was an opportunity too good to pass up. Shortly thereafter, the man in black, seemingly sensing the commotion, hurried over, also requesting a contract. His reason was that since Old Bai had departed, he wished to follow suit. Ouyang couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye upon hearing such reasoning. These two beasts truly were the best of friends, one yearning to follow his king, seeking a contract, while the other wished to accompany his friend, also requesting to be bound. These two beasts were indeed peculiar. Unlike other spirit beasts who would rather perish than contract with humans, they, on the contrary, eagerly sought such binding. As she contemplated, she realized she had two eager companions by her side. What had befallen the spirit beasts of late? What affliction had they contracted, she wondered, sighing at the absurdity of it all. Eventually, under the unwavering gaze of the man in white and the pitiful looks from the man in black, she formed a contract with them. Following this, her cultivation soared dramatically, ascending swiftly to the second tier of the monarch rank. The increase in her spiritual power felt akin to riding a rocket. Within a single day, she leaped several ranks, from the third tier of the Xinling Master to the second tier of the monarch. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of astonishing. If the old sages at the Holy Sky Academy were to witness this, they would surely seize her, scrutinizing her closely, questioning the origins of this little prodigy. Here they were, laboriously toiling from dawn till dusk, persevering in their cultivation only to attain the status of a monarch at their advanced age, while this girl simply formed a contract with a spirit beast and experienced a meteoric rise in power. How could these ancient beings retain any semblance of pride in their existence? However, the headmaster of the Holy Sky Academy, the white-bearded elder, had the foresight to invite Ouyang to partake in the mentor assessment, and it was certain she would excel. Observing her contracted companions, Qilian had indeed proved formidable, directly advancing to the Xin tier, while the old wolf had also ascended to the second tier of the Xin level. Little Lei had impressively risen from a heavenly tier spirit beast to a monarch beast. Furthermore, the pack of chaos spirit rings had all progressed to the earth tier spirit beasts. As she gazed upon the throng of earth tier beasts emerging, she realized that just one of them could easily crush a heavenly tier expert underfoot. Then, her eyes fell upon the black ring entwined around her hand, representing the man in black, who had originally possessed the strength of a respected tier and now stood at the third tier of that rank. It was worth noting that advancing beyond the respected tier was as arduous as scaling the heavens. Even for humans, it could take decades or even a century to ascend a single tier, let alone for spirit beasts. Their lifespans were longer than those of humans, and their combat prowess superior, thus rendering their ascension a far slower and more challenging endeavor. The man clad in black had assumed that he would have to wait several decades to advance. Yet, unexpectedly, he had now leaped 2 ranks, much to the delight of the little serpent, who found himself increasingly fond of Ouyang. Had he originally followed his brothers in pursuing a contract, he would now genuinely wish to be with his current master, Ouyang. He had taken to lingering on her wrist, claiming the role of a guardian to protect this delicate, frail girl. Meanwhile, in the spirit beast space, the man in white had suffered a resurgence of old wounds during his last battle with the ancient monster, compounded by poison, which had rendered him unable to unleash even 30% of his strength. However, now that he had formed a contract with Ouyang, he was reaping considerable benefits and was recuperating in the spirit beast space. His exact power remained unclear, but it was evident that he was formidable, surpassing all the strong men of the southern continent. Thus, it could be said that Ouyang, with such powerful beasts by her side, was capable of traversing the southern continent with ease. Moreover, she possessed a mysterious contract partner of unknown strength, capable of annihilating a group of kings and a respected master with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, following his conversation with the old white-haired man, he had mentioned that his injuries were severe and that he had not yet fully awakened, subsequently retreating into the spirit beast space while the other returned to the enigmatic pearl within her dantian to continue healing. Remembering how pale Ju had looked at that moment, it was evident that he had sustained grave injuries. If he was already so powerful, then the one who could injure him must be even stronger. This thought, Ouyang couldn't help but furrow her brow, realizing how far she still had to go. These matters were beyond her current reach. Ouyang, what's wrong? The young man beside her noticed her furrowed brow and inquired, seemingly concerned. Emerging from her reverie, Ouyang replied, I am fine. She cast a glance at the young man beside her, offering a warm smile, before clenching her fists and fixing her determined gaze on the white light ahead, vowing to grow stronger, strong enough to protect her companions. Ouyang, It seems we may have to wait a while longer for this divine artifact to manifest. Shall we find a place to rest over there? The young man suggested. Ouyang surveyed the throngs of people around them, noting that this gathering was far more grand than the previous one for the heavenly spirit fruit. Not only were there members of mercenary groups, but also individuals from prominent families. As her gaze landed upon the disciples of the Wang and Lin families in the distance, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Very well, let us rest here for the night. All right, brothers, we shall take our rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. Good indeed. The burly men responded with hearty laughter, eagerly preparing to pitch tents and gather provisions. Ouyang watched their retreating figures with a wry smile, remembering that this was the group of robust men she had encountered in the dark forest, having casually saved one from plummeting off a cliff. Ever since, they had treated her as their savior, an endearing band of individuals. Chapter 46. Farewell to Lin Mayer. Come, my dear brother Ouyang. Allow this old bull to toast you. Were it not for your timely intervention, I would have met a tragic end, shattered to pieces, and would not be here to revel in the company of my brothers over food and drink. A robust man raised his cup in gratitude towards Ouyang. It was but a trifling effort, brother Nyo. There is no need for excessive thanks. Ouyang felt a genuine fondness for such forthright men. They were simple, unpretentious, and entirely devoid of artifice. They loved openly and disdained just as transparently. They did not engage in pretentiousness, feigning friendliness to one's face while plotting betrayal behind their backs. Thus, Ouyang cherished the moments spent in their company and felt inclined to involve herself in their affairs. After the spirit known as Ju entered the mysterious orb to continue its slumber, she ventured beyond the dark forest. As she emerged from its depths, she was met with the sounds of a fierce struggle. An earth-tier spirit beast, the Earth Bear, was engaged in combat with a group of brawny men clad in coarse linen. The scene unfolded as follows. As Ouyang passed by, she spotted a hand clinging precariously to the edge of the cliff, while several strong men battled the Earth Bear. "Old Xiao, you all must flee. Do not concern yourselves with me," cried the individual dangling from the precipice. "Nay, brother Nyo, hold on. I shall come to your aid at once," declared one of the men. "Indeed, brother Nyo, stay strong," echoed another, as they grappled with the Earth Bear. Their eyes remained anxiously fixed on the man hanging from the cliff, Dio not. The men gasped in horror as they witnessed the rocks beginning to crumble. Upon hearing their cries, Ouyang swiftly maneuvered to the cliff's edge and grasped the outstretched hand. In that moment, the sound of rocks crashing down echoed ominously. The man, now safely perched at the cliff's edge, breathed heavily. "By heavens, that was close," the brawny man exclaimed, patting his heart. "What a near miss. I was prepared to meet my demise. Yet when the moment arrived, fear gripped me nonetheless." As the men regained their composure, they beheld a dashing young gentleman clad in white and a sturdy figure standing at the cliff's edge. They were taken aback, astonished that this young man had appeared without their notice, effortlessly pulling brother Nyo back to safety. Just as their astonishment peaked, the spirit beast, sensing something alarming, hastily retreated. The group of strong men exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Soon, however, they dismissed their confusion and surged towards the cliff's edge. "Thank you, young brother, for your timely rescue. It was merely a small gesture." Ouyang smiled lightly. "Young brother, seeing you alone in this dark forest, why not accompany us?" Thus, Ouyang journeyed alongside them. Along the way, she learned of a legendary artifact unearthed within the dark forest, which was the very reason for their expedition. She decided to follow the men to investigate, as there was still ample time before the upcoming assessments by the Academy mentors. "Ouyang, do not mind brother Nyo. Just drink some water." Old Xiao observed the seemingly delicate young gentleman and felt a twinge of reluctance to offer him liquor. "It is quite all right. I can manage." Ouyang chuckled, amused by old Xiao's concern. "Ha ha ha." The entire scene was filled with exuberance, yet there was one individual who insisted on inserting himself, disrupting the refined atmosphere. "You lot, be gone. This place belongs to the Lin family," exclaimed a youth with slanted eyes. Despite his seemingly handsome appearance, the words he uttered were nothing short of disgraceful. What did he mean by claiming this place as belonging to the Lin family? Did he not realize that it was already occupied? This thought ignited the fury of the burly men present. Who did he think he was, demanding that they vacate the premises? Had he approached them with civility, they might have been inclined to shift aside and make room for him. "Young man, do temper your arrogance. This place was claimed by us first. Why should we leave simply because you are from the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans?" At that moment, a sultry voice echoed from behind the young man. "Miss," he replied with a tone of deference, his expression turning sinister as he fixed his gaze on the burly men, exuding an air of condescension and arrogance. Initially, the men were momentarily captivated by the alluring woman, wondering when such beauty had graced the dark woods. However, they quickly regained their composure, for no matter how enchanting, a woman could also be as fierce as a tigress. The woman in question, Ouyang, turned to face her and raised an eyebrow, recognizing Lin Meyer. "Do not push your luck. This is the dark woods, not the domain of the 4 great clans. You have no authority to act so brazenly," old Xiao asserted with righteous indignation. "Will you be leaving or not?" Lin Meyer demanded with a tone laced with anger. "Miss, please do not be upset. Allow me to handle this," the youth with slanted eyes said, oozing sycophancy. He then turned his attention to Ouyang and her companions, lowering his voice threateningly. "You would do well to leave swiftly, or you will face the consequences. Oh, and what consequences might those be?" Ouyang stepped forth from the shadows, smiling as she responded. Such bullies, who wielded power through others, were simply asking for trouble. She could already envision what his threats entailed, and whether or not they would come to pass would hinge upon her own consent. "Young man, you," the youth's eyelids flickered, startled by the emergence of the figure from the shadows. Upon seeing that it was a delicate young gentleman, he regained his bravado. "Do not be foolish. The Lin family is not to be trifled with. Oh, then I am quite eager to see whether I can indeed be trifled with." Ouyang's smile deepened, her tone laced with danger. "It seems you will not weep until you see the coffin." He rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage. "Meyer." Upon hearing that voice, which bore an elderly softness, Ouyang retracted her poised hand and turned towards the source of the sound. "Teacher." Lin Meyer immediately adopted a compliant demeanor, addressing the newcomer with utmost respect. "Meyer, what transpired here?" The elder, with his meticulously arranged attire and hair streaked with black and white, appeared impeccably neat, though a glint of malice in his eyes betrayed a more sinister nature. "Teacher, it is as follows. This ragtag bunch refuses to yield us any space. I merely instructed my subordinates to ask them to make way." The burly men exchanged incredulous glances at this blatant distortion of the truth. How can this woman be so thick-skinned? Never mind. Let us find another place. With that, she turned and walked outside, casting a wary glance at Ouyang before departing. "Teacher, teacher." Lin Meyer called out to the elderly man who had just left, glaring at the burly men with disdain. With a stamp of her foot, she followed suit. Chapter 47. The Contest of Mini Hay. Miss Meyer, do we still need this camp?" The man with the slanted eyes called out to Lin Meyer's retreating figure. "What else do you want? Hurry up and leave." Lin Meyer's frustrated voice echoed from a distance. "Oh," the man with slanted eyes muttered, glaring fiercely at the burly men. "Count yourselves lucky," he huffed, before hastily following after her. Miss, wait for me." It was still that elderly man who reasoned with them. Lao Xiao looked at their hurried figures with irritation, disdainfully eyeing them. He detested those who bullied the weak and cowered before the strong, mere lackeys of power. Upon hearing Lao Xiao's words, Ouyang's eyes sparkled with a hint of doubt. "Perhaps not," she mused, "that old man does not appear to be an easy target." She gazed thoughtfully at the retreating silhouettes. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer was engaged in conversation with the elderly man. "Teacher, why should we abandon that camp?" Meyer, this is for your own good. That camp has formidable experts. Even I cannot discern their true strength, which is why I intervened," the old man replied, his eyes glinting with insight as he regarded Lin Meyer. "Teacher, who is that person? They all seem like ordinary cultivators to me, except, yes, it is him. I cannot gauge his spiritual power, and there are no energy fluctuations around him. He is either incapable of cultivating or possesses a level of cultivation superior to mine. However, judging by that young gentleman's demeanor, it is likely the latter." The old man glanced skyward, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his gaze. The pale light illuminated the dark forest, rendering the night unusually serene. Typically, one might hear the roars of spirit beasts. Yet now, not a sound could be heard, only the gentle whisper of the breeze rustling through the leaves. Gazing at the distant, illuminated sky, then at the bright moon and twinkling stars, she found the heavens exceptionally beautiful. Sighing, Ouyang stood outside the tent, pondering how long it had been since she had truly observed the sky and the multitude of stars. When her gaze shifted to the brilliantly illuminated half of the sky, her expression sharpened. The calm before the storm suggested that a fierce battle awaited them on the morrow. As the sun slowly rose, activity began stirring within the camp. Good morning, Brother Ouyang. Good morning, Brother Ouyang. Haha, Brother Ouyang rises quite early. Lao Chao approached with a hearty laugh. Good morning, Brother Chiao. Ouyang Xianing replied with a smile. Before she could finish her greeting, a brilliant light erupted from the direction of Bai Meng, radiating dazzling brilliance. Young Brother Ouyang, came the call, and they exchanged glances. Let us go see. Come on, brothers, let us also take a look. All right. A throng of individuals thus marched towards the direction of the radiant light. Look quickly, something seems to be emerging from the ground. The crowd turned their gazes in that direction, witnessing a shimmering white light flickering and expanding, as if something were about to break through the earth. Ouyang Xianing also looked toward that spot, and indeed, the oppressive aura emanating from it was extraordinary, shrouded in mystery yet exuding an air of authority. It appeared to be an extraordinary object. Ouyang, my young brother, you've come too. A voice filled with surprise and excitement rang out. Ouyang Xianing turned her head at the sound, recognizing it was Captain Morong. Ha ha ha, Ouyang, my young brother, are you here to enjoy the spectacle as well? Morong Bo's hearty laughter resonated deeply. Indeed, Ouyang Xianing replied, having anticipated that such a significant event would draw the first mercenary group of the Dark Forest. Well then, let us wait together, agreed. Ouyang Xianing swiftly concurred, recognizing that the greater the number of onlookers, the more advantageous their chances of seizing the treasure. However, it seemed they were not the largest group present. The Lin family was undoubtedly the most numerous, led by an elder with intertwined black and white hair, with Lin Mayer on his right side, and a dense crowd standing behind them. It was nearly impossible to count them at a glance without careful observation. Clearly, the Lin family was determined to acquire the underground spiritual object. Ouyang Xianing pondered. A blinding white light erupted from the depths, shooting skyward and intertwining with the heavens, stirring a tempest in the atmosphere. Suddenly, the white glow intensified, and the object from below soared into the sky, revealing its true form. Suspended in midair was a pure, silvery white ice sword, radiating a cold luminescence. A chilling aura emanated from the blade, sweeping across the ground. Just a hint of it could make everyone present feel as if they were in a frigid wasteland. This sword was undoubtedly a remarkable weapon, very likely the legendary artifact itself. As they gazed upon the sword, each person's eyes glistened with desire, and Ouyang Xianing was no exception. For her, it was the perfect weapon she had longed for, a blade that was icy and luminous, capable of killing without shedding blood, perfectly suited to her. Meanwhile, the chaotic spirit ring within her seemed to stir, urging, Master, you must obtain that sword. The seriousness in its tone left no room for jest. Ouyang Xianing's expression turned solemn as she fixed her gaze on the sword suspended in the air. It was hers. Humph, that sword belongs to me. The elder boldly declared his intention to possess the sword and flew toward it. Seeing the elder ascend, the others could no longer restrain themselves and rushed eagerly in pursuit. Ouyang, what shall we do? Morong Bo and Old Xiao asked in unison, clearly looking to Ouyang Xianing for guidance. Let us wait a moment longer. Charging in now would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Ouyang Xianing's words proved to be wise, as evidenced by the group ahead, blinded by greed, charging forward like wolves, trampling over the bodies of their companions. Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brow, realizing that in the face of profit, kin, friends, and allies became mere stepping stones, with only one's own interests held supreme. The remaining burly men, having patted their chests in relief, remarked how fortunate they were not to have rushed in, for they would have undoubtedly been reduced to minced meat. They had not succumbed to the allure of greed. Their momentary lapse was swiftly rectified by Ouyang Xianing's timely call, restoring their senses. Now, casting a glance at those ahead, alas, it is indeed a sight most distressing. Observing the grim tableau of humanity, Ouyang Xianing could not help but furrow her brow. It is truly tragic. Suddenly, the silver sword blazed with an even more brilliant light, and in an instant, all figures vanished within that radiant glow. Hurry, follow. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xianing leapt forth, disappearing into the blinding brilliance. Ouyang, my little brother. Ouyang, brother. Chapter 48. Trust Ouyang, attain eternal life. Ouyang, my little brother. Morong Bo and Old Xiao exchanged glances, each leading their respective companions towards the dazzling light. Upon arrival, Ouyang Xianing voiced her confusion. So soon? The overwhelming brightness momentarily disoriented her, and she landed on solid ground. Could it be that this place lies just beneath where the silver sword had surged forth? Otherwise, how could they have arrived so swiftly? Ouyang Xianing surveyed her surroundings. It was an expansive, well-lit expanse even underground. Looking upwards, she confirmed it was indeed a stone wall. Yet from where did this illumination emanate, and where had all those people vanished to? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted, causing Ouyang Xianing to turn in bewilderment. What is the source of that gunfire? As she turned, she was met with a scene both cherished and loathed. Ninger, you're back. Quickly, mother has prepared a feast for you. Wash your hands and come to dinner. Indeed, Ninger, come quickly, or Linger will finish everything. Morong's father spoke affectionately to Ouyang Xianing. Hee sister, if you don't hurry, I might just devour it all. Morong Linger waved a large chicken leg playfully, flashing a mischievous smile at Ouyang Xianing. Come on, hurry over, quickly, hurry. Gazing upon this tender scene of maternal love and filial devotion, a flicker of derision crossed Ouyang Xianing's eyes. Only by witnessing her mother's madness, her father's ghastly visage, and her sister's hysterics did she realize how utterly misguided she had been in the past. She was not blind to her parents' favoritism towards Linger, nor was she oblivious to Linger's jealousy. Yet, she had placed too much emphasis on the hard-won affection of family, turning a blind eye to the subtleties of their interactions. Ouyang Xianing shut her eyes, raised her hand in a gesture, and the illusion vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that she now had cherished family, friends, and companions. She would no longer be deceived by such false displays of virtue. To treasure the present is far more worthy than to yearn for a bygone past. Opening her eyes, the scene before her returned to a state of tranquility. Observing this transformation, Ouyang Xianing understood. It seemed to be a trial set before them. If her intuition was correct, then those who had come here must also be subjected to a similar test. Clearing the fog to reveal the dawn, Ouyang Xianing pressed onward. As the illusion dissipated, a door appeared ahead. She scanned her surroundings, noting the solid walls that enclosed her, with only the stone door before her as an exit. Lifting her foot, she approached the stone door. Upon its opening, Ouyang Xianing stepped into the radiance beyond. Once her eyes had somewhat adjusted to the brightness, she lifted her gaze and beheld mountains of gold and purple gold materializing before her. It was as though magic had conjured forth a plethora of gleaming coins, shimmering and sparkling, dazzling her very eyes. She was momentarily stunned. If such a vast sum of money were indeed genuine, it would mean her fortune had arrived. When she left the Ouyang household, she had not a single coin to her name. Although she possessed the skill of alchemy, there was no opportunity to sell her wares along the way. When she inquired about Yin, he simply rolled his eyes and haughtily declared, "Gold coins? What are those? As the spirit of the illustrious chaos spirit ring, what use have I for such trinkets?" With an air of self-importance, he sashayed away, swaying his petite waist. Subsequently, having remained in the dark forest, she found no need for gold coins. However, once she ventured beyond its shadowy confines toward the Holy Sky Academy, the necessity for currency would become apparent. Ouyang Xianing's eyes darted around, wide with wonder. Wow, so many gold coins. I've never seen such a fortune, she exclaimed with unrestrained delight. Before she could fully grasp the situation, several stone doors beside her swung open, revealing a throng of figures emerging, their voices betraying their astonishment at the sight before them. Ouyang Xianing stood rooted in place, observing as they, like famished predators, lunged toward the mounds of golden riches. The greed and longing evident in their eyes were unmistakable. With a sardonic smile, she thought to herself, gold coins are not so easily acquired. If it were truly that simple, I would have long since cleared them out myself, leaving none for them to seize. Do they think me a fool? Ouyang little brother. Ouyang little brother. Is that you? Upon hearing the voice, Ouyang Xianing turned to see old Niu beaming as he dashed out from the distant stone door. In the blink of an eye, old Niu and old Xiao, accompanied by a large group of burly men, rushed toward her. Ouyang little brother. So this is where you are, they panted, their faces flushed with exertion as they approached her. Old Niu scrutinized her from head to toe, taking in every detail, before letting out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Ouyang little brother, you have been quite elusive. Yes, I am well. Are you all right? Ouyang Xianing smiled, unable to suppress her fondness for their earnestness. No worries, we are all fine. Rest assured, Ouyang brother, the group of men chorused, their expressions reflecting a sense of honor at her concern, akin to subordinates being evaluated by their commander. Their faces glowed, and even beneath the sun's harsh rays, the traces of red were discernible on their weathered skin. It seemed as though Ouyang Xianing possessed a unique magnetism and leadership quality. In her presence, they were willing to toil for her and offer their loyalty. Ouyang little brother, with so many gold coins, we should go and claim our share. Old Niu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, eager to make a move. Wait, this gold may be a trap. Just then, as if to validate Ouyang Xianing's caution, a man in the forefront, cradling a handful of gold coins, suddenly doubled over in laughter, clutching his belly before rolling on the ground. After several rolls, he began to foam at the mouth, gasping for help. Save. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back, and he breathed his last The cries of despair rang out, each victim foaming at the mouth, their eyes eternally closed in death. Old Nyo gazed at the throng of people suddenly afflicted with madness, exclaiming in astonishment, Thank goodness! Thank goodness! He did not succumb. He patted his chest to soothe his nerves. This had already occurred twice today. Had it not been for the timely warning from young brother Ouyang, he might have become one of them. Indeed, trusting Ouyang leads to everlasting life in old Nyo's heart. Ouyang Qianning's status ascended another level, almost rivaling that of the divine. Young brother Ouyang, what shall we do? A burly man voiced the collective sentiment of the others, for it was difficult to merely watch the vast trove of gold coins without taking action. The golden glimmer was so bright that it transformed their eyes into symbols of wealth, nearly driving them to the brink of greed. Wait, all right. Since brother Ouyang says to wait, we shall wait. They shifted their feet to the side, quietly biding their time. Chapter 49. At least they left a whole corpse. Teacher, with so many coins here, taking them out will undoubtedly elevate my Lin family to the position of the foremost clan. A delicate voice echoed from the entrance of a distant stone gate. Meanwhile, Ouyang Qianning and a group of burly men stood by, observing the spectacle. Watching these avaricious individuals witness the gruesome fates of those who had gone before them, yet remain undeterred, was disheartening. Old Xiao shook his head at their folly. Perhaps they were momentarily daunted by the horrific sight of death, yet some still clung to a sense of luck, emboldened by the fact that a few who had clutched gold coins emerged unscathed. This only ignited their greed, as they disregarded the bodies lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, their deaths horrifyingly grotesque, consumed by an insatiable desire to seize what they could. Teacher, let us also go and take some. Lin Mei Er's eyes sparkled with excitement, her gaze fixed on the fallen, oblivious to their plight. Ouyang Qianning's expression hardened. It seemed she had underestimated Lin Mei Er. Typically, the daughters of prominent families were well protected, rarely exposed to such scenes of carnage. Yet, observing Lin Mei Er's demeanor, it was as if she had grown accustomed to it, treating the lifeless corpses as mere air, her thoughts solely fixated on the mountains of gold. It appeared that future vigilance was warranted, for she might indeed become a destabilizing factor, particularly given her current tumultuous relationship with the Lin family. Old Nyo, noticing Ouyang Qianning's gaze linger on Lin Mei Er, followed her line of sight. In that instant, he overheard the expected remark. Take. What did she mean by take? Did she truly believe this place was her family's treasure vault, to be plundered at will? If she desired the gold coins, she might as well declare her intent to rob. Why cloak it in such euphemistic language? Old Nyo curled his lip in disdain. He held a particular aversion for the hypocrisy of the young masters and mistresses from affluent families. Mei Er, wait, an old man with hair of black and white intermingled spoke up to intervene. Ouyang Qianning raised an eyebrow. It seemed this elder was not to be underestimated, managing to resist the allure of wealth even in such circumstances. Remaining calm enough to contemplate the situation, she took note, realizing that this master and disciple were not to be trifled with. Oh, my gold coins. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. The mountains of gold vanished as if conjured from thin air. Now they had simply dissipated into nothingness. Those who had just been fervently battling for the gold coins, their bodies bruised and bloodied, stood frozen in disbelief at this spectacle. Some among them lamented their earlier hesitance to seize the opportunity, now left with nothing but the sight of others, grinning widely with their newfound riches. Lin Mei Er was among those unfortunate souls. Teacher, why don't we go and take some? She inquired, her tone laced with frustration and indignation. Despite the perplexity of her question, the elderly man merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before redirecting his gaze towards those clutching the coins. More accurately, he was fixated on the coins in their possession, as was another individual, Ouyang Xianning. Ouyang, my young brother, Old Xiao called out, a note of confusion in his voice. While he bore no resentment towards Ouyang Xianning for calling their group to a halt, witnessing the mountains of gold vanish without them claiming even a single coin stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Just one coin would have sufficed for their needs in this dark forest for several days. Brother Xiao, just observe closely and you shall understand, Ouyang Xianning replied, fully aware of the discontent simmering within Old Xiao and the others. After all, who would willingly overlook something so tantalizingly within reach? Even she found it difficult to restrain her own desires. It must be said that the creator of this illusion had astutely discerned the depths of human greed. Ouyang Xianing gazed at the coins held in the hands of others. A frown creased her brow. These coins evoked an unsettling sensation within her, though she struggled to articulate precisely what felt amiss. Before she could unravel the mystery, the coins in the hands of the crowd abruptly transformed into writhing insects, each the size of a human thumb, complete with 2 antennae and a pair of sharp pincers, their dark bodies eliciting an instinctive dread. With the horrified onlookers watching in terror, the creatures flew into the mouths of the hapless individuals, and gradually, parts of their bodies began to vanish. The closest among them, a pale-faced young man, first saw his legs disappear, followed by his arms, until his entire body disintegrated, leaving only his head suspended grotesquely in midair. Old Xiao shivered behind Ouyang Xianing, his skin crawling at the bizarre sight, as the young man's head, too, eventually vanished. A sigh of relief escaped the lips of Lao Nyo, who silently thanked his stars for not having rushed in to claim the gold. Other fortunate souls echoed similar sentiments, grateful for their delayed arrival, while some found solace in the misfortune of a rival who had dared to seize the coins before them, cursing under their breath at his ill fate. "Teacher, how could this happen?" Lin Mayer exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear as she watched person after person dissolve into thin air. Even the Lin family disciple who had rushed forward to claim the coins met the same grim fate, disappearing without a trace. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Those who had managed to grab the coins fared worse than those who had initially secured them, leaving behind not even a trace of bone, in stark contrast to the lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground, which at least retained their forms and the past. I had refined goo worms, experiencing a chilling tremor. This gold coin elicits the very same sensation within me. The old man remarked, "So, what shall we do now?" Before the elder could finish his sentence, the scene shifted once more. Mountains of gold and mountains of purple gold reappeared, though this time in significantly diminished numbers. Now there stood merely 1 mountain of purple gold and 2 of gold, accompanied by a pile of spirit beast cores. The colors were also somewhat muted, no longer shimmering with the brilliant luster that dazzled the eyes. Observing the newly manifested treasures, the onlookers stood frozen in place, no longer daring to rush forward in a frenzy. Each person exchanged glances, silently assessing one another, too fearful to make a move, the surroundings enveloped in an eerie silence. "Ouyang Xiaoxiong," the old man called, "you may approach and collect the gold." "What?" Ouyang Qianning queried, gazing at the old man, who wore a dazed expression, feeling a wave of amusement. Just moments ago, he had contemplated seizing the counterfeit coins. Yet now, confronted with the genuine article, he hesitated to advance. "Alas, very well," old Xiao replied with a resigned tone, beckoning his companions to come forth and gather the gold coins. The sound of clinking gold filled the air, yet the others remained rooted in place, evidently petrified by the earlier spectacle. Teacher Lin Mayer, witnessing the diminishing mountain of gold, was incensed, stamping her feet in frustration. Having lost so many members of the Lin family, she dared not send anyone else to collect the bounty, and even if she did, those timid souls would likely refuse to approach. The old man observed the robust individuals energetically transporting the gold, then glanced at the smiling Ouyang Qianning, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. "Go," he commanded. "Lin Wu, quickly take your people to collect it," Lin Mayer exclaimed, her face lighting up at the elder's words as she turned to Lin Wu, who stood behind her. "Why yes, Miss Mayer," Lin Wu stammered, still shaken from the earlier fright. Seeing his lack of resolve, Lin Mayer grew furious. "What are you waiting for? Go." "Why yes, yes." Lin Wu turned, kicking a subordinate behind him. "Get moving. Did you not hear what Miss Mayer said?" "Yes, yes." The subordinate scrambled toward the mountain of gold. With no choice but to comply, as a junior disciple, he had little room for dissent, and he steeled himself for the task ahead. Satisfied, Lin Wu nodded to another. "You lot. Hurry up." "Yes, yes." Soon, 2 groups of eager individuals appeared at the mountain's base, fervently gathering the gold. Lin Wu, observing the lack of immediate repercussions, and feeling the pressure of Lin Mayer's gaze, reluctantly joined in. The sound of clinking gold echoed merrily as the 2 groups busily transported their bounty. Meanwhile, those watching were torn between desire and trepidation, contemplating the value of their lives against that of the gold. "Ah, to hell with it." One burly man could no longer restrain himself. "I'm going for it. After all, what's a life compared to this fortune? While it is often said that a poor life is better than a good death, one would have to be a fool to resist the allure of the shimmering gold before them." Without hesitation, they plunged into the heap of purple gold coins yet to be cleared by old Joe and his companions. Why not dive into the pile of gold coins, you ask? Obviously, it was the greater value of the purple coins that drew them in. Each purple gold coin is worth 100 gold coins, ensuring a year's worth of sustenance with just one. The currency of the continent is categorized as follows: copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and purple gold coins. 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 purple gold coin is worth 100 gold coins. With the Great Han leading the charge, it was only natural that many followers would emerge. This is mine. Mine? You rascal, do not snatch my gold coins. The scene returned to the earlier spectacle, where no deaths had been witnessed. Hee, brother Ouyang, look, we are truly going to strike it rich. At that moment, old Joe and old Neo returned, shaking their bags filled with purple gold coins and some high-grade spirit cores. Ouyang Xianing smiled, realizing that this group of burly men was indeed cunning, taking all the valuable items for themselves while leaving behind mere gold coins for the others to fight over. Very well. Subsequently, Ouyang Xianing retrieved several spatial rings from her chaotic spirit ring and presented them to old Joe. You should channel a bit of your mental energy and wear these. What is this? Old Joe stammered, astonished. Could these truly be spatial rings? He may not have experienced everything, but he had certainly seen others flaunt their spatial rings, and he had longed for one himself for the convenience it promised. Now, confronted with the tangible reality, he was overwhelmed with surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this really for us? But old Joe glanced at the few spatial rings in Ouyang Xianing's hands, then back at her, scarcely able to believe it. The coveted spatial treasures, and here was brother Ouyang, offering them without batting an eye. Indeed, they are for you. Although the space may be somewhat limited, it is sufficient for storing daily necessities. Ouyang Xianing replied with a smile, revealing that these were merely a few experimental products from her study of refining tools. Well then, we shall not be polite. Old Joe, no longer hesitant, accepted the rings from Ouyang Xianing and distributed them among his brothers, 15 in total, neither more nor less. The burly men erupted in joy, eagerly channeling their mental energy to form a contract with the rings. However, upon doing so, they were left dumbfounded. Where is the limitation? This is far larger than a regular tent. Each ring possessed a volume of several dozen cubic units. Instantly, their gazes towards Ouyang Xianing shifted, filled with both excitement and regret, realizing that brother Ouyang seemed unaware of the significance of size. Perhaps the rings on their fingers were even larger than those belonging to the noble families. Observing their expressions, Ouyang Xianing merely pursed her lips and turned her head away. To her, the rings were indeed small, as their several dozen cubic units paled in comparison to the entirety of her chaotic spirit ring. Brother Ouyang, please accept these purple gold coins. Old Joe extended the bag of purple gold coins he held towards Ouyang Xianing, his eyes filled with sincerity. Very well. Ouyang Xianing, seeing the earnestness in old Joe's gaze, did not refuse. With a flick of her sleeve, she accepted the bag of purple gold coins into her chaotic spirit ring. Ah, ha ha ha. Unlike the group over there, who are embroiled in a fierce struggle, this side exudes a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, there are always those who cannot tolerate such tranquility and seek to shatter its beauty. Look, that group has just claimed a multitude of purple coins, yet now they hold none. They typically possess spatial artifacts. Quick, seize the opportunity. The man who spoke has a sharp, monkey-like visage, unmistakably a nefarious character. Indeed, let us act swiftly and take what we can. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain, until one voice broke the silence, prompting them to surge towards Ouyang Xianing. In a nearby corner, Miss Mayer remarked, "Look, that sharp-featured scoundrel is reporting back. Humph! How dare that fellow attempt to snatch from me? Had it not been for the teacher's intervention, he would not have been so fortunate." Lin Mayer still refuses to acknowledge that Ouyang Xianing is a formidable expert, instead clinging to the belief that she merely utilized some concealed spiritual artifact. Ouyang Xianing surveyed the greed-blinded crowd, her brow furrowing, and then glanced at the instigator in the corner alongside Lin Mayer, her understanding deepening. "Ouyang, you should leave," old Xiao declared, brandishing a large blade protectively beside Ouyang Xianing, vigilant against the encroaching throng. The other burly men mirrored his stance, forming a protective circle around her. Humph! Ouyang Xianing scoffed coldly. Her silence did not imply weakness. If they wished to seize the coins, they ought to consider their capabilities first. She pushed past old Xiao and stepped forward. "Ouyang!" Old Xiao exclaimed in alarm. "Fear not," Ouyang Xianing replied, tilting her head slightly back towards him. She then turned her gaze forward, commanding, "And you lot, Retreat. Her voice brimmed with IRE.AN. Overwhelming pressure surged forth, revealing its formidable nature. One individual succumbed, collapsing to the ground, followed by others in rapid succession. Those with slightly greater strength managed to remain upright, akin to Lin Mayer's teacher, who stood resolute, though beads of sweat betrayed his struggle against the immense pressure. Lin Mayer, on the other hand, was firmly pinned to the ground, unable to resist. Ouyang Xianing had deliberately intensified the weight upon her to ensure her safety. The sharp-faced rogue beside her trembled on the ground, fearful of being discovered as the instigator of this turmoil. Chapter 51. Punishing the architect of chaos. Oh, do you still wish to rob me? Ouyang Xianing's words hung in the air, and the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Not a soul dared to exhale, transformed into meek little lambs, terrified that the esteemed one might take offense and direct her wrath upon them. Behind her, the dozen or so burly men felt the pressure dissipate as Ouyang Xianing reined it in. Yet upon witnessing the expressions of those in front, they comprehended her formidable strength. Even the seemingly powerful yet undeniably haughty teacher appeared subdued and restrained. In an instant, Ouyang Xianing's stature loomed larger, her pristine white attire exuding an air of grandeur. The burly men, disregarding their own appearances, gazed at her with wide, adoring eyes, akin to fervent admirers. Madam, we shall never dare again. Indeed, indeed. Yes, my lord, we dare not. Humph. Ouyang Xianing let out a cold snort, her gaze sharpening as she turned to the side, her sleeve sweeping through the air, releasing a flash of crimson light. Everyone heard a piercing scream emanating from afar. Ah! The sound was so heartrending that it sent shivers down their spines. They could not help but tremble, observing this noble figure clad in white, as frigid as frost. Little did they expect her to be so merciless in her torment. The distant screams were a testament to that. After several seconds, the cries continued, and the individual sprawled on the ground could not suppress their curiosity, slightly turning their head toward the source of the sound. Upon glancing, they were struck with horror. This was far more terrifying than the creature from before. Behold the unfortunate soul. Now, only their body and head remained, as the crimson light enveloped them, starting from their feet, which had already vanished from sight, akin to the earlier creature. No blood was shed, yet parts of the human form gradually disappeared. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd. It seemed this noble figure was using a gruesome spectacle to serve as a warning. They patted their chests, relieved that they were not the chosen ones. The crimson light cast an eerie glow upon the tortured, pallid face, sending chills down their spines and causing their hairs to stand on end. Lin Mayer, unable to withstand the horror, fainted immediately. The elder shot her a fierce glare. Exasperated by her display, a young man, upon recognizing the identity of the one in agony, shouted in alarm, pointing towards the direction with a look of revelation. The crowd immediately shot him disapproving glances, warning him against provoking the noble figure further. They then stole another glance at the upright young man in white. Still no change in expression, no sign of emotion. They breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts resuming their normal rhythm. No, that person is... The youth struggled to articulate a coherent thought, stammering as he pointed at the wretched figure. What on earth is happening? A burly man finally could not contain himself, exclaiming, Are you willing to throw away your life? We still wish to keep ours. You fool, making such a fuss. If you provoke her, we might end up in pieces ourselves. That person is the one who incited us to confront this noble figure. Once the young man finished speaking, he exhaled sharply, his previously flushed face returning to its normal hue. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow. This lad had indeed observed closely, so it was this individual. How despicable. Yes, it is indeed this person. I saw it too. Damn it, this scoundrel nearly cost me my life. The crowd's gaze shifted toward the sharp-featured young man, their expressions transforming instantly. Initially, they lamented the fate of the hapless youth, tortured to death, a pitiful choice as a scapegoat. However, their thoughts swiftly changed. It dawned on them that this lad was the true culprit, the instigator of their reckless greed, urging them to rob the noble figure of her gold. They were not simply foolish enough to seek death without reason. Now, still prostrate on the cold, unyielding earth, they felt a sense of foreboding. Instantly, their glances turned sharp, aiming to pierce him with their eyes. Then she turned to gaze at Ouyang Xianing, a wave of admiration surging within her eyes. Fortunately, this esteemed individual possessed an astute perception, swiftly identifying the true culprit. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Had this formidable figure truly desired to take action, they would have been akin to mere ants, for with a mere flick of her finger, their fate would be sealed in an instant. Ouyang Xianing's stature loomed larger in their hearts. Embodying wisdom and valor, justice and integrity, charm and charisma, youthful ambition, and prodigious talent, every conceivable accolade was heaped upon her, my lord. It is all the mischief of this young scoundrel. We were merely momentarily blinded by greed. Swayed by his instigation, a burly man could not help but plead for mercy. Indeed, the others chimed in, observing the scene with eager agreement. It is good to recognize one's errors. Ouyang Xianing stood firm, retracting her oppressive aura, reverting to her previously serene demeanor. Yes, we acknowledge our faults. The crowd felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, hastily acquiescing, lest the esteemed individual reconsider, for their lives would truly be at stake. Once everyone had regained their footing, a burly man patted the shoulder of the young man who had pointed out the true culprit, saying, "Young brother, I mistakenly blamed you earlier. Thankfully, you identified the real instigator. Yes, you have a bright future ahead." The young man chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The assembled crowd stood there, observing the individual who writhed on the ground, wailing in despair, until he gradually dissipated, becoming one with the air. Spitting contemptuously, one remarked, "Serves you right for your mischief." Ouyang Xianing regarded those few who still stood beneath her formidable presence, particularly the enigmatic man cloaked in black in the corner. He was inscrutable, showing no signs of discomfort even under her overwhelming pressure. She could not discern his true level of power. This was also the reason she refrained from directly eliminating those who attempted to rob her. Should he take offense and intervene, she might find herself at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, she decided it prudent to punish the true culprit, while the likes of Lin Meyer remained beyond her reach for the time being. The elder beside her was likely a mentor from the Holy Sky Academy, ensuring she would encounter her again at that institution, allowing for a later resolution. Furthermore, she was not one to revel in slaughter. Since her arrival on this continent, she had not indulged in a massacre for quite some time. Wow, Ouyang brother, you are truly remarkable. When Ouyang Xianing was interrupted by the adulation, she turned away, feeling a wave of embarrassment at the sight of these imposing men gazing at her with such reverence. It seemed she ought not to have displayed such dominance. Perhaps a more subtle approach, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing, would have served her better. Now, it appeared she would be engulfed by their acclaim. Indeed, Ouyang brother, you are truly impressive. Yes, I admire you greatly. Chapter 52. The launched oldly brother Qiao, please do not treat me this way. I am still the same person. Ouyang Xianing lamented amidst their starry-eyed admiration, feeling a headache coming on. Alas, how I regret my earlier choices. Ouyang brother, the brethren merely hold you in high esteem. Old Xiao gazed at the adoration reflected in the faces of the burly men and found himself in agreement. In this realm, where strength reigns supreme, it is only natural to revere the powerful. Regardless of age, what truly matters is one's prowess. Moreover, this young brother Ouyang appears quite youthful, suggesting immense potential. His future achievements may well surpass our expectations. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how this Ouyang brother has cultivated such strength at such a tender age. Could he perhaps be a cunning old monster masquerading as a youth? Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable power at such a young age? As old Xiao pondered this, he cast a furtive glance at Ouyang Qianing's face. Noticing his gaze, Ouyang Qianing felt her lips twitch in annoyance. The simple-minded brute had his thoughts written all over his face. Surely, she could discern his intentions. However, considering her previous life's age, she was indeed quite mature, though hardly an old monster. Ouyang Qianing repeated in her mind, "Do not let it bother you. Do not let it bother you. He is merely envious of you." With that, she sought to quell her inner turmoil and hastily interrupted old Xiao's lingering gaze upon her. If this continued, one of them would either end up being crushed by her or succumb to the vexation of his persistent stare. All right, old Xiao quickly averted his gaze, affirming, "Let us proceed." The other burly men echoed their agreement cheerfully. Ouyang Qianing turned. A malevolent glare was cast upon her from behind. That individual was none other than the old man with intertwined black and white hair, Lin Meyer's mentor. Sensing something amiss, Ouyang Qianing scanned the gathered crowd but found nothing unusual and resumed her forward march. The old man, observing Ouyang Qianing's retreating figure, harbored a flicker of malice in his eyes. This young one possessed surprisingly high cultivation, suggesting he had previously underestimated her. He then pivoted toward Lin Meyer, casting her a resentful glance, lamenting her lack of ambition. If she were not a member of the Lin family, and if she did not possess such remarkable talent, he would hardly waste his time cleaning up after her. Such a spoiled young lady is the most challenging to manage. He had warned her not to provoke that young master. Yet she recklessly collided with him. Was she courting disaster? If she sought her own demise, she ought not to involve him. They were currently bound together by fate, and any repercussions could very well ensnare him as well. Meyer, awaken! Awaken! The old man raised his hand and slapped Lin Meyer's face vigorously, as if venting his frustrations, lamenting, at this rate, that delicate visage will soon resemble that of a pig. Watching Ouyang Qianing and her companions depart, the others within the stone chamber reflected that remaining there was not a sustainable strategy. They would wait for Ouyang Qianing and her group to exit before making their own move. They dared not compete for a path with that ancestral figure. Having narrowly escaped death, they could not afford to offer themselves up again. Good heavens, who dares to launch a surprise attack? Old Nyo and his companions surrounded Ouyang Qianing as they approached the stone door at the opposite end of the chamber. Unexpectedly, as they exited the stone door, a shadow hurtled toward them. They hastily sidestepped. A loud crash resonated as the figure, resembling a shooting star, collided with the door through which they had entered, subsequently tumbling to the ground and rolling several times. It appeared to be a person. Ouyang brother, look, Old Li, Uncle Li. Upon recognizing the figure before her, Ouyang Qianing was taken aback. Old Li had also entered, which meant that Captain Morong must be inside as well. She hurried over, intending to assist him. Hearing Ouyang Qianing's call, Old Xiao took a closer look and indeed confirmed that it was the individual who had been following Morong Bo at that time. He followed suit, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Uncle Li, Ouyang Qianing remarked, observing Old Li's disheveled appearance, with his clothing in disarray and beard tangled as if he had not groomed himself for decades. Externally, he appeared to have sustained no serious injuries, though it was perplexing how he had been kicked out. Ouyang, little brother Ouyang. Old Li scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he smiled at Ouyang Qianing. You are here, Captain, and I came in search of you. Unfortunately, we found ourselves ensnared in this spiritual formation. We have been searching for a way to break the formation for quite some time. Now, thanks to that spirit beast, I have been unceremoniously ejected, so I needn't search any longer. Had I known, I would have asked it to kick me out sooner. Listening to Old Li's narrative, Ouyang Qianing gleaned some understanding of the situation. At that moment, Captain Morong had entered the White Radiance to seek her out, only to stumble into a peculiar formation resembling a labyrinth, which ensnared those within it. The formation was treacherous, with the colossal spirit beast poised to attack at any moment. One misstep could lead to devastation. Yet, the colossal spirit beast was also a treasure. Everyone wished to encounter it yet feared the confrontation. For every spirit beast vanquished, it would transform into a spirit item, such as a spiritual tool, medicinal herb, or elixir. This scenario bore a striking resemblance to a modern online game, where defeating a monster yielded corresponding rewards. Ouyang Qianing raised her brow. It seemed this labyrinth formation held significant merit. Ouyang brothers, should we venture in? It sounds quite adventurous. Upon hearing of the potential rewards for battling monsters, Old Nyo became instantly exhilarated, rolling up his sleeves, eager to dive into the fray. But how do we enter? Old Li inquired. Just moments prior, he had emerged and noticed that the exterior was starkly different from the interior, which was akin to a maze with walls enclosing them. Retracing their steps appeared to be a daunting challenge. As they deliberated, figures emerged from the entrance through which Ouyang Qianing and the others had entered. Upon seeing Ouyang Qianing, the newcomer froze momentarily before offering an awkward smile. Hee, my lord, you are still here? Old Nyo rolled his eyes. Where else could they go? This fellow lacked any sense of awareness. Just as Ouyang Qianing and her companions intended to continue their discussion on how to enter, a startled scream pierced the AIRD. As they looked up, they were greeted by the same youth, whose antics were likely to give them a heart attack. In unison, they rolled their eyes. What have you discovered now? Uncle Li, there you are. Whereas the captain? The startled youth dashed towards Ouyang Qianing and her group. Chapter 53. Entering the maze array, Uncle Li, the young man called out joyfully twice more. Oh, it's Xiao Bao, Old Li exclaimed, surprised to see the youth. Indeed. Uncle Li, how is it that you are with this esteemed individual? What about the commander? Xiao Bao inquired, puzzled that it turned out that Uncle Li was also acquainted with this esteemed person. What esteemed individual? Old Li scratched his head in confusion, wondering how Ouyang Xiao brother had become such a distinguished figure. The crowd observed as the youth engaged in lively conversation with the companion of Ouyang Qianing, astonished that this lad knew the esteemed individual so well. No wonder he was so flustered. If it were him, he would have rushed over to reminisce and perhaps foster a connection with that esteemed individual. Uncle Li, what is going on? Xiao Bao couldn't help but ask, noticing old Li's bewildered expression. I was just with the commander, but then I was kicked out by that colossal spirit beast and lost my way back, old Li recounted candidly, without a hint of embarrassment. Ouyang Qianning observed the two engrossed in conversation and shook her head, surprised to discover that this lad was indeed a member of the Wuji mercenary corps. She then lifted her gaze to the vast, empty cavern before her. She had previously encountered texts on formations within the Chaos Spirit Ring. Although she had yet to study the art of formation in detail, she possessed a rudimentary understanding. Listening to old Li's description, she surmised that this formation, if her conjecture was correct, was the ancient and lost maze array. However, the maze array merely trapped individuals or spirit beasts inside, preventing their escape, and was primarily used to protect city peripheries from spirit beast assaults. It had long been forgotten. Furthermore, she had never heard of spirit beasts attacking within the maze array, nor of any entertaining reward mechanisms akin to those in online games. Yin, what is going on? Ouyang Qianning recalled that Yin should be privy to some information. However, since entering this underground realm with Silver Sword, she had not heard Yin speak at all. Typically, he was quite loquacious, seizing opportunities to boast. Look at you all, so foolish. You should listen to me. And then he would begin to brag. This is a maze array infused with the starry array, a novel formation crafted from the convergence of two distinct arrays. Only those who have mastered the art of formation to its zenith can create such an innovative array, Yin stated calmly. Ouyang Qianning felt a twinge of surprise. What had come over Yin today? It was rare for him to speak without his usual haughty tone. Where should we enter? Ouyang Qianning continued to inquire. To the left, towards the reading clock direction, Yin replied before falling silent once more. Ouyang Qianning, though momentarily taken aback, paid little heed as she found herself captivated by the formation before her. Brother Qiao, Uncle Li, follow me, Ouyang Qianning called to old Li and the others, setting off toward the maze array. Coming, old Li, realizing the moment, turned and walked in Ouyang Qianning's direction. Hey, Uncle Li, wait for me, Xiao Bao exclaimed, spotting Ouyang Qianning's group fading into the distance and promptly hurried to catch up. After much effort, he finally located the organization, and this time he must not falter. Alas! How did they vanish? The crowd, rooted in place, gazed at the group that had disappeared into the distance, their hearts racing with trepidation. What had transpired? How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Shortly thereafter, a man clad in black, who was imperceptible in strength to Ouyang Qianning, began to stride toward the direction Ouyang had just taken, promptly disappearing from sight as well. Master? Lin Meyer, awakened from her slumber by the elder, stepped into the stone chamber just in time to witness the scene and hurriedly inquired of the elder beside her. Having learned from her previous lesson, she dared not disobey again. If she were to act out of line once more, her master would surely be incensed, and she might even endanger her own life, one she held dear. The elder observed Lin Meyer's appearance. Her once alluring visage was now slightly swollen, rendering her original beauty unrecognizable. He nodded in satisfaction, noting, it seems you have learned to heed instructions. That is commendable, provided you do not create further chaos. Let us proceed, he commanded, and together with the black-clad man, they stepped into the very spot where Ouyang Qianning had vanished. In quick succession, Lin Meyer and her companions also faded from view. What shall we do? Questioned a burly man amidst the crowd, voicing the unspoken concern that they could not simply wait idly. Let us go, a leader's voice echoed, and one by one, they too disappeared from the scene. Boom! As Ouyang Qianning and her companions entered the labyrinthine formation, they were met head-on by a colossal stone fist. Thanks to the earlier lesson from Old Li, they deftly evaded the attack. The massive fist struck the wall behind them with a resounding crash. Ouyang, my young brother, that is the stone golem. However, this one is significantly larger than the one we encountered before, Old Li exclaimed, narrowly avoiding the blow and steadying himself at a distance while addressing Ouyang Qianning. Oh, so this is the stone spirit beast, Ouyang Qianning remarked, lifting her gaze to behold the gigantic creature before her. Its massive form was entirely encased in stone, with barely a hint of softness. Only its eyes bore an unusual quality, resembling stone yet not quite, glimmering with a strange vivacity. Ouyang, be cautious, Old Li warned as he observed the stone spirit beast charging toward her. The wave of anxiety washed over him. If that fist were to strike her delicate limbs, it would not be a trivial matter. With this thought, he rushed toward Ouyang Qianning, striving to reach her before the fist could land. Meanwhile, Xiao Bao and the other burly men exchanged puzzled glances, questioning Old Li's sudden urgency. What was the matter with him? Ouyang Xianing was undoubtedly far more formidable than any of them. Was he rushing to her aid, or would she come to save him? The truth was, she had indeed rescued him. Ouyang, you. Old Li stammered, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Ouyang Xianing effortlessly lifting him, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Uncle Li, I can protect myself, so you need not worry, Ouyang Xianing replied, having deftly evaded the stone spirit beast's assault. She finally set Old Li down on the ground, her expression grave. Although Ouyang Xianing enjoys being cherished, cared for, and looked after by others, she equally desires the opportunity to take care of her friends and family. Thus, she earnestly conveyed to Uncle Li that she, Ouyang Xianing, is strong and does not require protection. Nor does she wish for her friends to be endangered due to her concealment. Chapter 54. A reunion with Qianren. Witnessing the peculiar scene before them, the robust men exhibited no sense of danger. Instead, they stood there stifling laughter, bent over in mirth yet unable to produce a sound. What were they laughing at? Surely, one need only look to grasp the situation. Following the direction of their gaze, one could see a diminutive, frail young gentleman effortlessly lifting a burly man, who was floating in midair, swaying gently. If one were to disregard the large object being held aloft, the expression on the young gentleman's face revealed nothing amiss. As it appeared, he was merely cradling a chick. Meanwhile, the chick remained utterly dazed, devoid of any response. One might even assume he was asleep, given the wide-eyed expression he wore. As the airborne figure swayed from side to side, the heads of the burly men followed suit, bobbing in tandem. At long last, the floating figure descended to the ground. Yet the sight continued to evoke uncontrollable laughter. The scene clearly depicted a small adult chastising a much larger child. Observing the petite figure earnestly delivering a lecture, while the towering man humbly bowed, nodding his massive head in acknowledgement of his transgressions, was a sight to behold. "Watch out!" a group of large men shouted, their attention drawn to the bizarre spectacle as the enormous stone spirit beast surged toward the two individuals. Their concern, however, proved futile as the peculiar scene unfolded yet again. The slight young man continued to dangle the hefty figure in midair, gliding gracefully and leisurely evading the perilous blows of the colossal fists. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Bao burst into laughter, never expecting that Uncle Li would find himself in such a predicament. It had always been Uncle Li who would hoist him by the collar, swinging him about, yet today, the roles were reversed. Ha ha ha! Xiao Bao clutched his belly, laughing uncontrollably. The airborne Uncle Li, upon hearing the raucous laughter, glanced at his own predicament, his face flushing crimson. He shot a fierce glare in Xiao Bao's direction, silently vowing to settle the score for the audacious laughter. The burly men, witnessing the fierce glare, promptly shifted their positions, distancing themselves from the raucous youth, making it clear that they were not affiliated with him. However, before departing, old Nyo kindly nudged the unabashedly laughing boy with his elbow, yet the lad remained oblivious, continuing to laugh unabated, seemingly unperturbed by his own breathing. An impressive feat in and of itself, which left the burly men in awe. They exchanged glances with the oblivious youth, thinking to themselves, "Young man, may you find your own fortune. We can assist you no further." Old Li listened to the laughter, which only intensified, and glared with an increasingly fierce gaze. "You dare to laugh, brat? Do you truly think I can't deal with you?" A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Xiao Bao to feel a chill down his spine. He shivered twice, rubbed the back of his head, and continued to chuckle. Ouyang Xianing observed their interaction, her eyes crinkling with mirth. She cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious youth, pondering how blissfully unaware he was of his peril. If you must laugh, at least do so away from Old Li's sight, she thought, noting the ominous darkness of Old Li's countenance, which suggested that the youth's fate would be anything but pleasant. Turning her attention to the massive stone beast still flailing its fists, a smirk graced her lips. It was time to bring this to a close. With a whoosh, Ouyang Xianing soared into the distance at an inhuman speed. Whether intentional or not, she casually positioned Old Li beside Xiao Bao before pivoting to return. Determined to conclude the battle. Qian Yin Kuang Wu, Tian Luo Zhan. As Ouyang Xianing bellowed, a tempest erupted, altering the virtual realm of the labyrinth. The clouds churned tumultuously, the moon waned, and the stars dwindled. At a flash of brilliance pierced through the tumultuous clouds, illuminating the heavens in a blinding radiance that hurtled towards the colossal stone beast before anyone could grasp the unfolding spectacle. The beast let out a thunderous roar, as if enduring excruciating torment, accompanied by a pitiful wail. Of course, that lamentation emanated from the previously boisterous Xiao Bao. With a resounding crash, The tempest settled, and the dust began to clear. Wow, Ouyang, you truly are formidable. With just a single move, you've dispatched that stone beast. I had to struggle alongside the captain for quite some time to bring down one much smaller than this, Oldly remarked, astonished by the fallen giant. He had anticipated Ouyang Xianing's strength, yet witnessing it firsthand surpassed his wildest expectations by 100-fold. Before he could articulate his thoughts fully, he recalled how he and his comrades had expended tremendous effort to vanquish a beast far less imposing than the one now lying defeated. Ouyang Xianing's prowess was evidently extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing that of the captain. Merely a trivial skill, Ouyang Xianing replied modestly. In the presence of Oldly and his companions, she sincerely regarded them as uncles, brothers, and friends, thus refraining from boasting. There is no need for such humility, Ouyang. Your capabilities are indeed impressive, surpassing anyone I have encountered. Just as Ouyang Xianing and the others were engaged in conversation, a group of figures appeared ahead. Observing the imposing procession, Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brow. It seemed they were acquaintances. Oh, it's Oldly. Why haven't I seen Captain Morong? The newcomer spoke with a sinister and cunning tone, laced with flippancy and disdain. Unmistakably the infamous villain Qianren. Ha ha ha. Oldly, it seems you've stumbled upon quite a treasure, Qianren exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice as he beheld the colossal stone beast gradually transforming into a luminous stone. Gazing at the sparse crowd before him, Qianren's eyes glistened with an insatiable greed, his gaze towards Ouyang Xianing and her companions transforming into one of contempt, as if they were mere corpses. Ouyang Xianing's lips curled into a smirk, for it was evident that Qianren was indeed a dog, unable to change his nature. One glance at his eyes was enough to reveal his true character. Her attention then shifted to the luminous stone on the ground, her gaze deepening with intrigue. Yangqi stone. A long, columnar, needle-like, or fibrous aggregate, presenting in irregular block shapes, elongated strips, or cylindrical forms, varying in size. It exhibits shades of grayish-white, pale gray, or light green, with white or faint yellow interspersed in vertical patterns, possessing a silky luster. The stone is relatively heavy, hard, and brittle, with some being slightly porous, easily breakable, and exhibiting uneven fracture surfaces, with fibrous textures and a subtle sheen. It is, however, an indispensable auxiliary stone for forging exquisite spiritual artifacts. It seems this is indeed a rare treasure. No wonder Qianren was transfixed by it. Oldly, hand over the Yangqi stone, and I shall spare your lives, Qianren boasted, emboldened by his numerical advantage. After all, the last time, a pesky little beggar had thwarted his plans. Surely, he wouldn't be so unfortunate this time, especially with such a crowd at his back. Little did he know that the very person who had disrupted his schemes was standing right before him. Boy, will you surrender it or not? Qianren glared at the unmoving figures across from him, his irritation boiling over. How could he, the esteemed leader of the 2nd Mercenary Corps of the Dark Forest, be disregarded by a mere handful of brash youths? This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brow. Qianren was truly a nuisance. He had escaped her grasp last time, but this time, she would not let him slip away so easily. Father, it's that brat. Last time, he nearly severed my lineage, preventing the Qian family from continuing its bloodline. As soon as Qianren's words faded, a sultry voice emerged from the throng. Moments later, a rotund figure squeezed through the crowd, none other than the gluttonous pig who had suffered at Ouyang Xianing's hands before. Oh, look at you now, feeling quite well, are we? Perhaps you wish to experience another kick? Oldly couldn't help but mockingly comment, his disdain for anyone who bullied Ouyang Xianing evident, even though he knew she could retaliate. Ouyang Xianing glanced at Oldly, a smile creeping onto her face, her heart warmed by the feeling of being protected. Pig, do you crave another taste of being sent flying? She taunted, her lips curling into a cold smile that paired ominously with her frosty demeanor. The rotund figure, recognizing that familiar smile, instinctively cowered behind his father, fear etched across his face, well aware of what that smile foretold. Father, the pig tugged at Qianren's sleeve, cautiously peeking at Ouyang Xianing. Alas, his bulk was too conspicuous. Hiding behind his father still left most of him visible. The burly men surrounding them observed the pig's fearful expression and then glanced at Ouyang Xianing's menacing smile. As if to say, I knew it would come to this. Clearly, Ouyang Xianing's kick had left quite an impression, for it had reduced the pig to such a state of trepidation. The only son of the leader of the 2nd Mercenary Corps of the Dark Forest, they are formidable figures whose names resonate far and wide. How could they possibly be intimidated into such cowardice by a mere setback? Very well, my son, Watch as your father deals with them. Qianren patted the plump hand that was pulling him along. A gesture of comfort. It seems that Qianren truly harbors deep affection for his son. You dare to frighten my son? Just wait and see how I handle you. Qianren rolled up his sleeves, ready to deliver a beating. This audacious young lad had the audacity to bully his son in his presence, clearly begging for a confrontation. Yet, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the insolent youth standing before him was the very same beggar who had previously sent him fleeing in disgrace. Otherwise, he would not have been so reckless as to charge in alone. You brat, take this. Qianren completely disregarded the onlookers' amused expressions and the mocking gaze of Ouyang Xianing, charging forward with sleeves rolled up. Humph. Ouyang Xianing let out a cold snort, her smile widening as she casually flicked her sleeve, unleashing a powerful gust of energy directly at him. Qianren, witnessing the fierce vortex of energy approaching him, hastily raised his hands to defend himself, neglecting to gather his spiritual power. With a resounding crash, a shadow hurtled toward the wall behind them, creating a thunderous noise. The younger members of Qianren's entourage glanced at the white-clad youth who remained stationary, then at the gaping hole in the wall, from which dust settled to reveal their tattered and disheveled leader. His pitiful appearance was even more tragic than Ouyang Xianing's prior demeanor. Observing Ouyang Xianing's nonchalant expression, everyone couldn't help but wonder if she had done it on purpose. Spitting out a few mouthfuls of dust, the figure trapped in the wall brushed his sleeve against his mouth. Hurry and help me. The younger members trembled, realizing this was indeed their leader. Leader, leader. A throng of people surged toward him, and even the rotund figure among them was no exception. Their speed was astonishing, as if they were genuinely concerned for their leader's well-being. Only Ouyang Xianing's group understood that they were actually frightened and eager to distance themselves from the beast donned in human skin. Who is the beast in human skin, you ask? Surely, it is none other than the youthful nobleman in white, whose innocent appearance belied his prowess. Just look at how his diminutive frame effortlessly sent their leader flying, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Old Xiao, observing their reactions, grinned widely, thinking it impossible. After all, they had yet to witness anything more shocking. He then cast a glance toward Old Li. Upon seeing Old Xiao's teasing expression, Old Li's face flushed crimson, his eyes widening in indignation, and he promptly turned his head away, his gaze settling on the battered little beggar, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Are you all trying to suffocate me? Qianren's voice, laced with anger, emerged from the crowd. Father, let's leave quickly. Yes, yes, leader, let us depart at once. Indeed, I do not wish to perish, as the haunting wails echoed around her. Ouyang Xianing felt a chill run down her spine. How could such large figures have such small hearts? Is this what they call the decline that follows prosperity? Hurry, let us depart. It was unclear who took the lead, but the crowd hastily fled into the distance. Move swiftly, do not hinder my path. That scoundrel trampled on my foot. How am I to escape now? Ah, do not step on me, run. For one must not be captured, lest a dreadful fate awaits. Ouyang Xianing surveyed the chaotic scene ahead, stroking her smooth chin. Was she truly so terrifying that they fled faster than rabbits? She harbored no intentions of causing them harm. Qianren observed the disarray of his fleeing subordinates, his anger boiling within him. You, stop right there. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears as they only quickened their pace. His fury reached a boiling point, especially as his beloved son joined the fray, abandoning his father. Humph, just wait until I catch up with you. After uttering a harsh remark, he too scurried away. Ha ha ha. Let's see if Qianren dares to be so arrogant in the future. Xiao Bao erupted in laughter at the sight of their desperate retreat. A classic case of forgetting pain after healing. He. Ouyang Xianing found their frantic departure amusing. For the sake of the entertainment they provided, she decided to let them off this time. However, should they cross paths again, she would not show mercy. Chapter 56. Rewards for slaying monsters. Ouyang, my young brother, come here. Old Niu approached the open area, picking up a stone that emanated a faint glow and handed it to Ouyang Xianing. His expression was open and clear, devoid of lingering sentiment. Thank you. Ouyang Xianing smiled as she accepted the stone. This Yangqi stone was indeed a rare spiritual gem, and she did not feign reluctance in taking it. Observing the joyful expressions of her companions, her heart stirred. She would surely repay their kindness in due time. Ouyang, let us hurry. Before Ouyang Xianing could gather her thoughts, Old Li began to call out. He had been away from the captain for quite some time, uncertain whether the captain had noticed his absence. All right, let us go. Sensing Old Li's anxiety, Ouyang Xianing quickly regained her composure and spoke. Oh, let us depart. Onward, onward. We are off to hunt the giant stone spirit beast, where treasures abound. Yes, yes, let us hurry. I too wish to confront that giant stone spirit beast. Those treasures shall flow into my pockets. Watching the exuberance of the crowd, Ouyang Xianing smiled, and with a command, the entire party set forth. Before they had taken but a few steps, they spotted a smaller giant stone spirit beast charging toward them. Look, there is a giant stone spirit beast. A burly man with keen eyes exclaimed. Move, move, let us engage. Ouyang, my young brother, it is your turn to shine. The old bull smacked his lips, rallying his brothers for the charge. Old bull, you and 2 brothers will attack its left flank, while Xiao Wang and his men will launch a surprise assault from the rear. The rest will follow me for a frontal attack. Once old Xiao had meticulously laid out the strategy, the assault commenced. A throng surged forward, engaging in the shameful act of overwhelming the beast with sheer numbers. Oh no, rather, the spirit of unity propelled them boldly onward. Ouyang Xianing listened intently to old Xiao's orderly commands, her eyes glimmering with realization. This group of brawny men was no ordinary lot. Having previously overlooked their prowess, she now observed their struggle against the colossal spirit beast. It was evident that their spiritual cultivation was lacking, mostly hovering around the level of spirit masters, with only old Xiao and old Bull exhibiting slightly superior strength at the first rank of great spirit masters. With their capabilities, it was astonishing that they had survived in this dim forest for so long. Yet, their extensive combat experience made them formidable warriors, reminiscent of veterans returning from the brink of death, fierce and audacious. From their current predicament, it was clear that the spirit beast was nearly subdued, now engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Ouyang Xianyan's pupils flickered. It seemed this was a group with tales to tell. Ouyang, little brother, look at what we have found. As Ouyang Xianyan lifted her gaze, she saw old Xiao approach, cradling a delicate snow-blue flower in his hands, his face alight with excitement. The flower, with its narrow, smooth, dark green leaves and tire, with grooves on the surface and a white underside, clustered around an underground bulb. The blossoms arose from the leaf cluster, exhibiting hues of pale purple, white, yellow, red, and blue. But what old Xiao held was the exquisite snow-blue flower, snowy Qing Sang. Classified as a celestial-grade spiritual herb, this rarity was exceedingly elusive. It was unlikely to find even a single specimen on this continent. She had only read about it in the notes of her predecessors, never anticipating to encounter it here. This place indeed held mysteries, as spiritual herbs and stones, long absent for millennia, had re-emerged in this secretive locale in such an extraordinary manner. Ouyang, little brother, this is snowy Qing Sang. It is immensely beneficial for one's cultivation. Here, take it. Old Xiao's rugged voice resonated, laced with an unexplainable exhilaration. Huh? For me? Ouyang Xianyan was taken aback. She recognized the snowy Qing Sang and surmised that old Xiao and his companions must be exceptional individuals. Observing the jubilant expressions on the faces of the brawny men returning from the battle with the spirit beast, they bore no trace of discontent. Rather, they resembled children eagerly awaiting praise after performing a good deed, their eyes fixed on her. This is your own spoils. You should keep it. Ouyang Xianyan found their demeanor amusing. These big fools must have mistaken her for their mother. Could it be that she exuded such maternal warmth? Ouyang Xianyan mused to herself. Ouyang, little brother, please accept it. Yes, yes, do take it. The burly men urged, their faces a picture of anxiety, fearing she might refuse. Indeed, Ouyang, little brother, you should hold on to it. It holds no value for us. At this, a flicker of melancholy crossed old Xiao and the burly men's faces. Very well, I shall accept it. If brother Xiao ever requires assistance in the future, I shall undoubtedly respond without hesitation. Ouyang Xianing gazed at their demeanor and promptly spoke up. Her eyes flickered, realizing that this group of robust men indeed harbored intriguing tales. Very well, very well. Old Xiao quickly resumed his cheerful expression, delightedly offering a delicate snow-blue flower to Ouyang Xianing. The burly men behind him also broke into wide smiles, their joy reminiscent of children who had just received candy. Observing this scene, Old Li and Xiao Bao, who stood behind Ouyang Xianing, were taken aback. How could such individuals be so joyous after bestowing gifts upon others? Were they merely lacking in sense, or had they all lost their wits? Ouyang, my young brother, let us hasten our departure. Soon, we shall procure something even better for you. The men, eager and raring to go, prepared for an exhilarating venture. Ouyang Xianing felt a wave of exasperation. They were intent on gifting her even more. They truly were an odd bunch. Shaking her head, she decided to let them be. They regarded her as an important friend, and she would not be stingy. She would certainly include them among those she vowed to protect, caring for them as if they were family. Hurry along, Ouyang, my young brother, keep up. Oldly seemed to have been swept up by their enthusiasm, urgently calling for Xiao Bao and Ouyang Xianning to follow suit. Rolling up his sleeves in preparation for action, bang! Another colossal stone spirit beast fell, and for the nth time, old Xiao passed his spoils to Ouyang Xianning. Ouyang, my young brother, look, another spirit herb, it's a lampwick grass. Old Xiao once again accurately identified the rare spiritual item. Ouyang Xianning no longer harbored doubts. She took the lampwick grass and placed it into her chaos spirit ring. With so many stone spirit beasts defeated, her collection of spiritual stones and herbs was growing substantially, and her chaos spirit ring had cultivated quite a few as well, providing her with ample resources to elevate her alchemical skills. Ouyang, my young brother, when do you think we will encounter the team leader? Halt! Before Ouyang Xianning could respond, a sharp cry rang out, and a massive stone spirit beast lunged towards them from behind. Claws bared and teeth glistening. Be careful. If that stone spirit beast charged at them unchecked, it would surely injure Oldly and the others. Ouyang Xianning gathered her spiritual power, directing it towards the menacing beast. Bang! Chapter 57. The capable hold power. Bang! A heavy object struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Who are you? Why are you stealing our prey? With the sound of the heavy object hitting the ground, an indignant, melodic voice echoed. Ouyang Xianning looked up to see two men and a woman soaring towards them. At the forefront was a strikingly handsome man, his features chiseled as if sculpted from marble, with a jawline that was exceptionally defined. His thick, raven hair was elegantly styled into a high crown, and beneath his sword-like brows lay deep, luminous eyes. Clad in a golden brocade robe that accentuated his perfect physique, a magnificent emerald belt adorned his waist, signifying his unparalleled nobility. Following closely behind was a man in crimson robes, his skin shimmering subtly, with elongated, enchanting peach blossom eyes that brimmed with emotion, sparkling with 1,000 hues of brilliance, ensnaring the hearts of onlookers. His prominent nose and lips, perfectly proportioned, were now adorned with a dazzling smile. On the surface, she appeared to be rather nonchalant, yet the inadvertent glimmer in her eyes commanded respect. Ultimately, she was a charming young maiden, clad in a pink garment, draped with a white veil that revealed her elegantly sculpted neck and clearly defined collarbones. The folds of her skirt cascaded like the ethereal light of snow and moonlight, flowing gracefully to the ground, trailing over 3 feet, enhancing her regal and delicate gait. Her tresses, a cascade of silken black, were gathered with a ribbon, adorned with a butterfly hairpin, while a single strand fell gracefully over her chest. With a light touch of makeup, she merely accentuated her natural beauty, her cheeks blushing with a delicate hue reminiscent of blossoming petals, exuding an air of tender charm, as if she were a butterfly dancing in the breeze. However, the pair of beautiful eyes were now filled with fury, indicating that the earlier outburst had indeed originated from her. Ouyang Xianning smirked lightly, sensing that these individuals were of notable significance. Ouyang, little brother, old Xiao called out with concern, observing the lavishly attired newcomers whose presence exuded wealth and power. He gazed at them, their imposing demeanor stirring unease within him, not from fear of the individuals themselves, but from the potential influence they represented. You dare to seize my prey? In the blink of an eye, the trio stood before her, their speed indeed remarkable, suggesting that their own abilities were extraordinary. Ouyang Xianning's expression turned serious. These individuals were undoubtedly not from the southern continent, as she had yet to hear of such youthful prodigies hailing from there. The two young men appeared to be around 15 years of age, already possessing the cultivation of Xianling masters. The lovely maiden standing beside them also seemed to share the same youthful age, her prowess likely at the pinnacle of the great spirit master 3rd tier. If they were from the southern continent, they would surely be renowned, yet she had never encountered such names, leading her to conclude that they must hail from the northern continent, a realm separated by a vast chasm. What business do you have in claiming our prey? The young maiden's face was aflame with anger as she glared fiercely at Ouyang Xianning and her companions, as if attempting to bore a hole through them with her gaze. Despite her numerous shouts, the burly men before her remained utterly unresponsive, leaving her feeling humiliated, especially with her brother Huangfu still watching beside her. With this thought, she turned her gaze towards the man in the golden brocade robe, noting his calm and gentle smile, which somewhat assuaged her anxiety. Oh, on what grounds do you accuse us of stealing your quarry? This spirit beast belongs to the capable. Ouyang Xianning's voice, laced with a hint of frost, emerged in a light, mocking tone. The two young men seemed momentarily shaken by her words, their previously unfocused eyes directing their attention towards her. A young man in a white robe stepped forth from among the burly figures, his attire gleaming radiantly, his figure ethereal, and his visage so exquisite it seemed otherworldly. Each movement was accompanied by a grace that made one's breath catch. Even dressed simply in white, he eclipsed the beauty of any angel. Such transcendent beauty, surpassing worldly standards, rendered words inadequate in its description. They had encountered countless beauties, yet none could rival him, not even themselves. The young maiden in pink appeared momentarily entranced by Ouyang Xianing's beauty. Her eyes glazed in awe, completely forgetting her earlier ire. He. Ouyang Xianing observed their dumbfounded expressions, finding it quite amusing. The group of burly men she had encountered previously seemed never to have been caught off guard. So why were these few individuals so mesmerized by her presence? If Ouyang Xianing's thoughts were to reach the ears of Lao Li and his companions, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes in exasperation, questioning how she could be so certain that the men had never been dazed. After all, they had taken quite a while to regain their composure upon first seeing her, however, engrossed in her lively conversation with the young master. She had paid them little mind. The young woman in the pink attire, upon hearing the light chuckle, immediately snapped back to reality, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over her. Her lips curled in irritation. This young man possessed beauty that rivaled that of any woman, leaving her, a genuine woman, feeling quite disconcerted. She then turned to glance at the man beside her, noticing that he too wore a dazed expression. Anger surged within her as she directed her gaze at Ouyang Xianing. "What are you laughing at, you brat?" Meanwhile, the two men nearby, having heard Ouyang Xianing's soft laughter, momentarily paused before regaining their composure. The man clad in golden robes merely lifted his gaze to take a fleeting look before retracting it in contrast. The man in the red robe stared intently, his eyes gleaming as if he had discovered a prized toy. Fixated on Ouyang Xianing. Sensing his gaze, Ouyang Xianing turned toward the red-robed man, who met her eyes unwaveringly, a flicker of mockery dancing in his depths. He stepped forward, intercepting the fuming pink-clad young woman. "Miss Yin, it seems this young master's laughter has little to do with your affairs. Wouldn't you agree, Emo?" The man in the golden robes responded with a gentle smile, casting a glance at the red-robed youth. Nodding in agreement. "Brother Su," the pink-clad girl said, feeling a surge of irritation at the mocking tone, vexed that this seemingly dashing rogue constantly opposed her. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, sensing the underlying tension. It appeared these three were not allies. "This young master speaks truthfully. It is our lack of skill that allowed this spirit beast to escape," the golden-robed man remarked with a warm smile. Indeed. Who could the esteemed individual be that managed to defeat this spirit beast in a single strike? We exerted tremendous effort just to subdue it, only to have the cunning creature flee when we least expected it. The red-robed youth chimed in eagerly. "It was no master at all. It was clearly our own injuries that provided it the opportunity to flee," the pink-clad girl retorted, indignant. This was undeniably her possession. How could it be so easily claimed by another? "This lady's words are mistaken. Since it has already escaped your grasp and found its way into my embrace, how can it still be considered yours?" Ouyang Xianing countered, contemplating that had she been like those two men, perhaps she would have relinquished her claim on the spirit beast transformed from that colossal stone. Yet, given her assertive demeanor, she could not be blamed if she chose to retaliate in kind. You insufferable brat." The pink-clad girl's face flushed with anger, clearly infuriated, as she raised her hand in preparation to strike. "Wait." The red-robed youth quickly intervened. Although Miss Yin was indeed headstrong and willful, her prowess was remarkably formidable among her peers. Upon closer inspection, the youth clad in white before me appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years of age, and I would be utterly incredulous to believe that his cultivation could surpass that of the young lady. I said, "Miss Yin, are you truly resorting to violence simply because you cannot articulate your thoughts?" The young man in the crimson robe laughed derisively, as if eagerly anticipating her folly. "Brother Su, why do you protect this insufferable brat so ardently?" The girl in pink, seething with indignation, forcefully swatted aside the slender arm that obstructed her path, charging toward Ouyang Xianing. "Humph! Has Miss Yin forgotten the king's instructions prior to our departure?" The young man in red's expression darkened as he regarded the girl, who was now seething with embarrassment and rage. Humph! Upon hearing his words, the pink-clad maiden halted her attack on Ouyang Xianing, her hands suspended in midair, begrudgingly relinquishing her intention with a series of huffs. Ouyang Xianing, observing the girl's vexed demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. It appeared that this trio was indeed at odds, particularly the young lady and the young man in crimson. She then cast a sidelong glance at him, noting the fleeting glint of coldness in his eyes, which was quickly replaced by an air of mockery. "Dear young master, pay no mind to this headstrong girl. Come, let us ascertain what treasures that spirit beast has yielded." "You, humph." The pink-clad maiden, incensed by his address, felt her frustration mount. Su Jinli was perpetually at odds with her, and she found him exceedingly irksome. Yet, realizing she could not afford to act against him, she stamped her foot in frustration and turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Indeed. Ouyang Xianing observed her attempt to change the subject, her eyes glimmering with mischief, and she acquiesced, redirecting her attention to the enormous spirit beast. The creature, which she had struck with considerable force moments ago, lay prostrate on the ground, barely clinging to life. A single decisive blow would soon extinguish its existence. Such a substantial beast might very well be harboring something extraordinary, she mused with a chuckle. However, despite her words, there was no trace of avarice in her gaze. With a flick of her sleeve, a blade of light pierced the spirit beast's form, and in an instant, its massive body began to disintegrate. A white luminescence flashed, ultimately coalescing into a fist-sized orb, enveloped in a thin membrane that emanated a soft glow and a chilling aura. The very presence of that protective light membrane indicated the extraordinary nature of the object. "Rainbow Ice Heart Lotus." Suddenly, the girl in pink exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she fixated on the radiant object on the ground, her face alight with evident exhilaration. Ouyang Xianing touched her nose, a faint smile gracing her lips, pondering that this object might not belong to her. What was the source of her elation? Meanwhile, the young man in crimson and his companion clad in golden brocade were momentarily taken aback upon sighting the object. The smile on the crimson-robed youth's face instantly stiffened, revealing unmistakable embarrassment and shock. He then glanced toward Ouyang Xianing with an air of reluctant hesitation. "Young man, that rainbow ice heart lotus is ours." Before the young man in crimson could articulate his thoughts, the girl in pink erupted once more, this time with renewed confidence, evident from the triumphant smile playing at her lips. "Oh? Didn't you just declare that this treasure belonged to me?" Ouyang Xianing replied nonchalantly. Observing their expressions, it appeared they were quite concerned about such matters. As for her, she was indifferent. She had already acquired a specimen during the grand tournament of the 4 prominent families. Now, with an abundance of chaotic spirit rings at her disposal, why bother with such a trivial plant? It was simply intolerable for her to witness that woman basking in her small triumphs. "Young master, might I doubt the gentleman adorned in a golden brocade robe wore a gentle countenance, yet it now bore a hint of urgency as he stepped closer to Ouyang Xianing. However, before he could finish his sentence, a frail voice echoed from a distance. "Where? What transpired here?" Upon hearing the aged voice, Ouyang Xianing sensed the approach of someone in the distance. Her brows furrowed. When had her vigilance waned to such a degree? She turned to gaze at the figure rapidly closing in. The small black figure, which had been a mere speck in the distance, suddenly appeared beside the girl in pink attire. The pink-clad maiden, upon seeing the newcomer, was overtaken by excitement. Her previously sullen expression brightened to that of a sunny day. "Elder, this insufferable brat seeks to steal our quarry. Behold, that is the spiritual herb we came to assist the prince in locating." With a swift turn, she viciously pointed at Ouyang Xianing. Ouyang Xianing smirked. This girl certainly changed her demeanor with astonishing rapidity, almost rivaling the rapid transformations of Sichuan opera. "Oh, is that so?" The newcomer was draped in a gray-brown robe, with long gray-black hair and beard, and an unremarkable face that would blend seamlessly into a crowd. Yet, despite this seemingly ordinary appearance, Ouyang Xianing sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from him. "Elder Een, this matter is not as." The man in the red robe attempted to interject, but was cut off by the elder. "Young Master Su, I have witnessed everything. There is no need for further explanation. No, it is not. This matter is not." The gentleman in golden brocade also sought to voice his defense. However, before they could protest, the elder continued. "Young man, so you wish to seize Weyr and their quarry? You possess quite the audacity." Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, his courage was markedly greater than that of others. "Do not be ungrateful, young man." The elder glared at Ouyang Xianing, his anger palpable. Even a king would show deference, yet this youth dared to disregard him and openly provoke him. If he believed the elder to be a feeble old man, he was about to learn the consequences of offending him. "You insolent brat, I shall teach you a lesson." With that declaration, disregarding any notions of propriety or respect for elders, the elder charged forward, intent on delivering a lesson first. "Elder Een, The two young men, witnessing the elder's reckless advance, felt a surge of alarm. If that palm were to land on the young master, he would likely emerge gravely injured, if not dead. Instinctively, they sought to intervene, for such a remarkable young master could not simply meet his demise in such a manner. Huang Fu Gij, the girl in pink, noticing the two men attempting to rush to the young master's aid, swiftly grasped their sleeves to halt their advance. If they intervened, that insufferable brat would certainly escape unscathed, she thought maliciously to herself. As the formidable palm was about to reach Ouyang Xianing's face, a sinister smile crept across the old man's features. The expression of the young woman in pink mirrored his exactly, a cruel smile tinged with triumph. Damn woman, let go. Young master. Ouyang little brother. Chapter 59. Confrontation. Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, curious to witness how this elder intended to teach her a lesson, and immediately lifted her hand to meet the oncoming strike. With a resounding bang, the forces of their palms collided, producing an intense burst of sparks. One could easily imagine the magnitude of power behind their strikes. Kid, you possess quite the skill. The old man's insidious grin faltered slightly. This young man was indeed a master of concealment. He had exerted 70% of his strength, and even Huang Fu Yunma at his side might not withstand it. Yet this youth managed to endure without yielding. If this individual were truly as youthful as he appeared, he would undoubtedly pose a future threat, for the elder felt an unprecedented sense of danger emanating from her. Contemplating this, his treacherous, slanted eyes narrowed slightly. This young man must be eliminated, lest he jeopardize the plans of the king. It must be said that his intuition was remarkably accurate. Ouyang Xianing's presence had indeed shattered their plans entirely. However, he would not witness this, as by then he would be nothing more than a lifeless husk, reduced to mere bones and dust. Humph! Ouyang Xianing scoffed, though she had not exerted her full strength. She had indeed employed considerable force. Observing the elder's unperturbed demeanor, seemingly unfazed and in control, she pondered that this was merely a facade. Perhaps inwardly he was seething with rage, wishing to flay her alive to eliminate future threats. Yet all she saw was his cunning smile, and a wave of unprecedented frustration washed over her. This world was indeed vast, with talents beyond measure. The seemingly ordinary elder before her possessed strength that far surpassed her own. He. The old man chuckled at Ouyang Xianing's frowning visage. Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. He then escalated his force, eager to witness how long this young man could endure. Young master. The man in the red robe was taken aback by the scene before him, astonished that this seemingly frail young master could exhibit such strength. Even he himself dared not face the old man's attack head-on. Yet this individual he deemed weak managed to withstand the blow. Beside him, the golden-robed man, pulled by the pink-clad woman, was momentarily stunned, his eyes flickering as he observed the unfolding spectacle. This young master was indeed a hidden powerhouse. Every spectator was filled with surprise and delight at this display, with the exception of the woman in pink, who stood seething, her teeth clenched as she fixed a fierce glare on Ouyang Xianing, as if she wished to bore a hole through her. The group of burly men behind Ouyang Xianing exhaled in relief, yet remained tense, their eyes glued to the battle, not daring to blink lest they miss a crucial moment. Ouyang Xianing's expression was grave as she focused intently on the elder, her other hand resting on the restless black bracelet encircling her left wrist. A fleeting determination flashed in her eyes as she raised her hand, conjuring fire element spiritual energy with all her might to strike at the elder. If she did not succeed, she would at least make a bold attempt. With a fierce shout, the elder clearly did not anticipate Ouyang Xianing's audacity. He was momentarily jolted by the intensified force of her attack, yet a master is a master. He quickly regained his composure. With a swift motion, he launched a counterattack. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom as their powers collided, resulting in a violent explosion that stirred a tempest throughout the arena. The onlookers were taken aback, stumbling backward in a chaotic retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the man in the red robe and the one in golden brocade extricated their sleeves from the grasp of the headstrong girl. Ouyang Xianing was forced back 4 steps by the sheer force of the impact, while the elder also retreated a similar distance. It appeared that this encounter had resulted in a stalemate, although this was merely a superficial assessment. Stifling the turbulent blood rising in her throat, she resolutely swallowed it back down, her defiant gaze fixed upon the elder across from her. She refused to believe that she could be outmatched by that old coot. If necessary, she could resort to a multitude of beasts overwhelming a single adversary. A smile crept onto her lips as she thought of the black rings and the myriad beasts of the chaotic spirit ring at her disposal. You insufferable brat, Elder Een, you mustn't blame this young master. It was indeed she who hunted this spirit beast. The man in the red robe hurriedly intervened as the elder prepared to strike again, fearing that if the fight continued, this extraordinary young master might meet her demise. Indeed, Elder Een, this does belong to this young master, the man in golden brocade added, not out of any other reason but admiration for the young master's calm demeanor in the face of adversity. Huang Fu Gij. The girl in pink, upon hearing their words, stamped her foot in frustration, incensed that they were siding with that insufferable brat. The elder, who initially intended to teach Ouyang Xianing a lesson, found himself at a loss for words upon hearing their remarks. To strike again would be to act without justification. Moreover, he had to maintain a semblance of dignity. Humph! Fuming, he flicked his sleeve and turned his face away, muttering to himself that the young one had been fortunate this time. He then fell silent. Young master, this incident is our oversight, and we hope for your understanding. The brocade-clad man stepped forward, his tone laced with sincere apology. It is of no consequence. Ouyang Xianing replied lightly, assessing the current situation and deciding to let it be. Although she had allies capable of dealing with the elder, she preferred not to reveal her trump cards, especially amidst such perilous circumstances. The man in golden brocade observed a softening in Ouyang Xianing's demeanor and continued, I am Huang Fu Yunma. We have come here in search of the seven-colored ice heart lotus, as my father urgently requires this spiritual herb for his ailment. Might I inquire if it is possible? His words carried an evident plea, revealing the depth of his need for the herb. Ouyang Xianing regarded him, her gaze flickering briefly before settling on the shimmering seven-colored ice heart lotus on the ground. This item posed no use to her, and if he desired it, she had no qualms about relinquishing it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a spark of excitement flickered across the faces of Huang Fu Yunma and the man in red. However, this only served to infuriate the woman in pink and the elderly man, who were nearly beside themselves with rage. It was futile to speak now. What had they been so eager to fight over just moments ago? Was this not a deliberate provocation? Well, I must extend my gratitude to you, young Master Ouyang, Huang Fu Yunma said, genuinely pleased as he approached to collect the seven-colored ice heart lotus, not forgetting to express his thanks. Young Master Ouyang, let us proceed together. Brother Huang Fu. The woman in pink stamped her foot. How can we bring along this brat? Ouyang Qianing observed the woman's antics with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Very well, let us go. The man in red, unwilling to be left out, rushed forward, pulling Ouyang Qianing along, entirely disregarding the elderly man and the girl behind them. Brother Qiao, Uncle Li, let us depart as well. Indeed, a throng of people moved forward, leaving the pink-clad girl stamping her feet in frustration and the elderly man's face darkened with anger. Brother Huang Fu, wait for me, she exclaimed, reluctantly following after them. Chapter 60. The sudden increase of spirit beasts. Young Master Ouyang. This is for you. Noticing two colossal stone spirit beasts approaching from ahead, Huang Fu Yunma swiftly dispatched them and, without a second thought, retrieved a glowing stone that had fallen to the ground, handing it to Ouyang Qianing. Oblivious to what it truly was, he wore a cheerful expression, clearly delighted. The man in red was not to be outdone. Ouyang, look at this big one I have. He too shoved his find into her hands. The burly men trailing behind Ouyang Qianing eagerly scoured the area for spirit beasts, hastily passing her whatever spoils they could gather. Within mere seconds, Ouyang Qianing found her hands brimming with an assortment of items, so much so that she could scarcely hold them all, yet they continued to thrust more in her direction. With a loud thud, a sparkling stone fell to the ground, plunging the surroundings into silence for a brief moment. Gazing at her overflowing hands, Ouyang Qianing couldn't help but grimace. She now resembled an ancient emperor awaiting tribute from foreign dignitaries. The girl in pink, having just vanquished a spirit beast, gleefully picked up a spirit stone from the ground, beaming with the intent of showcasing it to Huang Fu Yunma. However, upon lifting her gaze, she was met with the sight of that insufferable brat. Her hands laden with an array of colorful spirit stones and herbs, unable to manage them all, instantly, her mood soured. Her crimson lips pursed in annoyance, her eyes blazing with fury as she fixed an intense glare on Ouyang Qianing. As if she wished to bore a hole through her at that moment, she wished for a formidable spirit beast to leap forth and eliminate her, just to spare her the sight. Little did she realize that Ouyang Qianing's strength surpassed her own. If any elimination were to occur, it would be her first. The elderly man beside the girl took note of her agitation and followed her gaze. What he saw made his blood boil, especially as he witnessed the two young men continually bestowing their spoils upon that white-clad girl. His eyes widened in disbelief. These two rascals, usually devoid of such filial piety towards their father, have now unexpectedly bestowed their possessions upon a mere acquaintance. That Su Jinli is one thing, but even the young prince of Yun has joined in the revelry, which has utterly infuriated him. Humph! With a flick of his sleeve, he dispatched 2 spirit beasts and collected the spirit stones that had fallen to the ground. He glanced up at the ongoing gifting ceremony before him. With a toss of his head, he scoffed. Since no one offered him anything, he had no choice but to strive for it himself. Bang! Crash! The sounds of spiritual energy colliding and spirit beasts collapsing echoed continuously. Ouyang Xianing watched as spirit beasts surged forth incessantly, a twinge of unease creeping into her heart. Oh, Ouyang, little brother. Look, why have there suddenly become so many spirit beasts? Old Xiao seemed to sense something amiss as he approached Ouyang Xianing, his brow furrowed with worry. Indeed, you all must be cautious. This horde of spirit beasts is indeed rather peculiar. Bang! Ouyang Xianing raised her hand to swat away a spirit beast charging towards her, her expression grave as she regarded the cave from which the beasts poured forth. What manner of entity dwells in that direction? Ouyang, little brother, what course of action should we take now? Over there, Old Li and a group of burly men appear to be struggling. It seems they may not withstand much longer. Particularly Old Xiao and his companions. Ouyang Xianing observed Old Niu, who was grappling with a spirit beast up front, already bearing several wounds. Yet it must be said, this band of sturdy men possesses remarkable endurance. Despite the various injuries adorning their bodies, they press on with unwavering resolve. Be careful. Ouyang Xianing positioned herself behind Old Niu, swatting away a massive stone spirit beast that was about to crush him. She then turned and plunged into the fray of spirit beasts. Engaging in battle, bang, bang, bang. As Ouyang Xianing moved through the throng, spirit beasts fell in her wake, leaving behind a glittering array of heavenly treasures, yet none ventured to collect them. Huangfu Yunma and the young man in the red robe were drawn to the commotion, initially believing the disturbance to be the work of the old man, only to turn and find a dainty young master standing amidst the treasures. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Beholding her slender form and the scattered spiritual treasures, they couldn't help but smirk. Previously concerned she might be bullied by Yin Lingwei, it now appeared they had worried for naught. Perhaps she hadn't even registered their presence. Wretched boy. Unbeknownst to Ouyang Xianing, a malevolent gaze flickered in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was the very elder who had clashed with her moments ago, now watching her with a venomous glare, as if she were a grave threat. It was unclear what fueled his deep-seated animosity. Wretched boy, humph. The girl in pink, dissatisfied that all attention was on her, voiced her discontent. She then returned to the fray, continuing her hunt for beasts and treasures. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. The battle raged on, yet the spirit beasts showed no signs of diminishing. Damn it. From whence have so many colossal stone spirit beasts emerged? Though it is said that slaying monsters brings rewards, such an overwhelming number is simply unmanageable. Second elder, what shall we do? The girl in the pink attire finds herself encircled by these spirit beasts, her body bearing numerous wounds. As she gazes at the ever-growing swarm of creatures, a flicker of urgency flashes in her eyes. While she initially sought to capture a spirit beast to eliminate that young man, the sudden appearance of so many is beyond her comprehension. The current predicament is that she is yet to vanquish him, yet her own survival is now in jeopardy. The old man's eyes glimmer as he observes a stone door slowly descending in the distance. He turns to the girl in pink and the 2 young men, exclaiming, "We must leave. If that stone door closes, we will find ourselves trapped in this increasingly perilous cavern." Understood. Upon hearing this, the girl in pink hastens toward the stone door without a moment's hesitation. Ouyang, young brother, we must depart as well. Old Li urgently calls out to Ouyang Qianning, clearly aware of the impending closure of the stone door. Ouyang Qianning, observing Old Xiao and the others, is at a loss for words. She distinctly senses a distant call from the opposite side of the cavern, yet it feels like an illusion. As she regains her composure, she hears Old Xiao's voice. "You all go ahead," she urges, her movements swift. "Yo, not worry, I shall be fine." Ouyang. Old Niu wishes to stay and assist but is restrained by Xiao Bao beside him. "Do not fret. This esteemed individual possesses profound skills. It would be best for us to leave first, lest we hinder her, indeed." Old Niu contemplates this and agrees. Their presence would be of no aid, and it is better not to burden Ouyang. "Young brother, go." With a resounding shout, the group of strong men rushes toward the stone door. "Huangfu brother, you must hurry." The girl in pink, feeling anxious, calls out to the 2 still entangled in the spirit beasts. While young Master Su remains unscathed, any harm befalling Huangfu brother would be unacceptable. Chapter 61. The delicate spirit beasts Yun, let us flee. Very well, we shall go. Huang Fu and Mo Yun and Su Jinli exchange a knowing glance, seamlessly dispatching the spirit beasts in their path as they swiftly move toward the stone door. Ouyang, you too, must hurry, Su Jinli reminds without turning back. Ouyang, young brother, understood. Ouyang Qianning feels warmth in her heart at their concerned gazes and responds. Yet, as she surveys the dense, towering spirit beasts, a grave expression crosses her face, and she addresses them earnestly. You all go ahead. I shall cover your retreat. Very well. Huang Fu and Mo Yun acknowledges Ouyang Qianning's determination and dashes toward the stone door, fully aware that their presence would only slow them down. Hurry, Huang Fu brother. The girl in pink, exasperated by those still lingering, feels a surge of urgency. In such dire circumstances, there is no time to concern herself with that insufferable young man. Observing the relentless emergence of spirit beasts behind them, she feels a chill run down her spine. Preserving her own life must take precedence. Ahead, they were fleeing, while chaos reigned behind them, with a cacophony of spiritual beasts filling the air. As far as the eye could see, massive stone-like spiritual creatures were rampant. It was evident that there was an overabundance of these beings. One could only wonder how many rare materials and treasures were amassed here. Just which extravagant spendthrift was responsible for such a display? Suddenly, a petite spiritual beast charged forth from the side, striking Su Jinli, who was clearing the path ahead, and sending him flying. Jane? Huang Fu Yunma, witnessing the scene, squinted his eyes and shouted anxiously, Be careful. Ouyang Xianing hurriedly stepped forward to catch the person hurtling towards them. Are you all right? She inquired, gently lowering him to the ground. His complexion was pale, lips pressed tightly together, a crimson streak of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth to his chin, presenting a picture of weakness that indicated he had sustained significant injuries. Quick, take this. Ouyang Xianing retrieved a pill from the chaotic spirit ring and placed it in his mouth. Coughing several times, Su Jinli finally swallowed the medicine, appearing exceedingly fragile as he looked up at Ouyang Xianing and uttered, Thank you, thank you. Jean, are you all right? Huang Fu Yunma rushed out from the throng of spiritual beasts, sprinting directly towards Ouyang Xianing. I'm fine. After consuming the pill, the color in his face improved considerably. He withdrew his arm from Ouyang Xianing's support, steadied himself, and confirmed that he was indeed unharmed. That's a relief. Huang Fu Yunma visibly exhaled in relief. If anything had happened to Jean, he would have found it difficult to explain to his uncle, especially since Jean had ventured out to assist him in locating the medicinal herbs to treat his father. If he sustained injuries, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, Jean was his dear brother. How could he not worry? Thank you, Ouyang, my young brother. Huang Fu Yunma clasped his fists in gratitude towards Ouyang Xianing. This time, we owe a great deal to you. Otherwise, we shudder to think what might have befallen It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Ouyang Xianing offered a gentle smile. She then turned her gaze towards the petite spiritual beast that had ambushed Su Jinli. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the massive stone spiritual beasts, yet its size was markedly smaller. The colossal stone beasts were 2 to 3 times the height of a human, while this newly appeared creature stood only at the height of an average person, albeit its body was considerably more refined. And no longer composed of varying sizes of stacked stones, this one was fashioned from a single, smooth slab of stone. Its surface radiated a brilliant sheen, akin to a magnificent jade. Despite its diminutive stature, its power was undeniably formidable. The seamless, glimmering exterior suggested remarkable toughness, considering it had just sent Su Jinli flying with a single punch. The sheer force it possessed was evident. The spiritual beast seemed to take notice of them, turning its head to stare at the trio with eyes that sparkled like rubies. However, the beauty of its gaze was quickly overshadowed by an ominous feeling. Run! Ouyang Xianing forcefully pushed the two standing before her aside, stepping forward to meet the creature's brilliant gaze. That moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Did she truly appear so in need of protection? Why were these two, who were weaker than her, shielding her so protectively, leaving no room for her to maneuver? Let us proceed. With a shared glance, Huang Fu Yunma and the other exchanged resolute looks, steadfastly standing behind Ouyang Xianing. Even if their contribution may be minimal, at the very least, they could assist in dealing with the few spirit beasts. They had once been regarded as prodigies of the northern continent, yet now found themselves relegated to the status of burdens. However, the southern continent truly teemed with exceptional talents. The young Ouyang before them was several times their superior. Should anyone dare utter the word genius in their presence, they would be compelled to administer a lesson so severe that even their own mothers would fail to recognize them. "Do ensure your own safety," Ouyang Xianing remarked, observing their demeanor with a furrowed brow. She harbored doubts about the wisdom of their presence here, casting a skeptical glance in their direction. Receiving her doubtful gaze, Huangfu Yunma and his companion immediately straightened their postures, unwilling to appear as less than formidable. Even with just the two of them, they could still project an impressive aura. If all else failed, they would simply blend into the ranks as Ouyang Xianing watched the small, fist-like figure charging towards them. Her gaze shifted back to the two statuesque individuals who remained motionless. Whether they were simply stunned or paralyzed by fear remained unclear, prompting her to seize both and swiftly sidestep. A resounding crash echoed as a perfectly intact floor was shattered, spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the point of impact. Upon delivering a blow, the diminutive spirit beast extracted its fist from the ground, shaking off the dust that clung to it. Its expression, fierce yet indistinguishable due to its stony visage, bore no semblance of ferocity. Without a moment's pause, it charged towards the trio once more, disregarding all norms and accelerating its speed severalfold as it raised its fist for another strike. Its attack pattern mirrored that of the larger, hulking stone spirit beasts, leading her to assume that despite its size, the creature's intellect would be sharper. After all, concentration often equates to essence. Yet, to her dismay, "Oh dear, Ouyang, please set us down," Su Jinli protested, squirming in Ouyang's grip. It was rather embarrassing for a man of his stature to be hoisted by a slender youth, leaving him feeling oddly out of place. Ouyang Xianing regarded their flushed faces with a glint of amusement in her eyes. "Are you certain?" she inquired. Yes, quite," came their hurried agreement. With a decisive thud, they were unceremoniously placed on the ground, but before they could blink, they found themselves lifted once more, evading further attacks. Several dark lines of exasperation cascaded down their foreheads. This was hardly fair. Once admired for their handsome appearances and charm, they now felt akin to mere objects being tossed about, leaving them questioning how they would face their elders upon returning home. Chapter 62. Only seeking sincere engagement, nothing more. Ouyang, young brother, boldly observed the impeccably pristine figure of the elegant young man in white, then glanced at the two flustered gentlemen in splendid attire. He was momentarily taken aback, realizing the peculiar sensation of witnessing someone being hoisted. Unable to contain his mirth, he chuckled heartily. Finally, someone shared his predicament. Casting a look at the two mortified individuals, he shamelessly covered his mouth to stifle his laughter, then remarked to them, "My brothers, those who share in suffering are indeed pitiable." Turning to gaze at the petite spirit beast charging towards them, Ouyang Xianing's speed had evidently slowed. She was clearly fatigued. With a loud thud, the small fist grazed her face, dislodging a few strands of hair that gracefully descended to the ground. "Ouyang, little brother," Huangfu Yunma exclaimed anxiously. Noticing the fallen hair from above, "That it's fine," Ouyang Xianing replied with an air of calmness. Her expression shifted to one of gravity as she observed the small fist materializing in midair, the spirit beast's velocity increasing alarmingly. If she continued to bear the weight of the two burdens in her hands, it was only a matter of time before they were struck. "Ouyang, little brother, hurry over. Quickly." Old Xiao, accompanied by a group of robust men, had already traversed the stone door and was now hunched over, peering through the half-lowered entrance, calling out to Ouyang Xianing, "Huangfu, brother, hurry." The girl in pink also bent down to support the stone door, occasionally pacing anxiously in place while shouting at Huangfu Yunma, her thoughts solely consumed by his safety. Indifferent to the fates of the other two, in stark contrast to the anxious onlookers, the elderly man appeared remarkably relaxed, standing tall with an air of distinction. His hands, clasped behind his back, seemed inscrutable, and his aged face bore a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. These insufferable youths, how would they manage without his guidance? Huangfu Yunma was a threat that must be eliminated, as the king had previously instructed. Contemplating this, his eyes glimmered with malice, and his visage took on an unsettling quality. Shifting his gaze to the anxious Xin Lingwei, his expression darkened, filled with disappointment. This foolish girl only thought of men, particularly those she ought not to desire. As for that scion of the Su family, he would no longer concern himself with him. If he perished, it would only complicate matters upon return, for his father was not one to be trifled with. Ouyang. While the elder pondered how to discreetly eliminate Huangfu Yunma, the battle outside had escalated to a fevered intensity. A loud crack echoed as spiderweb-like fissures marred the once smooth floor, now riddled with holes and crevices, resembling a battlefield ravaged by countless combatants. The stone door was nearing closure, and Old Li and his companions, hunched over, could no longer see the situation outside. They had to lie low to catch a glimpse. Watching the heart-stopping scene unfold outside, their hearts raced uncontrollably as the stone door threatened to shut entirely. He urgently shouted out, warning that if they did not enter soon, they would be unable to. "Ouyang, let us down." Su Jinli, hearing Old Li's cries, realized they could no longer remain in this precarious position. Setting aside whether Ouyang could continue to carry them safely, the imminent closure of the stone door made it clear that they could not delay any longer. Indeed, Huang Fu Yunma echoed, reflecting on their predicament. For renowned prodigies of the northern continent, it was a humbling realization to rely on someone younger than themselves for survival, and in such an unceremonious manner it seemed they had previously been but frogs at the bottom of a well, far too ignorant of the world beyond in the current circumstances. Even for the sake of their dignity as men, it is absolutely unacceptable for them to continue to burden others. Silence. Ouyang Qianing, listening to their words, immediately rejected them with a steely tone. If she, Ouyang Qianing, could not protect even her sincerely caring friends, what face would she have to stand in this world? Although they had known each other for less than half a day, their genuine camaraderie and earnest protection mirrored that of old Xiao and the others. They treated her well, and in return, she would repay them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. After all, they were her friends. "Ouyang, rest assured, we will all be fine." Ouyang Qianing gazed at the nearly closing stone door, now allowing passage only through a narrow crevice. Her expression grave, it was evident that they could no longer hide in the shadows. Glancing at the two anxious faces before her, her heart stirred. Dodging the oncoming fists, she propelled them toward the stone door. "Ouyang, Ouyang." Following that, a chilling voice pierced their eardrums, and suddenly, she felt a lightness as her entire being was flung outward. What followed was a violent friction. Bang. The stone door closed behind them, allowing no one else to enter. "Ouyang, Ouyang. Ouyang, little brother. Ouyang, little brother." The mournful cries echoed through the heavens, leaving behind a group of stunned, pained men and two handsome youths filled with regret. After casting the two aside, Ouyang Qianing turned resolutely to face the smaller yet fierce spirit beast. It was not that she was overly kind, leaving the hope of life for others while bearing the fear of death herself. She merely wished to protect those who treated her sincerely, friends, family, and companions. Nothing more. "Qilian, Old Wolf, Lu Shi, Little Lei, come forth." With this call, several figures appeared on the spot. Some soared through the sky, some rushed along the ground, and others climbed the trees. "Master, my dear master, at last, Old Qi has come forth." Before she could discern the figure's appearance, she heard Qilian's irritating voice. "Get lost, Qilian, do not vex my ears." Old Wolf, unable to stand it any longer, immediately intervened. He at a man in black nearby stifled a laugh, surprised that the master's contracted beasts were indeed amusing. In any case, the beasts that emerged were completely oblivious to the current situation, still finding leisure to bicker and laugh. "Aren't you going to quickly read and help me fight the monsters?" Ouyang Qianing was exasperated by their antics. Did they not realize the gravity of the situation? She was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the horde of spirit beasts. With a cold expression, she kicked Qilian in the rear, sending him into the throng of beasts, challenging him to keep up his frivolous demeanor. "Woo-woo, master, that was rather harsh. Old Qi, am about to become a meat sandwich." Sure enough, after just a short while, he transformed into a pitiful visage. "Hee, master, do not be angry. I shall go at once." Liu Shi, sensing the shift, immediately chuckled and charged toward the spirit beast horde. This master, while seemingly cold and aloof, was indeed quite fearsome when provoked. Following suit, Old Wolf and Little Lei joined the fray. Ouyang Qianing gazed at the vanishing colossal stone spirit beasts, a satisfied nod gracing her features. They were permitted to bully the fewer humans, yet she was not allowed to call for assistance. With a swift turn, she faced the petite spirit beast's assault. Now unencumbered, she was ready to engage in a thrilling battle. It seemed there lay within her a warrior's spirit. Chapter 63. The little money-grubber master, look quickly, look, Qilian exclaimed, cradling a pile of shimmering objects in his claws, his large tail wagging enthusiastically as he bounded toward Ouyang Qianing. A sycophantic grin plastered across his furry visage. With a nonchalant glance, Ouyang Qianing shifted her focus back to the petite spirit beast. Left behind stood the large-tailed dog, frozen in place, cradling the glittering treasures. A smile of ingratiation etched upon his face, utterly motionless. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling his black fur. Startled, Qi Lian shook his head and gazed at his master's gallant silhouette with a look of deep sorrow. Qi Lian, you lazy creature, hurry and come over to assist. The old wolf, having just dispatched 2 colossal stone spirit beasts, noticed Qi Lian's lovesick expression and shuddered, sensing trouble brewing. Just by observing his dog-like countenance, one could tell no good would come of it. He then cast a glance at the combatant Ouyang Xianing, thinking, Master, well done. Continue to ignore him entirely to prevent any further mischief. Upon hearing the voice, Qi Lian turned to meet the old wolf's slightly mocking gaze, instantly losing his cheer, resignedly trudging toward the old wolf, ready to join the fray. What choice did he have, after all, but to vent his frustrations on these lesser beings? He discarded the treasures from his claws, letting the radiant, spirit-infused objects scatter across the ground as he dashed into the throng of spirit beasts. You wasteful lot, quickly retrieve those treasures for me. Yin, within the chaos spirit ring, shouted, watching in disbelief as these individuals discarded such precious resources without a second glance. Were they not aware that others would scramble to seize them for themselves? Unlike these fools, who brazenly abandoned them on the ground, a band of spendthrifts, how had his master ended up with such a motley crew? Yin fumed within the ring, his frustration evident as he muttered about their wastefulness, pondering when this little one had transformed into a miser, or perhaps he had always been one upon sighting treasures. His eyes sparkled with greed, an unmistakable glimmer of avarice as he salivated over the glittering objects. Just as Ouyang Xianing launched her attack, Yan's bellow echoed, causing her to flinch. Her hand trembled dangerously close to being struck by an incoming fist. Thankfully, her reflexes were sharp. She tilted her head just in time to narrowly evade the punch, a bead of sweat trickling down her forehead. This little money grubber is at it again, she thought. Yet, it was a relief. Since entering this place, Yin had remained eerily quiet, as though he were non-existent. Now, with that loud shout, it at least confirmed he had returned to form. Yes, boss, Qi Lian exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, legs propelling him forward, his posture straightening in a display of obedient eagerness. In truth, his heart trembles with trepidation, fearing that he might displease this little sovereign. Ever since the last incident, the circumstances of which remain a mystery, he was taken in by his master into the chaotic spiritual ring, and this spirit, resembling a cherubic doll, promptly assigned him a task, digging. Under the pretext of to whom much is given, much is expected, he found himself unable to dissent. Thus, he buried his head in the task, utilizing his sharp, formidable claws, akin to a battle-hardened hoe, to excavate the earth. Subsequently, the illustrious Yin organized training for the spiritual beasts within the chaotic ring, and he was dispatched to a desolate, scorching desert for his regimen, returning with patches of fur singed away. Merely recalling that scene sent shivers down his spine. He shuddered, shaking his canine head with a face full of reverence. He thought to himself that he must not incite the displeasure of this little sovereign, lest his future days be fraught with misfortune. Upon hearing Yan's call, he immediately sprang into action. Slipping away from the heap of spiritual beasts, he returned to the resplendent area, glistening with treasures, raising his paw to diligently gather them into a heap. Awaiting his master's collection, Yin, observing Qi Lian's obedient demeanor, nodded in satisfaction, affirming that the training was progressing well and that further efforts were necessary. Meanwhile, while Qi Lian toiled earnestly over a pile of treasures, Ouyang Xianing was engaged in an intense bout with the diminutive spirit beast. With a resounding crash, Ouyang Xianing lifted her fist to clash against it, stepping back several paces, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed upon the crystalline figure before her. It had been a long time since she had fought with such exhilaration, and she relished this rare opportunity to unleash her prowess. A subtle smile graced her lips as she shook off the pain in her hand. The tingling sensation accompanied by a prickling ache, clearly indicating that she was in need of a weapon. Raising her hands slightly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, faint flickers of flame shimmering into view, swiftly intensifying into a brilliant blaze. Hiss, hiss, the air crackled with searing heat, swirling in layers, weaving into a petite, supple sword. With a swift flick of her wrist, the sword lunged toward the small spirit beast, which was currently gathering spiritual energy, her gaze sharpening as she charged forward once more. After several exchanges of blows, the petite spirit beast showed no signs of fatigue, relentlessly pressing forward. Ouyang Xianing once again ascended with her sword, and as it met the stone arm, sparks flew in all directions. After another round of confrontation, they separated. Ouyang Xianning retreating a few steps before regaining her stance. Seizing the moment, she unleashed her spiritual technique. Thousand sounds dance, void slash. The heavens roiled with billowing clouds, yet the expanse remained boundless, the tumbling white clouds reminiscent of a slumbering lion poised to awaken after eons, in that tranquil moment before the tempest. The clouds suddenly split, revealing a streak of silvery light that shattered the void. The silver radiance resonated with the universe, imbued with boundless power as it descended upon the small spirit beast. In an instant, the world changed hue, and the very fabric of space trembled violently. The master is indeed formidable. From a distance, she leaned against her slender waist, wiping the cold sweat from her brow, grateful for her swift evasion. Otherwise, she too would have been caught in this fierce assault. Before discussing how this spiritual skill has caused the heavens and earth to change color, stirring up tumultuous winds and clouds, one need only observe the scattered limbs and severed hands strewn across the ground to grasp the magnitude of its power. Even a formidable master at the esteemed rank would likely find it prudent to evade its sharp edge. Even now, standing nearby, a lingering trepidation remains. Master, master. Yen stood dumbfounded within the chaotic spiritual ring, not due to the potency of the spiritual technique, but rather because his beloved master had effortlessly cleaved the plethora of spiritual treasures into disarray, rendering them unrecognizable. How could a little treasure enthusiast like him come to terms with such a sight? Qi Lian also gaped at the scattered genius treasures, perplexed, pondering whether Yin, the elder, would still want these fragmented remnants. He promptly waved his paw and began to gather them, disregarding all else. First pile them up, and the rest would follow. Chapter 64. The silver feather frost sword in hand gasped, his throat tightened, a metallic tang surged forth, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Master. Old Wolf's heart clenched as he hurriedly approached, intent on supporting the frail, swaying figure. However, before he could reach her, a sharp crack echoed. Ouyang Qianning could no longer endure. Her fiery sword fell to the ground, vanishing without a trace, as if she had expended every ounce of her strength, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The spiritual technique left behind by the elder was indeed not something an ordinary person could wield. Had it not been for the mysterious pearl within her body assisting her, she would have likely already become a mere husk. After seizing the right moment to unleash her spiritual skill, she had not initially intended to employ that particular move. Yet, the diminutive spiritual beast seemed to have anticipated her intentions, altering its strategy. Instead of charging with its fists, it remained rooted, both hands gathering a ring of spiritual energy, drawing forth the surrounding spiritual power, of which she possessed but a meager amount. Realizing the dire situation, she suddenly recalled a technique from the elder's jade slip, the celestial sound dance, which demanded a sacrifice of her own spiritual energy to forge a powerful strike. Without hesitation, she shifted her offensive approach, invoking the third form of the celestial sound dance, void slash. Though the void slash was immensely powerful, it exacted a tremendous toll on her spiritual energy. This single move drained her completely, leaving her unable to control the colossal spiritual technique she had conjured. In that critical moment, the mysterious spiritual pearl within her began to operate, releasing wisps of spiritual energy that circulated within her body. It was only then that she regained command over the technique, preventing it from inflicting harm upon herself as well as others. Master, the nearby beasts seemed to have noticed her plight. Converging towards her, I'm fine, cough, cough. She raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Despite her disheveled state, her white attire dusted with grime and splattered with blood. She sat on the ground as if nothing was amiss. Oh. The surrounding beasts fell silent, turning their attention to the uneven ground that had been cleaved apart. What is happening? A voice of astonishment arose. As he followed their gaze, he observed the colossal stone beasts gradually dissipating, coalescing into spiritual objects and treasures, emanating a soft glow, before quietly falling to the earth. The array within the chamber has been broken. Zhu resumed his sage-like tone, elucidating the situation. Oh. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xianning couldn't help but wonder if that petite spirit beast was indeed the focal point of this formation. She lifted her gaze towards the gaping void, now reduced to crumbling walls and debris, with dust swirling up into the art. As the dust gradually settled, the scene within became clearer. The once translucent surface of the delicate spirit beast was now marred by a network of spider-like cracks. Its arms hung limply, appearing so fragile that they seemed on the verge of disintegration at the slightest touch. Ouyang Xianning was taken aback. Despite exerting all her strength, she had left no trace upon it. and now it had been reduced to such a pitiable state. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, a wave of dread washing over her. It seemed prudent to refrain from employing such a technique in the future, lest it entangle countless living beings. The scattered boulders around served as a stark reminder of the damage inflicted upon the nearby spirit beasts. Master, look, that spirit beast is beginning to dissipate. Following the voice of Luoshi, she turned to witness the petite spirit beast emanating a gentle glow, its form gradually vanishing into a radiant orb. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, this orb slowly stretched and began to coalesce into shape. Ah, it's the sword! Qi Lian exclaimed with a fervent shout, instantly recognizing the weapon, pointing at the sword within the luminous sphere as if he had discovered a new world. Ouyang Xianing's eyes sparkled. It was indeed that sword, radiating a faint chill that rendered the entire space as frigid as winter. The coldness seemingly intensified from what she had previously observed. With renewed vigor, Ouyang Xianing soared forward, grasping the dazzling ice sword that shimmered in midair. Just as her hand made contact with the blade, its surface blazed with brilliance, emitting a light akin to finding a cherished possession, warmly embracing her touch. I wish to recognize you as my master, to share life and death, and to endure honor and disgrace together. In an instant, the world around them shimmered with color, and as she gazed up, only she and the sword remained, locked in a mutual gaze. Once the contract was established, the colors of the world faded, returning to their original state. With a flick of her wrist, the sword produced a melodious chime in resonance with her movement. What a magnificent silver feather ice frost sword! Listening to the resonant hum, Ouyang Xianing smiled broadly, saying, "Very well, you may go now." The sword's radiant white light flickered before shrinking to the size of an embroidery needle, and with a swift whoosh, it vanished into Ouyang Xianing's body. Master, master, what kind of sword was that? It looked incredibly formidable. Qi Lian, having witnessed the sword's disappearance, darted over to Ouyang Xianing's side, circling her to inspect thoroughly, confirming that the sword was indeed gone. He then looked up, his eyes shimmering with astonishment, brimming with excitement. "Why are you so shamelessly staring?" Ouyang Xianing remarked, swiftly delivering a playful swat to the back of his head. "Old wolf, can't you bear to see me doing well?" She then turned away, and a playful scuffle ensued between the wolf and the dog. Hee. Ouyang Xianing observed their antics, unperturbed. Instead, joy sparkled in her eyes. Her spirits were exceptionally high. She had merely intended to procure the sword, and now, with the silver feather ice frost sword in her possession, accompanied by such abundant celestial materials, how could she not feel elated? She would no longer have to worry about lacking high-grade spiritual herbs for alchemy in the future. Well, Qi Lian, why are you not hastening to tidy up? These items cannot be left out for an extended period, especially those rare spiritual herbs. If left unattended for too long, their vital essence may dissipate, resulting in a significant reduction in their efficacy. Oh, Qi Lian, with a face full of bumps and tears welling in his eyes, began to gather the items. He dared not disobey under the dual pressure of Big Ju and his master. You all should help gather things as well. Ouyang Xianing observed Qi Lian's somewhat comical demeanor and couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. How long would it take him to collect everything with those clumsy paws? She promptly instructed the other beasts to assist, while she sat nearby to recover her spiritual energy. This time had indeed been a true test of endurance. She had not experienced such weakness in a long while. Chapter 65. Beasts with Common Sense. Old Wolf, when do you think the master will awaken? Qi Lian leaned his head close to Ouyang Xianing, peering around anxiously, but there were no signs of the master opening his eyes. You fool, this is called recuperation. Do you understand what that means? Old Wolf expressed his frustration, exasperated that Qi Lian, having been by the master's side for so long, still had not made any progress and remained as foolish as ever. It was simply embarrassing for the master. It seemed that in the future, he would have to take on all the burdens of battle to prevent this fool from causing any shame to the master. Old Wolf silently resolved to protect the master's dignified image, ensuring that no hint of disgrace would befall him, eliminating all disruptive elements and individuals in their infancy. Old Wolf, hee. Levexi lay on a nearby stone pillar, grinning charmingly, pleasantly surprised by how amusing these two beasts were. It appeared that the days ahead would not be dull. Just then, as Ouyang Xianing was in deep meditation, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. Master, master, you're awake. Upon hearing the commotion, Qi Lian dashed over excitedly, circling around Ouyang Xianing and calling out joyfully. Unexpectedly, as Qi Lian reached Ouyang Xianing, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering it directly onto her face. Wu. Master. Qilian raised his paw to wipe his face, feeling miserable once again. Master, are you all right? Old Wolf also approached Ouyang Xianing, concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Ouyang Xianing slowly opened her eyes, though her brows remained tightly knitted. Her pale complexion clearly indicated that she had yet to fully recover. Woo. Master. Qilian, unwilling to be overlooked, pushed his head forward to speak, but was abruptly startled into silence by an object that fell from above. Master, Xiao Lei, landing on Qilian's head, entirely ignored him and instead greeted Ouyang Xianing with a beaming expression. Hee. Ouyang Xianing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these beasts vying for her affection. So many of them were adorably playful, while Vexi stood with arms crossed, watching with a teasing expression that, of course, this was merely the surface. Perhaps he too desired to join in the display, but the significant age gap created a disconnect between him and the other beasts. In order to maintain his admirable and handsome image, among other reasons, he did not come over. Well, I am fine. It is merely that my spiritual energy has yet to recover. Let us tidy up and leave this place for now. Ouyang Xianing rose to her feet, swaying slightly before steadying herself. Oh, Master, look, we have everything packed, exclaimed Qilian, extending a claw and pointing excitedly at a pile of glimmering items. His expression was one of eager anticipation for praise. Observing his smug demeanor, the old wolf rolled his eyes, thinking that he was seeking commendation. It would be a miracle if he didn't receive a sharp reprimand instead. Master, take a look at mine, he then added, stretching out his paw to indicate a stack of neatly arranged boxes nearby. Good. Ouyang Xianing nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the old wolf's efforts. Indeed, he lived up to his reputation as a nurturing figure. The sight of these spiritual herbs and stones encased in jade boxes was commendable, as it prevented the depletion of their inherent spiritual energy while optimizing their medicinal properties. In this continent, perilous places abound, such as the dark forest and the fire domain, which attract adventurers despite their dangers, as rewards often accompany risk. These treacherous locales are frequently home to numerous spiritual herbs, grasses, and stones, collectively referred to as spiritual objects. However, with the passage of time, the spiritual energy imbued within these objects gradually dissipates, rendering them utterly mundane. Moreover, on this continent exist weapon refiners who devised a method to preserve spiritual tools using jade boxes crafted from sky blue stones, effectively sealing the spiritual energy within and preventing its loss. This technique eventually spread, allowing ordinary individuals to create lesser quality jade boxes, while only skilled refiners could produce high-grade ones. Well done, Old Wolf, Ouyang Xianing praised, affirming that the Old Wolf's title as a nurturing figure was well-deserved. Upon receiving Ouyang Xianing's commendation, the Old Wolf grinned foolishly, dismissing his efforts as nothing remarkable. He then cast a glance at Qilian, who immediately wore a look of discontent. Having seen the Old Wolf packing items into the jade boxes, he had initially suspected some nefarious intent. Little did he realize the Old Wolf's cunning. He had not warned him about combining their items, clearly fearing that Qilian might steal his accolades. With a huff, he turned his head away in disdain. Ouyang Xianing observed a stack of jade boxes beside the Old Wolf, evidently arranged by Xiao Lei. Her gaze then drifted to the shimmering membrane in the distance, which enveloped the entire collection, causing the spiritual energy that brushed against it to pause in place. It seemed to be a protective barrier against the dissipation of spiritual power, undoubtedly crafted by Shi. She nodded in approval, pleased that her companions possessed such practical knowledge, with the exception of the proud little pup sulking in the corner. Approaching, Ouyang Xianing began to collect the items before her one by one into the chaos spirit ring, caring little for the disarray. She even included Qilian's pile, unperturbed by the potential clutter, as she had Yan's accompanying her. Master. As Ouyang Xianing swiftly retracted her mental energy after packing up, she instinctively knew that Yan would inevitably lecture her like an old man. Fortunately, she was quick in her actions. Before she could fully regain her composure, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The stone pillars hanging on the walls clattered down, crashing to the ground with thunderous echoes. Hurry, the formation has been breached, and the spiritual energy is dissipating. Without the support of spiritual energy, this place is on the verge of collapse, Ju's anxious voice resonated. However, Ouyang Xianing gazed towards the direction that seemed to be calling her, where the stone door was gradually being buried by the falling debris, obstructing her view. Quickly, the treasures within are not meant to see the light of day at this moment. When the time is right, the master will naturally encounter them. Ju's voice was grave, tinged with reluctance and nostalgia. All right. Ouyang Xianing listened to Yan's voice and cast a serious glance towards that direction. Green, she is back. with a shift in her focus. She summoned Qilian and the others back into the Chaos Spirit Ring. A flash of green light darted from the direction of the man in black, swiftly shooting towards Ouyang Xianing. She touched the black bracelet on her wrist and turned to walk towards another stone door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of falling stones echoed behind her. Ouyang Xianing had lost track of time, having run continuously without pause. Finally, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, and her heart leaped with joy as she immediately quickened her pace towards it. Chapter 66. A clash once more. Quickly, hand over the items. Before Ouyang Xianing could emerge, a sultry yet fierce voice rang out. She promptly darted to the right side of the cave entrance, peering out to assess the situation. Upon realizing that the voice belonged to a woman, her brows furrowed in intrigue, her left hand brushing against her smooth chin. It seemed that her fate was intertwined with Lin Meyer, encountering her both upon entering and exiting the formation. She wondered if this could be considered a karmic connection. Hand over the items, and I can persuade Elder Een to spare you. This is our own hard-earned treasure. Why should we surrender it to you? Yet the opposing party was not one to be easily intimidated. A closer look revealed that it was indeed Captain Morong and his group, seemingly reunited with Old Li and even Brother Qiao. Well, since you choose to ignore our courtesy, do not blame this young lady for being merciless. Let Elder Een teach you a lesson. Elder Een? Could it be that Elder Een? Following the voice, Ouyang Xianing spotted a man with gray-black long whiskers and a gray-black robe, his face as ordinary as any passerby. It was indeed Elder Een. But how had these two come together? Glancing at their side, she noted that Lin Meyer was accompanied by her group, although the elderly man with the intersecting black and white hair was missing, replaced by Elder Een along with the pink-clad maiden, Een Lingwei. Huangfu Yunma and his companion also seemed to have vanished. However, Lin Meyer appeared to lack social grace, as she had managed to provoke Elder Een right from the start, evident from his darkened expression and the suppressed fury in his eyes. Yet, it was understandable. A master of his caliber would never allow himself to be used as a pawn. Certainly, Ouyang Xianing's deductions are remarkably astute. Observing his sullen expression, it is evident that he is preoccupied with Lin Meyer, who has been brazenly leveraging her mother's influence. Were it not for the respect he holds for her mother, he would have long since severed ties, or perhaps dealt with her in a more forceful manner, putting an end to her audacity in commandeering others' possessions. He has no intention of indulging her antics. Indeed, she is a representative of the southern continent, lacking even the most rudimentary discernment, her affinity for spiritual objects utterly misplaced. What is most infuriating is her audacity in treating Elder Een of the Een family as if he were a mere enforcer, a slight to his dignity. Elder Een, you see, Lin Meyer, having just displayed her arrogance, approached Elder Een, lowering her head and speaking cautiously, before glancing up like a timid young bride. Hee. Ouyang Xianing chuckled softly, surprised to discover this side of Lin Meyer. She had always struck him as a haughty queen, but it seems she is merely a pretentious little wife. Who, Elder Een, upon catching the sound of her light laughter, turned his gaze toward the cave, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Elder Een, it has been quite a while. I trust you have been well. Ouyang Xianing had no intention of concealing himself. How could he refrain from assisting Captain Morong and the others in their time of need? With that thought, he stepped forth from the shadows with measured grace. "Isu." Elder Yin's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that this young man had managed to escape from a den of spirit beasts. However, he appeared to be in a rather disheveled state, his clothing tattered and colorful, prompting a silent lament within Elder Een. Yet, in stark contrast to his stoic demeanor, others were positively elated. "Ouyang, little brother! Ouyang, little brother!" The strong men exclaimed joyfully, their excitement unmistakable. "Captain Morong, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Li, Brother Qiao, I have returned." Ouyang Xianing offered them a gentle smile. "Good to see you out, good to see you out." Old Qiao looked at Ouyang Xianing with delight, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Ouyang, little brother, you were hard to find." As Elder Een observed this lively reunion, he mused to himself, surprised by the young man's popularity. Such a band of burly men genuinely cared for him, and even those mercenaries who had danced with death treated him with utmost respect. Even the notoriously aloof Huangfu Yunmo and Su Jinli showed him sincerity, disregarding their own safety in a desperate attempt to rescue him. However, this turn of events was not entirely unwelcome. Should those two troublesome youths meet their demise within, it would save him the trouble of intervening. But of course, there were also eyes filled with resentment fixed upon this scene, as they noted Ouyang Xianing's appearance. Though his clothes were ragged, his hair disheveled, and his face smeared with dirt, he otherwise seemed unscathed. This incited a surge of anger within her. "You wretched boy! Where is my brother Huangfu?" "Huangfu?" Ouyang Xianning murmured, sensing the commotion nearby. "What has happened to Huangfu Yunamo? Stop pretending. My brother Huangfu and his companion went inside to find you. Where are they?" The girl in the pink attire exclaimed anxiously, distressed that the one they sought had emerged, while those who had ventured in to find him remained unaccounted for. Upon hearing these words, Ouyang Xianning felt a jolt of alarm. Huangfu Yunma and his companion had indeed ventured in to seek her out. However, the cave had already collapsed, and what were they to do now? As these thoughts raced through her mind, a pang of anxiety surged within her, prompting her to turn and gaze in the direction from which she had emerged. "Sister Weir, this rascal must be up to no good. I have seen her before." Lin Meyer observed Ouyang Xianning's expression, which radiated malice. Just prior, she had suffered a tremendous humiliation before everyone, and all of it could be attributed to this scoundrel. Were it not for him, she would still be the untouchable young lady of the Lin family. But now, she had become a source of ridicule, a shrew in the eyes of the masses. An indignity she could hardly bear till last. She had seized an opportunity. If she did not ruthlessly exact her vengeance, her resentment would never be quelled. Furthermore, with Eldarine present, she was confident that this boy would not dare to resist. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her words grew increasingly venomous. "You wretched boy! Return my brother Huangfu's life." The girl in the pink attire, upon hearing Lin Meyer's words, felt her fury intensify as she charged forward, intent on avenging her brother Weir. "Allow me to handle this," Eldarine said, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Meyer before grasping the pink-clad girl's arm. Lin Meyer was indeed astute, adept at using others to do her bidding, and this time, her intentions could be fulfilled. If she could eliminate this scoundrel and subsequently pin Huangfu Yunma's demise on her, then both the Su family and Lord Huangfu would have no recourse. With this in mind, his gaze toward Ouyang Xianning grew increasingly malevolent, akin to a hunter fixating on its prey, exuding a fierce determination. "Boy, if you take matters into your own hands, I might just spare these individuals," he sneered. "Humph, I fear Eldarine has yet to earn the privilege of claiming my life." At that moment, Ouyang Xianning also adopted a stern demeanor. Huangfu Yunma and his companion were oblivious to the current circumstances, and she had no time to waste with this old man. If it came to blows, she would not be intimidated by his presence. "Humph, wretched boy, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant henceforth." Eldarine abruptly flicked his sleeve and lunged toward Ouyang Xianning. "Come at me." Ouyang Xianning responded by raising her fist in defiance. Bang! The two collided, resulting in a tremendous clash that reverberated through the AI. Impressive. As the two battled, the onlookers instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide space to avoid collateral damage. Chapter 67. The green she takes action poo. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, staining the earth crimson and shocking the eyes of the spectators. "Ouyang, my young brother. Are you unharmed?" "I am fine." Ouyang Xianning raised her hand to halt the crowd from advancing, then lifted her gaze to meet Elder Yin's. It seemed this shameless old man was genuinely intent on her demise, exerting considerable force in his attack. She could even feel the tremor of his concealed hand within his sleeve. Lowering her gaze slightly, it appeared that she had no choice but to summon green she this time, stark contrast. Elder Yin's emotions were entirely different. His eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint, excitement barely concealed. This time, he had unleashed his full power. He was unwilling to believe this boy could possibly survive, and even if he did, he would surely be gravely injured. With a sudden cough, a fresh spurt of blood escaped, confirming the severity of the injuries. Ouyang Xianning desperately suppressed the metallic taste of blood in her throat, yet it was futile. She could only allow the crimson liquid to snake down her chin, staining the dust-covered white collar of her garment. "You insolent brat, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again." She heard Elder Yin's mocking laughter, his eyes gleaming with a fierce delight as he raised his hand, preparing to deliver a final blow. "Ouyang, little brother." The group of burly men observed the dire situation, unable to suppress their concern. However, out of respect for Ouyang Xianning's wishes, they hesitated to intervene, knowing their assistance would be of little value. They believed in the young master, whose exceptional talent and profound spiritual power belied her tender years. Her wisdom had guided them out of perilous situations time and again. They trusted that she had her own considerations in this matter. Most importantly, they held unwavering faith in her. Her words possessed a compelling force that inspired their belief and conviction. Standing her ground, Ouyang Xianning clearly perceived the ruthless intent in Elder Yin's gaze, realizing that he was genuinely intent on eliminating her. She lowered her eyes to caress the black bracelet on her wrist, murmuring, "Green she, this time I must rely on you." "Wait, stop." Two anxious voices echoed from a distance. Eldarine cast a sidelong glance at the approaching figures, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Yet, his assault on Ouyang Xianing remained unaltered, aiming directly for her face. "Those brats are still alive. How fortunate for them. But next time, luck will not be on their side," he thought, resolute in his intent, convinced that he could eliminate them by taking matters into his own hands. However, when his gaze met Ouyang Xianing's profound eyes once more, he knew he could not let this promising young talent escape. "Eldarine," he thought, as he observed the two weary individuals rushing toward the scene, their faces etched with urgency. Ouyang Xianing, undeterred by her precarious situation, felt a glimmer of relief upon seeing the two figures approach. Their presence indicated that all was well. Yet, as she turned to confront the impending force of Elder Yin's attack, a chill ran through her. It was evident that he was determined to rid himself of her, and she resolved to shed her previous restraint. "Green she?" "Yes, young master." Green she replied with a wicked smile. "This old fool dares to threaten your life without considering his own worth. Had you not intervened, I would have dispatched that sinister elder long ago, leaving him no chance to flaunt his tyranny before you." With a deafening roar, the surrounding sands and stones danced violently, revealing the immense power contained within. As Elder Yin's palm surged forward, poised to obliterate the exquisite young master, he savored the anticipated scene of her demise. Suddenly, an overwhelming force collided with his strike, a flash of brilliance illuminating the air. In an instant, that formidable power repelled his assault, sending Eldarine staggering backward. With a heavy thud, Eldarine staggered backward several steps, only regaining his balance once the force of impact dissipated. Unbelievable. How could you possess such formidable power? He gazed incredulously at the calm figure before him, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, his expression frozen in a grotesque semblance of a smile. Internally, he seethed with resentment, contemplating how a mere strike could have extinguished that boy's life. Yet this unforeseen surge of power had intervened. Was there someone clandestinely aiding her? He swiftly turned to survey his surroundings, but detected not a hint of movement. What in the world was happening? Could there truly be someone in the southern continent stronger than himself? Humph. Did Elder Yin wish to strike again? Ouyang Xianing smirked devilishly, acknowledging the strength of this newfound power. However, it was not yet time for her to reveal herself. Lowering her gaze, she recognized that the battle could not continue any longer. "Elder Yin, cease." Huangfu Mayun was the first to breach the fray, addressing the elder with authority. "Elder Yin, what are you doing? Are you once again resorting to bullying the weak?" Su Jinli followed closely behind, her eyes warming upon seeing Ouyang Xianing, before turning to mock the elder. You too? Humph." Eldarine glared at the pair, his face reddened with fury at their blatant disrespect. These two ingrates were clearly defending her. It seemed he need not show any further mercy. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate them on his way back, sparing him the sight of their insolence. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, he resolved not to continue the fight, recognizing that this young girl had powerful guardians protecting her. It would be wiser to bide his time for another opportunity to strike. He could hardly believe that such a protector would be present at all times. Little did he know, that very guardian was indeed ever watchful, sealing his own tragic fate. "Brother Huangfu, are you unscathed?" Yin Lingwei exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Huangfu Mayun. Bouncing toward the two, "I'm fine," he replied coolly, then approached Ouyang Xianing. "Ouyang, it's a relief to see you unharmed." Indeed, Ouyang," Su Jinli chimed in, grinning widely. "Ouyang, we must return post-haste. We'll treat you properly when we reach the northern continent." "All right, sounds good." After exchanging pleasantries, the group decided to disperse, each heading back to their respective homes, promising to reunite later. "Ouyang, all gatherings must eventually part. We shall meet again." "Yes, until we meet again," Ouyang Xianing replied solemnly. "Farewell, Ouyang." "Brother Huangfu, wait for me." Ouyang Xianing watched their retreating figures, confident they would meet again, but she glanced at Elder Yin's malevolent eyes, sensing that their next encounter might come sooner than expected. Chapter 68. Keep it clean? "Please, Brother Qiao, are you all right?" Ouyang Xianing observed as those who should leave did so, while those who ought to remain also departed, including Lin Meyer and her entourage, who quietly trailed after Elder Yin. She turned around to address old Zhou and his companions, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. We are perfectly fine." Old Zhou patted his chest to affirm his well-being, and the others behind him followed suit, indicating that they were all unscathed. Ouyang Xianing looked on in astonishment. They had sustained considerable injuries during the formation earlier, yet in merely half a day's time, they had completely recovered, with not a trace of their wounds visible. It was indeed puzzling. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and she decided not to delve further. As long as they treated her sincerely, she would reciprocate with genuine goodwill. Captain Morong, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Ouyang Xianing said, feeling relieved that they were unharmed, turning her attention to Morong Bo. What trouble could there be? We haven't contributed much, and it seems we have only been a burden to Brother Ouyang. He replied, though it was clear that the burden had indeed been hers. Previously, the strength of Brother Ouyang had been unclear, but now it was evident. The elder they had encountered was a master at the respect level, and the fact that Brother Ouyang could withstand his strike and remain standing was a testament to her formidable prowess. Just how formidable, one could only surmise. At present, he was certainly no match for her. He. Morong Bo chuckled, Captain Morong, you are being too modest. Ouyang Xianing found amusement in Morong Bo's expression of deep respect. Captain Morong, these are for you, she said, retrieving a plethora of rare spiritual materials from her chaotic spirit ring and placing them before him. Wait, Brother Ouyang, this is too much, Morong Bo stammered, momentarily taken aback by the dazzling array of luminous treasures. However, within moments, he regained his composure and hastily declined. One should not take what one has not earned. It would be too much of an imposition. No, Captain Morong, I would like to request your assistance, she said, glancing towards old Joe and his group. I would like to ask Captain Morong to look after Brother Joe and the others in the dark forest. She was about to depart for the Holy Sky Academy and could not possibly take them along. Brother Joe and his companions had been by her side, expressing their intention to follow her. She could not simply abandon them, and at the very least, she needed to find them a safe haven. Morong Bo regarded Ouyang Xianing, then looked towards old Joe's direction, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, Brother Ouyang, I shall accept this as long as I, Morong Bo, have a meal. They will never go hungry. The Extreme Sky Mercenary Group was the foremost mercenary group in the Dark Forest, and joining them was no simple feat. His agreement was not merely due to the treasures laid out before him, nor solely out of regard for Ouyang Xianing. It was because of the valiant and battle-hardened demeanor of the dozen or so men, whose combat experience, although lacking in spiritual energy, was more than sufficient to merit their inclusion. Moreover, he had faith in Ouyang Xianing's judgment. These were indeed trustworthy individuals. Brother Ouyang. Old Joe felt a surge of emotion as he listened to Ouyang Xianing's words, realizing that she still cared for them. Brother Joe, once I have completed my tasks, I promise to return and see you all. Very well, very well. He understood that they were not yet qualified to remain by her side. But once they grew stronger, they would undoubtedly stand beside her. For in her, they saw hope, the hope of returning to that boundless universe. Thus, they too must exert themselves. The flicker of determination and resolution surged within her eyes. Brother Qiao, Commander Morong, we part ways here. We shall meet again another day. Very well, we shall see each other again. A collective reluctance flickered in the eyes of the burly men, swiftly replaced by unwavering resolve. Goodbye, Brother Ouyang. Farewell. Amidst the heartfelt farewells, Ouyang Xianing turned to leave. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Today's departure merely paves the way for a brighter reunion in the future, a prospect she eagerly anticipated. That night, darkness enveloped the earth, the stars barely visible, and it was the perfect time for nefarious deeds under the cover of night. Come forth, there is no need to follow any longer. Ouyang Xianing leaped down from the tree, exuding an air of nonchalance as she addressed the shadowy figure ahead. Kikikik. Before the figure even appeared, its ominous laughter echoed through the night. Any ordinary person would have been terrified into a state of panic by such a sound at this hour, amidst the inky darkness. Yet, Ouyang Xianing was no ordinary individual and remained unfazed. She had not expected Elder Yin to be so elusive. How curious that he dared to approach yet lacked the courage to reveal himself. The sarcasm in her words intensified as she doubted the Elder's composure, as predicted. Her taunts compelled the shadow to reveal itself. A gust of wind swept through, and a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. You insolent brat, even in your final moments, you dare to be so arrogant. He had been secretly observing her for days, having detected no formidable presence around her, which emboldened him to make himself known. Previously, he had returned to the northern continent alongside Huangfu Yunma, but had found an excuse to part ways and stealthily returned to the dark forest to follow this girl, seeking an opportunity to eliminate her. Now that he had been discovered, he resolved to confront her, convinced of her impending demise. Elder Yin finally shows himself. Did you find an opportunity to kill me while trailing behind? Ouyang smiled lightly. Well aware that she had informed her of his pursuit from the moment he began to shadow her. During these days, she had merely focused on recovering her spiritual energy. The reason for the elder's inaction was likely due to fear of the so-called mysterious expert by her side. Although she had not fully regained her strength, she had made substantial progress. Moreover, this time, it was not her who would strike first. Brat, spare me the nonsense. Go to hell and speak with King Yin. Elder Yin was not a patient man. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, he nearly turned away in frustration. How could a dignified elder of the Yin family stoop so low as to stalk a junior? If word of this got out, where would his dignity lie? His gaze toward Ouyang turned increasingly vicious. This girl must be eliminated. Very well, Ouyang concurred with his sentiment, believing it best to resolve matters swiftly. As she still desired to enjoy a beauty sleep, staying up late was hardly beneficial for her complexion. She had no intention of letting this elder disrupt her important plans. Green, take action. Do it cleanly. Just as she transformed into human form, the corner of his mouth twitched. Master, are you certain you are not a member of the underworld? What do you mean by do it cleanly? However, he also responded to her words with an affirmation, yes, master. The humanoid beast, a revered spirit beast. Elder Yin was taken aback upon witnessing a figure materialize beside Ouyang. Chapter 69. That thing. You little brat. How dare you conceal a humanoid spirit beast? Elder Yin's astonishment grew as he beheld the apparition. A figure clad in black with green eyes, exuding an alluring yet unapproachable aura that was particularly striking in the darkness. Just by the presence alone, he discerned it to be a humanoid spirit beast, a rare entity on this misty star, of which he was aware of only one. He never anticipated that this inconspicuous little rascal would be accompanied by such a precious spirit beast. Upon sighting the creature, he felt a shiver down his spine. A spirit beast capable of transforming into human form must be at least of the revered rank. Currently, he was merely at the third tier of the revered stage, and if they were to confront each other, his chances of victory appeared grim. The flicker crossed his murky eyes, and he recalled the item in his possession, diminishing his fear considerably. With that object's assistance, he was convinced he could subdue the humanoid beast, in this continent. Once a spirit beast transforms into human form, its rank ascends in tandem with that of humans, beginning from revered ranks to revered kings, revered emperors, and even divine ranks. However, spirit beasts advance at a significantly slower pace than humans, taking much longer to progress, yet this gradual accumulation leads to a qualitative enhancement, ensuring their combat prowess surpasses that of humans of the same rank. With this thought, Elder Yin's demeanor darkened, and a sinister smile crept across his face, rendering his otherwise ordinary visage increasingly menacing. He fixed a cold smile upon Ouyang, recognizing that though she appeared cool and frosty, her words were quite venomous, capable of inciting great irritation, an experience he had felt deeply. Thus, he decided against wasting further breath with her, raising his hand in preparation to strike first, intending to eliminate her without delay. Ouyang furrowed her brow at his sudden smile. Was it possible that Elder Yin had some hidden trick up his sleeve? It seemed wise to remain vigilant to avoid any potential missteps that could lead to humiliation. Levexi, tend to Elder Yin appropriately. Remember to keep it clean. Ouyang's voice turned steely. She never offered leniency to her foes, for the deceased possessed no feelings. Yes, my little master. Levexi's languid voice rose, his gaze fixed intently on the ferocious Elder Yin. A glimmer of interest igniting in his eyes. It had been quite a while since he encountered an opponent of such caliber. In the dark forest, only Old Bai would engage him in a few exchanges, and that was merely a one-sided thrashing. He inwardly shed a tear for himself. Yet now, reflecting on the prospect of inflicting torment upon others was undeniably exhilarating. However, the adversaries he had faced previously were pitifully weak, offering no satisfaction in combat. Now, encountering someone of equal strength, he was eager to unleash a thorough beating. With this thought, a more devilish smile adorned his face as he cracked his knuckles, ready to engage. Humph! Elder Yin made a signature move, sweeping his sleeves as he charged forward. Ouyang stood her ground, watching the gloom-laden Elder Yin, her lips twitching. Could he not be so flamboyant? Every time a confrontation is about to commence, such a display is made. Is it not blatantly evident that he intends to engage in battle, urging others to prepare themselves? A smirk graced her lips, for it was unexpected to witness this old man, Yin, displaying such kindness, truly commendable. As she observed the formidable gust of wind rushing towards her, she gracefully twisted her slender waist, receiving it with a playful smile. Bang, bang. Ouyang Xianing gazed upon the two in the air. Oh no, one person and one beast, her lips curling slightly in amusement. This was the essence of a duel between masters. Behold the trees, severed and tangled, and the tender green leaves swirling in the sky, alongside the billowing dust rising from the ground. Pa, pa. Ouyang Xianing spat out a mouthful of saliva, expelling the dust that had inadvertently been inhaled. Truly, this was collateral damage. Look at the flowers and grasses, and the trees lying on the ground. Such a travesty. With a thud, before Ouyang Xianing could finish her lament, a shadow plummeted from above. Hiss, the shadow, inhaling deeply, slowly rose. With its long, drifting beard and emaciated form, it was none other than our esteemed Elder Een. Elder Een, is your back all right? Even Ouyang Xianing, typically composed, could not stifle her laughter upon witnessing the stark contrast between the old man's usual haughty demeanor, standing tall, and his current pitiful state, gasping for breath on the ground point. One couldn't help but laugh in such a scenario. You little rascal, how dare you? The figure sprawled on the ground could no longer contain his fury upon hearing her suppressed laughter. This scoundrel, first inciting her spirit beast to battle him, now audaciously mocking him. Was this not a blatant disregard for his authority? If he did not exact vengeance upon her, his heart would remain heavy with resentment. Hee. What do I have to fear? Ouyang Xianing, sensing the gritted teeth of the elder, felt her spirits lift further. Indeed, this old man was flustered by his own ire. She had already confronted him, and her contracted beast had engaged in battle with him as well. What was there left to fear? You, humph. With a cold snort, Elder Een raised his hand and struck the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards Ouyang Xianing. First, he would deal with this scoundrel. If this rascal perished, then the humanoid spirit beast would surely follow suit. Hee. The elder, believing he had devised a clever plan, cackled maliciously, heedless of those behind him, charging directly at Ouyang Xianing. Alas! Ouyang Xianing shook her head with a sigh, realizing that this elder was indeed blinded by rage. He had disregarded even the most rudimentary wisdom, exposing his own vulnerabilities right beneath the enemy's nose, completely oblivious to Lu Shi's presence. Humph! Not far off, Lu Shi, observing the elder's direct advance towards his master, felt increasingly disgruntled. This individual did not regard him, daring to threaten his beloved master. Was this not courting disaster? With a flash, he vanished from his spot, launching himself towards the elder's back, intent on asserting his significance. Hee. Ouyang Xianing, witnessing this unfolding drama, remained rooted in place, unfazed by the fierce wind surging towards her, and continued to smile lightly, unaffected. There exists a grandiose sensation akin to the forceful abduction of life amidst laughter. As if the very essence of existence is reduced to mere ashes. The audacious scoundrel, even when death looms imminent, remains preoccupied with mirth. Truly, one does not shed tears until confronted with the coffin. It shall be intriguing to witness how he manages to maintain his jovial facade in due time. The corners of Elder Yin's mouth curve into an increasingly sinister smile, imbued with a bizarre and chilling aura. You, rascal, may you meet your demise. Before he could finish his utterance, a muffled grunt was heard, swiftly followed by the sound of a heavy object striking the ground. Elder Een, even in his quest for self-destruction, has chosen a most foolish method. Green she gazes at the disheveled figure sprawled on the ground, a seductive smile playing upon her lips. You all. The old man raised his head to behold Green she, who shielded Ouyang Xianing behind her. His eyes widened in disbelief, his cheeks puffed in indignation, his entire being in disarray in terms of strength. He was utterly outmatched, having been defeated within mere exchanges. Panting heavily, he cast a glance at Ouyang Xianing, his gaze suddenly intense, as if he had resolved upon something of great significance. Rascal, this time I shall see you perish. With that, a flash of golden light erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Ouyang Xianing with an imperceptible swiftness. Chapter 70. The Rhythm of an Impending Robbery. Ha. Elder Een watched the beam of golden light surge forth, his face contorted in a frenzied and ghastly grin. Rascal, let us see if you can escape death this time. Ha. As if his heart's desire had been fulfilled, his entire demeanor slumped, collapsing to the ground, his eyes reflecting a mixture of wrath and twisted joy. It appeared that unleashing that force had drained him considerably. Oh, if I do not perish, what then can you accomplish? A voice, cold yet laced with amusement, resonated through the air. Who else could it be but Ouyang Xianing? As the golden light dissipated, two figures emerged from within, one clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, the other in black, enchanting as a demon. You all? Elder Yin's eyes blazed crimson, disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? Why are you not dead? He could hardly fathom that the scoundrel had evaded an attack of divine caliber. That fragment of divine power had been procured during his battle with the colossal spirit beast, intended as an offering to the king. To have employed it against this rascal was unexpected. Yet, to see it have no effect on her was utterly preposterous. She stood there, seemingly mocking him for his foolishness, as if to say that despite employing his trump card, he still could not vanquish her. This thought ignited a surge of fury within him, and he took several deep breaths to calm himself. Breathe. Remain composed. Ha. We are not dead. It appears Elder Yin is quite disappointed. Ouyang regarded Elder Yin with a newfound sense of amusement. Elder Yin, do you truly comprehend where your earlier attack has gone? Where has it gone? Elder Yin, seemingly unperturbed by his previous lesson, followed her lead with his query. Ha. Master, I had not anticipated that this old man could be so entertaining. Green, she chuckled beside her, taken aback by her master's cleverness. How had he not realized this? Engaging in verbal sparring was far more enjoyable than physical confrontation. If only one could incite another's demise through mere words, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Clearly, she had much to learn from her master. Provoking others was far more intriguing than inflicting pain, and of course, it went over to your side. A clear voice resonated. As Ouyang deliberately elongated her tone, striving for the old man to hear clearly as soon as she finished speaking, she predictably observed the old man's expression shift, his weathered face turning an ashen hue, reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. What foolish words are you uttering, you insolent brat? That attack was clearly aimed at you. How could it possibly return to me? His disbelief was evident. It was unfathomable that this young lad could evade the attack, let alone redirect it back to him, unless she rebounded the assault. Yet, that was an impossibility. Such power belonged to the divine realm, far beyond the capabilities of a mere child who had yet to attain even the status of a venerable one. Ouyang, observing the old man's glaring skepticism, chose not to explain but instead to demonstrate through action. Elder Yin, behold, this is how it returns to your side. With that, she raised her hand, summoning a bronze mirror, seemingly ordinary in size. Was it not so that she, Ouyang, too, possessed treasures for battling monsters? Under the moonlight, the mirror shimmered radiantly, its surface glimmering with ethereal light. Though modest in size, it exuded an ancient and noble aura, evoking a sense of grandeur and timelessness. Unlike a typical mirror reflecting mere images, its surface revealed a chaotic expanse, golden light surging forth, undulating in mysterious depths. This was one of the treasures she had collected within her chaotic spirit ring during her spiritual cleansing, the Yin-Yang reversal mirror. In an instant, she raised the mirror towards Elder Yin, and golden light burst forth, as countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards it. This radiant force, infused with immense pressure, hurtled towards the old man at lightning speed, evidently surpassing the strength of the previous attack he had unleashed by more than a factor of 2. A piercing wail erupted, as blood sprayed forth from his severed arm, staining the ground behind him. The old man's countenance twisted in agony, a grotesque mask of pain. After severing his arm, the golden light continued its relentless advance, sweeping through the trees behind him, which fell in a chaotic frenzy, leaving a deep fissure in the earth that seemed to stretch into infinity. Ouyang and Lu Shi gasped in astonishment at the sight of the chasm. Indeed, the golden light was formidable. Had it struck her, the consequences would have been dire, perhaps even fatal. Realizing the old man's ruthlessness, she contemplated that if she did not thoroughly torment this old coot, it would be a disservice to herself. Ah, my apologies, Elder Yin, I had intended to grant you a swift end, but it appears I miscalculated. Truly, I am sorry. Her voice maintained a cool, almost sardonic tone, yet it bore an air of seriousness that rendered her words indistinguishable from jest. However, to others, her words conveyed a different flavor. To Lu Shi, it echoed as, Elder Yin, I deliberately misfired. What can you do about it? His lips twitched, gaining newfound insight into the art of deception, as her righteous demeanor and solemn expression left no room for reproach. The master truly lives up to his title. His vexing skills have reached their zenith. He ought to learn diligently, for this technique may prove invaluable in the future. With a grave expression, he delves into his study, meticulously contemplating and gradually committing it to memory. For once this opportunity is lost, it may never return. You. Old Een appears to be more exasperated than enraged, his countenance a portrait of utter frailty. Without the support of his right hand, he kneels upon the ground, his left hand weakened, his face pressing against the earth. The harsh stones below have torn at his skin, drawing forth thin lines of blood, and with his grim visage, he resembles a malevolent spirit clawing its way up from the depths of hell. Alas! Elder Een, in such a state, you must not venture out at night. If you were to frighten a child to tears, the consequences would be dire. Green she interjects, eager to emulate the master and strive to infuriate the old man further. In a fit of rage, he spits out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back, and thus he departs from this world. Oh, do not perish just yet. I have not finished my words. Green she, witnessing Elder Yin's swift demise, feels a surge of frustration. How could he leave so soon when there remained a plethora of insults unuttered? This was clearly an attempt to stifle him. Hey, are you truly dead or merely feigning death? Get up quickly. He hastily rushes over, delivering a series of kicks. Seemingly unsatisfied, he adds a few more for good measure. Ouyang Xianing, observing Green Shi's antics, feels her eyelids twitch. This indeed is a case of the student surpassing the master. Having effectively angered the old man to death, it appears her impromptu teaching has not gone awry, and this fresh, fervent pupil has emerged. Very well, Green Shi, dispose of this old man. We must be on our way. Oh. Green Shi reluctantly replies, still yearning for more. He then pushes the body aside. Qi Lian, consume him. Ouyang Xianing commands the Qi Lian summoned from her chaos spirit ring. After all, Elder Een is a formidable figure of the venerable rank, possessing a considerable amount of spiritual energy that should not go to waste. Since he has departed, it is only fitting that his remains be utilized. Excellent, my dearest master. Upon hearing the summons, Qi Lian feels a swell of pride. It is indeed useful to it, then eagerly bounds towards the direction indicated by Ouyang Xianing. Ah, master. Qi Lian regards the dismembered figure with disdain, internally lamenting its sorry state. How could such a wretched form satisfy its appetite? Master, must I really consume this? Not to eat? Very well, then I shall seek out Old Wolf to deal with him. No, master. I shall take care of it myself. Hearing the dangerous tone in Ouyang Xianing's voice, Qi Lian immediately surrenders, eager to please, as it certainly does not wish to be overshadowed by Old Wolf. It then scurries over to the figure, opens wide its jaws, and swallows it whole. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Qi Lian chews noisily, yet still expresses its distaste, saying, Master, this cadaver is truly unpalatable. If only it were plump and tender. This old bone is quite a chore to gnaw. Spit, spit, spit. While chewing, it ejects several fragments of white bone. Ouyang Xianing gazed at the disdainful expression of Qi Lian, then cast her eyes upon the white bones discarded on the ground like worn-out shoes. Shaking her head, she sighed. Alas! Poor Elder Een, even in death, he is scorned. Oh no, even by dogs. Truly, what a failure it is to be human. She mourned silently for a few moments, wishing Elder Een a safe journey to the afterlife, hoping he would strive to be a good person in his next life, so that at least he would not be spat upon after death. Moreover, she had indeed fulfilled her earlier promise. Cleaning up thoroughly, surely, now that Elder Een had departed, there would be no complaints. She considered herself quite benevolent. Standing beside her, Elshi involuntarily took a few steps back. He was certain that whenever his master wore such a smile, her mind was concocting some mischievous scheme. Entangling oneself with her would be an everlasting regret. Reflecting on it, he realized he still had much room for improvement. All right, let us depart, Ouyang Xianing declared, noticing that matters had been resolved. It was time to head to the Holy Sky Academy. Surely the mentor assessments were about to commence. However, a beauty sleep was in order first. Glancing at the moon hanging in the sky, Ouyang Xianing shook her head, blaming Elder Een for completely wasting her precious sleeping time. In retrospect, she felt she had been too lenient with him, allowing him to pass so easily. During the day, the sun hung high, casting heavy shadows beneath the trees, while a gentle breeze wafted through on the outskirts of the dim forest. Ouyang Xianing strolled leisurely towards the Holy Sky Academy. Help! Mother! Mother! Help! A voice cried out. Son, run! Don't worry about me. No, mother. Upon hearing this desperate plea, Ouyang Xianing hurriedly rushed towards the source. The cries were so heart-wrenching that it was evident someone was in peril. Upon her arrival, she beheld a woman clad in yellow, wielding a sword against a blazing fire lion, yet it seemed her strength was waning. Her trembling hand struggled to maintain its grip on the weapon, while she remained vigilant of a small boy's movements, fearful of drawing him into the fray. "Son, run." "No, I won't leave," the little boy replied, his voice laced with tears and an undeniable stubbornness. Aware that he would only trouble his mother, he stood resolutely outside the battle circle, refusing to budge. It appeared to be a bond of deep affection and loyalty between the mother and son. Pausing in the trees for a moment, Ouyang contemplated her own transformation into such a valiant and righteous figure. It seemed her arrival in this world had brought about profound changes. Perhaps it was time to abandon her former life as an assassin and embrace the role of a hero. She had saved quite a number of people along her journey, and although she had not killed many, she had at least rescued a few. Before she could act, a sudden loud thud echoed as the first-tier fire lion collapsed to the ground. What had transpired? Was there a master nearby? Ouyang snapped to attention, casting a glance around her in her previous focus on the mother and child. She had overlooked her surroundings, realizing that this newcomer had arrived even before her. "Mama, Mama!" As the little boy saw the lion fall, he dashed towards the woman who lay prostrate on the ground, calling out in concern. "Mother, are you all right? Be at ease, year." The woman raised her hand to gently stroke the boy's head, softly comforting him. "Ha ha ha, dear madam, are you all right?" At that moment, a rugged voice resonated, and soon a burly man and a scholarly figure appeared before the mother and child. And of course, this is merely a figurative description. The two individuals in front indeed presented a stark contrast. The owner of the coarse voice sported a full beard and appeared to be around 40 years of age. However, he did not possess the brutish demeanor typical of mercenaries. Rather, he resembled a scholar from a mercenary group. One could discern from his voice that his character was bold and resolute. Turning to the other figure, he appeared somewhat younger, perhaps in his 30s, embodying the fragile appearance of a weak scholar. Yet the glint in his eyes betrayed his extraordinary nature. It seemed evident that the fallen earth-tier fire lion was his handiwork. "It's all right. It's all right, and I am immensely grateful to both of you for your assistance." The woman, seemingly exhausted, sat on the ground, expressing her gratitude to the two men, although the sincerity in her eyes was unmistakable. "Thank you, uncles." The young boy, appearing to be somewhat worldly, was not frightened by the earlier scene. Now that he felt safe, he ceased his sobbing and expressed his thanks to the two men. "No need for thanks. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort." The scholarly figure smiled gently, his politeness and decorum impeccable. "Dear madam, are you all right? Can you stand?" The scholarly figure inquired cautiously, evidently noticing the woman's condition. Oh dear." The woman attempted to rise but found herself unable, clearly drained of strength. "Mother, are you okay? Lao Qin, what shall we do?" Ouyang observed the situation below and realized it was time for her to make her entrance. He. It seems this dear madam is utterly exhausted, lacking sufficient rest and spiritual energy. Who are you?" Ouyang's sudden appearance startled them, as they had hitherto overlooked the presence of a young lad, appearing around 11 or 12 years of age. Upon seeing Ouyang, the two immediately turned their heads, their gazes filled with scrutiny. This individual was far too young. They could not discern her spiritual cultivation, which was decidedly peculiar. "Oh, not worry. I am merely here to assist." Ouyang, seemingly aware of their thoughts, recognized that someone of her age being inscrutable in terms of cultivation could either be an ancient monster with years of training or a mere novice without any spiritual practice. To alleviate their suspicions, Ouyang waved the medicinal pills in her hand, indicating her intention to deliver aid. "A high-grade third-tier pill." One man bellowed, drawing all eyes upon him. It's nothing at all." He awkwardly waved his hand, as if embarrassed, his face flushing. However, one could hardly blame him for his astonishment. While alchemists were present in the Tianyu continent, they were exceedingly rare, and those capable of concocting high-grade pills were typically individuals of legendary status. To suddenly encounter a young lad presenting such a high-grade third-tier pill for the purpose of replenishing someone else's spiritual energy would indeed be shocking. "Dear madam, please consume this." Ouyang, unfazed by the circumstances, directly extended the pill towards the woman. This. The woman hesitated, seemingly having reservations about accepting it's quite all right. "I have plenty of these pills." Ouyang, in her naivety, remained blissfully unaware of the immense value of this high-grade elixir. Having only recently arrived in this world, she had swiftly participated in the grand competition and ventured into the dark forest, yet no one had informed her of the rarity of such precious concoctions. Yin, too, was at a loss. He clumsily attempted to impart the knowledge of his former master's water cultivation to her. Alas, upon hearing this, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, their jaws dropping in disbelief, as they pondered the sheer quantity involved. Was this not an invitation for a robbery? What's the matter? Ouyang Xianing inquired, observing their dumbfounded expressions. There's something wrong. I don't have any makeup on. So why do you all stare at me like that? Ah, no, it's nothing. We are grateful to this young gentleman, a woman said as she took the elixir from Ouyang Xianing's hand and placed it in her mouth. Expressing her thanks, "You're welcome," she replied. "This is already the outskirts of the dark forest. How can there still be earth-tier spirit beasts?" Ouyang Xianing furrowed her brow, finding the situation illogical. Had the blazing fire lion still been alive, it would have certainly rolled its eyes, for it was merely a small devil who had engaged with their king, prompting these lowly creatures to flee out of course. This insignificant creature only witnessed the initial part of the unfolding events and remained oblivious to what followed. Otherwise, it would not have met such a fate. Indeed. Regardless, we must exit this dark forest. It is quite perilous for a woman and a child to remain here. Very well, thank you, the woman said as she rose, noting the swift effects of the elixir. Then, young brother, we shall take our leave. Certainly, Ouyang Xianing replied with a gentle smile. As she watched their retreating figures, she summoned her spiritual energy and exited the dark forest. Meanwhile, within a resplendent hall in the northern continent, a man clad in black knelt before a king. Your Majesty, it appears that the group of black-clad individuals from the dark forest are indeed the ones we have been seeking. Yet they were annihilated by Miss Ouyang. Subsequently, if Ouyang Xianing were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this man as the enigmatic figure encountered upon entering the formation. On the opposite side of the northern continent, an elderly man clutched a shattered plaque, seething with fury. Who is it? Who dares to slay our second elder of the Yin family? Chapter 1. The invitation token. During the day, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Even before entering Holy Heaven City, one could witness such a lively spectacle. A long queue had already formed at the outskirts of Holy Heaven City, the blazing sun scorching the ground, yet it did nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the people. Each individual in line bore a rosy complexion, their smiles unmistakable. Hey! I heard that this time the Holy Heaven Academy's admission examination has attracted numerous talented students. Oh, I heard that too. There's apparently a genius named Morong Yuan who, at merely 14 years of age, has already reached the third tier of Spirit Master. Truly a prodigy. Look at me, and I'm still just a Spirit Master. The comparison is enough to incite envy. Indeed. Alas, at my age, I am still merely a Spirit Master. I wonder when I shall advance another tier. Indeed. It seems there are a few 12 or 13-year-old youths whose spiritual prowess has already reached the level of great spiritual masters. It is unclear which family has nurtured such prodigies. Their rate of cultivation is simply astonishing. However, they remain oblivious to the rapid progress of Ouyang Xianing. Were they to learn that a freak had ascended from a novice with zero cultivation to the second rank of sovereign in just over 6 months, achieving heights that are unattainable for others, they might feel so ashamed as to take their own lives or collectively stab that anomaly to spare themselves from the envy. Upon hearing this discussion, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows flickered slightly, their icy gaze imbued with an indescribable chill, akin to unmelting polar ice. Yet, upon overhearing their conversation, the frost in those eyes diminished somewhat. Of course, the owner of those eyes was Ouyang Xianing. When she heard the name Morong Yuan, her brow arched. Her elder brother's spiritual cultivation had advanced significantly. The last time they parted, he was merely a second-rank great spiritual master. And now, in just a short month, he had progressed further. Moreover, it has been said that this year, the Sacred Sky Academy is set to establish another elite class. The specifics of this matter remain unclear. Indeed, the decade-long North-South Grand Competition is about to commence, and the Sacred Sky Academy must certainly prepare itself. Ouyang Xianing listened intently, gathering much information regarding the academy, as she contemplated her own entry into the sacred sky, finding it a wise approach to remain informed. She then fell silent, continuing to listen. Have you heard about the mentor assessment at the Sacred Sky Academy? One person exclaimed, their face alight with excitement, as if privy to some monumental secret. Ouyang Xianing's brow lifted. The topic had finally arrived, and of course, I have heard. It is said that the Sacred Sky Academy is specifically recruiting a mentor to lead another elite class. Along with new assistants and lecturers, it appears this year's assessment will be significantly more challenging than in previous years, and the candidates are bound to be formidable. Exactly. If one is not strong, they would not dare to participate. This assessment is no trifling matter. It is a matter of life and death. In previous years, numerous strong individuals have perished during these assessments. then it follows that this year's assessment will surely be thrilling," exclaimed the listeners, their faces alight with enthusiasm. "Indeed. I came specifically for this," the speaker declared with pride. "What? You are participating in the assessment?" the listener exclaimed, astonished. "A great spiritual master participating in the assessment. Is that not courting death?" Just moments ago, they had mentioned how perilous this year's mentor assessment was. How could someone be so reckless? "What are you thinking, you fool? I meant that I came specifically to watch the assessment. This year's mentor evaluation will take place on an open martial arts platform where spectators are permitted. I merely wish to witness the prowess of the experts. Thus, I have come. Such high-level duels are not often seen. I simply sought to enjoy the spectacle. I am not foolish enough to compete. That would be courting death." The individual's face was a mixture of indignation and evident delight. "Oh, I see. It appears I have indeed come at the right time. Thank you for informing me, or I would have missed out." "It is well said." Ouyang listened intently from behind, gaining considerable insight into the upcoming assessment of mentors at the Holy Sky Academy. This time, a significant number of formidable individuals had been drawn to the academy, indicating a fierce competition ahead. However, she was resolute in her ambition to secure a position in the elite class, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Just as the two gentlemen in front were concluding their conversation, it was their turn. "Present your spirit master tokens," commanded a burly guard at the city gate. "Oh yes, of course." They promptly produced gleaming silver tokens. "Brother guard, please take a look." "Very well, you may enter." The guard waved them through. Indeed, the two conversed as they walked, marveling at the prowess of Holy Sky City, where even the gatekeeper was a third-grade spirit master. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, curious about the token she had never encountered before. "You, produce your spirit master token." Before she could fully comprehend what it was, the guard interrupted her thoughts. "Excuse me, sir, what exactly is a spirit master token?" Ouyang inquired sincerely, adhering to her principle of asking when in doubt. However, as soon as she uttered her question, a multitude of eyes around her turned in unison, staring at her as if she were an extraterrestrial being, filled with disbelief. They thought to themselves, how could someone not know such a basic fact that even a 3-year-old child would? What a pity for this exquisitely charming young gentleman. "Ah, young master, the Spirit Master token is issued by the Spirit Master Association to certify Spirit Masters. Every Spirit Master possesses one." The guard, momentarily taken aback by her question, quickly regained his composure and responded with a friendly demeanor. "Then where might I obtain this token?" Ouyang inquired humbly. "1 can acquire the token at any branch of the Spirit Master Association after passing the assessment. You may collect it at a town ahead," he explained. Out a glimmer of realization crossed Ouyang's eyes. Could it not be obtained within Holy Sky City? If she had to travel to that town, it would take a considerable amount of time. Although she possessed her small thunder, summoning it so brazenly was not her style. She preferred to remain discreet. "That is not permissible. We have regulations here. During this period, one must possess a cultivation level of at least a great spirit master to enter." The guard patiently reiterated, "It would be best for you to refrain from entering for now, young master. Many powerful individuals have come to participate in the mentor assessment at Holy Sky Academy recently. It would not be prudent should any unforeseen incidents occur," he advised, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Such a delicate and beautiful young gentleman, he couldn't bear the thought of her encountering any misfortune, so he felt compelled to offer a kind warning. There were many experts within the city, and some were rather peculiar. Who knew which powerful individual might take an interest in this fair and tender young master? Ouyang discerned the underlying concern in his words. The attitude could not be too forceful. After all, one cannot simply exert pressure to compel him to allow her entry. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and she recalled the translucent plaque that the disheveled old man had once given her. With a swift motion of her hand, a plaque materialized instantly. "Good sir, might this suffice?" Upon seeing it, the gatekeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. The plaque was an invitation from the St. Heaven Academy for the mentor assessment. Yet how could such a token be in the hands of this young master? His gaze towards Ouyang transformed from one of concern to one imbued with respect. "Why yes, it will do," he stammered, utterly taken aback. This special invitation was not something one could easily acquire. It was rumored to be personally bestowed by the president of St. Heaven Academy. Since its establishment, only one such plaque had been issued, previously awarded to Lord Mingzhao, the current mentor of the elite class. He was now around 30 years of age, his prowess rivaling that of the president, making the issuance of the plaque to him understandable. The gatekeeper had previously had the fortune of witnessing this plaque when Lord Mingzhao had forgotten his spirit master token and had presented this instead. To see another one now, glistening and radiant in the sunlight, was undeniable proof of its authenticity. Having encountered two such special invitations was a stroke of fortune, making his existence feel justified, worthy even in death. Yet, he could not fathom how this exquisitely featured young master, seemingly only 11 or 12 years old, could possess such a token. Could it be that this young master was, in fact, an ancient being? Such a bizarre notion sprang to mind, prompting him to shake his head. Even if one were an ancient entity, they could not possibly appear so youthful. Perhaps at 17 or 18, he might have entertained the thought. But at this age, he could not bring himself to believe it, even under duress. However, what was the current situation? He felt dazed, still unable to grasp the reality around him. Very well, I shall enter, Ouyang remarked, bemused by the gatekeeper's dumbfounded expression. After she passed through the city gates, a wave of astonishment erupted from the line behind her. Those unaware of the significance of the plaque inquired about its nature, marveling at its efficacy, wishing to acquire one for themselves. Indeed, it is so translucent and aesthetically pleasing. Those in the know gasped in disbelief, questioning the identity of this young master. If I am not mistaken, that is the legendary special invitation for the Minter assessment of St. Heaven Academy. How did she come by it? Correct, that is indeed the special invitation for the Minter assessment of St. Heaven Academy. I have heard it was issued only once before, to Lord Mingzhao, the current Minter of the elite class. Yes, Lord Mingzhao is now a master of royal caliber. He received that plaque only recently. What manner of being is this young master? Could they truly be an ancient entity? Outside the city gates, discussions and speculations abounded. Yet Ouyang paid them no heed as she strolled through the streets of St. Heaven City. The city of St. Tian, renowned as the pinnacle of higher learning in the southern continent, is indeed the illustrious home of the esteemed St. Tian Academy, its vibrancy surpassing that of any other metropolis. Observing the throngs of people bustling about, their voices merging into a cacophony, one cannot help but be drawn to the lively shouts of the vendors lining the streets, creating an atmosphere of fervent excitement. Come and see. We have high-grade earth-level spiritual herbs here. Take a look. Spiritual stones on a massive sale. Don't miss out as you pass by. Quickly come and take a glance, a clearance sale like no other. Spiritual cores starting from just 1 copper coin. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, finding the modernity of it all striking. The cries of the vendors were so familiar that for a fleeting moment, she almost believed she had returned to her own era. Come and see, prices are slashed to the ground. With just 1 copper coin, you can't go wrong, you can't be fooled. As she listened to the spirited announcements, Ouyang mused if perhaps there were others like her, traversing through time. Hey there, young master, come take a look at our wares. Just as she was savoring the modern marketplace, a woman of matronly stature suddenly emerged beside her, reaching out to tug at her sleeve, attempting to draw her into her shop. No, thank you. Ouyang deftly sidestepped the woman's unwelcome advance, casting a frosty glare in her direction as she spoke in a tone of firm resolve. She was no child. Being pulled into a shop could result in significant expenses. Although she currently had no shortage of funds, she was not inclined to squander them. The spiritual stones and herbs sold here were predominantly precious and rare, with prices noticeably steeper than those in the previous towns she had visited. The items advertised as being on sale were of inferior quality, their spiritual energy nearly depleted, which explained their surprisingly low prices. It was hardly a genuine sale. Even with a price cut, there was still profit to be made. Naturally, such tactics might deceive less experienced cultivators, but those with even a modicum of skill would recognize the subpar quality at a glance. She had initially thought the naive young master would be an easy target, yet to her surprise, he remained unyielding. With an awkward smile, the woman retracted her hand and shifted her attention to another seemingly youthful young master. Ouyang maintained an icy demeanor, her expression radiating an air of aloofness that effectively deterred many eager vendors from approaching her. Thus, she safely navigated through the most bustling yet secluded area of the market. Hey, young master, don't go. The cry of the vendor echoed behind her, followed by hurried footsteps and a light panting. As the woman ran a few paces, she paused only when the sounds of her pursuit faded. Phew, that vendor truly is relentless. Poor young master's hairstyle is in disarray. Ouyang heard someone remark, her lips twitching in disbelief at the audacity of such self-adoration. She paid little heed to the matter at hand. Whether it was self-absorption or not was of no consequence to her. She decided it was best to move on. With that, she lifted her foot and continued on her way. However, scarcely had she taken a couple of steps when a sudden exclamation reached her ears. Ah, wait up, brother. Ouyang paused momentarily, then resumed her forward march, pondering whether the person was even calling her, as she did not recognize them. Hey, it's you. Please, wait for me. Ouyang raised an eyebrow and turned around, realizing that indeed, the call was directed at her. But did they know each other well? She then observed a disheveled individual hastily approach her, exclaiming, "Hi there, brother. I didn't expect you to be so formidable." Emerging unscathed from this crowd of antis, the person gazed at her with genuine admiration, seeking her counsel. Ouyang felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. She had heard of others seeking to learn martial arts, yet never had she encountered someone quite as eccentric as him, inquiring how to evade the clutches of the antis. Standing there, unsure of how to respond, she contemplated imparting some wisdom, allowing him to experience it firsthand. She then shot him a chilling glance, her expression frosty, remaining silent. Hey, brother, don't wear that expression. It's rather daunting. A smile would be much more pleasant. He noted her silence and hurriedly approached with a grin. Ouyang continued to refrain from speaking, eager to see just how long this overfamiliarity would persist. Brother, I'm not criticizing you, but with this demeanor, you won't make any friends. Observing her continued silence, he prattled on. Hey, I say, brother, at least give me some response. I've shared so much already. A simple grunt would affirm your existence. How can I continue without your input? Despite his words, Ouyang remained utterly mute, and he showed no signs of pausing, revealing himself to be quite the natural chatterbox. Speaking of which, does your mother know how loquacious you are? What kind of instructor do you think they bring for the Sacred Heaven Academy's tutor assessment? Surely, someone of my caliber would have the chance to meet them. After all, who wouldn't want to encounter such a genius like me? Ha ha ha. By the way, brother, I don't recall ever seeing you before. Are you also a student of Sacred Heaven Academy? The world of chatterboxes is unfathomable. Just as he finished discussing the aunties and uncles, he swiftly transitioned into a monologue about Sacred Heaven Academy, constantly bringing the conversation back to himself, never missing an opportunity to boast. Ouyang silently retorted in her mind, an instructor like me, yet she had no intention of engaging with him. This loquacious fellow would only become more talkative if she acknowledged him. As it was, he had managed to go on for this long without her input. If she did respond, he might very well chatter until dawn, and she certainly did not have the luxury of time to spare. After a moment's thought, she decided to take her leave. Lingering here would only leave her wondering when he might finally finish speaking. The world of incessant chatter was beyond her comprehension. With that, she turned on her heel and stepped away. Hey, brother, wait for me. Let us walk together. He, noticing that his conversational partner was leaving, disregarded all else and hurriedly followed in her wake. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Sacred Heaven Academy, an elder remarked, I hear, Situ, that you have sent out the special invitation for the tutor assessment. Indeed, a voice rich with mirth arose. It seems you are quite pleased with the chosen candidate for this occasion. It remarked, I am indeed very satisfied. She is the most promising individual I have ever encountered. Ha ha ha, it appears that this candidate is truly exceptional. To have earned such high praise from you, I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Chapter 2. The legendary lackey. On the following morning, Ouyang rose at the break of dawn. The adage that the early bird catches the worm proved to be undeniably true. She settled in the hall, relishing her breakfast as the early hours unfolded. Initially, the hall was sparsely populated, but gradually, more patrons filtered in. One table filled to capacity, and soon another adjacent table followed suit in a mere span of minutes. The once empty hall transformed into a lively gathering. However, the true spectacle was the incessant chatter of the loquacious narcissist who had the audacity to occupy the seat beside her. Brother, look, that table over there is full. Yet your table remains solitary. Do not be so stingy. Come, let me join you, he declared, not even pausing for a response before plopping down beside her with a resounding thud. Thus began an interminable breakfast period. Ouyang observed the voracious individual before her, her thoughts drifting far away. Reflecting on the previous day, she recalled that after she could no longer endure his incessant prattle and turned to leave, he had promptly followed her, trailing her every step, his mouth never ceasing its relentless chatter. Ultimately, she resolved to shake him off. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she deftly maneuvered her way through the bustling crowd, her figure vanishing from sight, leaving the chatterbox shouting in vain, Hey, brother, where are you going? Wait for me. After swiftly navigating through towering buildings and crossing numerous streets, she finally came to a halt, contemplating that she had surely evaded him this time. If this continued, even the most composed individual would be driven to madness. Her herself included. She sought refuge in a nearby eatery, awaiting the commencement of the Saint Heavenly Academy's assessment. However, to her astonishment, she encountered the loquacious individual once more, brazenly seated at her table and nonchalantly devouring her breakfast. Was this a divine jest? Surely, no one could possess such audacity. Today, she had truly witnessed unparalleled boldness. Her ears felt as though they might develop calluses from his incessant chatter. How long could this torment persist? Hey, brother, eat up. Don't be shy, he said, his mouth full, words barely intelligible as he addressed Ouyang. At that moment, she was rendered speechless. Indeed, one could be utterly shameless and reign supreme in this world. Did he not recognize whose place this was, whose breakfast he was consuming? The audacity was staggering. Master, master. This is the Ji Hua Dan left by the previous master. An exasperated voice chimed in, emanating from the Chao Hunling Jia, as the plump little hand clutched a delicate porcelain vial, pouting and transmitting a message to Ouyang. Oh, such a peculiar item. Ouyang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had indeed never heard of such a thing. However, the eccentric curiosities left behind by this senior were truly abundant. If given the opportunity, she would genuinely like to meet the revered senior whom Yin held in such high esteem and missed dearly. Alas, without hesitation, Ouyang raised her hand and waved, retrieving the silence pill from the chaos spirit ring. With a flick of her fingers, it landed in the mouth of the incessant chatterbox. Little brother, what on earth did you just make me swallow? Cough, cough. MMM. The words he intended to speak were instantly transformed into muffled sounds. Ouyang gazed at the individual before her, now reduced to mere incoherent murmurs and displaying a face full of anxiety. Her eyes lit up. This item truly proved effective, serving as the quintessential remedy for a loquacious person. Then, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the senior had encountered such individuals as well? Otherwise, how could they have concocted such a potent pill? Regardless, it was fortuitous that it could resolve the current predicament. With this notion in her mind, she took another glance at the anxious figure before her, and her mood instantly brightened. Picking up her chopsticks, she sampled a morsel of food that had yet to be ravaged by him, taking a couple of bites. The flavor was quite delightful. Perhaps she should concoct a few of these pills herself. Who knows when they might come in handy in the future? As fate would have it, they indeed proved to be immensely useful later on. Observing the dejected figure who once prattled incessantly, Ouyang, in a gesture of unexpected benevolence, spoke up, her cool voice laced with a hint of teasing. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Please, continue. I'm all ears. She then straightened her posture, signaling her earnest attention. The chatterbox felt an overwhelming wave of despair wash over him, cursing under his breath. Finally, she had opened her mouth to speak, and it was not in vain that he had sought her out for half the night, expending so much effort in conversation. However, the pressing issue now was that he could no longer articulate a single word. How could he muster the courage to persist in this state? With a sorrowful expression, he looked earnestly at Ouyang. Brother, I swear I won't utter another word. Please, help me, I'm sincere, sob. Ouyang cast a faint glance, realizing too late the gravity of his error. It was not that she was unwilling to assist him. It was simply beyond her capacity. The pill crafted by the senior was indeed a supreme creation, and she had no means to counteract its effects. She stretched her head forward, palms upturned, indicating her own powerlessness. What an absurd jest. Surely, the pill you presented could not lack an antidote. He stared at Ouyang, his expression shifting from one of indignation to that of a contrite spouse. Brother, I beseech you, have mercy. I shall never dare again. Alas, it is not that I wish to forsake you. I genuinely do not know how to remedy this. Ouyang sighed softly, her face a mask of sympathy as she patted his shoulder, then broke into a smile as she made her way towards the door. Before exiting, she kindly reminded him, "Oh, by the way, the effects last for about a day. You should be able to speak again tomorrow. Also, please settle the bill. That entire feast was consumed by you." Ouyang stood at the threshold, gazing at the blinding sunlight. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled with relief, finally free from the incessant chatter of that loquacious individual. At last, her ears could find solace. However, the imminent mentor assessment at the Holy Sky Academy loomed ahead, and as she cast her eyes toward the vast formation in the distant sky, a grave expression settled upon her face. Ignoring the lamentations of those behind her, she strode purposefully toward the formation. Come and see. Prices are dropping like never before. Massive clearance sale. A grand sale. Hurry, hurry, come take a look. Ouyang activated her mode from yesterday, effortlessly navigating through the exuberant welcomes of the multitude of uncles, aunts, and elderly gentlemen, her expression remaining as impassive as ever as she advanced toward the first trial of the Mentor assessment at the Holy Sky Academy, the arena in the sky. The closer she drew, the denser the crowd became, the scene rivaling the bustling throng that had welcomed her into the city just the day prior. People jostled against one another, pressing so tightly that they were almost crushed together. Yet there were still those determined to squeeze their way in. Participants and onlookers alike mingled in a chaotic melee. Ouyang surveyed the scene, a bead of sweat trickling down her brow. Was there truly this many people? Even if the Holy Sky Academy only recruited mentors every 3 years, it seemed excessive. What were these spectators thinking, desperately trying to push their way inside? Don't they worry about becoming collateral damage? What if their shiny, bald heads were to be injured in the fray? Alas, no one heard her silent musings, as everyone continued their relentless push forward. Hey, you in front, with that massive frame, do you not realize you are causing a traffic jam? Is it worth the trouble? Hey, kid, do you dare to step on my foot? Are you tired of living? Make way, make way. Can't you see someone is coming from behind? Why can't you be more observant? Ah, I truly don't have eyes at the back of my head. You should just queue up and not obstruct my prime viewing spot. Ouyang listened to the cacophony around her, feeling her composure fraying. Were they really going to continue like this? The protective barriers of the Holy Sky Academy's arena were on the verge of bursting from the pressure they exerted. How desperate were they to watch? Make way, make way. Did you not hear me? Before she could gather her thoughts, a boisterous and arrogant voice rang out from behind. Just from the sound, she recognized it as the voice of a sycophant. Oh, she murmured, remaining rooted to the spot in this vast world. Her position seemed inconsequential to him. Hey, you in the white attire. Yes, I'm talking to you. Don't just stand there like a statue. Do you realize you're blocking someone's path? Oh? Whose path am I blocking? Ouyang arched an eyebrow. Intrigued, it appeared this sycophant was eager to invoke his master's name so swiftly. With the assessment yet to commence, she thought it would be entertaining to engage them and pass the time. As he turned to glance at Ouyang, the sycophant was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly captivated by the exquisite beauty of the young gentleman before him. Such allure transcended gender, evoking an involuntary drool at first sight. He raised a hand to wipe away the saliva, his eyes glinting with a lewd intent as they fixated on Ouyang. The way his eyes rolled about suggested thoughts far from decent. Indeed, his intentions were less than honorable, evident from his lascivious demeanor. He scrutinized Ouyang from head to toe, a satisfied nod accompanying his appraisal. First, he aimed to assert dominance over this charming young man, followed by an insincere show of consolation, and then, well, you understand. Do you realize whose path you are obstructing? Ouyang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Had she known, there would have been no need for inquiry. Let me enlighten you. You stand in the way of none other than Yang Cheng, the illustrious son of the 5th elder of the Holy Heaven Academy, destined to become a mentor at the Academy. Upon uttering these words, the sycophant swelled with pride, lifting his head and crossing his arms, reveling in the envious gazes of those around him, as though he himself were Yang Cheng. Such is the folly of sycophants, who thrive on the power of others, embodying the very essence of a dog riding on the coattails of a tiger. However, events did not unfold as he anticipated. Instead, they sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's that Yang Cheng. I know him, indeed. The very Yang Cheng who bullies both men and women, relying on his father's influence. Word has it that his current prowess is merely a product of his father's elixirs. Otherwise, how could he claim to be a spirit master? Indeed, at over 40 years of age, he finally achieves the rank of spirit master and dares to proclaim himself a future mentor of the Holy Heaven Academy. What a disgrace. He has the audacity to come out and bully others. He's truly a scoundrel. Ouyang, standing nearby, absorbed the discourse and discerned the true nature of Yang Cheng, a fact seemingly common knowledge. Yet, he still had the gall to send his lackey to intimidate others, clearly inviting ridicule upon himself. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks, the sycophant was taken aback, his expression darkening as he realized that someone had dared to speak ill of his master, tarnishing Yang Cheng's reputation. Infuriated, he glared at the crowd, adopting a menacing demeanor. You, mind your tongues, lest the 5th elder comes to settle the score with you. He then turned his attention back to Ouyang, declaring, I advise you to step aside swiftly. When my master arrives, you shall face the consequences. His thoughts, now laid bare, were no longer concealed as he brazenly shouted at Ouyang. "Hey, you in front, what are you doing? Have you cleared the area yet?" Before Ouyang could respond, a hoarse voice resonated from behind the sycophant, reminiscent of a man in his 50s. Ouyang's gaze deepened as she turned to the newcomer, taking in the striking features of a man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, complemented by lips that appeared cracked and parched. His dark hair stood upright, and there he was, a middle-aged man, brazenly standing behind a sycophant. "Master, the one obstructing your path is this fellow, and he refuses to step aside." Upon hearing his master's command, the sycophant trembled, pointing a finger and shifting the blame entirely onto Ouyang. If his master were to become enraged, his life would be forfeit. Thus, it was prudent to deflect responsibility. Observing the sycophant's expression, Ouyang raised an eyebrow, understanding immediately that this young Chung was not to be trifled with. His subordinates were clearly fearful of him, a testament to his ruthless nature. Yang Chung followed the direction of his subordinate's finger and beheld a young gentleman in white standing amidst the crowd. He exuded an innate aura, indifferent as ice, and appeared incongruous amidst the clamor. Soaring above the throng like a crane among chickens, her figure was immediately discernible, yet there was an ethereal quality that made her unforgettable, yet elusive. Of course, this was a deliberate act by Ouyang to conceal her presence. In her past life as an assassin, she had mastered the art of blending into the crowd, making herself easily forgotten after a mere glance. This was her principle of maintaining a low profile. Otherwise, her beauty would undoubtedly attract throngs of attention, and she would have no choice but to embrace notoriety. Unfortunately, she had already gained fame, as evidenced by the fiery gazes directed towards her from both sides. Yang Cheng's eyes flickered. Having spent many years by his father's side, he had encountered numerous individuals, yet none possessed the exquisite charm and ethereal aura of this young woman. Despite his penchant for bullying the weak and leveraging his influence, he was not foolish. He understood which individuals were worth provoking and which were not. Consequently, his gaze towards Ouyang shifted instantly, signaling that she was likely not someone to be trifled with. "You there? Are you the one blocking my way?" He addressed her directly. While he recognized the potential challenge she presented, he could not afford to lose face in front of so many onlookers. Should her demeanor prove accommodating, he might consider retreating, thus avoiding entanglement with formidable figures. "Oh, young Chung, why ask when you already know the answer?" Ouyang elongated the word mentor with a mocking lilt, clearly indicating that this title would be hers in the future. She would not permit such a person to share a designation with her, even if it were not yet the case. "You?" Yang Chung was taken aback by her blatant disrespect, the mocking laughter igniting his fury. Regardless of whether she was a formidable opponent, he was determined to confront her, emboldened by the support of his father. "You are no one I should fear. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you seeking your own demise?" He unsheathed the large blade from his back, intent on delivering a couple of strikes, eager to see if she would still dare to act brazenly before him. "Ha ha ha," Ouyang chuckled as if she had heard the most amusing of jokes, a smirk gracing her lips. "I have no desire to seek death. It appears you are the one courting it, you." Angered, Yang Chung charged forward, hefting his large blade. "You wait here. I will slay you." It is indeed accurate to say that those who are driven to madness by anger are, in essence, lunatics. Observing the deranged individual before me, wielding a large blade and recklessly charging towards Ouyang, utterly oblivious to his surroundings, one cannot help but feel a sense of impending chaos. The throngs of spectators, tightly packed together, are not immune to collateral damage. "Run! The madman is attacking!" The cries of panic echo as individuals of lesser strength scatter in every direction, resulting in a grave stampede. Ouyang, upon witnessing the circle of anguished souls, furrows her brow and swiftly employs her agile footwork to break through the crowd. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Yang Chung, incensed by the sight of the white-clad youth fleeing, seizes his large blade and pursues him towards the periphery. "I will slay you." He swings the weapon at Ouyang, who, disinterested in even casting a glance his way, finds his speed laughably slow. Akin to that of a snail, in an instant, she deftly evades his attack, gracefully landing a short distance away. "Stop, you little brat!" Yang Chung, after a prolonged chase, finds himself breathless, resting on his blade, having failed to even graze the hem of Ouyang's attire. His lackey slaps him on the back, exclaiming, "Master, this is utterly humiliating. This is hardly an attack. It seems you are merely courting defeat." Ouyang, observing the panting figure before her, smirks. It seems prudent to impart a lesson without taking his life. Considering her impending collaboration with his father, she wishes to avoid any potential grievances during assessments. While she harbors no fear, she prefers to minimize trouble, as she is not one to seek the limelight. In her mind, she muses, "Are you certain you do not seek attention? You were just mocking him, after all. Why not simply step aside and avoid provoking him further? Stop right there, you little rascal." It appears that this individual is indeed tenacious. After a brief respite, he resumes his pursuit with renewed vigor, swinging his blade in a game of cat and mouse once more. Who would have thought that Yang Cheng would find himself in such a predicament? Indeed, it seems his usual bullying has backfired, as he fails to catch even a young master. What a disgrace! Perhaps he has overindulged in his precious resources and is now devoid of strength. Look at his sorry state. A gathering of onlookers shifts their attention to this spectacle, abandoning their attempts to press forward and witness the assessment. The sight of Yang Cheng's disheveled appearance brings them a sense of satisfaction. Observing his panting, humiliated demeanor, they cannot resist converging to witness his folly. Ouyang hears the laughter surrounding her and glances at Yang Cheng. Drenched in sweat and visibly distressed, she raises an eyebrow. It appears his long-standing grievances have ignited public ire. Upon gracefully landing once more, she addresses the gasping figure behind her. "It seems your mentor Yang Cheng will not succeed in his attempts to strike me. Perhaps it would be wise for him to return home and rest. Why, you little brat, do not be so arrogant." Upon hearing those words, Yang Cheng immediately halted in his tracks, his eyes ablaze with fury as he bellowed at Ouyang. "Oh, so what if I am arrogant?" The corners of her mouth curled slightly, genuinely curious to hear what retort he would conjure next. "I will summon my father to deal with you," he continued to roar, invoking the name of his father with a defiance that suggested he believed no one could intimidate him. His father was an elder of the Sacred Heaven Academy and a master alchemist, and he could not fathom that anyone would dare disregard his father's authority. Alchemists were a rare breed on this continent, particularly those of high rank. Even the mightiest of warriors would pay his father due respect. Ouyang raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was indeed an era where lineage mattered. Having a powerful and influential father certainly had its advantages. However, did he think she lacked such connections? Her father was the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, the foremost among the four great families. Though she preferred not to flaunt it on her own merit, she deemed his father far from intimidating. Before Ouyang could respond, a sudden brilliance erupted from the array high above, followed by a resonant voice declaring, "The first trial of the Sacred Heaven Academy's instructor assessment is about to commence. All candidates are requested to ascend to the main arena in the sky immediately." Upon hearing that announcement, Yang Cheng snapped back to reality and shouted at Ouyang, "Consider yourself fortunate, you brat." He then strode towards the venue of the assessment. Ouyang remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure with a light chuckle as she mused to herself, "Indeed, you are lucky." Raising her gaze to the suspended arena, she thought to herself that this trial would surely be quite intriguing. Chapter 3. Destined for misfortune. The instructor assessment at the Sacred Heaven Academy had commenced. A booming voice resonated through the air, instantly igniting excitement among the crowd. "Quick, let us hurry inside. Otherwise, we will miss out on the best spots. Yes, hurry. Watch it. Don't step on my foot. Then don't block my way." The crowd that had just paused to witness Yang Cheng's humiliation swiftly turned back, diving into the fray to secure their positions. Make way! Clear a path for me." Yang Cheng stormed toward the throng, brandishing his large blade. Wherever he went, the crowd parted. It seemed his approach was far more effective than that of his hapless lackey. Retreat, everyone. Originally a tightly packed mass of heads, the crowd now rapidly opened up a gap through which Yang Cheng strode. "Hey, master, wait for me. Please, wait." The lackey, seeing the gap about to close, hurriedly sprinted after Yang Cheng, calling out desperately if he fell behind, he would surely find himself squished like a meat bun. Ouyang, trailing behind, shook her head in amusement at Yang Cheng's reckless behavior. Here they were, spirit masters capable of flight, and yet he resorted to such a clumsy method of navigating through the crowd, intimidating people with his blade. As he staggered deeper into the throng, she observed figures soaring into the sky. In an instant, a crimson figure darted through the air, standing atop the celestial arena. Beside him, a fleeting yellow silhouette zipped by, as swift as lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ahead, a pale green figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, ascending towards the heavens. Yang Cheng gazed at these figures, momentarily taken aback, then cast a resentful glance behind him, spitting silently in his heart. He then sheathed his great sword, lifted his legs, and leapt onto the celestial arena. Ouyang Xian observed Yang Qing's clumsy back with a secretive smirk. With his meager prowess, how dare he participate in the Minter assessment? Was he not courting death? Raising her gaze to the myriad figures demonstrating their unique abilities as they soared into the air. Her eyes deepened with intrigue. It appeared that, apart from that fool Yang Cheng, many truly capable individuals had indeed arrived. The number of people in the sky was increasing, nearly reaching the edge of the entire formation. As it seemed there would soon be no place to land, a flash of golden light flickered at the edge of the formation, causing the circular array to gradually expand outward, slowly growing larger. Enough to accommodate all those present, and of course, this was merely a fleeting moment. Without careful observation, one would not perceive the change. A glance at the towering pillars below confirmed that the formation had indeed enlarged significantly. Ouyang Xian's gaze flickered. This formation, known as the Sky Array, was an ancient technique passed down from times long past. Originally devised by ancient powerhouses for shelter during their outdoor sojourns, it served as a makeshift abode. In essence, it was a rather superfluous array, useful only to those who endured hardship in their cultivation, while other powerful beings had long since established their own residences, rendering this array obsolete. Consequently, it had gradually been forgotten by most. With only a few dedicated practitioners still recalling and utilizing it was unexpected that the Holy Sky Academy had revived and elevated it, employing it as a platform for mentor selection. A rather ingenious notion. Who, one might wonder, possessed such creativity to utilize this array for a competitive arena, truly deserving of a thumbs up. The competition stage for the Holy Sky Academy's mentor assessment was grounded in this array, supported by the towering pillars, complemented by several smaller protective formations below, exuding an air of grandeur. All participants in the assessment, please ascend the arena promptly. Our competition is about to commence. A resonant voice rang out, ostensibly urging participants yet lacking any genuine sense of urgency. Ouyang Xian turned her gaze to see a robust and commanding man, seemingly in his 40s, standing at the outermost edge of the 5 towering pillars. He bore a striking presence, far surpassing Yang Cheng in both demeanor and appearance. Observing the multitude of figures on the celestial arena, a smile crept upon his lips, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of inscrutable wisdom mingled with warmth and kindness. Instantly, his first impression elevated considerably. He then lowered his gaze to the throng of individuals ascending towards the sky. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed, and after a few moments of contemplation, his smile became even more pronounced. Ouyang Xian noted his suddenly radiant demeanor and followed his gaze, curious to see what had captured his attention. Not far ahead of her, a man clad in white was soaring into the sky, ascending step by step with a steady and powerful grace, displaying no signs of exertion whatsoever. Instead, he wore a gentle smile, embodying the essence of a dashing young gentleman. Ouyang Xianing was momentarily taken aback, not merely by his handsome appearance, but by his effortless ease in the air, as if he were treading upon solid ground on this continent, where the cultivation of spiritual energy predominates. Not everyone possesses the ability to cultivate. Rather, a significant proportion of the populace can do so. Among the cultivators, the stability of one's spiritual energy is of utmost importance, as the greater the stability, the stronger the potential and the faster the rate of advancement. Thus, after each elevation in rank, a consolidation period is necessary. Only with a solidified and stable spiritual energy can one continue to ascend. Those of higher levels exhibit greater stability in their spiritual energy and possess enhanced control over it. Just like this man in white, his ability to gather spiritual energy beneath his feet and traverse the air with such ease signifies his formidable cultivation. Quick, look, that young gentleman is truly impressive. Indeed, he seems so young, perhaps not even half the age of my father, yet his spiritual prowess is astonishing. Yes, he appears to be around 25, even younger than Lord Mingzhao. Yet his strength is remarkable. It seems he is destined to be one of the instructors at the Sacred Sky Academy this year. Alas, when will I ever catch up to him? Humph, even if your beard turns white, you won't be able to match his prowess. This ascent to the sky is not something ordinary folk can achieve. You may have a point. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Ouyang Xianing's gaze shifted, regarding the man in white with newfound appreciation. Her eyes narrowed as she lingered on him for a few seconds. It appeared that he posed a credible threat in the upcoming contest for the instructor positions at the Sacred Sky Academy. However, Ouyang Xianing thought to herself, what difference does it make? What she desires will undoubtedly be hers. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips as she regarded the man across from her with heightened curiosity. Yet, before she could gather her thoughts, a loud shout pierced the air. Look, quickly! That man in black is formidable as well. Indeed, it's rather odd. I've never encountered so many experts in previous years. Why are there so many prodigies emerging this time? Well, perhaps I should return home to farm. This life is not suited for me. Upon hearing these comments, Ouyang Xianing instinctively lifted her gaze, and, true to their words, the man in black was indeed impressive. He too was ascending the arena step by step, his movements steady and powerful, seemingly even stronger than the man in white. However, she sensed an unusual aura emanating from him, a discomfort she could not articulate, and she found herself disliking that sensation. As Ouyang Xianing scrutinized him, he glanced back, and their eyes met. His dark, ominous gaze sent a shiver down her spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over her body. It was evident that he was not to be taken lightly. She would need to exercise caution during the competition. With a lingering gaze cast upon him, she swiftly averted her eyes, directing her attention elsewhere. Alas, my friend, who do you think is more formidable among these two? How should I know? Yet, from my perspective, that figure in black appears rather formidable indeed. Conversely, I find the gentleman clad in white to possess an exterior as gentle as jade, while underneath lies a cunning nature akin to that of a fox. He seems to be the more capable one, I dare say. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xianyao eyes briefly sparkled with amusement. Perhaps it is indeed the case. She then curved her lips into a smile, casting a teasing glance towards the white-clad gentleman. It seemed he had caught wind of the discussion, as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yet soon he adorned himself with a light-hearted smile, reverting to the demeanor of a graceful nobleman. Observing his composed demeanor, Ouyang Xianyao felt a twinge in her eye. It appeared he truly was a fox in disguise. Gradually, as she noticed more and more individuals gathering in the sky formation, the number of those on the ground began to dwindle. 1, 2, 3. Nearly all had arrived. Then, with a commanding voice, the young man declared, and the resonant chime of a bell echoed, signaling the cease of movement. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped the spot where Ouyang Xianyao stood, and in an instant, she vanished from her place. At that moment, at the edge of the sky arena, there stood an exquisitely delicate young boy in white, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Indeed, this was Ouyang Xianyao herself. Observing the grand entrance of the two ahead, she refrained from stealing their thunder, opting instead for a silent assent. Had she made an entrance as ostentatious as theirs, the applause would undoubtedly have been the loudest, rendering their high-profile appearance futile. How benevolent of her! Within the chaotic spirit ring, Yin rolled his eyes upon hearing Ouyang Xianyao's thoughts, exclaiming, "My master, it's not that I wish to undermine your dignity, but I simply cannot hold back. What you deem as kindness is, in fact, a desire to lurk in the shadows, masquerading as a harmless creature, waiting for the opportunity to benefit while they clash. Clap, clap, clap." The first trial of the St. Sky Academy Mentor Assessment is now underway. Those who remain upon the stage within the duration of a single incense stick will be deemed victorious. However, the number of participants standing on the stage is limited, capped at 300. As the competitors descended, the contest officially commenced. Boom. Drums resounded with a thunderous din, signaling the start of the match, as smoke enveloped the arena, swirling around like a tempest. Small teams and individual rivalries erupted with fervor. "Hey, when did you arrive?" A burly man in his 30s regarded Ouyang Xianyao with incredulity. He distinctly remembered being the last to ascend. Yet now there was no space left, forcing him to stand at the edge of the sky arena. He had not noticed that a young figure stood behind him, a refined boy of such tender age. "Heh, kid, you look like you haven't even weaned yet. Allow me to escort you back for your milk." Observing the solitary young noble standing there with no allies in sight, he thought it best to send her away, lest the competition prove too ruthless and harm the blossoming flowers of this continent's future. With arms outstretched and a sly grin upon his face, he lunged towards Ouyang Xianing, intent on swiftly dispatching this little brat to eliminate competition for himself. The fewer rivals, the better, of course. That was merely his true sentiment. For the pretense of protecting the fragile buds of the continent was nothing but utter nonsense. What truly mattered was the immediate benefit at hand. He chuckled to himself. Ouyang Xianing let out a soft laugh, amused by his overconfidence. After all, she had stealthily appeared behind him, rendering any display of strength unnecessary. Furthermore, she found his foolishness laughable. He was so utterly oblivious, mistaking her youth for vulnerability, charging at her with the intent to kick her out. Was he truly lost in a dream? As Ouyang Xianing observed his massive form barreling towards her, she remained motionless, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Surely, this fool could not be so daft as to be frightened into silence. He continued to mutter to himself as he lunged forward. Just as his robust arms were about to make contact, her expression shifted, her smile widening, and with a graceful sidestep, she vanished behind the hulking figure. Oh dear, you foolish boy. The man realized his target had suddenly disappeared, losing his balance and hurtling towards the edge of the arena. With his considerable weight, he finally managed to halt his momentum, one foot precariously hanging off the edge while the other remained firmly on the platform. Oh no, oh no. His hands flailed desperately, striving to regain his footing. Ouyang Xianing, observing this comical spectacle, smiled serenely. What was it you just said? You wish to send me back, but I have no intention of returning. What shall we do about that? I doubt I was merely jesting. Yes, just jesting. Quick, lend me a hand. Upon hearing her words, the man realized her intentions were clear. She was not to be trifled with. Yet he pondered her pitiable facade. Wasn't that inviting trouble? Nonetheless, he had taken her earlier words to heart. Since I do not wish to return home for milk, perhaps you could kindly escort this older brother back to his children. Ouyang Xianing continued to laugh lightly, exuding an air of harmlessness. Then off you go. With a swift kick, she sent the sturdy man tumbling off the stage. A moment later, a resounding thud echoed through the air, startling the crowd. It was only then that the spectators realized they could see nothing from their vantage point. Only rows of shoes and multicolored trousers parading above them. Fortunately, there were few women on the platform. Otherwise, the onlookers below might have resembled a gaggle of peeping toms. However, the sight of a human projectile descending from above was alarming. Should one be unfortunate enough to be struck, the consequences would be dire. Consequently, the crowd surged towards the periphery, a mass exodus unfolding as they sought safety. It was foolish to linger in such a place. Witnessing the unfolding spectacle paled in comparison to the urgency of preserving one's life. Ouyang Xianing gazed down at the diminutive black figures below, each only slightly larger than an ant. A smile crept upon her lips as she now realized the gravity of her situation. How had she previously allowed herself to be so reckless, pushing her way through the throng? Yet, this hardly concerned her. She simply shook her head dismissively and resolved to continue the competition. As Ouyang Xianing turned her head, the crowd around her dispersed in a flurry. Those who had previously watched her with keen eyes now awkwardly averted their gazes, seeking out their next target to eliminate. However, some remained obstinate, convinced that the earlier success of this young lad was merely a stroke of luck. They speculated that her tender age, coupled with her ability to ascend to such heights, must indicate the prowess of a spirit master, showcasing her extraordinary potential. Yet, upon considering her youth, they believed her strength could only be limited. They found it hard to accept that their years of toil could be eclipsed by this fledgling newcomer. Impudent brat, do not revel in your triumph, bellowed a bald man, charging toward Ouyang Xianing with fervor. She regarded his furious eyes with a look of bewilderment. What was his grievance? She had committed no heinous act. Had she usurped his beloved or taken the life of his daughter? Unbeknownst to her, her mere presence on the celestial arena at such a young age was enough to incite envy and wrath. They had labored tirelessly for decades to attain the opportunity to participate in the assessments of the Holy Sky Academy, only to witness this child, with equal prowess, seamlessly enter their ranks, effortlessly sending a spirit master tumbling from the stage. This was a blatant affront, a provocation of their animosity. I shall kill you, as the bald man, mirroring the previous brute in demeanor, charged at her with a foolish determination. Ouyang Xianing merely curled her lip in disdain. Did he rush to his own demise, or was he merely seeking rebirth? Did he not witness the fate that befell the last challenger? She thought surely this bald man would possess some semblance of intelligence. Yet, reality proved otherwise. He was even less astute than the previous contender. Before she could even make a move, the man, resembling a gust of wind, darted past her, his hair fluttering behind him, only to lose his footing and plummet downwards. The scream that erupted was truly harrowing. Ouyang Xianing turned away, unable to bear the sight, astonished that such foolishness still existed in the world. Upon her turning, she noticed a group of burly men behind her, visibly startled by the scene of the bald man's fall. Initially transfixed by the spectacle, they now found themselves frozen in shock as the innocent-looking young lady turned to face them. In an instant, they scattered like frightened birds, retreating into the crowd, clearly recognizing that this young one was not to be trifled with. Ouyang Xianing observed the fearful expressions of those around her, as if she were a harbinger of doom, and her countenance stiffened in response. Raising a hand to wipe her face, she pondered, was she truly so fearsome? Yes, indeed, she was not merely frightening, but extraordinarily so. That, of course, this was the unvoiced sentiment of the crowd. None dared to articulate it, for to provoke this young master would spell trouble for them all. Before Ouyang Xianing could notice their expressions, she glanced at the edge of the formation, her eyes flickering as she gracefully rose and floated inward, and no sooner had she made her move than a chorus of piercing screams erupted. The edge of the formation suddenly contracted inward, causing numerous unsuspecting individuals to plummet downwards in a swift motion. What on earth is happening? The fortunate soul still standing on the aerial arena gazed in bewilderment at those who were falling. Ouyang Xianing smiled. This formation could both shrink and expand, determined by the number of participants within it. For those unaware of the nature of this formation, standing at the edge could indeed spell disaster. One careless moment, and if the formation contracted, those at the periphery might find themselves unexpectedly plunged downward. A significant misfortune. Observing the unfortunate souls who had not yet comprehended their plight, Ouyang Xianing shed a tear of sympathy for them, not because they were foolish, but rather due to the cunning of their adversaries, who had calculated every detail, striving diligently to diminish their numbers. Fortunately, her prior boredom while exiting the dark forest had led her to study this formation, one she had previously encountered among several others. This particular formation served as the foundation of the arena and possessed the ability to confine individuals. In essence, any Holy Spirit master who abruptly departed from the arena would be temporarily bound, with the duration of confinement varying from person to person. Some might only be restrained for mere seconds, allowing them to soar back into the fray, while others could face a prolonged confinement, falling straight down until they reached the ground, unable to regain their spiritual power. As the crowd glanced at Ouyang Xianing, who remained composed, their astonishment deepened. This girl had just been standing at the very edge, yet now she appeared completely unscathed. In stark contrast, those who had remained within the arena were now tragically descending. It was utterly unbelievable. When they cast a fleeting glance at Ouyang Xianing, then at the tumbling crowd, they shivered involuntarily, inching away to distance themselves from this little ancestor, seeking greater safety for their minds and bodies. Ouyang Xianing observed their expressions and shrugged nonchalantly, signaling her indifference. Noticing their fearful curiosity, she raised her hands in mock surrender. Fine, she indeed exuded an air of intimidation. A slight twitch at the corner of her mouth only heightened their trepidation toward her. However, this suited her just fine. At least no one dared to provoke her, granting her the peace she desired. Yet, before she could fully relish her tranquility, a familiar voice pierced the air. You little brat. I never expected to see you here. Ouyang Xianing's lips quirked in irritation. In such a vast arena, where one could barely see from east to west, she had unexpectedly encountered this fool once again. It remained uncertain whether it was his misfortune or hers, but it was evident that he was destined to be the unfortunate one at Chapter 4. The mysterious black-clad figure. You little rascal, let's see where you dare to run this time. Yang Qing's face lit up with excitement upon spotting Ouyang Xianing, his eyes sparkling as if a famished dog had spotted a bone. Ouyang Xianing's mouth twitched again, confirming that he was indeed quite foolish. Previously, despite exerting every ounce of strength to swing his large blade below, he could not even graze the hem of her garment. Could he truly hope to strike her from above? Such a notion was nothing short of a fool's dream. However, it was unexpected that he still stood resolutely, which could only be deemed a miracle. Oh, I shall remain here without fleeing, and you shall find me equally unreachable. Ouyang Xianing graciously acknowledged him. Observing him perform his solitary act, one could hardly deem it inhumane. After all, he deserved some semblance of a response, lest their past acquaintance be in vain. Yet whether this goodwill or malevolence was subject to further discussion. You brat, just wait. He spat defiantly, before disdainfully hurling a couple of phlegm-laden projections and, without further ado, charging towards Ouyang Xianing with the hefty blade in hand. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers hastily pressed inward, inadvertently trampling countless innocent souls in the process. This imbecile, who would have thought that his foolish appearance was matched by his equally vacuous intellect? This little ancestor was not someone he could provoke, indeed. Had he not just seen her effortlessly kick aside a first-tier Holy Spirit master and induce a bald man to leap into the fray, subsequently causing a multitude to plummet down? They entirely attributed the contraction of the formation to Ouyang Xianing, for she was the only one on the edge who remained aloft. Was it not her doing? Were she privy to their thoughts, she would surely roll her eyes and glare. Have you all lost your minds? You are all Holy Spirit masters, yet display such foolishness and naivety. Cannot you see the ground beneath you shrinking? Cannot you perceive the formation's contraction? I am no monster. This incident was not of my doing. Yes, indeed. Let him be foolish, but do not let his folly ensnare us, for we wish to remain here." A burly man, deftly dodging the blade's tip, cursed under his breath. What a disgrace it is for an amateur to wield such a large sword. How utterly embarrassing. They were not the feeble spirit masters below, who could only seethe in silence. Those standing above were all at least Holy Spirit masters, with the least among them being a first-tier Holy Spirit master. Even if they refrained from engagement out of respect for Yang Cheng's father, they found the audacity to hurl insults. "What did you say?" Yang Cheng's temper flared upon hearing the remarks. His attention swiftly shifted to the burly man. "What did I say? I merely spoke the truth. Why is it that you can act boldly yet fear the words of others?" The burly man, unable to withstand Yang Cheng's furious inquiry, retorted, "And you, relying solely on your father's status as an elder of the Holy Sky Academy and a renowned alchemist, dare to act so arrogantly? I, too, possess the qualifications to partake in this mentor assessment. If I were to fear you, how could I continue in this endeavor? You dare? Be cautious, or I shall have my father deal with you." Yang Cheng noted the burly man's demeanor. Was it a flicker of fear? It seemed he possessed a modicum of wisdom. After all, participating in the Holy Sky Academy's mentor assessment was no trivial matter. Not only did one's strength matter, but their background was also formidable. However, charging forth was not an option, for enduring the ire of such a temperamental individual was no easy feat. Then he brought out his father. "Goodness, to say you are an amateur is truly an understatement. You are nothing but a wastrel relying on your father. At your age, you still behave like a foolish teenager, always calling upon your father whenever faced with difficulties. How shameless can you be?" Upon hearing this, the burly man realized that the father had indeed been summoned. He was merely a bully who feared the strong and took advantage of the weak. Even at this juncture, he truly dared to confront this old fellow. Ouyang observed the exchange between the two, her lips curling in disbelief. What is this situation? Has she once again been upstaged? Clearly, she is the protagonist. Yet it has devolved into a quarrel between a hulking man and a fool. However, it seemed this had happened before, she pondered, tilting her head, entirely detached, existing in her own realm. She then waved her hand dismissively, deciding it was best to leave them to their squabble and retreat to a more peaceful spot. "Hey, you! Stop right there." Just as Ouyang was leisurely stepping aside to cede the ground to the two bickering men, she heard Yang Cheng's voice. She raised an eyebrow, surprised that the matter had concluded so swiftly. How remarkably quick. "What's the matter?" Ouyang paused, tilting her head slightly backward to indicate she was listening. You dare to run away." Yang Cheng, infuriated to the point of stomach pain, knew that all of this trouble stemmed from this scoundrel. Yet this scoundrel had the audacity to nonchalantly attempt to withdraw from the scene. And Yang Cheng was determined to ensure that did not happen. "I have no intention of running," Ouyang replied, turning back to face him. Initially, she had considered letting him go, but since Yang Cheng had failed to appreciate her leniency, he could not blame her for what was to come. She shrugged, signaling that she had no intention of departing. She was merely speaking the truth. Seeing Ouyang's indifferent demeanor, a fierce blaze ignited in Yang Cheng's eyes. He shot a glare at the burly man, huffing, "Just you wait." He then pivoted and marched toward Ouyang. The burly man's face darkened, his temper flaring as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront that old fool. No, don't go over there." Those nearby quickly intervened, questioning whether the situation was not already chaotic enough without his interference. All right, don't escalate things further. Consider that if you enter the Holy Realm, having his father around could complicate matters. I see it better to leave him to the little ancestor." Upon hearing this, the burly man relented, pursing his lips as he glanced at the distant young gentleman in white. Then at Yang Cheng's retreating figure, deciding against pursuing the matter further. Ouyang watched their interaction, her lips twitching. Did she really appear unafraid of Yang Cheng's father? She then locked eyes with Yang Cheng, who was brimming with fury. With a faint smile, she anticipated his next move. It was best to address the troublesome matter first. "You brat, I'll kill you," Yang Cheng bellowed, brandishing his blade and channeling his spiritual energy, charging toward Ouyang with grandiose vigor and unwavering confidence. Ouyang narrowed her eyes. Had Yang Cheng finally learned to harness his spiritual power? Qilian, observing from the chaotic scene in the chaotic spiritual ring, rolled his eyes. How foolish could one be to not even use spiritual energy to strike someone? This was even more foolish than his elder self. Pish-posh, Qilian is not foolish. He is quite astute. As she gazed at the figure rushing towards her, Ouyang effortlessly evaded with a graceful sidestep. With a resounding crash, The massive blade struck the formation, producing a shower of sparks that attested to the immense force wielded by Yang Cheng. Yet, as the flames dissipated, the formation bore no scars, akin to undulating waves that left no trace, returning to its original brilliance. Subsequently, a powerful recoil propelled Yang Cheng several steps backward, until he finally halted upon colliding with the crowd. Once he steadied himself, he looked up in astonishment at the formation, unable to fathom its formidable prowess. Ouyang Xianing's eyes flickered momentarily. This celestial formation, undoubtedly a relic of ancient times, proved its might even when regarded as a mere trinket. Its defensive capabilities were indeed not to be underestimated. Humph, consider yourself fortunate, Yang Cheng thought to himself, casting a wary glance at the formation beneath his feet. This time, he had learned his lesson and swung his large blade to unleash a spiritual technique. Heavenly Thunder Strike. I shall obliterate you. Observing the blade hurtling forward, he speculated that it would not rebound this time. The blade descended directly, and while Ouyang Xianing managed to evade, those behind her were not so fortunate. With a thunderous impact, the blade struck the ground, sending countless garments fluttering. Damn it, who did this? A burly man bellowed in fury, bewildered at how he had become embroiled in such chaos. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and sidestepped. Otherwise, he would have surely been reduced to a beggar, a shame for his dashing image. Who did this? Another victim cried out. Yang Cheng, witnessing the multitude of furious faces around him, instinctively recoiled, not anticipating how adept the culprit was at evasion or how many would be affected. He felt utterly despondent, teetering on the brink of tears. Was this not an outright betrayal? The scoundrel had been standing innocently at the edge. How had he ended up in the thick of it? It was evident that this was intentional. With a glare filled with resentment, he fixed his gaze on Ouyang Xianing, his expression shifting to one of righteous indignation as he pointed a bony finger at her. It was her, that wretched little rascal. Ouyang Xianing could not suppress a laugh, surprised at how convincingly Yang Cheng portrayed himself as a champion of justice. What are you laughing at, boy? The aggrieved crowd turned their attention to Yang Cheng upon hearing his words. Upon glimpsing Ouyang Xianing's petite figure, they momentarily lost focus, only to snap back to reality upon hearing her laughter, shouting at her in unison. Ha ha, I find it amusing that the true culprit assumes such a righteous demeanor. Truly, a thief accusing another of thievery. How utterly ridiculous. Ouyang Xianing, still wearing a light-hearted smile, deftly redirected the blame back onto Yang Cheng with a few well-placed words, effortlessly shifting the burden of trouble onto him. It is you, old rascal. The crowd, upon hearing her words, immediately turned to scrutinize the self-righteous individual, realizing that the phrase a thief accusing another of thievery perfectly described him. Moreover, Ouyang Xianing's words seemed to possess an innate charm that rendered them utterly convincing. Upon her utterance, no one would dare cast doubt upon this extraordinarily refined and exquisite young gentleman. As the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards him, Yang Cheng was instantly engulfed by a sense of panic. This was no trifling matter. The combined strength of these 5 individuals far surpassed his own feeble capabilities. His current prowess was solely attributed to the medicinal elixirs bestowed by his father. And having only recently ascended to the rank of a Saint Spirit Master, he had come here hoping to exploit the murky waters, banking on his father's esteemed reputation. He firmly believed that there would be those willing to support him. Should he manage to secure a position as a mentor at the Holy Sky Academy, the advantages would be manifold. However, to his dismay, he had unexpectedly crossed paths with that wretched boy, leading to a cascade of unfortunate events. Astonishingly, she was still standing by, smiling benignly as she observed the unfolding drama. This was utterly intolerable. If he were to suffer, he would ensure that the boy was dragged down with him. Esteemed heroes, revered brothers, do not heed this boy's nonsensical prattle. It is undoubtedly a deliberate ploy on her part to incite me against you. Yes, it is surely this boy's machination, he proclaimed while retreating, acutely aware of the 5 aggrieved souls advancing menacingly towards him. You old fool, you truly seem to have a death wish. Even at this juncture, you still seek to implicate the young master. How despicably shameless. As they continued to advance, he exclaimed, Nay, nay. My father is one of the 5 elders of the Holy Sky Academy. Do you dare? Yet, his words fell on deaf ears, for in the face of such wrath, it mattered not whether his father was a paragon or a mere mortal. Even the mightiest of deities would be of no consequence, as the blows would rain down upon him regardless. Please, listen to me, hear me out. Before he could finish his plea, the 5 assailants surged forward, a left hook here, right uppercut there, and an invincible scissor kick followed. The ferocity of their assault was palpable, and the anguished cries of Yang Cheng echoed through the air. "Ah, it hurts. I'm in agony," rendering the scene almost unbearable to witness. Ouyang Xianing promptly averted her gaze, deeming the spectacle too graphic and violent for the innocent. Indeed, not suitable for children. Yet, unbeknownst to all, she had turned her head just enough to stifle a laugh, and the audience, having witnessed the entire ordeal, collectively shuddered and retreated 3 steps back. This seemingly delicate young master, who appeared as fragile as a maiden, possessed an arsenal of cunning tactics, as evidenced by the pitiful state of those before them, particularly the unfortunate soul subjected to a merciless barrage of fists and kicks, reduced to a state of weeping despair. Why must one provoke such a formidable little ancestor? Enough, enough. Do cease the beating. As the crowd observed the altercation nearing its conclusion, they feared that a fatality might ensue, which would create an untenable situation for them. Preserving his father's dignity was paramount. "You old scoundrel, take heed. Not everyone is to be trifled with," they admonished, delivering one final kick to the crumpled figure on the ground before they departed in indignation. Once the assailants had finally retreated, Yang Cheng's bloodshot eyes lifted towards Ouyang Xianing. Filled with resentment, if it were not for that boy, he would not have found himself in such a lamentable predicament. "You audacious rascal, how dare you? Ah, what is there that I would not dare? He he he." Ouyang Xianing gazed at the disheveled and woeful figure of Yang Cheng, feeling a twinge of pity for him, though fortunate that he had not yet lost a limb. "I shall kill you." These words erupted from the depths of his heart. Previously, he merely sought to teach Ouyang Xianing a lesson, but now, he truly wished to take her life to alleviate his own suffering from the beating. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. After all, dear brother, cherish life. Tread carefully and value it. Having previously provoked the little ancestor and ending up in such a state, he now sought to provoke her further. Was he not courting death? "Oh, I am indeed curious to know how you plan to kill me." Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, bemused by Yang Cheng's lack of foresight. Still contemplating her demise, she would not be merciful in return. Ah, Yang Cheng, witnessing Ouyang Xianing standing there with a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, felt his ire intensify. If this brat did not perish, he would not bear the surname Yang, this time. He charged at her barehanded, forgoing even a weapon. Ouyang Xianing regarded the advancing Yang Cheng with a smile, thinking it fortuitous. Allowing him to linger would only invite further trouble. It was better to resolve this swiftly. However, with so many witnesses, rumors were bound to spread. Should she resort to silencing them? She cast a cold glance over the onlookers who remained fixated on the unfolding scene. In an instant, those who met her gaze felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively shrinking back, pondering what had led them to provoke this little ancestor. They nonchalantly averted their eyes, adjusting their collars, and retreated several steps. Observing their reactions, Ouyang Xianing smirked, realizing that this approach was not feasible. It would be impossible to eliminate them all at once. Although their cultivation levels paled in comparison to hers, there might be a hidden threat among them, much like herself. She then turned her attention forward. However, as she did so, she was met with a pair of eyes gleaming with excitement and admiration, staring at her unblinkingly. Ignoring that gaze, Ouyang Xianing suddenly shifted slightly backward. Yang Cheng, nearing her, interpreted her movement as fear and accelerated towards her. Ouyang Xianing regarded his approach, deciding to let him off this time. He had been fortunate. Just as her thoughts shifted, the perimeter of the array constricted inward once more. Just as Yang Cheng's palm was about to strike Ouyang Xianing, the array vanished unexpectedly, causing him to plummet straight down. "You wait for me." Even as he fell, he did not forget to hurl a threat at Ouyang Xianing. She merely shook her head slightly at his words. It remained uncertain who would be waiting for whom. "Yang Cheng, let us see how this unfolds." Ouyang Xianing watched the unfortunate soul descend, offering a silent eulogy before turning to re-enter the confines of the arena. The array continued to shrink, signaling that this contest was nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, she pivoted sharply to the side, locking eyes with a pair of predatory, hawk-like orbs. Upon recognizing the figure, cold sweat trickled down her spine. It was none other than the enigmatic man in black she had glimpsed upon ascending the stage. What is the situation here? Why has he set his sights on her? She has not done anything ostentatious, after all. Yin rolled his eyes, remarking, "You say you haven't engaged in any conspicuous actions, yet who was it that was sent flying with a single kick? And what of that circle of innocents who fell? Naturally, you would argue that this cannot be blamed on her, as it was their own folly. But then, who is responsible for the battered and bruised Yang Cheng?" Ouyang Xianing curled her lip, conceding, Fine, let's assume that those were indeed her deeds. However, such occurrences are inevitable within the arena. Why has this individual singled her out? A cold sweat trickled down her brow as she instinctively wiped away the non-existent perspiration, unable to suppress a moment of self-admiration. Could it be that her demeanor had revealed her exceptional nature to him at a glance? How splendid that would be! Ah, you dark-clad fiend, how dare you launch a surprise attack on me? Before Ouyang Xianing could fully meet the gaze of the man in black, a loud shout echoed from nearby. A large man raised his fist and swung it toward the black-clad figure. Ouyang Xianing's eyes widened in astonishment. Was that not the very man who had clashed with Yang Cheng moments ago? When had he encountered this dark-clad individual? The man in black, however, remained fixated on Ouyang Xianing, dismissing the large man's presence entirely as he deftly evaded to the side. You insolent wretch, how dare you disregard me? Watch how I deal with you. The large man, realizing he had missed his target, halted abruptly and unleashed a powerful aura, the pressure of a king cascading forth in an instant. Only then did the dark-clad figure shift his gaze from Ouyang Xianing to the large man, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. Yet, his expression towards the large man had altered, now tinged with a hint of regard rather than mere disdain, though still lacking genuine concern. Ouyang Xianing, too, regarded the large man with newfound interest. It was unexpected that one could not judge a book by its cover. This man, seemingly around 30, was indeed a king-level fighter, exhibiting greater potential than the average individual. She had not anticipated such a revelation. Stronger individuals possess the ability to sense those of lesser strength, yet this requires a focused mental effort to detect. No one had anticipated that the large man possessed such prowess, nor had anyone specifically employed mental probing. It was becoming evident that these individuals were far from ordinary. Even the seemingly mediocre old man in the distance was a king, as was the sly-looking elder. Before Ouyang Xianing could fully assess everyone present, the arena was set for the most formal contest since the commencement of the matches. Dark-clad fiend, stand still. Stop dodging like a coward. Are you even a man? The black-clad figure appeared to have been struck at a sensitive point, halting immediately and turning to face the large man. His eyes clouded with a dark mist as they narrowed in preparation for an attack. Humph, this is splendid. I was beginning to think you were a coward. The large man, witnessing the black-clad figure's retaliation, felt a surge of excitement. At last, he could engage in a proper fight. Standing atop the arena, surrounded by the crowd, he had felt stifled, as if his very bones were rusting from inaction. With a resounding crash, their palms met, unleashing a powerful vortex that swept through the surroundings. The onlookers, sensing impending danger, hastily abandoned their positions and fled towards the farthest direction. Within the confines of the battleground, only a scant few remained, among them Ouyang Xianing, her white garments billowing gracefully as she stood resolutely against the wind. The lecherous old man observed the two combatants with glinting eyes, while the unremarkable elder wore a stoic expression, as if nothing of note had transpired. Chapter 5. A stalemate with a thunderous impact. The two separated. The man in black remained firmly planted in place, while the burly figure staggered backward, retreating several paces. The giant's complexion turned ashen, resembling one gravely injured, and then, with a violent cough, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. In stark contrast, the man in black stood unyielding, exuding an aura so formidable that it seemed the earlier confrontation had merely been a fleeting wisp of smoke, leaving no trace of disturbance. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, astonished at how effortlessly he had neutralized the king's assault and retaliated with such nonchalance that his opponent was left bloodied. His prowess was indeed unfathomable, and none present, including Ouyang Xianing, could discern the depths of his strength. Impressive, the burly man thought, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes as he realized he had encountered a master. It seemed he had indeed kicked a formidable iron plate. Instantly, his own aura diminished considerably, becoming lethargic and listless, unsure whether it was due to his injuries or the blow to his fragile spirit. "Shall we go again?" chuckled the figure cloaked in black, his voice sinister and dripping with malice, as if mocking his opponent's audacity. Once more, the giant retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede despite recognizing the disparity in strength. Though he was no match for the black-clad specter, his spirit could not afford to wane. Ouyang Xianing cast him an appreciative glance. Despite his volatile temperament, his tenacity marked him as a rare breed of man. Yet, not all present shared her sentiment. Some regarded him as foolishly reckless, to charge forth, fully aware of the futility, bordered on sheer folly. The man in black was an enigma, his power inscrutable, Was the giant simply dim-witted, or had he been rendered foolish by his injuries? Still intent on engaging, was he merely seeking a beating? Ha! I would have fled long ago rather than wait for him to strike. One spectator muttered, incredulous at the giant's decision to confront such danger head-on. Indeed, he is nothing short of a buffoon. Another chimed in. The burly man seemed to hear their disparaging remarks and turned slightly, flashing a smile. What do you know? This is what it means to be a true man. With that, he charged forth, embodying bravery and unyielding resolve. Ah! He shouted, raising his fist as if a hero. Humph! So deluded. The man in black snorted coldly, his gaze hardening as he eyed the oncoming fool. How audacious to compare him to a woman. Nothing irked him more than such insinuations. He had unwittingly walked into a trap, a pure invitation to his demise. Casting a light glance at the flushed figure advancing towards him, he lifted his palms. Poised to engage in combat once more as the imposing figure made his entrance, he launched a left hook, which the man in black deftly evaded with a slight sidestep. Following this, a downward spinning kick ensued, to which he retaliated with a precise kick aimed at the assailant's legs. Him. The speed of those deemed champions was painfully sluggish, hardly worthy of consideration. With effortless grace, he sidestepped and delivered a kick that sent the formidable man hurtling through the air. The assailant, struck by the man in black, was sent flying without any semblance of resistance, emitting a cry of surprise. Observing the airborne figure, the man in black's eyes gleamed with intent as he prepared to leap forward and deliver a decisive blow. Watch out! Two voices shouted in unison. One rushed to confront the man in black, meeting his attack head-on, while another figure swiftly approached the fallen giant, grasping his arm to prevent him from plummeting into the array below. In contrast to the arduous task of fighting, assisting someone was a significantly lighter burden. Naturally, this easier task fell to our Ouyang, while the responsibility of engaging in combat was entrusted to the individual who had shouted moments earlier. Be careful, Ouyang urged as she pulled the giant back to safety. Though he possessed a fiery temper, he was, in truth, a decent fellow, brave and resolute, with a clear sense of right and wrong. Retaining him as a teaching assistant would be quite beneficial, particularly since his strength was commendable. Thank you. Thank you. The giant exclaimed as his feet touched the ground, his heart racing upon realizing that the young gentleman in white had caught him, sparing him from a disastrous fall. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he thought of the strenuous effort he had put into preparing for the assessment at the Sacred Sky Academy. He witnessed the constricting array and dwindling numbers. He was on the brink of success. Yet, he had inadvertently crossed paths with the man in black, who had been the first to rudely shove him aside. A man of honor, he felt compelled to confront the situation and seek an explanation. Admittedly, he had intended to engage in combat rather than discourse, but in essence, he considered himself merely a victim of misfortune. Ah, it's nothing, just a small gesture, Ouyang replied. Observing the giant's indignant expression, her lips curling into a soft smile. This man was indeed amusing. Rather than lamenting his near defeat, he was preoccupied with whether he would pass the assessment. His straightforward nature was refreshing, his thoughts plainly written across his face. Ha ha ha, I knew the young gentleman was a good person. The giant's eyes sparkled brightly as he gazed at Ouyang, reminiscent of the admiration he had previously harbored for her from the shadows. Ouyang felt a twinge of embarrassment as she noted his unwavering gaze. Just which I had discerned her as a good person. She herself was unaware of such a distinction. Moreover, if she were indeed virtuous, what of the young man in white who was fiercely battling the man in black? A paragon of virtue, perhaps? Stealing a glance at the ongoing struggle, she chuckled softly. Why apologies, white-clad brother. The title of good person rightfully belongs to you. After Ouyang had dealt with the boisterous giant, she swiftly turned her gaze towards the two individuals who were truly engaged in combat. Mind your own business. My affairs do not require your interference, declared the man in black, his fierce eyes fixed upon the white-clad gentleman adorned with a gentle smile. Presently, he appeared quite displeased, just as he was poised to eliminate the foolhardy man who had dared to insult him. This sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin was utterly perplexing. Was it not blatantly an attempt to thwart his plans? Moreover, the white-clad gentleman was no weakling. He was equally formidable, matching him blow for blow. Most critically, he was not in a position to unleash his true prowess at this moment. The reason behind this predicament was evident upon observing the multitude of wide-eyed onlookers, clearly assessing the situation at hand. Though he possessed considerable strength, a swarm of ants could indeed fell an elephant. He was ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of fists, feet, and an array of peculiar weaponry from all directions. Particularly concerning was that white-clad young master. He had already set his sights on her beneath the arena. He had witnessed her deft movements during their previous exchanges, her elusive presence amidst the crowd showcasing her extraordinary capabilities. However, should Ouyang realize that it was precisely this talent that had incited the disdain of the man in black, she would surely regret it profusely. All she sought was to pass the time. Yet somehow she had entangled herself with this individual. How regrettable it was. Had she known, she would have refrained from engaging with that fool. Or perhaps she should have ensured he became genuinely foolish. Letting him fall would have been far too lenient. Heh, I merely cannot bear to watch. A simple lesson for this fellow will suffice. There's no need for true violence, mused the white-clad gentleman with a warm smile, entirely oblivious to the black-clad man's seething rage and dark demeanor. Humph, you think you can obstruct me? The man in black found the cheerful demeanor of his opponent utterly irksome. You, a cunning fox, feigning kindness. If only you could be as transparent as I am. It would be so much easier to see through your charade. What a fool I am to become ensnared in this web of thoughts. Just you wait, boy, he snarled. He was not one to be trifled with. He would not be mistaken for a sickly cat. Despite his irritation, he could no longer care about discretion. He was determined to confront them, believing that if he swiftly dispatched this white-clad youth, it might serve as a deterrent. Heh, I shall wait right here. The white-clad gentleman appeared unfazed, as if these words were not directed at him. Replying with a cheerful demeanor, you, and with a face twisted in fury, he prepared to strike without further ado. Heh. The white-clad gentleman remained composed, waving his hand as he advanced. Ouyang, observing the fierce exchanges between the two, could not suppress a shiver. Thankfully, she had intervened to engage someone else rather than blindly charging at the ominous figure in black. Witnessing his expression of dark fury, twisted with a desire to rend his opponent asunder, she felt her heart race. Very well, she thought, I must endure. I must absolutely maintain my composure. Certainly, this is not out of fear, but rather due to overwhelming excitement. Observing their skillful techniques, it is undeniably impressive. She too wishes to join in the fray. However, now that they are here, can they truly lament the lack of opportunities for combat? Perhaps it is best to bide her time. She continues to watch the two combatants, locked in a fierce struggle, and today, feeling quite amiable, she decides not to steal their thunder. With a resounding boom, a surge of spiritual energy strikes the formation, causing those nearby, including the Holy Spirit Master and the monarch, to tremble involuntarily. Such is the might of a monarch. Even their spiritual power manifests formidable strength, far surpassing the insignificant Yang Chung. Quickly, step aside. You, old man, don't just stand there foolishly. Move before you get knocked down. The crowd begins to stir restlessly, but this time the commotion is more pronounced, sweeping across much of the sky formation and capturing the attention of the onlookers below. Look! It's that man in white from earlier. Yes, and the one in black as well. Indeed, it's them. I felt they possessed extraordinary strength. Who would have thought they would actually engage in battle? I wonder which one is more formidable. I believe it's the one in black. No, the man in white is stronger. I still think the one in black has the upper hand. No, the white-clad man is superior. Let us place a wager, then. All right, I'm game. Who is afraid? Thus, the gathering of bets unfolded in a splendid manner. Naturally, the two combatants above paid no heed to the discussions below. However, someone did take note of the situation, such as Ouyang. Green Shi, what do you think? Are you interested? Ouyang smirked with a mischievous grin. Of course. It has been ages since I indulged in such human pastimes, Green Shi replied with a sly smile. Though in his current serpentine form, it was hard to discern his expression. Suddenly, a flash of green light surged down from the formation, descending directly into the crowd below. Yet, none noticed this occurrence, not even the young man standing atop the towering pillar. The only one to perceive it was the burly man beside Ouyang. Hey, young master, where is the bracelet on your wrist? Oh, perhaps it was lost when I was fetching you. He looked innocently at his hand, then raised his gaze to the battlefield, seemingly just now realizing the situation. Observing his demeanor and expression, one could only marvel at his acting skills. Feeling a pang of guilt, the burly man declared, I shall retrieve it for you. A black line formed on Ouyang's forehead. She had merely spoken casually, never expecting him to take it seriously. She quickly waved her hand. No, it's not anything important. It might just turn up later. She speaks nothing but the stark truth. Once she resolves matters below, he will undoubtedly return. However, he remained unconvinced. Just as their discussion unfolded above, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd below. A flamboyant figure clad in black brandished a bag of purple gold coins, placing a wager that left them all aghast. The onlookers, taken aback, stared in disbelief at the young man. "Are you certain, sir?" The dealer's hands trembled as he gazed at the purple coins laid upon the table, his expression one of utter shock. "Certain? What? Is that not permissible?" No, it is. The dealer nodded vigorously, hastily conceding. "Very well." She responded affirmatively and stepped back from the throng. The betting resumed. "I shall wager on the man in white. I bet on the man in black. Asl. She listened to the ongoing wagers. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. The money would ultimately find its way into his hands. "Fear not, young master. I shall certainly retrieve it for you, especially since it was lost for my sake," a burly man declared, patting his chest earnestly. Ouyang, observing his serious demeanor, could not help but twitch her lips into an awkward smile, chuckling lightly. What else could she do? Should she reveal that the bracelet was transformed from her contracted spirit beast and would return shortly? Alas, in this day and age, her candid honesty was met with skepticism, while fanciful tales were readily accepted as truth. Just as they debated the retrieval of the bracelet, someone nearby was inadvertently struck by the two combatants. Locked in a fierce struggle, the cries of distress echoed one after another. Ouyang's lips twitched in exasperation. Were they truly fighting amongst themselves, or had they conspired to harm others? Were it not for one glaring at the other in fury while the other smirked with a glint of battle intent in his eyes? She might have been led to believe otherwise, that of course, she saw through the superficiality to grasp the essence, a skill not shared by the others. What was the situation with these two? Were they engaged in a brawl or colluding to inflict harm? Indeed, several individuals had already been knocked down. A beautiful woman, witnessing one such victim fall without the slightest resistance, felt a shiver of dread. Had she not reacted swiftly, she too would have been struck. Indeed, my brothers have been cast down in an instant. The two incited public outrage, as the surrounding competitors glared at the oblivious fighters with simmering fury. Yet they dared not voice their anger. None were bold enough to confront them, for it was clear that might prevailed. They were mere novices in the realm of spirit masters, or perhaps mere kings, unable to contend with the two formidable figures likely of royal stature. Thus, they could only endure in silence, hoping for their own fortune, praying that the spirit technique would not stray in their direction. Certainly, there are those who revel in the misfortune of others, urging, strike her down. Strike her down. The fewer competitors among the 300, the better. Just as their anger and glee reached a crescendo, the formation unexpectedly contracted once more, causing countless individuals standing at the edge to plummet unceremoniously. Listen to the cacophony of wails resonating through the air. The numbers have indeed dwindled significantly. Brother Lin, elder brother, the cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. Just as the scene of the competition threatened to transform into a rescue operation, the booming voice of that individual reverberated once again, serving as a reminder that the contest was nearing its conclusion. Currently, 301 participants remained on the stage, and should one more be eliminated, the assessment by the mentors of the Holy Sky Academy would come to an end. With a resounding thud, the two combatants, upon hearing this announcement, simultaneously struck out with their palms, colliding forcefully before swiftly retreating. They exchanged a glance, as if reaching a silent accord, and then turned to merge back into the crowd, ceasing their combat. As the fighting ceased, the clamor of the crowd abruptly halted, only to be quickly replaced by a new wave of noise. There remained but one individual. Yes, indeed, just one person left, and we shall succeed. Instantly, every gaze turned toward one another with renewed intensity. The individual still standing above was either genuinely formidable or simply fortunate enough to have evaded harm or to have not stood at the edge of the formation when it contracted. In any case, anyone could potentially be that solitary survivor. However, none wished to assume that role. Having reached this pivotal moment, no one was willing to relinquish the tantalizing opportunity that lay within grasp, particularly as it was merely one individual left to be eliminated. Thus, each person began to seek out that singular prey, and the attention on Ouyang was especially pronounced. Observing the predatory glances directed her way, Ouyang couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was indeed underestimated, seen as the easiest target to bully. Yet, she did possess a somewhat delicate appearance, standing amidst a crowd of individuals resembling elder figures, with some appearing youthful yet harboring an age unknown. It was Ouyang who appeared the most innocent, least resembling a cunning old monster in disguise. Sighing softly, Ouyang reflected on how her previous display of prowess had been in vain. Those who had witnessed her remarkable skill were either struck down by the two combatants' spiritual energy or unfortunate enough to be caught off guard by the shrinking formation. Ultimately, aside from the stout man still by her side and a few kings, the rest had vanished. Just as she pondered this, an older woman stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves with an intimidating demeanor, and addressed Ouyang fiercely. "Hey, kid, will you descend on your own, or shall I send you down myself?" Ouyang regarded her menacing expression, first raising an eyebrow before bursting into laughter. It seemed her earlier display had indeed been in vain. Standing beside her, the burly man also felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Could it be that this elderly woman was courting death by daring to speak to the young master in such a manner? Reflecting on the earlier encounter with that fierce-looking individual, Yang Cheng, who met a tragic fate, he shuddered involuntarily. It seemed this auntie's ending would not fare any better. Glancing at the few informed onlookers nearby, the lecherous old man was leering at the aunt with a malicious grin, his eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the mediocre old man wore a smile that flickered with amusement. Turning his gaze to the recently engaged black-clad man, he noticed a sinister smirk creeping onto his vulture-like visage. "Oh, dear Annie, are you certain you wish to escort me down?" Ouyang inquired with a light chuckle, her intention still benevolent and her question clear. "Of course, if she wouldn't send you down, then who else would she?" She doubted that this young man could have persisted thus far without the protection of the burly man behind him. Otherwise, he would have reported below long ago. Yet, at this moment, with the burly man still guarding her, it appeared that as soon as she descended, they would all pass through together. Very well, then I shall trouble this dear auntie to accompany me a little way." Ouyang offered no rebuttal but rather continued in harmony with her words. The aunt, still puzzled, responded with a hesitant casting a suspicious glance at Ouyang, astonished that this young fellow was so agreeable. Could there be a trick at play? She then turned her head to survey her surroundings and slowly walked over, thinking, "Young man, you are indeed perceptive." Ouyang regarded the approaching figure with little reaction, her smile only growing more radiant. Rest assured, young man, seeing as you are so cooperative, this auntie shall not make things difficult for you. I will simply give you a gentle push down with that." She raised both hands, channeling her strength, and forcefully shoved Ouyang. Chapter 6. I am not a little girl. A scream erupted. Alas! The onlookers averted their eyes, not wishing to witness the scene. Though they were willing to resort to any means to pass through, watching the delicate young master plummet was truly unbearable. What a sin! What a sin! Yet, something felt amiss. Why was it a woman's voice? A voice belonging to an obeisant? As they realized something was wrong, they promptly turned back, only to find a young master in white standing resolutely against the wind, his garments billowing, exuding an unparalleled grace. "Where did the auntie go?" One onlooker nudged another with his elbow. "I don't know. I just turned around, but I didn't see her. Oh, but how is this young master still here? You ask me, and I ask whom?" Rolling their eyes, they were all of the same ilk, turning their heads and bodies in unison. How could they know? There were no eyes growing from the back of their heads. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to their bewilderment, the others were twitching in their expressions, their mouths contorting, their entire bodies shaking uncontrollably. Question: why are they reacting this way? Answer: because they witnessed something they should not have. Question: what exactly did they see? Answer: please refer back to the scene. An elderly woman, her eyes sparkling with affection, approached the slender young boy in white with a benevolent smile. Then, extending her wicked hands, she intended to push the unsuspecting young gentleman off the stage. However, at that moment, the seemingly innocent and harmless young man suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, just as they believed it to be a parting smile. He swiftly unleashed his long, slender yet powerful legs, and in an instant, the positions of the two were reversed. Following this, that white shoe landed squarely upon the ample backside of the lady, resulting in the familiar sound you all undoubtedly heard. Heh, you know what I mean. With a resounding cry of despair from the matron, those witnessing the scene found their expressions frozen in disbelief, save for the twitching corners of their eyes and mouths. Yet, beneath their stoic exteriors, their hearts were tumultuous with excitement. Hey, I must say, my friend, that kick was utterly magnificent, incredibly stylish. However, my friend, you seem to lack a sense of chivalry. After all, you just kicked a woman. Well, even if she isn't a beauty, she is a matron, and that should count for something in regard to femininity. Amidst this collective astonishment, there were those whose gazes toward Ouyang reflected pure admiration. Their eyes sparkled as if they had encountered their cherished hero, fixated upon her with fervent intensity. Even the most oblivious could sense the heat of their admiration. Under such fervent scrutiny, Ouyang Xianing, despite her thick skin, found it hard to maintain her composure as her gaze met those ardent eyes. A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down her forehead. "Could you perhaps refrain from looking at me like that?" The individual, taken aback by her sudden address, appeared utterly dazed, his mind racing with the thoughts. "My idol is speaking to me. My idol is speaking to me. My idol is speaking to me." Completely oblivious to her words, he merely stammered a response. Ouyang Xianing, observing his dazed demeanor and his unwavering gaze, felt speechless. She touched her nose, pondering what she had done to deserve such unbridled admiration from such a robust man. Just as Ouyang Xianing and the others were about to continue their conversation, a piercing scream erupted. "Hey, did you hear that sound?" "Yes, it seems to be the voice of that lady." "Right, it does sound like her." "Indeed, it appears to be coming from below." Curiosity piqued, the crowd edged closer to the edge of the arena, straining their eyes to glimpse the source of the sound. "What do you see?" "A large backside." "Oh, I see it too. Doesn't that outfit resemble that of the matron?" I hadn't thought about it, but now that you mention it, it does." "Listen to that pitiful cry." The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. A face planted against the ground was truly a sight of misfortune. With a resounding thud, they could hear it clearly from above. "Oh dear, that face will surely be unrecognizable." The commotion below stirred a wave of excitement, as several individuals equipped with keen eyesight witnessed the unfolding scene. Observing the young gentleman in white employing the same tactic once more with a graceful kick, they were instantly captivated. To their astonishment, the individuals above truly exhibited a remarkable degree of folly. This marked the second occurrence, and yet they still fell for it. Perhaps it was their own intelligence that shone through. For while their prowess may have been lacking, at least they were not bereft of common sense, though they could only console themselves with such thoughts. Turning their attention back to the dazed crowd, they were struck by the sight of the matronly figure sprawled face down with her rear in the air, which led to a collective epiphany. This young gentleman in white was not to be trifled with. Consequently, the gazes directed at him transformed dramatically. If she were not supported by a formidable ally, then her own strength must be unfathomably profound, and of course, perceptions varied. Some believed that if she were indeed a mysterious master, she was truly beyond their reach. Meanwhile, others speculated that she must have a powerful aide by her side, pondering how such a young gentleman could possibly be a master himself. Nevertheless, this mindset would inevitably lead to dire consequences for those who underestimated Ouyang Xianing. Upon witnessing the situation, the crowd observed Ouyang Xianing's playful demeanor as she returned to her original position with light, pattering steps. With a resounding chime, the bell tolled, signifying the conclusion of the first test at the Holy Sky Academy. Congratulations were extended to those still standing on the platform. They had successfully passed the initial assessment of their mentors. Given the countless participants, it was likely that only the elite remained on stage, and they were warmly welcomed to partake in the mentor evaluation at the Holy Sky Academy. The subsequent 2 tests would unfold in a different manner, and all were advised to prepare themselves mentally. The young man standing atop the towering pillar had been attentively monitoring the situation. He was acutely aware of the competition, noting that only 300 individuals remained, precisely the number he desired, prompting him to ring the bell and call for a halt. He observed with a benevolent smile, exuding the demeanor of a wise elder and a commendable teacher. He continued, announcing that the next assessment would take place in 3 days, urging all to gather at the southern gate of the Holy Sky Academy. As his words concluded, he vanished into thin air, casting a thoughtful glance in Ouyang Xianing's direction before disappearing. Receiving that glance, Ouyang Xianing raised an eyebrow, lost in contemplation as she touched the tip of her nose. "Ah, little brother, shall we take our leave?" the burly man beside her remarked, noticing that she remained rooted in place. With the departure of the aforementioned young man, the formation beneath their feet dissipated, yet their spiritual energy remained intact. The assembly was comprised of individuals who were not truly present, allowing them to stand firm in the air. With the first test concluded, there was no reason for them to linger. Naturally, they would each return to their respective homes. In the ensuing moments, the figures in the sky gradually diminished. The burly man, still observing Ouyang Xianing's unmoving stance, could not restrain himself from urging her once more. Oh, very well," she replied, snapping out of her reverie. However, she cast a skeptical glance at the large man beside her, contemplating whether her decision to stay or go truly concerned him at all. In response to her gaze, the man remained oblivious, scratching his head in confusion while continuing to watch her. Ouyang Xianing gazed at the fool before her, deciding not to hold any grudges. With a graceful movement, she descended from the air. However, it appeared that a little tail was trailing behind her. Master, master, look! As soon as Ouyang touched the ground, she saw Elshi brandishing a heavy sack before her, swaying it back and forth as if to boast. Ouyang raised an eyebrow and smirked. It seemed she had made quite a profit. Of course, with me, Elshi, on the job, how could we not reap extraordinary rewards? Thinking back to how the dealer had clutched that bag of purple gold coins, looking as if he had lost both his father and mother, desperately refusing to let it go, she couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that human expressions could be so varied? Well, that's good, Ouyang replied lightly, her laughter echoing softly. Hearing the discussions and lamentations from the crowd behind her, she knew they had indeed struck gold this time. Yet, to her, this money was trivial. During her time in that underground cavern, she had gathered numerous valuable treasures, each capable of fetching a price many times over. Nevertheless, she had always preferred to remain low-key. Moreover, this money was an opportunity that should not be squandered. It was foolish to let such prospects slip away. The gleeful demeanor of her companions starkly contrasted with the despairing cries of those left behind. An uproar of lamentation. My aged mother is 80, and I have a 3-year-old child to raise. How am I to survive this? Indeed, indeed. My money, my gold coins. I was counting on them to marry off my daughter. Now look, the bride is gone. My poor wife is about to leave home. The cacophony of despair echoed around, creating quite a spectacle. Ouyang, feeling a bit awkward, touched her nose, glancing at the bag of ill-gotten gains in Elshi's possession. It was indeed a source of trouble, yet she had no intention of relinquishing it. How could she allow such a hard-earned prize to slip away? That would severely undermine her principles. With a wave of her hand, she stored the entire sack into her spatial ring. Just then, this scene caught the attention of 2 pairs of shifty eyes nearby. Young master, what are you doing? The little tail following Ouyang seemed bewildered by the spectacle, scratching his head in confusion. Oh, it's nothing, just winning a little pocket change. Ouyang replied nonchalantly, her face unflushed and her breath steady. Oh, the little tail mumbled, nodding in understanding. Pfft. Standing nearby, Elshi couldn't help but chuckle at the big man's foolish expression. Master, where did you find this little sidekick? I am Pong Yu. Just call me Old Pong, the big man exclaimed excitedly before Ouyang could respond, clearly thrilled at being referred to as a sidekick. As if it were a great honor. Elshi glanced at Ouyang and then back at the overly enthusiastic figure, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Ouyang rolled her eyes at his antics, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, a burst of laughter echoed in, revealing just how popular this young master truly was. I must admit, he did possess a certain charm. The 3 of us turned our gazes in unison toward the source of the sound. There, a man in white gradually approached, his attire billowing gracefully. Unlike Ouyang's unparalleled elegance, he exuded a warmth akin to jade, immediately presenting the image of a dashing gentleman. Upon closer inspection of his face, it was none other than the white-clad man who had exerted himself in the earlier scuffle, receiving little gratitude in return. May I inquire who you are? Though he already knew the answer, Green she felt compelled to ask, I'm Helian Mingho. I have had the pleasure of meeting the young master above. The man in white politely responded, then turned to gaze teasingly at Ouyang. Ouyang instantly understood the meaning behind his look. This young master had truly been ruthless earlier, rushing off to fetch someone and neglecting to return to assist, leaving him to confront that malevolent force alone. The expression in his eyes was one of deep lamentation. Observing his demeanor, Ouyang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Clearly, he was a sly fox masquerading as a timid wife, seeking sympathy. However, she was not easily fooled. She had long since discerned his true nature, a cunning and thoroughly deceptive character. Did I wonder if this young master remembers me? His tone carried a playful jest, reminiscent of a man yearning to be remembered yet fearing oblivion. The corner of Ouyang's mouth twitched. How deeply immersed in his role must he be? Clearly, she still had much to learn. This fellow, fully aware that she recognized him, still chose to play this game. Was he courting danger? Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget? Master Helian is truly a paragon of virtue. Just earlier, when I was above, your benevolence compelled you to rush to assist, but alas, your strength fell short. And after fetching the person, you were rendered powerless. It was truly a bother to trouble Master Helian to rescue us, shielding us from that man in black. Otherwise, I fear both Brother Pong and I would have perished under that merciless strike. The implication was clear. She had no intention of helping, for it was his own folly that had led him into danger. Had he not rushed to assist, she would not have been compelled to intervene, becoming a mere cushion for his folly. How could I dare to claim such a title? I am hardly worthy of being called a good person, he replied, though inwardly he scoffed, thinking, this is hardly assistance. I was merely deceived by your frail and delicate appearance, intending to lend a hand to the little child, only to discover I had saved a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Indeed, Master Hellion is a model of humanity, displaying a spirit of bravery and self-sacrifice that is truly commendable. How fortunate that you survived. Otherwise, I would be remiss before my ancestors. Such a good person taken away would be a great loss. The underlying message was unmistakable. Why do you still linger here? You ought to be among the departed, taking up space and wasting resources when you could perish alongside that individual, benefiting all of humanity. If not you, then who? No, no, no. The young master is truly remarkable, bravely rushing forth to save others without hesitation, selflessly allowing others to take the lead behind him, clearly aware that assistance would be rendered. It is indeed a stroke of genius. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the heart of a petty individual cries out, "You shameless scoundrel!" Knowing full well that he would intervene, you still vie for the chance to rescue, merely because you were too slow to seize the opportunity. Despite your desperate attempts to thwart the advancing forces of evil, you stand there leisurely, watching the spectacle, audaciously making snide remarks. The most egregious part is that you dare to gamble with this situation, and to your astonishment, you have profited greatly. Just moments ago, I heard the cries of despair from that group, and upon witnessing this scene before me, it is all too clear. This fellow, not only failing to express gratitude, but also greedily hoarding all the rewards for himself. No, 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 the young master is truly the best. Observing the exchange between these two, Greenshee's eyes twitched. Never did he anticipate that this man in white could stand toe-to-toe with his master. Impressive. Indeed, with great potential. Meanwhile, another onlooker stood dumbfounded, realizing that these were indeed his two saviors. How curious that they now engage in mutual praise. Could this be the camaraderie of good men? However, should either of them overhear such a thought, they would surely berate him mercilessly. You fool! Which eye of yours perceives camaraderie? They are clearly at odds with one another. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. They are locked in a rivalry, engaged in a quarrel, and of course, the simple-minded giant remains oblivious, unearthing the truth that he is indeed the great benefactor. He dashed over to the man in white, beaming with gratitude. Thank you so much. I am incredibly grateful. Had it not been for you, that person would not have easily let me go, and no need for such formality. It was merely a trivial effort on my part, dear brother, he replied as he watched the giant approach him with thanks. A sense of vanity surged within him, prompting him to cease his conversation with Ouyang Xianqing, and instead, resume his pose of the dashing young master, casting a smug glance in her direction. Ouyang Xianqing, upon receiving his gaze, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. How dare he flaunt himself so? It was evident that he could not compete with her speed, and in midair, he was too prideful to let go, ultimately resorting to intervening. Now, he presents himself with such an air of entitlement. What is he trying to achieve? Dear sir, do you even know how to write the characters? For shame. Brother Peng need not be courteous to him. For Brother Hellion, it was nothing more than a simple act of kindness, not worth dwelling upon. It seems Hellion is indeed a good man. I wonder if, should my little brother encounter danger again, Hellion would come to his rescue once more. Ouyang Xianqing smirked. She doubted he could maintain this facade for long. But if he did, she would certainly make it worth his while. This rascal intends to swindle him again. There's no chance of that, of course. If Brother Ouyang were to face any peril, I would surely not stand idly by. I would assist him in addressing the aftermath. The implication is, very well, I shall certainly offer my assistance, though I won't rush in to save you immediately. I will ensure that the aftermath is well managed, resolutely preventing you from dying on the battlefield without a proper burial. Ouyang Xianqing's lips twitched. This person truly seemed to wish for her demise. Well said, old Peng remarked, observing the two who had opened up in conversation, his expression one of confusion. He had not anticipated that this seemingly cold Ouyang would possess such remarkable eloquence. However, it was a relief, for at least he appeared to possess some semblance of human emotion. Old Peng felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a proud parent watching their child blossom. Of course, he was also grateful to Ouyang. Had he not intervened, he would surely have fallen. His gratitude towards Ouyang was profound and heartfelt. Upon hearing old Peng's words, Hellion Mingho immediately felt displeased. What did it mean to be deeply grateful? He had clearly contributed the most. Why was he not receiving the same acknowledgement? Ouyang Xianing found amusement in this, realizing how utterly foolish old Peng was to remember so vividly the favor she had extended. Yet, this would surely infuriate that sly fox. She glanced up and noticed that Hulian's pale face had stiffened slightly, his smile frozen in that moment. Seizing the opportunity, she provocatively raised an eyebrow. You? Helian Mingho could hardly contain his irritation. Helian Gongzi, what is the matter? Old Peng inquired, noticing the sudden change in Hulian's demeanor. But the formal address revealed the closeness between Helian Mingho and Ouyang Xianing. It's nothing. Helian Mingho quickly suppressed his anger. Nearly losing his composure, he resumed his facade of calmness, resembling a warm jade once more. Indeed, a fox is a fox, capable of maintaining its cunning rationality. He shot a glance at Ouyang Xianing, silently declaring, You wish to witness my misfortune? Not a chance. I won't even grant you a glimpse to— Oh, old Peng, oblivious, believed him without question. Very well then, Ouyang Xiashidi, we shall meet again for the second trial. Helian Mingho assessed the situation, realizing it was not suitable to linger any longer. He had never faced defeat in over 2 decades. To think he would be bested by this young individual was utterly unexpected. But they had plenty of time ahead. All right, we shall part ways here and reconvene for the next trial. A smirk graced Ouyang Xianing's lips. The cunning fox was indeed leaving obediently. Engaging with her was still premature. Farewell. After exchanging farewells, Ouyang Xianing intended to depart. But then, why hasn't he brother Peng left? Why are you following me? Oh, I simply wish to accompany Ouyang Xiashidi. Ouyang Xianing cast a doubtful glance at him, then surveyed her own attire, quite dashing indeed. Clearly male garb. She then looked at old Peng and rolled her eyes, thinking, I am not a young maiden. Why are you clinging to me? Chapter 7. The second trial commences. Ouyang Xiashidi. So this is where you have been. I thought you had vanished. Ouyang Xianing turned at the sound of the voice and beheld a burly man hurrying towards her, his face adorned with an unmistakable smile, which erupted into joy upon seeing her. Ouyang Qian's delicate brow arched slightly, revealing her realization of his presence. Brother Peng, what brings you here? She mused inwardly, chiding him for his audacity. His persistence was quite remarkable. Ever since the conclusion of the second trial at the Sacred Heaven Academy, he had been trailing her like an insatiable piece of toffee, refusing to release his hold. Had she known better, she would have refrained from her benevolent impulse to rescue such a clingy companion. Alas, how foolish she had been at the time. Succumbing to impulse, it was only after she found a restaurant and resolutely retreated to refine her alchemical skills that he finally ceased his pursuit. Yet now, Ouyang, my young brother, why are you still here? The second trial at the Sacred Heaven Academy is about to commence. The burly man regarded Ouyang Qian, who was leisurely enjoying her breakfast, and his concern grew palpable. Brother Peng, there is no need for such urgency. The second trial will not begin for quite some time. Standing out here in this sweltering heat would surely invite discomfort. Ouyang Qian replied nonchalantly, revealing a hint of disdain for his overzealousness. Her demeanor echoed the age-old saying about the emperor's lack of urgency, exposing the impatience in his hawk-like gaze. A series of sinister chuckles echoed from above. It seems our young lord is remarkably unperturbed, suggesting a great confidence in the upcoming assessment. The sound of footsteps, light yet deliberate, descended the staircase, accompanied by a soft rustling as the figure drew nearer. He became discernible, clad in black boots, black trousers, and a black fitted outfit, with those piercing hawk-like eyes he had encountered before in the arena of the celestial formation. Ouyang Qian's heart raced. How could it be him? Truly, fate has a peculiar way of orchestrating encounters, for although she had remained incognito in this establishment for 3 days, it was inconceivable that she had overlooked his presence. Now, by some cruel twist of fate, he had crossed paths with Brother Peng. Was this not a sign that the heavens conspired against her? Should a conflict arise between them, or if the black-clad man harbored resentment, he might very well resort to violence once more. What, then, should she do? To turn a blind eye would be indefensible. Saving him once was an act of mercy, and to ignore a second opportunity would be anathema to her character. She could not bear the thought of witnessing Brother Peng meet his demise before her eyes. Her pride would not allow it, nor did it align with her nature to shy away from confrontation. She relished the challenge of confronting formidable opponents. Yet, aiding him would also invite complications. Setting aside the fact that Brother Peng clung to her like a stubborn piece of toffee, she could not discern the true extent of the black-clad man's prowess. While it was conceivable he was not much stronger than her, she refused to be like the fool who, knowing his own limitations, charged heedlessly into danger. That would be a glaring indictment of her intellect. Akin to the foolish brute beside her as she pondered this, her peripheral vision caught Brother Ping's reaction. He too was startled upon seeing the black-clad man, though he quickly regained his composure. Observing his demeanor, she silently averted her gaze, only to cast a fleeting glance at the man clad in black. Had she summoned all her strength, coupled with her array of mystical techniques and treasures, she might have stood a chance against him. Yet, if that proved futile, she would have no choice but to resort to the use of LVX, though she preferred to keep LVX's existence concealed. It was undoubtedly best to avoid a confrontation. Ouyang Xianing's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts in this predicament. If only a man in white would appear, it would be preferable for that cunning fox to handle such thankless affairs. Contemplating this, she found herself reminiscing about the fox, regretting that she hadn't left with it, thus sparing herself the vexations of this situation. He. Ouyang Xianing was in a state of profound inner conflict, yet her exterior remained icy, adorned with a faint smile. Ah, is that not someone I know? How delightful to find you here. Had I known, I would have certainly come over to greet you sooner. He. Nevertheless, she inwardly cursing her misfortune. How could this individual be here? Had she foreseen this, she would not have lingered in this place to evade that insistent nuisance. It felt like a misalignment of fate, a cruel twist of destiny. Oh, apparently, this young gentleman still remembers me. Tiske. How rare indeed. The words of the man in black were laced with sarcasm. A twitch formed at the corner of Ouyang Xianing's mouth. That fox was far more preferable. Though he could match her in conversation and challenge her, at least he embodied a semblance of normalcy. The man before her, however, spoke with a menacing tone, exuding a chilling aura. It was evident he was no ordinary person, as the dark energy emanating from him was unmistakable. Of course, your appearance is undeniably unforgettable. How could I possibly forget? Ouyang Xianing found herself speaking thoughtlessly, realizing that engaging with this man required no mental effort. Otherwise, she would surely disgust herself. Very well, in consideration of this young gentleman, I shall grant you a reprieve today. The man in black's sinister laughter echoed, and with a glance at Lao Peng, he turned and strode towards the door. Lao Peng, caught off guard by his gaze, stood frozen for a moment, subsequently remaining in a state of shock as he watched the retreating figure. He could hardly believe that the ruthless individual who had once sought to take his life was departing so effortlessly. Ouyang Xianing observed his nonchalant movements and the receding silhouette, taken aback for a moment, then adopting a contemplative expression as she delicately brushed her smooth chin with her fair hand. Was her charm particularly effective? It seemed many were keen on her appeal lately. Indeed, that appeared to be the case. After some self-reflection, she narcissistically nodded to herself. Yet, upon glancing back at the man in black, her perception shifted entirely. This individual was far from simple. He had evidently discerned her true capabilities, boldly approaching with an air of intimidation. She had to admit, his approach had indeed startled her, prompting a tumultuous inner deliberation that yielded no conclusions. In the present moment, to depart gracefully for her sake would only serve to inflict unnecessary emotional harm upon her. She had already contemplated that, should a confrontation arise, she would undoubtedly lend her assistance. One cannot simply remain idle and suffer embarrassment. If Ouyang Xianing were incapable of safeguarding even a single individual, how could she possibly endure the ridicule that would ensue? Yet, that person departed without a backward glance, leaving her to squander countless mental faculties in contemplation. Ouyang, my young brother, old Peng remarked, having recognized the retreating figure, turning to see Ouyang Xianing still in a daze, and could not help but remind her that time was indeed of the essence in the second trial of the Holy Heaven Academy. Ah, yes, I understand, Ouyang Xianing replied, realizing old Peng's concerned in truth. Her speed would have sufficed to reach the destination comfortably, but old Peng was not as swift. At his pace, he would likely miss the commencement of the trial altogether. Very well, let us proceed. Oh, let us go, hasten. Old Peng exclaimed, his face lighting up at Ouyang Xianing's decision to depart, promptly heading toward the entrance while urging her along. All right, we shall go, Ouyang Xianing sighed, shaking her head. Goodness, this man is truly impatient. She then lifted her foot, preparing to follow. Excuse me, esteemed guest, you have yet to settle the bill. Before Ouyang Xianing could step out the door, a voice called out. Turning her head, she discovered a clever little attendant, who, upon observing their intention to leave, hastened to collect payment. Ha, here you go. Ouyang Xianing chuckled at the attendant's expression, as if they intended to abscond after dining without paying. Was she truly that type of person? She had genuinely forgotten. After all, besides, Even if she were to act shamelessly, she would certainly settle the bill. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed a purple gold coin into the air, where it spun gracefully before landing with a soft thud on the attendant's nose. No need to search for more. Ouyang declared generously, choosing not to be petty this time, leaving the remainder as a tip, particularly in light of the fact that he was the first to dare speak to her in such a manner. With a swift motion, she followed the retreating figure of old Pong and vanished from sight. A remarkable individual, indeed, a person of wealth, truly a person of wealth. Why does this young master seem so familiar to me? Questions began to ripple through the hall. Among those observing was another who had caught sight of Ouyang, standing entranced by her silhouette, muttering to himself about how the young master appeared strikingly recognizable, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, these matters were of no concern to Ouyang, who was now filled with excitement. On this clear and sunny day, an incident of robbery was unfolding in a dimly lit alley. Naturally, the target of this robbery was none other than Ouyang. Hey, quickly hand over the purple gold coins on your person. Yes, surrender them at once, or do not blame us for being ruthless. Ouyang regarded the two individuals before her with a smile. Their lackluster skills in attempting to rob her was indeed commendable in terms of audacity. However, my dear brother, I implore you to steady the knife you hold in your hand, and as for you, the one adorned with the black eye mask, could you refrain from trembling your legs? Ouyang gazed at these two inept robbers, utterly speechless, her initial excitement dissipating in an instant. The lack of challenge was simply overwhelming. This was her first encounter with robbery in this foreign realm, and to her dismay, it was perpetrated by two incompetent fools. Yet, observing one of them with a shifty gaze, she recalled the eyes that had scrutinized her when the green-clad figure had handed her a pouch of purple gold coins. Never mind, she decided to resolve this swiftly. Ouyang raised her hands and swiftly took action. Ah! Two anguished cries echoed, only to be extinguished in an instant, leaving the dim alleyway with nothing but two figures sprawled lifelessly on the ground, their bodies contorted in peculiar positions, utterly devoid of sensation. Alongside them lay a pristine white handkerchief, presumably discarded by Ouyang due to her disdain for the filth they exuded. Like a fleeting shadow, silence enveloped the alley for an extended moment until a mysterious figure clad in black emerged. Unlike the sinister black-clad man Ouyang had encountered in the celestial array, this one radiated an aura of righteousness. Upon landing, he quickly surveyed the scene, and upon noticing the two peculiar figures on the ground, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, glimmering with concealed amusement. He then bent down to retrieve the white handkerchief, carefully folding it before tucking it away. With a flick of his sleeve, the two figures vanished without a trace, leaving only a dark mark as evidence of their prior presence. On this day, the sun shone brilliantly, casting dazzling rays as wisps of colorful clouds drifted by. Ouyang, my young brother, where have you wandered off to now? Old Pong, soaring through the air, suddenly realized the absence of the figure behind him. Anxiety gripped his heart as he noted that the second trial of the Sacred Sky Academy was about to commence in less than a quarter of an hour. Where could this Ouyang, my young brother, have gone? Just as he felt like a restless ant on a hot stove, he spotted the figure he had been waiting for, rushing towards Ouyang without restraint, unable to contain himself. Well, Ouyang, aware of her shortcomings, scratched her head in search of an excuse. Yet, after much contemplation, she could conjure no plausible reason and thus resorted to the truth. I just encountered two robbers who attempted to seize my purple gold coins. Old Pong immediately rolled his eyes, clearly incredulous. With her vigorous physique, how could she possibly be accosted by anyone? He was 1,000 times unwilling to believe it, shaking his head resolutely. Even if he were to perish, he would remain unconvinced. Ouyang observed his expression, her face stiffening. She was merely speaking the unembellished truth. Why could he not believe her? Did she need to fabricate a tale? Clearing her throat, she began. Well, actually, I saw a pregnant woman on the street, followed by a horse-drawn carriage, and then that carriage was about to collide with the pregnant woman. Not so. In an act of chivalry, I rushed to rescue her. However, the woman's husband insisted on grasping my hand to express his gratitude, but I, having urgent matters to attend to, had to decline. We then agreed to meet again at a later date. Upon hearing that the matter at hand involved saving someone, Lao Peng's eyes instantly brightened. Ouyang, my young brother, truly possesses a noble heart. Even as the assessment looms closer, he still finds the time to heroically rescue a pregnant woman. Such spirit and generosity are indeed worthy of admiration. Oh, Ouyang, my young brother, you are genuinely a good person. In light of this, let us hasten our departure. Ouyang Qining gazed at Lao Ping's unwavering belief, momentarily rendered speechless. Is there no sense of justice left in the world? How could he not trust the truth while being so credulous towards the absurd? Was it a flaw in her character? Or perhaps a deficiency in his intellect? Very well, let us proceed. Ouyang Qining pursed her lips, indicating her speechlessness, and acquiesced to Lao Ping's words. With that, she took flight, soaring toward the assessment site. Hey, Ouyang, my young brother. Wait for me. Lao Ping's anxious voice echoed from a distance after Ouyang Qining had leapt into the air. He finally comprehended why Ouyang had seemed so unhurried, leisurely savoring his food while rescuing the pregnant woman. It was because his speed was astonishingly swift. The person he had just been conversing with had vanished in a flash, only to reappear hundreds of miles away. Just look at that agility and velocity. How could he possibly be late? It seemed that he, Lao Peng, was the one most likely to arrive tardily. With a resigned shake of his head, Lao Peng realized how far behind he truly was. Had he known that Ouyang was such a concealed master, he would never have anticipated his extraordinary prowess. His speed far exceeded Lao Peng's by dozens of times. Extending his hand, he acknowledged that he had no choice but to pursue him at full speed. Although he might not catch up, he could at least shorten the distance. Chuckling to himself, Lao Peng prepared for the inevitability of being late, focusing intently on flying faster in hopes of minimizing his tardiness. Unexpectedly, a light laughter drifted back to him from behind. Turning around, his eyes widened in surprise. Ouyang, my young brother, weren't you ahead of me? He glanced at Ouyang Qining, then at the expansive clouds before him. Momentarily stammering, haha, I noticed that Brother Peng was taking quite a while to catch up, so I returned to check. I didn't expect to find you still here. However, at this rate, Brother Peng, you will surely be late. Ouyang Qining felt a warmth in her heart as she observed Lao Peng's resigned expression. It was surprising to see that this seemingly stubborn individual, while indeed slow, possessed a good heart. Although it was her rapid pace that threatened to make him late, he chose not to reproach her but instead bore the burden himself. Upon hearing her words, Lao Peng's irritation flared. Who do you think this is because of? He thought, rolling his eyes in displeasure. Yet, he refrained from voicing his grievances and continued to fly forward. Haha, Brother Peng, I certainly do not wish to be late. Would you like me to assist you? Assist me? How would you do that? Lao Peng inquired, puzzled, casting her a bewildered glance. You have no flying spirit beast. Rest assured, I have my own methods. As soon as Ouyang Qianing's voice faded, a loud shout from old Peng echoed. Ouyang, be careful. Little brother. Slow down, slow down. Old Peng, gazing at the billowing white clouds approaching, wore a face of sheer terror, and the biting cold wind sent another shiver coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Ouyang, the little brother, would move with such swiftness. Earlier, it had merely seemed like a rapid pace, perhaps 10 times quicker than his own, but now it was evident that it surpassed even that, reaching dozens, if not hundreds of times faster. Ouyang Qining, listening to that robust voice, absent-mindedly cleared her ears, questioning the need for such volume. After all, he was clearly a man, yet he shouted as if he were a maiden. With a slight shake of the enormous object in her grasp, she expressed her discontent, urging him to cease the clamoring. Ouyang, little brother, could you perhaps set me down? I can manage on my own. Old Peng could hardly bear it any longer. This was far more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Though, of course, he had no idea what a roller coaster was. His current thoughts revolved around the peril of crashing to the ground, contemplating that it would be better to simply float down gradually and arrive late. What? Ouyang Qining smirked, feigning ignorance as she observed a piece of toffee, wondering if he dared to follow her still. She tightened her grip on her attire and accelerated once more. A shadow dashed past, followed by a startled cry that seemed utterly bizarre. Bang, bang. The chimes of a bell resonated. Ouyang Qining listened to the sound, then glanced at old Peng, whose eyes were tightly shut. His face pale, a smile crept across her lips as she patted the man beside her. Brother Peng, we've arrived. It appears we came just in time. Oh. The man beside her jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open to reveal a sea of people ahead. A sense of fulfillment washed over him. The feeling of solid ground beneath his feet was truly delightful. However, upon seeing Ouyang Qining, his eyelids twitched, still haunted by the earlier thrill of the ride. It had indeed been a heart-pounding experience, too intense to bear. Before old Peng could gather his composure, another figure emerged nearby, draped in a white robe that complemented Ouyang Qianing's own attire. The sight of these two figures in white startled him anew. If one had already left him in such a state, what would he do if another appeared? His gaze towards the robed figure was now laced with trepidation. Hurley and Mingho felt a wave of confusion wash over him, pondering why this man looked at him as if he were a monster. Had he perhaps neglected to wash his face today, thus frightening others? He raised a hand to touch his smooth, fair complexion. No, he distinctly remembered having washed his face thoroughly before stepping out. Brother Peng, why do you regard me so? It seems I have done nothing to offend you, in the end. He could not discern the reason and opted to inquire of old Peng. No, it's nothing, you've done nothing. Old Peng awkwardly waved his hand, truly feeling as if he were surrounded by threats. He then cast a sidelong glance at Ouyang Xianing, implying that it was she who had caused this reaction. This glance, of course, caught Hurley and Mingho's attention, and he followed old Peng's gaze, as if just now discovering Ouyang Xianing. What a coincidence, little brother Ouyang. I had no idea you were here. Please forgive my lack of observation just now. Ouyang Xianing rolled her eyes, clearly having seen them long before they had arrived, and of course, she chose not to expose the truth, remarking how fortuitous it was that Helion was also just arriving, coinciding perfectly with the commencement of the assessment. Ouyang Xianing cast a glance at the long queue forming at the entrance. Indeed, she had awakened later than usual that morning, hastily washing her face and grabbing a bite to eat before departing from the inn, unaware of the considerable distance to this location, at least half the city's expanse. Thus, it was no surprise that she had quickened her pace, managing to arrive in a quarter of an hour, only to fortuitously encounter her younger brother Ouyang. Oh, Helion, what remarkable speed you possess. Not at all. How could I possibly compare to you, Ouyang? You are carrying someone and yet moving with such swiftness. I am truly in admiration. Ouyang Xianing rolled her eyes once more. It was evident that this fellow had seen them already and feigned surprise. The banter between the two had left old Peng thoroughly astonished. After all, a quarter of an hour and half a city's distance was no trivial feat, rivaling that of her younger brother Ouyang. Seemed he was not one to be trifled with, and her gaze towards Helion Mingho shifted accordingly. Before their conversation could reach its conclusion, the sound of a bell rang out, signaling that the second round of the assessment was indeed about to commence. Chapter 8. The Escape Room Dong. The bell tolled, and the voices of Ouyang Xianing and her companions gradually fell silent. Everyone, please quiet down. A resonant voice reverberated through the air. Look, it's that individual from last time. Indeed, it's the examiner from the first trial. I never expected him to be here again. Ouyang Xianing followed the direction of the voice, spotting a man in his 40s standing at the entrance of the south gate of the Holy Sky Academy. His expression was amiable, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of profound mystery, clearly the same examiner encountered during the first trial. It seems the second trial is about to commence, Helion Mingho murmured softly beside her. Indeed, Ouyang Xianing nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze back towards the entrance, locking eyes with the benevolent figure. The voice continued, Welcome, everyone, to the second assessment of the Holy Sky Academy. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate all present for having successfully passed the first trial to qualify for this second assessment. I trust that those gathered here, having passed the initial trial, are all individuals of remarkable spiritual prowess, of course. I am a Holy Spirit Master. I am the only one in our town with such a title. A man in yellow could not help but boast, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. And you consider yourself formidable? Have you not noticed that neither the sovereign nor the monarch has yet spoken? Yet here you are, prattling away. Truly ignorant of your own insignificance, scoffed a burly man nearby, who had witnessed the sovereign and monarch in battle. It was clear that such a moment was not one for a mere Holy Spirit Master to flaunt their achievements. The disparity between ranks is indeed as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. One can easily recall the scene upon the celestial arena, where a sovereign effortlessly vanquished a monarch, leaving them utterly defenseless. This exemplifies the profound gulf that exists between levels, an insurmountable divide. Yet, it is likely that there are hidden masters among us in this assessment, and it is certainly not the time for this insignificant spirit master to display any arrogance. What did you say? The man in yellow, upon hearing such remarks, found it impossible to maintain his composure. After much effort to progress through the first trial to partake in the second, he felt an uncontrollable urge to boast, only to be met with ridicule. What I said is that you, a mere spirit master, dare to speak so brazenly while flaunting your supposed prowess. And you? Are you not also a spirit master? What gives you the right to look down upon me? What of it? I simply cannot abide by those who, despite their evident weakness, choose to act pretentiously oblivious to the nature of this venue. Upon hearing this, Ouyang raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing her lips, clearly in agreement with the sentiment. She then cast a sidelong glance at Helian Mingho, who stood beside her. Ouyang, why do you regard me so? I am fully aware of my own standing and have always maintained a low profile, he replied, instantly grasping the meaning behind her gaze. His brow furrowed slightly. Had he inadvertently conveyed an image of someone with insufficient strength yet pretentious airs? He glanced down at himself, then at the spirit master nearby, whose face was flushed with anger and pretentiousness. The resemblance was far from accurate, prompting him to shake his head and feign ignorance. Ouyang observed his demeanor, a smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. He was clearly a boastful old fox, trying to don the guise of a modest gentleman. Was this not pretentiousness in itself? As their subtle jibes continued, the commotion nearby escalated. You dare to speak to me like that? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Fine, let us do this. Who is afraid? Yes, come at me. The surrounding onlookers joined in the ruckus, but among them were no fools. If these two were to engage in combat, at least one would be left severely injured, if luck were on their side. Both might be incapacitated. In the worst-case scenario, the examiner could disqualify them both, thereby eliminating two competitors from the fray. Thus, the spectators began to cheer, their minds filled with cunning delight. The examiner at the entrance had been observing the situation from the outset, initially hoping they would cease their antics. To his dismay, the clamor only grew louder, and as the order deteriorated further, he could no longer remain silent. Silence, silence, however, his command went unnoticed, drowned out by the rising cacophony. Observing the chaotic scene, a vein pulsed at his temple. Just as he prepared to speak again, someone beat him to it. Oh, do those two wish to forfeit their participation in the assessment? A voice, cool and piercing, cut through the uproar, striking an oddly jarring note amidst the turmoil. The cacophony of voices abruptly ceased for a brief moment. Even the two individuals on the verge of confrontation halted their actions, as the crowd turned their attention towards the source of a peculiar sound. There, at the periphery of the southern gate, stood two ethereal figures clad in white, one large and one small, both adorned in flowing garments, yet distinctly contrasting. One emanated an icy demeanor while the other radiated warmth, one as frigid as frost and the other as gentle as jade. It was evident that the sound had originated from the smaller individual. Beside them stood old Peng, yet he was seemingly overlooked, overshadowed by the striking presence of the two remarkable figures, not only in appearance but also in their commanding aura. Indeed, could it be that these two had their qualifications for the examination revoked? It appeared the examiner was quite displeased, chuckling softly to himself. Helian Minghao also smiled faintly, seamlessly continuing the conversation initiated by Ouyang Qianning, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, gestured towards the stern-faced examiner. The onlookers followed his indication, and sure enough, the once amiable examiner now wore a countenance dark with fury, though he restrained himself from unleashing an outburst. No worries, no worries. Esteemed examiner, please proceed, they chimed in unison. The two individuals, their faces flushed with embarrassment, quickly patted each other on the shoulder, adopting the guise of steadfast comrades, grinning broadly at the examiner. Yes, yes, esteemed examiner, please continue. The assembly echoed their sentiments, a palpable tension rising as cold sweat beaded upon their brows. Should they provoke the examiner's ire, they would surely face dire consequences. Observing the sudden shift in atmosphere, the examiner exhaled, immediately reverting to his benevolent and gentle demeanor. Though his gaze discreetly flicked towards Ouyang Qianning, surprised by how adeptly the young ones had navigated the situation with such casual finesse. Then, a thought struck him. Had he perhaps been too affable, smiling too often, allowing these audacious youngsters to overstep their bounds? No, no. It seemed he must adopt a more serious demeanor to maintain order amongst them. Clearing his throat, he began. Since all have successfully passed the first assessment, I shall refrain from further trivialities. Now, let us discuss the second trial, escape from the enclosed chamber. This assessment does not require the use of spiritual energy. It will rely solely on your physical strength, reflexes, and martial prowess. As for the specifics of the challenge, I shall not elaborate. You will discover it upon entering. After scanning the room and noting the subdued expressions of the participants, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed they had grasped the need for decorum. He continued, the forthcoming trial will take place within a confined space, and to pass, you must overcome 3 obstacles. However, be forewarned. The second trial is fraught with peril, and one could easily lose their life. I urge you all to contemplate this carefully. If any of you wish to withdraw, now is the time. life-threatening dangers. I have only just attained the rank of a Holy Spirit Master. What would I do if my life were at stake? No way, no way, I cannot participate. Indeed, I have a family to support. Should anything happen, what would they do? Never mind, I shall leave as well. Thus, many began to depart one by one, though a significant number chose to remain. I refuse to believe it. Since this second trial does not require any spiritual power, I shall give it my all. Perhaps luck will be on my side and I shall succeed. Indeed, I shall remain. Thus, some depart while others stay, yet those who choose to remain are considerably more numerous, for they have come prepared and would not easily concede. Very well, in that case, our second trial is about to commence. All participants, please step forward to register your names, after which you may enter the secret chamber. The first 50 to emerge will be deemed successful and will have the opportunity to participate in our third trial. As the man concluded his announcement, the crowd surged towards the registration desk, stirring up a cloud of dust. Did they not hear him? Only the first 50 may pass. At this moment, speed is of the essence. Ouyang Xiao, brother, let us hasten. Old Pong immediately became animated, his face alight with excitement as he dashed towards the registration desk. Ouyang Qianing observed the throng rushing forward and shook her head slightly. What fools! Being the first to enter does not guarantee being the first to exit. Why race for speed outside when the true challenge lies within? With that thought, she strolled leisurely towards the registration desk. Ouyang Mingho, let us go together. Very well, let us proceed. Ouyang Mingho remained unfazed, casually walking alongside Ouyang Qianing towards the registration desk. By the time they arrived, many had already completed their registrations and entered the secret chamber. Old Pong stood at the entrance, watching the two slowpokes with an expression of exasperation. Ouyang Xiao, brother, Ouyang, do hurry. Come, Ouyang Qianing replied. Yet her pace remained unchanged. The two continued to defer to each other. Ouyang, please, you go first. No, Ouyang Xiao, brother, you should go first. No, you first. No, you first. Observers from a distance watched the two engage in their mutual politeness, beads of cold sweat forming. Were there not 2 spots available for registration? Could they not go together? Meanwhile, the man at the competition stage observed the unfolding scene, his amusement growing more evident. Truly, these are 2 rather naive youths. Very well, I shall go first, then. Ouyang Qianing, glancing at the increasingly scorching sun, promptly echoed Ouyang Mingho's sentiment, not wishing to be sunbaked. How hot it is! Ha 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 ha. Ouyang Mingho, startled by her exclamation, paused momentarily before glancing up at the high sun, realization dawning upon him. With a gentle smile, he gestured politely for her to proceed first. Subsequently, he stepped towards another registration desk. By the time they began registering, Old Pong had already plopped down on the steps, clearly having lost the enthusiasm he had moments earlier. Slumped and resting his head on his hand, he awaited their completion. Name? Ouyang Qianing. The old man looked at her curiously, wondering why a young girl's name was on the list. Ouyang Qianing remained silent, merely smiling faintly. It was time for her to register under her own name. Lest that scruffy old man remain unaware of her presence. Invitation? Invitation letter. What invitation letter? She had never heard of such a thing. It was simply the invitation sent to you for attending an event. The old man, fearing she might not understand, benevolently offered a detailed explanation. However, he couldn't help but notice a flicker in Ouyang Qianing's eyes. Could this child have wandered into the wrong place? Indeed, she appeared far too young. She had not received any invitation letter, but that disheveled old man had left her a token. She just wondered if it would be of any use. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, and a crystal-clear token, the size of a palm, landed in her grasp. Look, is this acceptable? The old man's expression turned to one of utter shock as he beheld the token she presented. The young man beside him was equally taken aback by the sight of it. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, astonished that the old director had entrusted this token to such a young child. It seemed his judgment was indeed sound. This young girl possessed an unfathomable strength, so much so that he had failed to perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her. Given her performance at the Sky Arena, she was likely a hidden gem. Special invitation token. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Ouyang Qianing, puzzled, glanced toward the other side, where Ouyang Mingho was similarly holding a token, albeit one of a violet hue. Ouyang Mingho also looked over in surprise, but as if understanding something, he turned back. 2 special invitation tokens. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. It had been over a decade since a single special invitation token had appeared, and now there were 2, one of which was issued by the Grand Elder. Raising his head to glance at the blazing sun, it seemed the day was about to take a turn. What? Is it not acceptable? Quite all right, the two old men exclaimed in unison. Oh, then let us hurry and read. Ouyang Xianing said nonchalantly. Very well, very well. The two old men promptly moved with alacrity to assist them with the registration process, ushering them inside. Brother Peng, hurry up. We are leaving. Hee. Brother Peng must be tired, Helian Mingho remarked with a soft chuckle, observing the old man's slow demeanor. Had the time truly stretched so long that he had nearly dozed off? Oh. Old Peng sprang up in surprise, instantly revitalized upon seeing Ouyang Xianing and the others. You finally arrived. Old Peng, nearly waited until the flowers wilted. Hee. It appears you almost fell asleep waiting, Ouyang Xianing teased, unable to suppress a light laugh at old Peng's foolish expression. Such a simpleton, and yet, he possessed a certain fortune to sleep soundly under these circumstances. She truly admired him. Ouyang, let us head inside swiftly. Old Peng, having awoken, was now brimming with energy, bouncing around as he eagerly sought to push open the stone door. Yes, all right, Ouyang Xianing replied, lifting her gaze to the stone door. Outside, it resembled an ordinary house. Yet the expanse was extraordinarily vast, occupying a significant portion of the sacred sky. It appeared to be specially designed for the assessment. Let us proceed. Old Peng took the lead, forcefully pushing open the stone door and rushing inside. Ouyang Xianing followed closely behind, and soon after, Helian Mingho stepped in as well. As the three entered, the stone door slowly closed behind them. Ouyang Xianing glanced back at the person who was tailing her, rolling her eyes in disbelief at his audacity. He had not been invited to join them, yet he had taken it upon himself to follow. The two elderly men, the vice dean and another elder, observed the silhouettes of the two as they entered, their expressions grave. The elder called out to the young man, "Do not be anxious. The dean and the grand elder must have their reasons for acting this way. We need only to observe the unfolding events." The young man gazed at the now closed stone door, a peculiar excitement flickering in his eyes. It seemed that the school was about to gain two formidable warriors, and life ahead promised to be anything but dull. The two elders exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at the young man's enthusiasm. How could they forget that he thrived on chaos? The more intricate the situation, the more he relished it. A chilling breeze swept through, and the atmosphere grew dim. Upon entering the secret chamber, Ouyang Xianing and her companions immediately sensed something amiss. As soon as the stone door sealed shut, they felt their spiritual power dissipate entirely. With a slight flicker in her gaze, she realized what the young man had meant when he said they would not require spiritual energy. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie sensation. Their powers were restrained, leaving them reliant solely on their physical skills and strength. Thankfully, they had allowed LVX to enter the chaos spirit ring before stepping through, or losing their spiritual power would have left her in an uncertain state. "Oh, Ouyang, little brother," old Peng exclaimed, startled by the abrupt loss of spiritual energy. He had not anticipated this sensation. It felt utterly unsettling, devoid of any sense of security. Having cultivated their spiritual energy since childhood, the sudden deprivation felt akin to losing a part of themselves, strange and disconcerting. It's all right. Once we exit this place, we will regain our strength, Ouyang Xianing reassured him, fully aware of his concerns. Let us proceed. Helian Mingho maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. All right, Ouyang Xianing replied, arching an eyebrow at his nonchalance. There was nothing surprising about it. A fox is a fox, and his mental fortitude was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. Brother Peng, let us move forward. She quickened her pace to match Helian Mingho's, beckoning old Peng to follow. Oh, right, let's go. Old Peng hurriedly fell in step behind them, just as they had taken a few steps. A series of anguished screams erupted from ahead. Quick, let us see what is happening. Ouyang Xianing exchanged glances with her companions, hastening their pace. Another scream pierced the air. Run, run, escape, help, help, save me. The desperate cries abruptly ceased mid-sentence, leaving an unsettling silence in the air. What happened? What is going on? Ouyang Xianing and her companions rushed in, yet they had not grasped the situation. Old Peng, unable to contain himself any longer, tugged at the sleeve of a person ahead and inquired, "You, look for yourself." The individual trembled, wide-eyed, pointing a quivering finger towards the front. Old Peng followed the direction of his finger and was taken aback, stepping back a few paces. Ouyang Xianing and the others, witnessing old Peng's dramatic reaction, also lifted their eyes to the front. Not far ahead lay a precipice, the depths of which remained a mystery to them. As they stepped forward, pushing aside a person blocking their path, they peered down into the abyss. Suddenly, a visage came into view, startling them into silence. Above the cliff hung numerous webs, adorned with scattered white eggs, and crawling upon them were creatures resembling spiders, each roughly the size of a human. Though varying in dimensions, some akin to children, others to adults, and a few even larger. Their faces bore human features, with long, dark, hairy legs reminiscent of a spider's point. One of these grotesque beings held a human hand in its mouth, gnawing on it with a disturbing motion, blood still oozing at its lips, creating a chilling spectacle. Ouyang recognized the creature immediately. It was a human-faced spider, a common entity documented in the materials left by her predecessors. It was not a rare spirit beast, merely a typical one that ensnared humans in its silk, predominantly found in the northern continent rather than this southern land. Helian Mingho also identified the creature, his eyes widening in astonishment at the unexpected encounter in this land devoid of spiritual energy. "Ouyang, look quickly!" Old Peng exclaimed, as if he had made a significant discovery. Ouyang followed his gaze and noticed a black stone tablet standing nearby, inscribed with the words, "To pass this threshold, one must consume a white egg. Only then may you enter the next stage." Ouyang raised an eyebrow. The white eggs were indeed the essence of the human-faced spiders. They produced these eggs during the full moon, which were said to enhance spiritual power and promote longevity, with a palatable taste, though the method of their creation remained unknown. With a sly smile, Ouyang glanced at the eggs below, then at the pot beside her, which was already ablaze with boiling water. It appeared that the Holy Heaven Academy was quite generous in providing them with such treasures. "Ah, it seems young Ouyang is quite confident," Helian Mingho remarked, observing Ouyang's demeanor, which betrayed no hint of fear. If not for her age, he might have mistaken her for an ancient monster in disguise. "Very well, I shall proceed," Ouyang declared, making no objections as she charged towards the depths below. Chapter 9. Not enough to fill their gaps. "Hey, young Ouyang, be careful," Old Peng gasped as he beheld Ouyang staring leap. His heart raced. He feared that without vigilant oversight for even a moment, calamity would strike again. The sight of the human-faced spiders below sent chills down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver at the thought of Ouyang's frail frame, which seemed hardly sufficient to fill their gaps. She had acted without forewarning, without any preparation. Was she courting death? Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been unconcerned. After all, with the speed of Ouyang's brother, he could easily escape if he could not defeat the foe. However, in the present moment, devoid of any spiritual energy, the prospect of failing to flee posed a significant dilemma. He could hardly believe that she, stripped of her powers, could contend with that ferocious human-faced spider. Of course, he was not alone in this line of thought. Those nearby shared his sentiments. Was this young lad courting death with such reckless haste? Indeed, just look at her petite frame. What a pity it would be for that charming visage. Wasn't she the little prodigy from the last Sky Arena? Now, without her powers, how would she attempt to maintain her bravado? Some keen-eyed individuals recognized Ouyang and began to revel in her misfortune. Indeed, the laughter echoed, with a group of lecherous youths huddled together, snickering and anticipating a spectacle. Yet, Ouyang was destined not to become a mere jest for others. Rather, it was she who would enjoy the folly of those around her. With a graceful leap, Ouyang landed upon a silk thread, which initially swayed slightly, causing the spectators on the cliff to tremble in apprehension. Like Old Peng and the cluster of lecherous youths, who wished nothing more than to see her plummet. But Ouyang herself appeared remarkably composed, as if she stood upon solid ground rather than a precarious thread suspended in midair. The spider silk, after a brief moment of quivering, stabilized within seconds, as if she were firmly planted on the earth. Old Peng, observing this scene, felt his own heart gradually settle. Yet, before he could fully relax, he was confronted with a sight that sent chills down his spine. Just as Ouyang steadied herself and prepared to take a few steps forward, the silk beneath her began to tremble once more. The nearest human-faced spider seemed to have taken notice of her movement. With a swift turn of its head, its copper-sized eyes gleamed with a predatory glint, as if it were fixating upon its quarry. Then, all 8 legs sprang into action, deftly maneuvering its massive body to approach her at a leisurely pace. Ouyang, witnessing the spider advance, sensed that it was relishing the prospect of observing her struggle to escape. How did she know that the spider was intent on watching her flee? It was simple. This creature had dwelled here for ages, and upon spotting an intruder, it surely sought to toy with its prey before delivering the final blow. The sight of a nearby adult man stumbling nervously along the silk, with a human-faced spider leisurely pursuing him like a cat playing with a mouse, only confirmed her suspicions. This spider before her was likely no different. Ouyang Xiao brother, be careful. Old Pong shouted, his heart racing with genuine concern as he watched the spider inching closer to Ouyang Xianing. He could not bear to witness this budding flower of the nation meet an untimely demise at the hands of such a grotesque creature. "Do not worry, Brother Pong," she assured confidently, upon hearing a dark head protruding from the cliff. Ouyang Xianing noted the evident concern in its eyes. Her heart warmed, and she promptly responded with a gentle smile, signifying that she was well. Old Pong, observing her self-assured demeanor, felt a slight alleviation of his worries, yet his gaze remained fixed on the abyss below. Ouyang Xianing then shifted her attention to the approaching human-faced spider, her lips curving in a subtle smile, pondering who truly was the predator and who the prey. Hurley and Mingho, standing atop the cliff, witnessed the smile gracing Ouyang Xianing's lips and likewise offered a faint smile in return. It seemed this young Ouyang was indeed extraordinary. Regardless of whether she could contend with the human-faced spider, her audacity alone was sufficient to attest to her exceptional nature. Yet, Ouyang Xianing remained stationary, and to the onlookers, her stillness raised questions. I say, could this lad be petrified with fear, standing there motionless, awaiting the human-faced spider to feast upon him? Indeed, he appears blissfully unaware of the peril, daringly leaping downwards. Yes, indeed, where she stands is the very heart of the human-faced spider's territory. Should luck favor her, she might acquire an egg, but escaping would be another matter altogether. Observing the crowd's chatter, it was clear their ignorance stemmed from a lack of familiarity with the true prowess of Ouyang Xianing. Meanwhile, those who had beheld her true form held a different perspective. Hey, brother, a spectacle is about to unfold. I wonder when the human-faced spider will descend. I wager 3 minutes. No, I believe 1 minute will suffice. Not at all. Nevertheless, the discussions above did not impede the unfolding events below. Ouyang Xianing remained motionless, while the human-faced spider advanced at a sluggish pace. Though it had existed here for centuries, it had encountered numerous humans, some timid, others brimming with confidence, and still others exceedingly cunning. It pondered whether this charming young girl before it belonged to the latter category. However, as it scrutinized her from every angle, she still appeared to be a naive and harmless young gentleman. Perhaps it was best not to overthink. Once it reached her, it would see whether this child truly harbored any fear. Ouyang Xianing, watching the human-faced spider draw nearer, felt her smile intensify. The absence of spiritual power was inconsequential to her, as she, too, had once existed without it in her previous life. With her speed, agility, and strength, she was more than capable of handling the seemingly formidable arachnid. As the human-faced spider closed in, it observed the girl before it, who remained utterly still. It mused that perhaps this child was indeed paralyzed by fear, and decided it was time to seek out a new prey. Raising one of its legs, it aimed to jab at Ouyang Xianing. "Ouyang, little brother." Just as the sharp appendage was about to pierce her, Old Pong cried out in alarm. The crowd shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending carnage. However, before they could open their eyes to witness Ouyang Xianing's tragic demise, a clear, cold laughter echoed in their ears. "Ouyang, little brother." Old Pong gazed excitedly at Ouyang Xianing, who stood unscathed above, his heart pounding fiercely once more within his chest. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that this human-faced spider was so feeble and vulnerable? Ouyang Xianing, with her keen gaze fixed in the distance, contemplated the few that had crawled towards her, a gentle smile gracing her lips, devoid of any trace of concern. The crowd stood on the cliff, staring blankly at the white-clad young master, when suddenly, upon hearing a certain remark, their mouths twitched in unison. What on earth did he mean by feeble and vulnerable? Were those unfortunate souls who had been captured and devoured by the human-faced spiders not as fragile as glass? Yet, observing Ouyang Xianing's spirited and unharmed demeanor, those who had covered their faces in fear couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. How had this young master evaded the attacks of the human-faced spiders? Where had the spiders gone? Were they lurking, planning a surprise attack? Nearby, Heli and Mingho, having overheard this discussion, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was not an evasion. It was clearly a case of being knocked down and smashed to smithereens. Replaying the scene, just as the spider's leg was about to jab Ouyang Xianing, she swiftly raised her delicate white hand and seized the black object lunging at her, twisting it with a deft motion. The human-faced spider was sent soaring into the air. What unfolded was a spectacle to behold. A young master standing upon the spider silk, one hand holding the dark leg of the creature, while above, the human-faced spider dangled in midair, its face mirroring a human-like expression of terror. Before it could even react, it was cast into the abyss below, likely to meet a grim fate. Truly remarkable. A smile crept upon Helian Mingho's lips. He had sensed that this young master possessed extraordinary spiritual prowess, but he was astonished to discover that even without her powers, her agility and hand-to-hand combat skills were remarkably formidable. His gaze towards Ouyang Xianing shifted to one of newfound respect. Just as 2 or 3 more human-faced spiders began to crawl towards her, Ouyang Xianing's movements utterly dispelled any lingering curiosity in their hearts. One spider crept closer and closer to her, and with a swift motion, she executed a footwork technique that, even without the support of spiritual energy, amplified her speed several-fold. Though not as rapid as when powered by her spiritual energy, in such circumstances, she outpaced those who had lost their powers significantly. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before the human-faced spider, seizing the initiative. With a swift kick, she struck its face, and while it was still dazed, delivered another blow to its body, sending the spider screeching down the cliff. Not far away, a bold individual attempted to follow suit, but the outcome was rather dismal. Observing his frantic, disheveled appearance, and contrasting it with Ouyang Xianing's refreshing, flowing white attire, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Truly, it was a case of comparison that could drive one to despair, to achieve such prowess. It seemed only this young master could do so. Initially, they had deemed her a frail and delicate figure, scarcely capable of even filling the gaps of others' teeth. Yet here were so many human-faced spiders, completely outmatched by her single kick. They had indeed judged by appearances, and it was a significant miscalculation. As they shook their heads in resignation to accept the reality, Ouyang Xianing had already dispatched several more of the man-faced spiders, kicking 2 others aside. She only ceased her onslaught when no more of the creatures lingered nearby. These were mere trifles. After all, she had once battled ferocious beasts in the primordial forest, emerging unscathed from encounters with pythons, relying solely on her own strength. The current adversaries were, in comparison, like a giant facing a mere infant. Subsequently, she retrieved a white handkerchief from her pocket, disdainfully wiping her hands after contact with the man-faced spiders. With a flick of her wrist, the white cloth drifted gently down the silk strands towards the abyss below. Instantly, the scene fell into a profound silence. Even the sounds of those desperately fleeing vanished. Everyone stood agape, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they watched Ouyang Xianing slowly bend down to collect a few eggs, and then gracefully return to her perch atop the cliff. Ouyang, you are truly remarkable, Old Peng exclaimed, his face alight with admiration as he slapped Ouyang Xianing on the shoulder. What a display! It was nothing, merely a small demonstration of skill. I believe Brother Peng can do the same, she replied modestly. Upon hearing her words, Old Peng's resolve solidified. Very well, Ouyang, you shall witness my prowess. With a surge of courage, he approached the edge of the cliff. I shall await your triumphant return, Brother Peng. Ouyang Xianing chuckled lightly. Then I shall join you. Ouyang, Helian Mingho said, feeling compelled as he observed Old Peng advancing towards the precipice. Not wanting to appear cowardly, he bid farewell to Ouyang Xianing and followed suit. Ouyang Xianing rolled her eyes at Helian Mingho's retreating white figure, bemused by his need to announce his departure as if they were comrades. Little did he know she was wary of potential rivals. Watching the 2 figures leap down with such grace and determination, she merely smirked, confident in their ability to succeed. Shaking the eggs in her hands, she made her way towards the boiling pot. She patted her flat stomach, chiding Old Peng for interrupting her earlier, for had he not disturbed her, she would have indulged herself fully before participating in the assessment. Nevertheless, weighing the eggs in her palm, she concluded that lunch was indeed secured. Not far from her, a few figures were conspiring, whispering and nudging one another. You go, I'm not going to do it. She has just dealt with the man-faced spider. She must be exhausted. With her friends absent, it's the perfect opportunity, in a way. She seems as though she has ample energy left. I dare not approach. Nonsense, that's merely a fade. Let us all go together. I refuse to believe we cannot overpower this novice. Fine, then it's settled. We go as one, a quivering voice declared, and with that, their decision was set into motion. Ouyang Xianing, listening to the approaching footsteps, felt a smirk tug at her lips. It appeared that some were eager to court their own demise. As anticipated, the footsteps came to a halt before her, and one individual stepped forward, his coarse voice instantaneously assaulting her ears. Hey kid, hand over those few eggs, and my brothers and I will let you go. Upon hearing the voice, Ouyang Xianing did not hastily raise her head. Instead, she leisurely scooped a spoonful of water to commence the washing of the eggs she had brought up from below. choosing to ignore them, thereby granting them an opportunity. However, someone was unwilling to cherish this chance. "Hey, kid, are you even listening? Our boss is speaking to you." Another shrill voice rang out, one that her ears could scarcely tolerate. She raised her hand to dig at her ears, indicating her disdain for the sound. "You?" The shrill voice echoed again. Yet, before he could continue, Ouyang Xianning interjected, for she could no longer endure the unpleasantness of this voice. It was utterly grating. How on earth had he been raised to this point? Truly a rarity. "I've heard you. I've heard you. What will you do if I refuse to hand them over?" No, I shall not comply." The high-pitched voice was utterly taken aback by her response. He had already envisioned a scenario where, after battling the spider below for so long, she would surely lack the strength to resist them and would relinquish her eggs, leaving her one as a token of their kindness, after which she would be overwhelmed with gratitude. However, the beauty of his imagination was shattered by the harshness of reality. Ouyang Xianning's defiance rendered their script entirely futile. "Boss, what if she won't hand them over?" The sharp-voiced one retreated to inquire of the burly man, awaiting his decision. "Then we shall seize them, you fool." The boss, observing his subordinate's sudden loss of bravado, wore an expression of exasperation, clearly disappointed in his lack of resolve. He raised his hand and delivered a slap across her face. Oh. The sharp-voiced one stumbled back, scrambling to inform Ouyang Xianning. "Our boss said, if you don't comply, we will take them by force. Brothers, charge! Charge!" The sharp-voiced one, glancing at those still standing idly, could hardly contain his impatience. "You go first." Another lecherous young man approached from behind and delivered a kick to the sharp-voiced one's rear, evidently urging him to take the lead. Ouyang Xianning arched an eyebrow. It seemed yet another robbery was afoot. Who would have thought that within such a brief span, she would encounter 2 attempts at robbery? Truly fortuitous. Excitement shimmered in her eyes, as the earlier 2 petty thieves had been utterly lackluster. She wondered if these individuals would prove to be more entertaining. The sharp-voiced one, taken aback by the sudden kick, staggered a few steps before meeting Ouyang Xianning's gaze, instantly sensing something amiss. How could someone about to be robbed appear so exhilarated? A foreboding feeling washed over him, a dreadful premonition that something was about to unfold. He halted in place, fear etched across his features as he regarded Ouyang Xianning, too terrified to advance. "Go on, you fool." The coarse voice boomed again. Yes. Upon hearing the shrill voice, the body quivered involuntarily, and without a moment's hesitation, I lunged towards Ouyang Xianning. The brothers behind me, witnessing the lead of the sharp-voiced figure, were spurred on by our leader's command, eager to swarm and overpower Ouyang Xianning. As she gazed at the reckless individuals before her, her expression darkened. Did they truly presume her to be a mere Hello Kitty? With a swift motion, she lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending the audacious frontrunner flying several meters. A piercing scream erupted, mingling with the sound of impact against the ground. In an instant, those who had intended to charge forward found themselves rooted to the spot, their faces etched with terror as they stared at Ouyang Xianning, astonished by her formidable strength. Exchanging glances, they hesitated, uncertain whether to persist in their advance or retreat immediately. "What are you waiting for? Charge!" Our leader's frustration boiled over as he observed his subordinates' cowardice. How could they all display such feeble demeanor? Onward. This girl must be bluffing. She will surely tire soon. Upon hearing this, the others rallied their courage, realizing that confronting her would be far less daunting than the formidable human-faced spider. They swallowed hard, fixating their gazes on Ouyang Xianning, preparing to engage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their decision would soon lead to regret. Facing this elegant young master in white was far more terrifying than confronting any spider. Screams echoed through the air as Ouyang Xianning effortlessly dispatched those who charged at her, defeating one with each strike, 2 with a pair of blows, and effortlessly subduing groups as they approached. The wails of the defeated were particularly harrowing. What calamity was unfolding? Onlookers at the cliff's edge turned their attention, witnessing a brawny man sent plummeting like a projectile into the abyss below, where a menacing human-faced spider awaited. The fate that awaited him was undoubtedly grim and gruesome. What incredible strength! The crowd marveled at her ability to hurl a robust man without the aid of spiritual energy. Their perception of Ouyang Xianning ascended to new heights, recognizing her as an extraordinary individual. Moments later, more figures tumbled down, accompanied by fresh cries of despair. "Run for your lives!" someone shouted, and the throng surrounding Ouyang Xianning scattered in panic, no longer daring to approach, fearful of sharing the same fate as the unfortunate man. Ouyang Xianning regarded the fleeing individuals with indifference, her intention merely to set an example, to quell the restless souls lingering in the shadows. Eyeing the eggs in her possession, it was a pity for those unfortunate men. They were now destined for the belly of a human-faced spider. She gazed towards the cliff, contemplating the eggs she had previously claimed, now offering a human as sustenance, a fitting compensation for the creatures below. A chuckle escaped her lips as she thought of rewarding them, hoping for a fruitful harvest come the following year, so she could return for more. After gazing towards the precipice, Ouyang turned once more to the pot that was bubbling vigorously and gently placed several freshly washed eggs into the boiling water, then settled down to await her meal. Chapter 10. Cooking egg flour soup. It certainly appeared promising. Ouyang sat beside the boiling pot, watching as the eggs bobbed up and down with the surging water, her gaze contemplative. Since her arrival, she had yet to catch sight of the man in black. He must have already proceeded to the next stage, prompting her to hasten her own pace. Yet, why on earth were the eggs still uncooked? She had been sitting here for what felt like an eternity, waiting until the flowers had wilted. Her stomach was empty, and still, there was no sign of them rising to the surface. What on earth could be the matter? Did she need to add some seasoning? Sigh. Perhaps she should just wait a little longer. After all, she was in no particular hurry. She still needed to wait for Brother Peng to ascend, and as for the other brazen individual, she could simply tolerate his presence for now. With another sigh, she let her gaze drift into the darkness of the cavern above, resting her chin in her hand as she waited patiently. Ouyang Xiaoxiong, look quickly, came the excited voice of old Peng from the edge of the cliff. Ouyang immediately focused her attention on the cliff's edge, where she spotted old Peng delicately cradling 3 eggs in one large hand, while his other hand waved joyfully in her direction. Puffed. Ouyang couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his appearance. Given his tattered clothing, one might think he had just been robbed, and those 3 little tufts of hair on his face, paired with his robust physique, rendered him quite the comical sight. Ha ha ha, Brother Peng, come over quickly, she beckoned, gesturing for him to approach, lest the attention of everyone in the vicinity be drawn to him, leaving old Peng utterly embarrassed when he became aware of it. Why, one might wonder. Just glance at the 2 burly men nearby, desperately stifling their laughter, and it becomes apparent. His appearance would undoubtedly be the talk of the town, spreading like wildfire. One telling another, a chain of gossip that would reach thousands. Reflecting on it, the inhabitants of this continent certainly possessed a knack for gossip, outpacing even the entertainment news of her previous world in her former life. It was celebrity scandal. Here, it was the whimsical tales of the strong. Whether it was about a childhood incident of spying on a matron bathing or a stroke of luck saving a beautiful maiden, such stories would be disseminated far and wide, and within days, the entire continent would be in the know. Oh, I'm coming. Upon hearing Ouyang voice, old Peng tightened his grip on the eggs and hurried towards her, and of course, trailing behind him was the man in white, none other than Hellion Mingho. Ouyang observed his carefree demeanor and his flowing white attire. Even with a touch of dust, it did nothing to mar his handsome visage. Compared to old Peng, he was truly from another realm. Shaking her head, she thought, this is the nature of disparity. Ouyang Xiaoxiong, look, I also brought some eggs. However, before he could reach her, a sudden cry of alarm rang out. Be careful, Ouyang calmly warned, devoid of any trace of panic. As she watched old Peng's left foot inadvertently step on his right, causing him to lose his balance and sway, one of the eggs slipping slowly from his grasp. My precious egg! Old Peng gazed in horror as the egg plummeted towards the ground with alarming speed. This was the fruit of his labor, a prize he had nearly risked his life to retrieve. How lamentable it was that a moment of clumsiness had caused it to fall with a dull thud. Old Peng could almost envision the tragic fate that awaited it upon impact. He shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Brother Peng, do hurry and retrieve the egg. It will require a lengthy time to cook. Ouyang chuckled at his expression, bemused by his belief that the egg was so fragile. After all, this was a delicacy painstakingly gathered from the man-faced spider, not something that could easily shatter. Indeed, Brother Peng, please pick it up quickly. We must begin cooking, Hellion Mingho gently urged, standing nearby with several eggs in hand, patiently awaiting his reaction. Old Peng, hearing the mirth in their voices, couldn't he help but feel perplexed. How could he possibly retrieve the egg now that it was broken? Was he to salvage it for an egg drop soup? That idea, while peculiar, seemed somewhat appealing. With that thought, he opened his eyes, intending to collect the egg from the ground to prepare a warm broth for young Ouyang. However, upon seeing the egg intact on the ground, he was momentarily stunned. How could it not have shattered? He distinctly heard the sound of it falling. Oh, Brother Peng, do you wish for it to be broken? I would be more than willing to assist in that endeavor, Helian Mingho remarked, raising his hand as if to help shatter it. No, no, no. Old Peng quickly grasped his hand, adamant in his refusal. He had fought too hard to let it go to waste. He did not wish to turn it into soup, although he was eager to prepare a bowl for young Ouyang. He still yearned for the egg to remain whole. Soup could wait for another time. Ha ha ha, that's good, Brother Helian. Do not tease Brother Peng. If this man-faced spider egg were to break, it would be inedible. Ouyang Xianing, having read about the unique egg, noted that it could only be enjoyed when boiled whole. If it were to break, it would not even suffice for egg custard, let alone soup. Oh. Old Peng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Thankfully, the egg remained unbroken. According to young Ouyang, had it shattered, all would have been lost. Young Ouyang, what about your egg? Have you finished it? Old Peng swiftly cast aside his worries, dismissing them entirely. He would not dwell on such matters. He leaned over, peering into the boiling pot. Ouyang Xianing froze at the question, her expression stiffening awkwardly. But what about the eggshell? Old Peng continued, noticing the absence of even a shard nearby. Did young Ouyang manage to swallow the eggshell too? That would be quite an achievement. His eyes gleamed inquisitively as they darted towards Ouyang Xianing. Sweat trickled down. Ouyang Xianing felt the weight of his gaze and, summoning her resolve, chose to ignore it. While also avoiding the mocking look from the nearby fox, "It's not cooked yet," she finally replied. Oh. Old Peng clearly did not believe her and leaned closer to the edge of the pot. But that looks cooked to me. He pointed a finger at the bubbling eggs. Not yet. Ouyang Xianing rolled her eyes in disdain, as if to say, do you think this is merely an ordinary egg? It's far more than that. This is a human-faced spider egg, a precious spawn of a spiritual beast. Indeed, it was not yet fully cooked, for the egg of the human-faced spider only reaches maturity when it completely rises to the surface. Helian Mingho watched Old Peng scratch his head, his expression one of naive confusion, and kindly elucidated. Ah, I see, so we must wait quite a while before we can indulge. Old Peng's demeanor instantly wilted. If Ouyang's egg was still uncooked, how long would they have to wait for theirs? That is not necessarily the case, Helian Mingho replied with a mysterious smile. I possess a method to expedite its cooking. He then strode over to the large pot. What? Old Peng's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing of a solution, eager for an explanation. Ouyang Xianing also cast a glance in his direction, for she had not encountered such a quick cooking technique in the tomes left by her predecessors. Could it be a recent innovation? It's quite simple. One merely needs to add a pinch of salt, he stated, producing a small porcelain vial from his sleeve and sprinkling a bit into the pot. Is it really that easy? Ouyang Xianing questioned, her skepticism evident. Indeed, it is that simple. Helian Mingho looked up at her, a soft smile gracing his lips, seemingly delighted by her bewilderment. Look, quickly, the eggs are rising, Old Peng exclaimed with glee, observing the eggs buoyantly surfacing. The fact that Ouyang's egg was cooking meant that his would soon follow suit. His mood transformed in an instant, brimming with excitement. Ouyang Xianing, watching the eggs gradually ascend, marveled at the advancements of history. What had once been undocumented in her predecessor's writings was now unfolding before her in such a miraculous manner. All it took was a mere pinch of salt. Ouyang, hurry, fish them out. It's my turn now, Old Peng urged, anxious to partake. Oh, very well. Ouyang Xianing chuckled at Old Peng's frantic demeanor. Not fearing the heat, she reached into the pot to retrieve the floating eggs. Wait, Ouyang, don't just grab them, Old Peng exclaimed, alarmed at her bare-handed approach. What if those delicate hands were to scald? Allow me, he said, pulling her hand back and preparing to plunge his own sturdy palm into the boiling water. There's no need to worry. I assure you, I won't be burned, Ouyang Xianing replied with a light laugh, unfazed by the heat. However, as she disregarded his protests, she extended her own hand toward the bubbling water. In that moment, her fair and slender hand gracefully dipped into the pot, eventually emerging with an egg, still steaming with vapor, a testament to the water's scalding temperature. Old Peng stood dumbfounded as he watched her hand deftly maneuver in the pot. Ultimately retrieving all the eggs, Helian Mingho, beside him, was equally astonished, never having anticipated that this white-clad youth possessed such remarkable physical resilience. The boiling water is astonishingly devoid of any discomfort, remaining as immaculate and unblemished as if it had been submerged in cool water. Ouyang, my dear brother, you are truly remarkable. Yet, how is it that you exhibit not even a hint of redness? Could it be that this water is, in fact, not hot at all? Old Peng, eager to ascertain the truth, did not wait for Ouyang Xianing to respond and impulsively thrust his hand into the water for a test. "Ah, Brother Peng, be cautious," Ouyang Xianing exclaimed, noticing his reckless action. However, her warning was futile against old Peng's insatiable curiosity. "Oh, it's scorching. So hot." As soon as his hand plunged into the depths, it immediately flushed crimson, and he swiftly withdrew it, exclaiming in distress. Following this, he cast a gaze filled with deep resentment towards Ouyang Xianing. "Ouyang, how is it that you remain unscathed?" Observing old Peng's agonized expression, Ouyang Xianing couldn't help but roll her eyes in a rather uncharitable manner. After all, it was not her fault that she was resilient while he was frail. Old Peng chose not to engage in a contest of strength or weakness with this peculiar individual, realizing that one must tread carefully around her. Having witnessed his own predicament, he understood that if he had indeed offended her, the consequences would be dire. With no hope of solace in sight, he retreated to a safer distance, continuing to leap about and shout. "It appears that Ouyang, my young brother, possesses remarkable physical resilience, unperturbed even by this scalding water," remarked Helian Mingho, standing behind Ouyang Xianing, observing the spectacle before them. "Oh, not at all," Ouyang Xianing replied, concealing her hand within her sleeve and clenching it tightly to alleviate the lingering heat. Surely, no one could endure such intense heat without feeling pain. Even an iron man would falter. To quote a classic adage, "Appearances can be deceiving." Though she seemed well, inside she was burning. In truth, Helian too was quite impressive, possessing knowledge of this peculiar method of boiling human-faced spider eggs, while I, alas, could only resort to the tedious method of waiting. Ouyang Xianing, noticing the fox diverting the conversation towards her, hastily shifted the topic, for if this cunning creature latched onto her words, she would find herself in a predicament. "Well, actually, I was not the first to discover this. It was my elder brother who learned of it first and was the one to implement it." Helian Mingho showed no sign of evasion, seemingly unfazed by Ouyang Xianing's attempt to steer the conversation, and spoke with a gentle demeanor. Ouyang Xianing cast a surprised glance at him, not expecting to find this side of the fox. It was evident that his elder brother held significant importance in his life. Helian Mingho, oblivious to Ouyang Xianing's gaze, continued, "My elder brother is exceedingly fond of eggs. Virtually any edible egg piques his interest. Although the eggs of the young chick are inexpensive, they remain his favorite. Among the many varieties, he has even conducted research on the eggs of the human-faced spider. The method of adding salt arose from his disdain for the egg's lack of a savory flavor. Thus, he incorporated salt during the boiling process. To our astonishment, what was meant to be boiled for 2 hours was ready in a mere quarter of an hour. This technique is known only to my brother and me, and now you too as well with that." He gazed nostalgically into the distance. She gazed upon his nostalgic and tender expression. Ouyang Xianing found her impression of him slightly transformed. Such a person, who possesses the ability to reminisce and savor the beauty of past moments, cannot be entirely villainous. He merely enjoys putting on airs. I've shared my thoughts. By the way, is Ouyang's little brother's hand all right? If so, might you assist me in retrieving the egg shortly? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xianing noticed the teasing glint in his eyes, causing her temper to flare. She retracted her earlier words. A fox is a fox, forever incapable of transforming into a gentle little bunny. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I trust that Brother Helian, a man of such stature, would not lack the skill to retrieve an egg." Ouyang Xianing remarked with a smile that masked her irritation, unwilling to believe his audacity could reach such heights. Yet, reality proved her wrong. His audacity indeed knew no bounds. "Ouyang's little brother, your assertion is misguided. As the saying goes, the capable take on more work. This task should be a mere trifle for you. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself further." Helian Mingho's demeanor unmistakably suggested he wished for Ouyang Xianing to endure the pot once more. Yet, she was determined to thwart his intentions. "Your words are erroneous. With such talent as yours, Brother Helian, you surely cannot be inferior to my little brother. He stands by, ready to assist should any mishap occur." The implication was clear. "You may boldly plunge your hand in, for even if you are slightly less skilled than I am prepared with remedies should any misfortune arise." Helian Mingho realized that persuading her to help him was no simple task. Engaging in this verbal sparring could take an eternity, and even if he managed to outwit her, she would not readily offer her assistance in retrieving the egg. It would be prudent not to be excessively brazen. Thus, he resolved not to engage in further debate with her. After all, he was a man, and there was no need to quibble with this young upstart. Very well, before he could finish his sentence, Old Peng had returned from his bouncing escapade, his face a portrait of frustration as he addressed them both. I say, you too, have you settled your affairs? I've been bouncing around for ages, and you are still dawdling. Oh, you think I, Old Peng, am here merely to showcase my superior academic prowess? Ouyang Xianing was at a loss for words. Who was dawdling but that fox? Casting a disdainful glance in Helian Mingho's direction, she made her feelings known. Upon receiving Ouyang Xianing's scornful gaze, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. It was unintentional. He had merely spoken without thinking. This was the essence of refinement, the hallmark of a true gentleman, distinct from these coarse individuals. He then fell into a moment of self-reflection. All right, I no longer feel any pain. Quickly, come and boil my egg. Haste is of the essence. After burning his hand, old Lian remained fixated on the egg, such is the persistence of a foodie when it comes to culinary delights. Very well, let us proceed together. Helian Mingho found old Peng's antics amusing. He was unable to resist the straightforward demands of such individuals. Their candid requests were not unreasonable, making refusal impossible. In contrast, the young man opposite him, with his myriad schemes, compelled Helian to remain vigilant. Ouyang Xianing gazed at him, and with a mere glance from his ethereal eyes, she discerned his thoughts. Who, after all, was the one with the most cunning machinations? Who was the one who concealed a dagger beneath a smile upon their first encounter? It was no wonder she felt the need to be wary of him, to stand her ground in opposition. Did he truly believe she was willing? She wished to utter fewer words, for it was both exhausting and taxing on her mind. Come on, hurry up and add your eggs, shouted old Peng in response. Helian Mingho chuckled, shaking his sleeves as a cascade of eggs plummeted into the water, surpassing Ouyang Xianing's own collection. Wow, Helian brother, you've gathered so many. They are nearly on par with Ouyang's. Upon hearing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Helian Mingho's eye. What did it mean to say they were nearly on par with Ouyang? Did that imply he was inferior to that young lad? In his view, he was far more capable than that inexperienced boy at O. It was merely a matter of convenience, he remarked nonchalantly. Ouyang Xianing settled beside them,